想逼鸟，逼鸟然后开进账，
逼鸟
找那个祭司吗？
那先这只鸟不能交啊。
那这样子的话呢，逼进项交了进项之后可以交鸟。
对，现在可以交，现在可以交。
是的，那现在
赶紧交，赶紧交。
紫薇还是非常的灵巧的。
对，那上面打好了长洞。
是的，洞已经打好了，但是有进项，你要逼完进项之后再去钻这个洞。
是闪现，
哎呦失误了，这要往前面一点点才能闪过去。这样只能打一个闪现多利刀。对，闪现多利刀，就在闪进去里面啊。
闪进去里面打一个落地刀。
要往前面一点点。刀，
哎，稍微卡位了一点。
那开个进项，
那这个长洞可能是走不了了。
他这个位置应该走不了。转下去，还在墙外啊，那我一样这样卡他，还得死。哎，第二只鸟吸出来了，
我的天，那走动了呀。
是的，前面板子。
闪现交过了，镜子交过了，我的天，
太远了，这边只能先打洞，再砍人，
救起来，
刷到2阶，进项刚刚好，可以，但是你学奇迹，开过去应该能刚好摸好，讲道理啊，
可以摸起来，
摸起来，
这个位置肯定摸起来了。
哎，不是吧？挣脱，哎，拒钱，我的天，
有东西。
讲道理，他敢往里面挂的，应该是带拒钱了。
应该是带了。哎，看到了。
哎，完了，这不好揪了。你好，也不好揪了。直接亮吧，直接亮，佣兵卡，哎，直接亮机，佣兵卡在这里，然后调香出去开门，佣兵弹护腕走门，不香吗？我的天！
下在有个狗，不敢直接亮。
差不多要亮了。哎，还是选择去救，给机会了，这一波很关键。哎，卡了一下。
哎，再抬一个，进去！哎，失误了。
那慢慢打了。
他只能拿触手拍了。
那现在就是求忍者互摸就行了呀。
就进去摸呀，
互摸，求忍者互摸。你下来我就不摸了嘛。好，慢慢放触手总会有没有的时候，好吧？我就慢慢放。
我也在等你的触手消。好，开！
我的天，这个亮机，我的
完美衔接。
他是北林高呼我吃触手快亮，预判我吃触手，然后小胖墩是知道他预判触手了，我直接亮，胆子大。
别说这个机子压的也是够的。
这机子压的很厉害，
很厉害。
骗了个香水，烧的烧急了，开个板没关系，但是黄衣之主带了只闪现啊，
刀，
完了，这一刀吃的非常的快，
是，
这一刀吃的很快，前面看一下出手，稍微放的
有点
厚一点点，封不了路，这边有个大洞香水回来，哎，我的天，手速非常快，稍微慢个0.5秒，他就得。原地
倒地，
没错。
这什么东西咻一下就过去了？
对，传过去的瞬间放个香水，再立刻传回来，再立刻按回去。
我的
这一个操作在1秒钟0.几秒之间操作过来，非常快。所以我觉得 MSC 人均手速王，好吧，人均手速王。
这手速练过的。
是的。那硬追啊，真的要留一个呀。但这个距离还有球，你别说，有说法。
走门
有说法，前面是地窖，但是哎，这个出手可以吃了有加速，哎，这样子3跑了，很关键，
拉球，
老三能跳吗？
走了，
你跳吗？差一点点，击倒，能爬，能爬到吗？哎呦，老三醒起来了，这一刀我是杀佣兵了，讲道理，这一刀我杀佣兵了，
哎，知道他在点门，放个镜子，
不亮点，那人能扯下来，好吧？哎，人能扯下来，
哎，扯了，那杀条伤了，
但是没关系啊，换挂这个门点过的，红哥，这波哎修起来了，前面有板正，别压，哎，好也好，这差点抽刀了，因为红夫人的前腰还是比较长的，哎。 等一下，佣兵怎么往那边走？因为没有一刀斩吗？
等一下，
哎，杀不到了，有说法。
一刀快结束了，
一刀快结束，前面就是地窖，地窖就是在
哎进去了，打不到。
我的天，小铁醒起来了，
小铁秀起来了，
地窖出来结束了，前面就是地窖，
结束了，
结束了，
走了，前面有地窖。
好，这局打了个平局。
基本上
3台了嘛？你看这台亮了，4台了
，4台了，
1台了。
大房那台已经基本上算是还有20%。
哦，运道具给空军开完枪之后，再给他个魔术棒。哎，不是，把护腕放地上了。等一下救人之后，开完枪让用空军去摸护腕。哦，来了，换道具了，换道具排位常见呀。
流氓。
什么地图都换道具，现在出
对，还直接让黑妹过来，让你吸菇。
黑妹救，看黑妹救，让我们的佣兵留个搏命。
哎，吐一口，这个血线有点危险。
哎，
捞下来了，
捞下来，没关系。
咒术师只要吸菇嘛。
没关系。
吐一口。
秒，咕，
不咕，留，机子够了，
也是，下一波让 Y 零过来救。
对，
那哼哼再往外面爬一点点，让你挂人都挂得比较慢一点点。最后他年纪差多少？5个菇，3个磁铁，1把枪，
我的天，
还有3个护腕，佣兵手里面还捏着个魔术棒。
流氓！
开枪！准备捡道具。不亮吗？
能亮吗？
亮了，小铁接个菇。
哎，长摸。
好。开了，追谁？追空军手里面3个护腕，偷换的，他可能发现了。没发现，他没发现追空军没发现。
哇，我的天，一个护腕。
但是有风窗，这个位置不好留。
是。
现在他是挂飞的，挂他最好的，这样子的开门站就，他们有好打，哎，吐一口没吐到，
没吐到，大门
点好了，哎，过来打
团了，
有个打团的说法，看前面啊，这口就是堵到，完了，心急了，
等一个，
队友要过来支援了，
是过来了，来了，黑妹
，3层菇。
哇，我的天！
但是手里面闪现能带走，这里面要骗个闪现，哎，空了，前面直线走，有个地窖，
走，
这位看一下前面一层蛛丝，
顾一下，
要吐丝打断救人，这时候跳个地窖，小铁，我的天啊！接手2嘴放出来了，
哎，拉火，哎，
完了，这道很快，这道非常快，还有刀吗？前面没，
哎，前面还有一个火，
这火只能加速，有了，逼鸟，跟着不打，看情况，打吧，存在感啊，不打，选择不打。
踹个板，
你压板，你想板架树，我把你板子给踩了，难不难受？撞棵树，
闪现一刀，
哇，算得非常的准。那这边还要交金像啊，交金像杀结石，那前锋无敌了。前锋来不来？不一定来，好吧，这个节奏，前锋来了。你看膨胀的选手，他一旦打掩护就很强，但是他被追很容易会被逮。
对，
那发
了一刀，
无限大预判球，哎呀，我天，预判到了，这个球是个大半个球，这边他能进入到下一个板区，看看能不能补一刀底牌闪现，很果断，非常果断，没有失误，可以跟，然后让原生系图去卡住我们的一个白黑
的机子，
对，但是快压好了，
对，赶得过来吗？
哎，亮了，
可以亮啊！ 直接寄生了。
底牌一招了，直接寄生，切过去。
你敢开吗？
你敢亮？
你敢亮？
你敢亮？亮给我看，牵起来，亮不亮？你告诉我亮不亮？这边反手直接一刀，看都不用看，我的天哪！
一亮的瞬间直接切过来给一刀。
那边有信徒跟着先知呀。
对。哎呦，远程拿了一刀。
完了，
完了，这人不一定救得下来。
完了，
躲了。
哇，我的天，阿普。
水岛抓水岛。
落刀打到了，落刀。这落刀肯定能打了，肯定打丢10点，10点。先弹，好，弹晕，守下来，再丢个10点。
他想让空军救，空军套个搏命。
骗到了，接下来，佣兵，再丢个10点，弹。
丢了。
有困兽之斗，他还是得死。再换挂，我再挂，地下室就我的家。
水岛挂水。
水岛挂水，里面还有个空军呢。挂。
太难受。
是的，不能这么英雄，就不能这么想做英雄的，就是他不能露脸的。不要觉得交往者看不到他，他就只能蹲。你想
做术师啊，得蹲的呀。
能秒，因为他没技能，开局。就空军还有把枪，3连蛛丝接把枪的话就不一定了，这局。
做术师不一定。
这边有个误认机会，真敢翻，你是真敢翻，球都这里丢个球，
交个球就不用吃这个误认了。
丢了这个球他还不能踩这个板。
对。
真敢翻好吧，赌吧，他肯定想溜。那现在对节奏来说，场上起码是亮2台半了，翻个窗。
他不能倒里面。
对，没错。没底牌，没底牌，倒没底牌，他不好。哎，
一个误认的机会，哎。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了他，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这。
here under this cursed forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disappear.
金钟被敲响，你听见了吗？别走层，准备好的话就可以离开，远走高飞吧。被苦的季节就不疾不徐一起开始，别勉勉强老的去当故事。天降下的游戏一人紧握在手上，不怕就打开它。到底是实情还是一场梦？有没有人能告诉我？放后这一夜之后。是游戏大大因为委屈，这么现实的能因为日，肩上你不可相信。从此以后，忘记自我，成为人偶激情大运动。明白之中，用苦情打败我，一百头都火中。心不知所措，论暗中漫球，神秘记忆就被深藏的绳索。直到从秋到第二股怒气。拿下背包里的记忆，看当飘露在眼前，不知道底细先熄或释放。世界在上大就不一步被东西低下来，别会多快离开。到底是哪里出那些魔作？有没有人能告诉我？记得就开剑下之后，自动拿手的心就很硬，用机器的嘴里去，命运交换那里走。现在开始，σαν小丑少的惶狂，狂速放脾气。头完这些，绷紧着神经，怀比脸上扛紧压住。被黑暗突袭，这个大和气。山西不由必是自己的位置，人家在追着往那海的心，一出结果到这一了解，慢慢变模糊看不清，会说怪气的情景，将一切全部洗净，直到将它忘记。以后，只为是重大会往山前走，不回头。小路不少，只为了达到这大水不会再变流。唯一的苦衷，就机会来左右，谁谁在这充满缺陷的人所，直到走出大地啊，古诺西。
Hello, 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 everyone, detectives, and welcome to the tournament of the IDED. This is the very first day of the Apex of all identity to see who gets to be the championship.
Yes, Sayora, you said it all best there. Welcome to the stream, you guys. Some amazing Identity 5 action we have ahead of us in this, May 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll have the schedule up for you guys, Botch Spice and Sayora, again, bringing you the Identity 5 action here. Again, the Apex tournament to find the best of the best Identity 5 players in the world. Like, I can't build this up anymore. This is what everyone was working towards. This is the road to we're already, all roads lead to this tournament, and now we're here, Call of the Abyss. We're going to see some amazing Identity 5 action. I'm so
Yes.
excited. Thank you so much for welcoming me to this community. This is my first time, so energy's everywhere.
Yes. We will be your casters for today's match for the first two. I'm Seora. You guys already probably know me by the previous events right now. But here, a very new and awesome and freshly spicy Potch Spice here to give together with me to bring you some action. How are you today, Potch, before we start anything else?
I'm doing pretty well. I got really excited waking up today. I know that we're going to see some top tier action here, and you know what? The Identity 5 community is very welcoming to just have me here. I think we have the best seats in the house. We're gonna give the action to the people viewing on stream. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Please sit back, relax, and get ready for some amazing team plays that are coming out.
Definitely. And of course, like what you said earlier, Poch, we get to see the best of the best teams across the globe. The respective regions are mainland China, Southeast Asia, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and of course, NEU.
Yes, and you know what? Yeah, you said it best. Again, we got all the representatives from around the world, and I can't wait to get this tournament started because, every region is being represented. Shout outs to LBM, by the way. Unfortunately, due to the travel restrictions, they cannot make it. But you know what? I'm sure we'll see them in the future. They're an amazing team. We posted about it on their social media. They're doing pretty well. So I hope you guys at home are doing pretty well as well. I mean, in this whole this travel restriction situation.
Yes, all right. And we get to see right now in a bit what things are happening right there. This is the final spot, and man, the tensions are great, the intensity and everything. But let's check it out real quick. Look at that beautiful trophy.
Right there. That is what everyone is battling it out for. Identity 5, Call of the Abyss 3 trophy to raise that over their heads and proclaim that glory that they were able to secure Call of the Abyss 3. And I think the game is in a very good position now, competitively and also in just around the world. Everyone's playing Identity 5.
Yes, and look at that. Really exciting. I as much as I'm lost for words, at the same time, I have a lot of things to say. You know what I mean?
So yeah, again, let's check out some infographics here as we move on with the tournament as well. Again, this is the Call of the Abyss 3, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in on stream. There are 4 days, May 1, May 2, May 3, May 4. So I hope you guys are ready for some awesome action. So just gonna give a rundown of the schedule we have. So today, May 1st, it's going to be 16 teams, a best of 3. So this is going to happen for about 3 days, best of 3s. Then on May 4, please mark your calendars then, because that is the finals, the grand finals. We're going to crown a champion. So let's get a rundown of the teams that are going to be representing their countries. Here we have GR, IMT, MRC, BZY, ACE, 5HS, AT, and ALO for China.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we're just seeing here the other respective teams that will come into play. And for, if I'm not mistaken, for this day, we will get to see PGAL, ALCM, WS. So, pretty excited.
Yep, you said it best. I mean, here's the brackets we're going to have for today. So PGAL and ALO MWS will be covered by yours truly, me and Seora, while Gaming Grizzly and Articuno will be covering the rest of the matches. So let's get a rundown of the rules. Legendary mechanics, ladies and gentlemen. There are no duplicate characters. Once you can't pick 2 gardeners in a team, as well as, let's say Seora picks a gardener, she can't pick it again in the next match. It is a best of 3. So you really have to dig in deep. So each match consists of half rounds. So the first half, there's a survivor team and a hunter team. Then in the second half, they're going to switch up. So we're really going to find out who has the best action and game plan.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the respective maps will be the very main 6 maps that we have during our overall qualifiers. We have Arms Factory and the Sacred Heart Hospital, Red Church, our Leo's Memory, and of course
Mm-hmm.
Moonlit River Park as well. And like what you said, these are the respective banning phases for the
Mm-hmm.
legendary rule right now. For round one, if you can guys see that the hunter will ban one, and then it kind of progresses
Yes.
so long and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you know what? You're gonna have to reach in deep to all of the strategies you have, because as the rounds go on, more survivors will be banned as well as hunters. So it goes as is. If you know what, if everyone gets sent back to the manor, the hunter gets 5 points. Correspondingly, if everyone leaves the compound, the survivors get 5 points, and 1 point per survivor scored or leaves the compound.
Yes. Basically, it's the same thing. You get many points as how much you get survivors/hunters. But if you get all the sweep, you just get 1 additional point. And look at that prize money, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, you get the trophy, you get the money, and of course,
Yes.
this is going to
Again,
be a very, very exciting thing, Poch. I mean, I can't wait for the drafts to start already.
I can't wait either, especially with the rules we have. You can really see all these teams really have to prepare, especially that this legendary rules started out in the qualifiers that you and
Yeah.
Articuno were able to cover, right? So I'm guessing you saw some awesome action there as well.
Indeed, we were able to witness a lot of off-meta picks and a really, you have to really get up on your chair kind of reactions from a lot of people. And of course, there is like a very important reason why legendary rules is to happen. It's because not only you get to spice up the flavor of your composition, but it also gets to let you see how these teams really come into play and how much of strategies they could really dish out, and the versatility of each and every player as well.
That's very true. I mean, there are metas that are out there that are tried and tested. So you really have to strategize with your team when to pull out those strategies that are tried and tested, or come up with your own and show the world that you've thought of this new strategy, and that might be the new meta, because that is the beauty of this game. It's ever changing and ever evolving as the community grows.
Ever changing and ever evolving, indeed. And
Mm.
if I were you, Naida, just a quick icebreaker. If you were
Sure.
one of the
Mm.
players here at COA
Mm.
3, what
Mm-hmm.
kind of survivor would you pick to help your team?
Oh, to help my team. Okay, so I'm trying. Trying my hardest to main mercenary, like be a rescuer, be that anchor that
Ooh.
holds everyone together. But there's so much pressure on your rescuers, guys. So a word of the wise, everyone watching at home: be nice to your rescuers. It's so hard, and I'm so sorry for all the terror shocks I got. So
Never
yeah.
forget that like button, guys, especially
Hmm.
for the rescuers right there. And
Yes,
also for the
always very
friendly.
important.
Yes, but going back right here, I'm
Hmm.
pretty excited because the first match that we'll be having for today is PG versus AL. And oh dang, I mean, if you know, these are teams of old and new, and I'm
Yes.
really excited how these would turn out if the veterans would go, you
Hmm.
know, stick to what they do best, or will they
Hmm.
be shaken by our new teams?
Yes, for some context, if you guys haven't seen COA 2, AL was able to, make it to COA 2. So they are the vets, the tried and tested and, experienced ones. While PG, it's their first COA. But, everyone's probably looking at Wolf right now. He is one of the top hunters. Just Dream Witch is insane. Like,
Yes,
he's so efficient with his Dream Witch. So everyone is looking, all eyes on him. So who knows? I mean, again, COA 3, it's a new landscape. This whole game, like I said, it's always changing and evolving. So maybe PG, the young bloods, are able to show the veterans something new about this game.
yes, indeed. And of course, once again, Pacha, these are 16 totally amazing teams, each with best of 3 matches. So I'm pretty excited, And for the finals, they will be battling out a best of 5s. But you know what? Let's stick for today, for
Hmm.
today's match. And what do you think about this, Poch? I mean, any predictions whatsoever on how
Um,
this game turned out?
so also, I just want to say to everyone that we will be playing with the April 9 update. So there is no prisoner. So they cannot pick prisoner. But Gravedigger is up for grabs though. So
Yes.
for predictions, I honestly think that PG may be able to surprise us I'm always for the underdog. So I think that the up and comer, the team from South Korea, they might surprise us. And and Wolf, his hunting has been so efficient with the cross division warm up matches as well as the qualifiers. So that might be a problem for AL. Not to take anything out of AL stock, because Yanasa's Bonbon and Vampi's Feaster, I mean, they've been so effective in the cross division warm-ups as well. So it's a really tough call, but my gut is telling me to go with the underdog. How about
then
you?
I would be going for the veterans.
Okay.
They've already proved themselves once, and they would really prove themselves again. Because the thing is, they were already on COA too, and here going back on COA 3, it means that they are hungry for that championship title, Potch, and I'm pretty excited for this.
Yeah, and just to show you guys, this is just the overview of the road that led to this stage right here, and the prize pools as well. So you know what? It's been a long time coming. All the roads lead to here, and we're starting things off with PG versus AL. Tale as old as time. The young up and comers versus the experienced players. So just to look at the global final brackets, as we mentioned, PG and AL will start off this match, and followed up with ALO versus MWS.
Yes, and again, this will be the brackets for our global finals for today. We will be witnessing, a lot, and there are tons of games for today, and you'll be getting to catch the third and the fourth matches together with Grizzly and Articuno right here. And Poch, this is just like the first step to a closer round. And of course, here we will be getting to see the steps rather of each and every team that we have: PGAL, ALO, MWS, GKAT, MRC, 5HS here, BZY on the second versus VX, LBM and GR on second as well, on ACE, IMT, and ALC and RD. All right, and again, going back right here onto the trophy that we have, I'm pretty sure that every team is really dying to get this title, because you guys already have really witnessed what are the prizes in store right here. And now looking at the stage, really amazing art right there. And the setup is all beautiful. And now just going back here to what we see, look at that. It's just really perfect, really well made and done. And of course, this is the team profile for Team PG. We got J2, Jumi, Levi, Hoon, Elbow, Wolf, and of course Hualyag. And these these teams, they have a pretty versatile overall compositions right here. And looking at their preferred characters, some of them are the standards and really on to the meta, and others are quite very interesting. If we can see an Elbow right here, look at that. The stats really speak for the stuff. Am I right, Poch?
Yes, that is true. Yes, technical difficulties, my bad, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm back now. You were talking about PG. I mean, stats do speak for themselves. Look at the numbers here: average rescues, average hunter containment. I think, especially in the high level play, all these hunters, all these kiters are definitely going to go above 60, or that'll be the average.
Indeed, and it's really amazing how these teams really go and grind in terms of their practices. And look at this. Hoon's stats are really remarkable, and it's kind of like one of the reasons why they are here, and they will be fighting out for this championship, the COA 3 title right now. And considering that they're new as well, this is their first COA, and the stats are really having the megaphones on.
Yep, it's really highlighting how they play. And look at that, as well as a plushie as well. Hualia
Yes.
here. One of the hunters. We've talked so much about Wolf, but let's highlight also Hualia here. Look at the scores here: 3 average knockdowns. You know what? Photographer. So it's rare to see a photographer hunter, especially in this new meta. So it's awesome that Hualia is using photographer as his preferred hunter.
And going back, you know, if I kind of have this really short-term memory loss right now, but Foliag, I really prefers the picks that are very interesting and you know that it's unexpected, you know.
Very true.
And,
very true.
And it kind of leaves your enemy team by surprise. So I'm pretty excited for it.
And shout outs to Yumi. In the cross division warm up, she used a gardener. So who knows? She might actually pick a gardener here, but you can see here she has priestess, average, exegate, escape. So you can see that her pick is usually her preferred pick is priestess.
And you can really see that PG is very, you know, really working on their safety as well. It's a good job that they are wearing face masks right now. Okay.
Yes, sure. Yes, those are amazing points that you mentioned. You know, especially in COA 3, you need to, if you have a preferred role, ladies and gentlemen, you also need to be able to stretch yourself to really understand the other roles as well. Because who knows, a hunter might target you while you're the main decoder. Let's say you're the mechanic, you have to learn also how to kite. You have to also, if situations call for it, you have to go for that save. So, you know, whatever it takes for you to claim that glorified crown of Call of the Abyss 3. And this is who we're talking about. PG Wolf, one of the best hunters in the Asia server, if not the best, Dream Witch as well. You can see that the scores speak for itself. Watching his cross-division warm-up matches, he was so efficient using that Dream Witch. And can I just say, Dream Witch, a very multitask-heavy character in this new meta. You have to have the eyes at the back of your head and keep monitoring every part of the map for you to be very efficient with this Dream Witch. And Wolf flexing all those numbers at us. He is an amazing Dream Witch, so he might be the difference maker in this matchup against AL. So that was PG, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait for the next match to come. My goodness, Sayora, I'm so excited.
Really excited too on my part because, you know, I mean, there was one time when I was really hanging out with the Asia community here on the IDV. They really are fans of PG right here, especially to Wolf's side because, you know, Opa. Something like that because I mean I'm not good at, you know, those kinds of races, but that's what they say. And the fact that they also have a female on their team really, you know, gets excited. And of course for the team profiles right here, they also have female represent. For AL right here, we have Nozomi and of course let's just run them down one by one right here. Ato here with the beautiful stats, knockdowns, 3 successful, and you know, the stats really speak for themselves. Poch, I mean, I'm just really flabbergasted. You know,
yeah, I mean, this is the best of the best. They have to come and represent everyone, right? So you can see that these numbers don't lie. It's really all in theory, ladies and gentlemen. Once they're on the map and on the compound, we're going to see if these stats match up. Because, again, you can have the best stats in the world, but if you're against a really seasoned hunter and he knows the holes in your game, he will exploit those holes and he will catch you with your figuratively pants down, and like you have to just focus on saving and healing instead of actually going for objectives like ciphers and just getting out of the place.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, the amazing thing here is that correct me if I'm wrong, but AL started because they are inspired by this certain streamer, right?
Yes, I believe it's Alex.
It's Alex.
Yeah, Alex.
Yes,
they like Alex the most.
And so they made this team, and this team, ladies and gents, really seasoned up and ready to, you know, for that and again, you know, me not really going down right here as her stats are very, very especially come.
Yep.
It's
And
Come on, can we go drafting already?
and I also have to mention that
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
they did go up against GR, the COA 2 winners in the cross division warm up match, and they
Defending champs.
yes, so they did hold their own in that cross division warm up match. I think honestly, you can't really base the predictions off that warm up match because maybe they were trying to do something different. Maybe they were trying some different meta picks, but they were able to get a feel of the other players, and they held their own. I mean, GR, no slouch. They're really big players in this competition.
Yes.
So for them to hold their own against GR says a lot about their veteran experience. This is AL.
Yes, and it's really goes to show that they are not just any other teams. You know, I mean, they could be like potential threats to any team that we're having. Actually, everyone is. You know, and it's not about it. Yeah, it's not really about who gets to win this verse, because anything can happen. You know.
Yes.
Let's say from qualifiers, and now it's gonna be like a champion, and then. Who knows, but I'm pretty excited what's going to happen.
Yeah, you can't sleep on any of these teams, especially at this with a lot of stakes on the line. And here we go. Moon River Park is where we're going to settle this first dance against AL versus PG.
Ooh. Moonlit River Park, one of the biggest, larger maps that we have right now here in Identity V. And of course, this is gonna be the first round of the first match between PG and AL, and AL Vanny being onto the hunter side right here. And of course, proceeding into the drafting phase, detectives, here we go. Elbow really getting that perfumer, and Jumi for the priestess. And it's really no question there, because the perfumer is really one of the most flexible survivors that we have. Priestess also is very well utilized, especially in this specific map with the help of her portals. And of course, the usual, we will be having the main rescuer, which is the mercenary, and of course mechanic to really compensate all the shenanigans right there, to really go and focus on the cipher rushing.
And Vanpy going with the Dream Witch. And I do have to bring up that, they did face up against Immortal in the cross-division warm-up matches. Vanpy using the Feaster.
Yes.
So, going with a very meta pick, the Dream Witch. And like you said, this was this is a very big map. No wonder that they picked Priestess, just to close out the distance, especially not going to that bridge. So Vanpy probably aware of that, going for the Dream Witch to get her presence felt throughout the entire map that is a Moon River.
Yes, this is also a good opportunity for the Dream Witch to actually disperse the puppets, or the followers rather, onto the areas of the map for easier closing in on the distance.
Exactly. It's a very efficient pick. I agree with AL here, going with that right away before the Dream Witch gets banned. I'm pretty sure that once the match 2 comes in, they're probably looking to ban, if trends would be correct, they would ban either Dream Witch or Bloody Queen. So going with Dream Witch right off the bat is making a statement to PG.
Yes, and I think AL here really doesn't want to, waste the time, and really wants to get that potential sweep. And of course, PG right here, despite being new and fresh, they really won't let that happen,
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 1 in the first half. We have Vanpy as the Dream Witch repping AL versus PG's Elbow, Yumi, Levy, and Hun. Over here at Moonlit. Oh, he sees a Priestess early on. We're going to see an early leech here.
Yes, indeed. And I really love that Tomie skin right there from Vanpy. But again, going back right here, Vanpy has his eyes on the prize right here, spotting out the perfumer. And of course, the perfumer here is just really going to go and utilize all of the terrains right here. Really good job. A timely manner for that perfume. In just case, this good for Elbow onto the side, but not giving up right here. The follower of Vanpy right here, and
patroller found the leg of the perfumer, and she found her way outside that hullabaloo tent, and now Elbow trying to kite her way to buy so much time for the teammates, the survivor side here. So waiting, again, the patroller is doing its job, just really hampering the mobility of this perfumer. Nice juke there. Get the wall. That was so close. Wow.
Yes, indeed. And of course, while all of that is happening, this is a good opportunity for the other members to go for that Cypher Rush.
If you could look at the lower left part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, they are going for it. Elbow is really buying a lot of time, but you can see now he is run out of resources. No perfume left on his side. And now Vanpy trying to just make her presence felt throughout the entire map, just leeching as much as she can. She has 2 leeches, one on Elbow and one on Levy. Yes. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another patroller, a very meta and very strong combination. The patroller is going to hamper the speed of the perfumer. She can't make it to any structures with this patroller. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Half-life Elbow here. Close to getting knocked down, needs to find some structures to work with because she has no more resources, no more perfume left. And if we look at the top part of the screen, we have 4 ciphers left. That portal is going to be broken, that holy key, while this priestess tries to juke it out and tries to find a cipher to decode. Levy trying to get the attention of the hunter, while Yumi goes to the aid of Elbow, trying to heal him up. But Vampy, realizing that, probably waiting for her follower to come in to just stop the healing, but it is too late. Elbow is healed up and he's probably going to use this roller coaster, and he does. But the strike was landed. And Elbow using the blink, going for the priestess. We have 2 injured survivors and 3 ciphers left. Looking pretty even as of now. We'll see as the mid game progresses. Vanpy still moving, still trying to find more followers, trying to put more puppets into the Moonlit River Park here. And as you can see in the lower left, that cipher is primed. 2 ciphers left, ladies and gentlemen. They're doing pretty well, but Vampy is not going down without a fight. Vampy's still looking for her next survivor to leech. As you can see at the right side of the screen, no leeches are up yet. And now he sees Hoon. Hoon is gonna try to move and try to find things. There are crows on Hoon right now. So that's gonna be pretty tough for her to get away from the presence of this Dream Witch. So now the hunt is on. Still seeing Vanpy chase after Elbow. Elbow is buying a lot of time, and this is what I've talked about, ladies and gentlemen. You know, PG just surprising everyone. That was basically a 3 cipher kite from Elbow, and now down to the rocket chair he goes. Bought a lot of time for teammates, and now the cipher is primed and popped. Sayora. 2 ciphers left. We only have our first survivor in the chair, which is Elbow.
Ooh, that is very, it says right there. I mean, this is a good discipline for the side of the perfumer, simply because he manages to buy a lot of time for his teammates to go and really decode. And the fact that they were really dispersed in a wide variety of areas into the map, it only goes to show the discipline in there. But okay, we are now seeing that he's rescued. Tide Turner's already procced alongside with the delayed effect of the mercenary, and then now the follower right here really doing his best right now to go and get whatever he can.
Quick math states that there are 2 ciphers left and still 4 survivors. 2 of them are injured, but still anyone's game if, you know what, if PG just makes a simple mistake and just sleeps on this Vampy Hunter. Because, again, Dream Witch is a threat no matter where you are in the map.
Yes, indeed. And especially if you get leeched on, it's going to be a lot more efficient for the side of the Dream Witch. And then, again, another injure for Vampy right here. But this is not yet too late for PG because they still have 2 ciphers remaining. They are dispersed. And the fact that, you know, they can also use this to their advantage by really taking their time right here while one really goes for that remaining cipher decoding. And look at what we have right now. They are currently on the process of healing. This is great, but again, they have to take note of the threat that Vampy is giving, and Levi here will decide to go for that distraction. Mainly because that's kind of like his job. But then again, you know, this is a good call for PG because this will give them enough time to go for the remaining ciphers that is still not yet decoded.
That's very true. You know, they're really pulling out all the stops here, really starting things off with a big bang in this first match of this first half.
Yes, definitely. And you know, going here, okay, they managed to heal up together. And look at the curse mark. Levi has it one, but that's okay, and because he's the one really getting the eyes of Vampire right here. But looking, it looks like it's gonna transition to Elbow right now, doing all the distractions. Meanwhile, let's look at the lower left side of our screens. It looks like they removed the mark from each other. Very, it was a good call for PG, honestly.
Yes,
And
they're buying
now,
so much time.
Yeah. Really, I mean, utilizing all the terrains and transitioning from one area to another away from the other team members is something that you have to commend on Elbow's side.
Very efficient use of of the timings as well as the transitions, but Elbow is going down already. Man, you know, I can't imagine how much time that Elbow bought for his team, because Vanpia she's a very slippery perfumer. And if you notice that on the first half of the part, she already lost her perfumes. So she was really relying on all the infrastructure and all the real estate to buy so much time for her team.
Indeed. And again, rocket chair down he goes.
Oh, and the save was made. And now here we go. Elbow with the Yumi with the tide turner from the priestess. Oh, excellent body block. Able to buy Elbow more time, because third time is the charm. That is a survivor sent to the manor. And now Vampy still not going down without a fight. 2 ciphers left, Sayora. We still have a lot of identified gameplay to witness here. So again, just really dispersing the attention of this Dream Witch. This Dream Witch can't really focus so much. She only has one leech on Elbow, and Elbow is as good as dead once he is sent to the rocket chair.
Yes, indeed. But you know, this is also a good thing for Vampy, really taking his time as well, because this is a good opportunity for him to, you know, firstly go for Elbow, because like what you said, he's already one chair away to going back to the manor. And then second of all, really focusing on to the other survivors that are injured. But looking at the map placements that we have here, they are best of both worlds, you know, very far from each other. So I like the way how Vampy's really utilizing his followers to just go and scatter them, to really go and hunt down the survivors that we have here.
That's very true. I mean, it's still 2 ciphers left. This is a long mid game. Oh, here we go. Hoon gets knocked down, the mechanic. So this is looking pretty good for Vampy right now. Now a second survivor is going to be chaired. Elbow, like we mentioned, one more chair and she's done for. So still 2 ciphers left, and with the mechanic on the chair, it's gonna be pretty tough for the team to try to pop these ciphers. And with Dream Witch, when she has her full presence felt with all her leeches out, it's gonna be tough for you to pop that last cipher and go for that exit gate.
I mean, I will agree with you on that, and the fact that one is injured, this also is going to be a bit difficult for the mechanic side, because it decreases the coding. But going back here, the Vanky's doing a pretty good job at tailing out the other survivors. You know, up under sleeve, really good job at preventing them from decoding any further. Because if you notice, we are already 2 ciphers remaining, yes, but it kind of took a long time before they go and really decode the other one onto the next. So I love the discipline right here. Just really, you know, the main body staying on one area, and then the followers go through onto the other.
Yeah, because she's actually telling them to come. If you want to pop the cipher, let's go for it. I'm here, though.
Yeah, come to me.
See if you can do it. Try me. I dare you. I double dare you, survivors.
Yes,
Look at all these.
I love it. Okay, so going back here, and you know, I like how the discipline of Anki is going through right here, getting all those threats and really wanting the survivors to go into her area and just really guarding that out. And now we are seeing that Vanky's placing these followers in a good position that comes into his favor. But again, for the side of PG, this is also one of the things that they have to take into account for that. Okay, both are injured, so they automatically have that decreased loading. And again, but looking at the other side of the map, though, Levi doing a pretty good job in the proccing the Cypher right here. But again, the follower is close by, just in time before he actually gets to pop it. But now going back right here,
is the end game, ladies and gentlemen. No turning back from here. We have detention on the Hunter, and Hoon is going down. Now we can see at the lower left part of the screen that Priestess is trying her best to open this exit gate. Would this be a 3-man escape, or will it be a 4-man if PG chooses to go for the save for Hoon?
yes, indeed. But it's kind of pretty risky because the fact that Van P already has detention and Hoon is already onto the rocket train. I think they will be going for a 3-1 here, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, at the same time, because they are on the other side. So it was a very efficient call to just make it 3-1.
It was. So excellent start for PG's performance. A 3-1 in favor of PG. So, I mean, they played beautifully against the Dream Witch. Really dispersed her attention away from people decoding. They were able to really hold their own when kiting the Dream Witch. And just excellent teamwork throughout the entire matchup, because they were even able to hold their own when it comes to healing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sirree. And that's still too early to tell. I mean, even though that's 3-1 in favor of PG, this is also a good opportunity for AL to, actually go for that sweep, because this is still the first match of our and first round. First half of our first round. So it's too early to tell, rather, on who gets to have the advantageous side. So we'll see if AL really gets that comeback.
Yes. All right. So again, PG, 3-1, excellent performance so far. This is what I was telling you. The up and comers, the just showing the veterans that they can hang with them with a 3-1 in the first match. They set the bar pretty high in terms of the performance level, because AL is going to have to for them to keep it an even score. They're going to have to perform just as good as PG.
Yes, and really knowing them, especially on their backgrounds, I mean, that is the intention, or that is the game plan strategy for the side of AL. And of course, to really, make it more exciting, I'm really expecting a pretty interesting compositions from AL this time. So.
Yes, I will have to also bring up the fact that maybe Wolf will be hunting, and they can't ban any hunters just yet. So we might see a signature Dream Witch, or unless he's saving that for the end. So who knows? But with this type of strategy, PG, you know what? I think they want to win in the early games just to set the bar high, so AL can't catch up.
That is true, because if you're on a good side, especially in terms of the score, you really have to want to maintain it that way. But let's get the match statistics just for a quick rundown here. Hoon Mechanic did the job done, 280% decoding speed. That's like more than 2 and almost 3 ciphers.
Yeah,
And of
that's
course,
amazing.
yes, for Levi as well. He also did most of the decoding, because Elbow right here did a pretty swell job in containing the Hunter in a very timely manner, because in the first few minutes of game, he was spotted, but he really utilized everything. And then made a quick switcheroo to the Mercenary, and then back to him again to, really delay and distract Van P earlier right there. But that it's still pretty good for Van P right though, in getting Hoon there in the long run.
Yeah, this is the Apex tournament. These survivors really want to get as much attention away from the Dream Witch as possible, and try to make her focus on playing their game plan instead of, developing her own, which is, setting her followers out there, leeching as much as possible. Just excellent performance from PG, just buying as much time as possible for them to get their objectives right down pat.
And I want to see this time on how AL will be responding to the wittiness, of PG right now, because it's really early, but still they got a 3-1, and that's something that you have to really take into account for me. It may not be a sweep, but it's really a good job for them because there will be round number 2. There will be the second match. So if PG manages to keep that advantage up,
Yeah, if they keep this momentum, exactly. If they keep this momentum, if they, get inch by inch, they don't have to go for like 5 points, not radical points, but just able to eke out AL and outperform them in terms of whatever position they're playing, whether it be survivors or hunters. It could be a long day for AL. I mean, even though like AL is the veterans, PG is the young blood. I think they have that. They want to prove themselves more because this is their first time here. So the survivors are more hungry for the Call of the Abyss 3 championship.
Yes, because there are two sides of the coin that we're looking right here. Like you mentioned, PG, let's start with PG. PG is one of the newer teams that we have right here. This is their first COA. So technically they had the ability or the capacity rather to really research onto the veteran teams right here on how they do this, on how they react to this, and really, the discipline is showing there on how they really answer to whatever AL is giving them. But at the same time, if we go on to the AL side, though, they have the experience. They have already this ground. They made their mark here for COA. So the thing that's advantageous on their side is they get to be more flexible. They get it's like them being updated. You know what I mean? Like okay, you are a new human right here.
Yes.
So what I do is like I update my information, and I want to see what you do. And now we saw what you did right now, and I think it's time for us, to do the motion that's come into play. So
exactly.
there are two sides here. So we just have to know, who's one up for today's match.
Yes, for sure. You know what? You said it best. Like, you know what? The veterans have that knowledge of adapting and the resources provided. So it could be a long day for PG if their survivors are able to adapt to Wolf or Hualyag's Hunter. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table, especially in Moon River Park. Because again, like you saw, there are a lot of structures to work with. It's a really big map. But I think that Priestess was really able to close the distance, as well as the team's experience around the map was able to, they were able to transition around it and use the terrains to their advantage.
Really, but these are again the best of the best. This is a best of threes, so that they still have that chance to really, tie it up, and hopefully make it to round 3. But who knows? Maybe one of them gets that beautiful 2-0.
Oof.
Can tell.
Yeah, that would be good. Again, this is all in theory. Who knows that anything is possible, especially in this high level of competition. So, shout outs to is that iAlien? He was able to post like a prediction video. It's very insightful if you guys want to like get a snapshot of each team. So, yeah, there are predictions that are out there, but who knows? There's that variable, the unknown variable, like the human spirit, if you would, that wants to survive, that'll just push past all the odds and be able to do it. I'm a sucker for underdog stories, so that's why I think that despite the stats saying that the veterans have it, PG could pull an upset. But again, can't take anything away from AL because they're tried and tested.
Truly, and the fact that PG is also new onto our COA means they also have limited information. Meaning, maybe since that they're new, they only get like the limited information that's based on the COA itself. So what if, of course, they are exposed to other different tournaments as well, and even on their games in general. So I'm also pretty excited how PG will turn this around because a similar story on you. I'm also a sucker for the underdogs and how they go manage to reach the top. But for this one, I'll be siding on
And
for AL.
And AL, and also with a veteran experience, maybe they just have to weather out the early storm that is PG. I'm sure, like you said, they're slowly downloading information. Slowly,
Yes.
your survivor tendencies are like this. Okay, I got you on the match number 2. Don't worry, you guys. Elbow, we're gonna see you again. Because Elbow, again, kudos to him being able to buy a lot of time away from that Dream Witch and able to really make the team focus on their objectives, which is decoding.
Mm-hmm. And it if you saw earlier, it wasn't as fast of a pace in terms of cipher rushing, but the fact that they managed to really work things through by just
Mm-hmm.
because there are also like two things to consider if you're
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna go and decode. One is to really cipher rush and
Yes.
go all throughout, and the next one is to be really patient and cipher in a very timely manner. And that
Mm-hmm.
timely manner is get the hunter distracted and we'll do the rest. Those are the two
Yes.
things, and you really have to commend PG for using option number 2 because okay, we can't cipher rush this because we know Van P's on patrol, literally
Exactly.
using the patroller
Yes.
and using his followers. So there he had
Exactly.
a lot of options to really go
Mm-hmm.
and monitor out the survivors. So they went for that other option, which is to really take their time, delay, dilly dally, go on
Mm-hmm.
to various areas of the map. If you notice that they were very, very mobile, they
They
were
were.
transferring, they were transitioning to one area to another, especially when they had a Vampy on their eyes. They really did a very good job in just really distracting him in order for him to, go on to the initial plan and continuing the remaining ciphers that they had.
Exactly. And also, I want to point out that they were able to really shift team objectives right away. Like you
Yeah.
said, when Vampy was on patrol mode and just guarding the ciphers that were primed, they were like, okay, you guard that. We'll buy enough time. You're buying our time, sure, but we'll focus on
Yeah.
healing. We'll focus on, just finding our way through the map. So yeah. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is what top level play is happening. That is what's happening here. PG being able to shift their objectives, being able to, just think as one, like one hive mind, being able to be in that synchronicity, in that moment, being able to tell when it's time to go for that cipher and go for the heals, because it made it really hard for AL to really down the survivors because everyone kept healing. It was really hard for him to chair Elbow, even though he chaired him twice, because after each time he'd come back all healed. And again, Elbow is no slouch when it comes to kiting. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the second half of match number 1. AL now donning the survivor hat, while we have PG's OG, which is Wolf, on the hunter side. We're still at Moon River Park here. Still at Moon River Park here, and we have a banned Seer right off the bat. A very, very conservative and very meta ban right now.
Hey, Pot.
Whoa, is that the Gaming Grizzly?
Don't want to interrupt you right there, but dude, of course we are seeing the Seer band right there. You did amazing. I love that first match. Dude, it was really long mid-game, but just see how the survivors were priming the one cipher machine at the other side of the gate and the Dream Witch just trying to, cancel this out. Fantastic.
Exactly. All right, so I believe there's the pick and bans already.
Yes, I just want to say, we can see we have Mercenary, we have the Mechanic, Perfumer, Priestess. Fantastic pick right there. Those are, again, most of these, I think even all of these players are picking their favorite survivors right now, because they only can ban one survivor right there. But this will change in the next rounds. I'm super excited what the next match brings us to the table. Like, dude, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited to Cassidy. You're one of the one of the biggest advocates of Identity 5, and for me to be casting with you is a dream come true for me. And this, amazing matches. We have PG versus AL. Sayora and I have been saying, like, this is, old school versus new school since AL was here in COA 2. And I think you were there as well. So now they're going to try to reclaim that glory coming into COA 3. So here we are, Dream Witch once again. a mercenary, mech, a mechanic, perfumer, and priestess.
Exactly, and PG going for a Dream Witch, so we are seeing another Dream Witch match. To be honest, I am super excited to see this because I know that Dream Witch is probably the character that needs the most multitasking, and I have to be honest with everyone right here, multitasking is just not my thing. I can't do that. So seeing other people using that, Hunter just dude, that's what gets me going. It sometimes melts my brain a little bit. All right, let's get into the match. Here we can see the survivors spreading out, trying to get to the cipher machines. We can see Wolf already found the first survivor, but wants to find a different prey. Most likely going for the perfumer first right here. And there comes the leech on the perfumer. It's gonna be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, that was a nice stun, but there comes the Patroller. A common trait for the Dream Witch. And there we go. I'm not alone anymore.
Nope, you are not alone anymore indeed. What is up, guys? Arcticuno here. So a little bit of a surprise switcheroo. We'll be heading into the action, but as you were saying, Grizzly, we got the action going already.
Exactly, dude, it's another Dream Witch match. We were just talking about the first match and how exciting it was, like how the Dream Witch was just protecting these cipher machines. And I'm curious to see if this is going to happen yet again. We can see that the perfumer is already getting chased right there, trying to kite around. Good job so far. But, dude, two leeches on her tail. 2 leeches on her tail.
Oh, man, already. This is Wolf just getting the action going. Okay, still trying to close the gap here, but yeah, looks like this is gonna be really tricky for AL if Wolf is just gonna be this proactive within the first few seconds of the game.
Exactly. Bringing down the first survivor early game is crucial, and that is exactly what happened right there. Putting down another leech before bringing the survivor to the chair. We saw that there was the mercenary dashing to the rescue, but the leech is first of all going for that portal right here, trying to destroy the connection, the escape route of the survivors right here. And let's see what is going on. Oh, that was nice discipline. Nice, good job, fantastic.
Yeah, good save right there. Wolf, of course, keeping track of our survivors, and then there you go, finds the right opportunity to switch back. And let's go ahead and see if we could close out that gap once again. Addo definitely wants to try to establish as much distance as possible. But man, right in the corner.
Yeah, right in the corner. That's super smart, giving the team more time to decode the cipher machines right there. We are at 3 cipher machines. 1 cipher machine just happened to pop right here. And that is the second time for Eto right here, the perfumer. You can see that the mercenary is decoding a cipher machine as well, so that means they should bring down a few more cipher machines in a few seconds. We still have the... just give me a second, I need to check it. We still have the mechanic right there. And coming in for the rescue, fantastic bait! Hitting the chair right there, making the rescue happening, body blocking, and perfect! Great rescue right here. Now the perfumer really needs to get out of there. The survivors need to protect the perfumer because perfumer might get out of the game. Oh, what?
Wow.
Nice perfume.
Really good. This is going to buy a lot more time here. 3 ciphers remaining. And yeah, looks like Takaku trying to do what he can, but unfortunately it's already a lost cause here. Addo is going to have to skyrocket out of here for now, but still great progress coming in from AL. 1 cipher remaining. They could still potentially make it out with 3, but unfortunately for Addo, it's a good done deal.
Exactly, and in the bottom left corner we can see the priestess is about to prime the cipher machine. We most likely have the survivors already gathering up at the gates so they can pop the cipher machine and open the gates up right away. Fantastic job. We can see the doll over there across the map, and we can see the mercenary was gathering at the other side of the map. And Wolf is now going for the mechanic. That could put a lot of pressure on the survivors. Not the mechanic, excuse me, the priestess. And that, again, could put a lot of pressure on the survivor side. There we go. Called it. Pop the cipher machine, trying to get out of there alive. Let's see what Wolf is doing right there. I'm curious to see that. I'm curious to see what's happening right now.
Yeah, I love the tracking here. There you go. Already gonna commit to cut, in which case, still trying to seek him out here though. Meanwhile, the rest of AL are already making their way towards the exit gate. Let's go ahead and see whether or not number one, Cud could buy enough time so that they can open, and number two, whether or not in the midst of these chase he can make it out alive himself, because Wolf has been pretty proficient in the midst of these chases.
And there goes the priestess. And actually, AL would need 3 survivors to get out of there if they want to have a tie from the first match. And this seems to be pretty difficult right here, since the priestess is in the middle of the match. We can see that the doll is running in for the rescue. The doll could easily, if the doll rescues and takes the hit, could easily give the survivors a lot of time. And we are seeing that the dungeon is right here.
Interesting positioning, in which case for Cud. So it does seem like AL, there was a reason why Cud was playing around this area. They were banking, you know what, if ever I do get caught, you guys prep that gate, go in, and hopefully using the mechanic doll, they could get the save on Cud, and would be just enough time for him to go for that dungeon. Of course, as you can see, AL, they're waiting for the right time to try to go for the save, and at the same time making sure that this doll actually stays alive long enough to go for it. And there you go!
Oh. Good play from the team, which both survivors were waiting at the gate to get out of there in time in case they couldn't rescue. And we have a tie in this match, which means 2 points for each team.
These games though, round one, we're getting the first match of COA 3. Way to start it off with a bang. And you know, these two teams, not surprised at all, man.
No. How would you be surprised? Those are one of the best teams from Japan and South Korea, and I am curious to see what match 3 brings to the table. We have a best of 3, which means match 3 will decide who comes into the next bracket and who is getting eliminated.
Yeah, things are looking pretty close here, but now this is where things will get even more trickier. Earlier, Poch and Ciora were talking about the legendary rules. We already saw it during qualifiers. During the global finals, I feel like this is where we're going to see some of the gears for these players really go in as far as the strategy with how they're going to be approaching the drafting. So that said, Dream Witch being the prime pick for both hunters, wouldn't be surprised if we see a ban off for going into the second round. Big question is whether or not we'll be seeing the default Bloody Queen come next into the picture.
Exactly. Bloody Queen is one of the newer characters, at least newer if we are thinking about the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, because during the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, we never saw the Dream Witch. She wasn't even released back then. And she just came in during the last year, and she turned out to be a fantastic hunter. I see her way too often, to be honest, and I face her way too often.
Way too much, but with good reason. I mean, the level of strategy, the way you can maneuver with a Bloody Queen, whether it be pincering a survivor, it just really keeps you on your feet if you're on the survivor side. Believe me, I've experienced it myself playing a few games, and it's not a fun feeling when you're being chased by a Bloody Queen, especially when a mirror image, just when you think you're safe, pops the mirror image, and it's like, okay, which direction do I go? And the last thing you want is meeting both the mirror image and the actual Bloody Queen and getting caught between. It's like, okay, you know what? GG.
Exactly. Just when you're feeling safe, I was like, dude, I never feel safe when I see a Bloody Queen on the map. But talking about the matches that just happened, we had a tie and a victory on PG's side. Yes, exactly. Which means AL needs to get at least 3 survivors out of there to tie and to come. You know, if we get a tie in overall points, we will see another round deciding who will continue. But if we actually have 2 survivors out of there, that could be it.
It could indeed. So as you can see, the stats pretty much speak for itself. Unfortunately, Ado did suffer the fall earlier on as a result of Wolf's early on proactivity. They made the most of it though, I would say, because of how proactive Wolf was. I was expecting AL to have a tougher time getting survivors off the gate. So I think a tie as is with the 2 points that they did reap, you know, they made the most of it.
Yes, absolutely. And both sides did just fantastic. I really love to see these teams play against each other. It's just sad that one of these teams is, you know, we won't see this team in the future, because one of these teams is getting eliminated, but one of these teams will also go into the next stage. And here we can see the highlights of this match. We can see that was the blink. Exactly, I remember that. That was one beautiful blink. You can also see the Cypher pop happening twice. We can see Mechanic is going down, switching to the doll, getting herself up with the Cypher pop right there, and giving the team a lot of time to actually open up gates and to get out of there by just getting as far away from the rocket chairs and just, taking time off the Dream Witch.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Hoon, in which case a lot of the reason why they emerged with the better numbers in that first half was because it's really crucial that whoever is trying to keep the hunter busy really just needs to buy the most time as possible, and the more you can, that's just more opportunity to work with better numbers there. But here is just a classic example from what we saw in that replay on the flip side for Wolf, where yeah, Perfumer, it was a very unfortunate early takedown. But you know what, that was only round one. We still have a lot of opportunity. Usually when you have a game that close during round one, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to be seeing a round three. So expect the full best of three, guys, for this first match of the day. And of course, it will be both Grizzly and I, Arcticuno, that'll be bringing you all the action for this wall. Fortunately, you're smoothing out some things on their end, but don't worry, they'll be back. Hope you guys support them as well. Show some love for them just as much as you guys have us. And it's going to be a really exciting 4 days for us, isn't it, Grizzly? Finally, the time has come. It's been a year since the last COA. How are you feeling, by the way? We just kind of jumped in on that cast earlier.
I think for me, it's going to be way too exciting, to be honest. I am hyped. I'm ready to see all of these teams participating against each other. And I just want to jump into this last match again. We saw that Wolf was really concentrating on the Perfumer, because it's just crucial to get the first survivor out of the game before all of the gates could, all of the Cypher machines activate the gate. And Wolf doing a fantastic job getting that Perfumer, really concentrate on the Perfumer. But on the other side, we also saw the survivors teaming up perfectly well. I love to see their coordination. That is something that overwhelms me all the time. You see how they are coordinating on which Cypher machines they want to prime, on which Cypher machines they want to have the pop happening at the end. And you see that they know exactly where the dungeon is for, an eventual escape for the last survivor that is in trouble, and how they position each other at the gates, making these... I want to be as good as they are.
Ah, man. You know what? As I say every single broadcast, Grizzly, there's a reason why we're here on our... Well, this time, since we're casting from the comforts of our own home, there's not really a desk, so to speak, as you guys would usually see us during a typical broadcast. But yeah, for safety, we're just at home with the rest of y'all, watching some Identity 5 action, bring you all the action.
I'm just
Yeah, we
keeping
can
my
actually...
distance.
Oh, wait.
No,
Okay, yeah, like...
I want to touch hands. I
Oh,
want to keep my distance.
okay.
Exactly. And next up again, we will see PG versus AL. Again, Japanese and South Korea's best teams right here participating against each other. I am excited. What do you think will we see on the bands?
Oh man, definitely looking at the hunter, since both hunters clearly wanting in early on that Dream Witch, probably a Dream Witch ban. I don't know. I guess it also really depends whether or not they would think, is it gonna be preferred that they take away Dream Witch, or is it going to be Bloody Queen? It really comes down to what you think is a heavier threat here. In a lot of the qualifiers, we've seen a lot of Bloody Queen as well. So, yeah, given that they do have that opportunity at that one banshore on the hunter side, how about for the survivors, Grizzly? What do you think?
I just want to jump on this. I think they will ban the Dream Witch, right? Both of these hunters were using the Dream Witch right away, because it's obviously their preferred hunter right there. And why would you ban something else? You want to get the best hunter out of there, at least for this team, the best hunter out of there to have a better opportunity. But again, you already said it. Bloody Queen. I think we will see Bloody Queen. I hope we will see other hunters as well. For example, Soul Weaver can be extremely dangerous. We have the Ripper, who is dangerous. Since the last Call of the Abyss, we had Gamekeeper getting a huge buff. I don't want to say that he is the best character, but I would love to see him in this tournament. He needs to get some love. He needs to get some love. Same thing with the Feaster. I still love the Feaster. I still want to see the Feaster. For the survivor bands that you just mentioned, I think we'll still see Seer. And since we are playing before the mechanic nerf, I think we might see a mechanic ban next.
I wouldn't be surprised, up to be honest, if that's the case. Seer and Mechanic have been the heavy constant. Seer as is just so I would consider him especially OP in high competitive play because as we saw earlier, one of the reasons why Wolf's team came up a little bit more better in comparison to the latter was because of how he was able to close out so early on one survivor. When you have a Seer on your side, the time bought with that owl is just way too much. Like that time could easily mean just a few more extra ciphers propped and ready. So yeah, just very easy prediction right there on the survivor. If I recall correctly, the qualifier that Sior and I casted, I don't even think Seer was allowed to see the light of day during that series. So probably global finals. I love Seer to be honest, but competitively speaking, yeah, sure, I'm probably gonna have to lower my expectations and
We will
not
see a
expect
lot of Seer bans. We will
for
definitely
sure.
see a lot of Seer bans. It's going to be a really interesting tournament. Now that you said it, maybe he won't even get into the game at all. That could happen. I agree.
My
That would
heart,
be
my heart.
yeah, I know, right? I would love to see a Seer because Seer they do amazing jobs. But again, we all know Seer, fantastic character, can give so much time to the kiting survivor, and that is just no hunter wants to deal with a Seer. No hunter wants to deal with a Seer.
Not at all. So, we already talked about Seer being the likely ban. Another one that has kind of been the default. It really depends, I guess. Usually we do see Seer, of course, number one. What kind of varies sometimes is ban number two. Normally, there is some of a tendency to shift towards the mechanic because mechanic is just so versatile as a survivor given what you can do with her dolls. But that said, depending on the map, we do see some deviations from the mechanic every now and then if ever a survivor feels that, oh, you know what, you don't really want to deal with this survivor because she's particularly OP on this map given the kit that she has. So it's something we'll just have to see come round three because again, it's really dependent on what map we see. And just to discuss how the ban picking works in competitive play, for rounds one and two, both teams get to pick which map. It really comes down to a coin, like a coin toss, I guess, as to whether or not this team gets to choose first. And then if ever this team gets to choose first, okay, the other team gets to choose second. Come round three, it's a different story where you have to figure out, okay, who won the previous round, and then based on who won the previous round, you then choose, okay, you get the option of whether you get to choose one, you get to ban out one map and the other team chooses the map, or does the other team get to choose the ban and you choose the map. So it really comes down to strategy right there come round three.
Absolutely. It like
Long
that's
explanation.
yeah, no, like the last sentence was like it really comes down to strategy. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Yeah, exactly. No, I was just amazed. Like Arcticuno, I have to say it. You look wonderful today. You look so good. I'm so happy that I can cast with you. I'm so happy to have you
Yeah,
on the screen with me
I
together.
missed you, my good man. Like Southeast Asia and Germany, the distance. It's like initially, okay, just a quick background, guys. You guys saw the amazing stage. We were supposed to be there in Shanghai, but unfortunately, due to the unfortunate thing that's going on in the world right now, um, yeah, we couldn't really all go to the venue anymore. So it's like I'm casting with you, Grizzly, but so close yet so far.
Maybe it's better that we are not there. Maybe it is better that I would jump on the
Perhaps.
stage. Dude, the stage just looks so fantastic. I would jump out of there in the middle of a match. I would be, jeez, I need to see this right now. I want to see these players just participate. I would jump out of my casting seat and get on the stage. Hopefully not like, I don't want to participate, to be honest, but I just want to see that. I want to mention, since we are all at home right now, and I hope everyone is staying safe, I also want to say that NetEase and Identify are taking a lot of actions right there. We are at home right there casting this tournament, and we also have no audience in this huge theater, in this huge arena that is supposed to be filled with fans, audience, and whoever wants to watch. Sadly, that's not happening, but still, I think with the little, how do you say, home office cast that we are doing right on this little Zoom call, or what are they all doing? I think we are covering this pretty well. I think it's not too bad.
For sure. And by the way, while we're waiting for the game, I just want to give a quick shout out to everybody watching and to everybody that's active in chat as well. We see your comments. And I'd also, coming from Southeast Asia, just want to say mabuhay to the Filipino viewers, sawadee kap to the Thai viewers, and xin chào, I hope I'm saying that right, to the Vietnamese viewers, because I get a lot of love from those three countries, especially during the previous tournament. So thank you guys so much. Hope you guys enjoy the show. 4 days of intense Identity 5 action, guys.
I didn't know that you can do like personal thank you notes on this, so I want to thank everyone who is in the Bear fam. Hey Bears, I am the Gaming Grizzly. I'm excited to be here. I mean, hey, if you're doing it, I am doing it. But we are finally coming. I see the chat too, and I know that a lot of people say that there is a lot of talking from our side. I mean, most of you guys know that I talk a lot, but you have to consider that there are technical things that have to be done in the background that you don't see. All the teams participating against each other, they need to be, placed in the same lobby. They need to be set up. They need to be changed out, whatever. So everyone is needing a little bit of time right there, and the casters are here to give the team the time. So don't be annoyed if we are talking a lot. We love to talk a lot, and we kind of hope we make it entertaining enough for you guys. Yeah, sorry. So, dude, they have screens on the floor. That is like the craziest things that we are seeing right here. And we are now coming to the ban phase. We still don't see who is banned. Okay, what is your prediction, real quick, before we see it? Dream.
Oh man, prediction.
I mean, we talked about this.
Prediction. Whew.
So what do you think? Is it going to be Seer and Mechanic, or do you think a second survivor will be a different one?
I am so Seer. Oh man, why did I even get my hopes up, Grizzly? Of course.
No, yeah, Seer is out of play. Yeah.
Just as we were talking about.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
I accept. I accept wholeheartedly. But of course, the big question is, with Seer and Mechanic ban, what is the go-to for AL? Like I mentioned, legendary rules are up. Each individual survivor can't play the same survivor consecutively. So that said, if ever, let's say, Atto was on Perfumer earlier, then you won't be seeing any more Perfumer from Atto over the course of this particular match at least. Come the next match, should they be able to proceed to the quarterfinals, then it's a reset.
Exactly, and Takaku actually using the coordinator this time. Like, I mean, you need to make up for the mechanic that is missing, so we are seeing the coordinator on the side. Which Hunter are we seeing though? Are we seeing Bloody Queen on Sacred Heart Hospital, or are we seeing someone else? Wolf, tell us.
Come on, Wolf. No,
yeah.
The suspense is killing me. Okay.
Of course it is.
Of course. You know what? Let's go ahead and talk about these picks right now. So we have Mercenary, Coordinator, Perfumer, as well as the Priestess. How are you feeling about it so far?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very good. That was kind of an OG team, right? These team constellations, we already saw them during Call of the Abyss 2. There's not a lot of Gravekeeper going on. There's not a lot of new survivors that came to the game lately going on. We definitely will see this when more survivors are getting banned, at least during the final day when there are up to, how many? 4 survivors being banned?
Oof.
Yeah, that was
That
a
is
question that you had to answer.
it's like, that's where that's why I can't look forward. I'm so looking forward to the best of 5, especially if it goes to the full round 5, where so many survivors are just taken off the board, and you're forced to be creative. Because think about it, if you, oh man, I'm so sorry, I'm jumping so far into this. Is like day 4 stuff, but you know what? I will have to force myself to stop right now because we are going to be heading into the second round of the first half. Once again, it is going to be PG versus AL. It looks like once again already.
Fantastic! That was so good. Wolf coming in with the bloody queen right there, using the mirror, switching, getting Eto right away. But Eto was using a perfume, predicting the hit, and getting out of there. Good job from the perfumer. Fantastic job. I love to see a perfume work. I love to see how damage is getting reversed on the perfumer. That's like one of my favorite things in this game. Like,
It's the most satisfying thing, I think, when
It
you see
is.
that happen.
right, you see your teammate taking damage and then, no damage at all. And there we go, we have Wolf actually now going for the Priestess, giving a hit with the mirror. Fantastic job. Now most likely concentrating on the Priestess because she is an easy target right here. Early game, easy target.
For sure, for sure. You don't want to allow that priestess to be slippery and to supplement the rest of her team to make Wolf's job all the more harder. But that said, he really knows his priorities and it's only a matter of time. And mirror image has been popped up. Whether or not he can get the hit, yes, he can.
Fantastic hit right there. Again, the mirror image is something that is extremely powerful, which makes the Bloody Queen such a powerful hunter right there, because you can literally go through walls with that mirror if you have the chance to go, you know, into an open landscape with the hunter herself. And we can see a little sneaky survivor right there, but Wolf actually seeing... Okay. I'm sorry. I'm excited. Let's see. Oh, making her hit the wall. You really need to understand how these mirrors work to actually predict the hunter's hits.
Exactly.
Good job. Good blink. Good blink. It was a fantastic rescue. You can't argue that. But that blink right there just hit the Priestess again. Priestess is trying to buy time. That is the major thing that she wants to do right now. She's trying to buy time. She's trying to get away from there. And, you know, just making the hunter walk across the map.
For sure. And looks like time was kind of bought here, in which case gave a lot of room for both Ado and Takako to work on ciphers. Whether or not it's enough progress is definitely still a bit of a way to go. But yeah, there's only so much that can do in exchange. Ado looks like is going to be on, spotting out Wolf there. Question is rescue duty as well. Probably gonna try to juggle it. Don't want to risk Rowley getting caught there as well. So good shift.
Exactly. And Edo is going in. Edo knows that he has to body block, that he has to protect as good as he can, because we see Priestess was on the chair 2 times already. Will get out of the game if there will be another sitting on that chair. And that's what you want to do right there. You want to body block as good as you can as Survivor team. But this is also putting the survivors in a kind of difficult spot, because we can see 3 Cypher machines remaining. And we kind of need 3 survivors to decode these Cypher machines. Look at these portals just trying to get away, but Wolf is just following along, really concentrating, focusing on the Priestess, trying to get the first survivor elimination right there, which is just crucial for the hunter. We still have 3 Cypher machines remaining, which means this is putting the survivors in a little bit of a disadvantage.
I'd have to agree with you, Grizzly. Earlier on, by the time one of the survivors of AL went down, at least a lot of the ciphers were either pretty much prepped, you know, just only a matter of time. But this time around, it's going to be a lot of pressure for AL here. Takako looks like will be the next target for Wolf here, in which case image has been popped up. Whether or not he could get the swipe he's looking for, not quite. Takako still running for dear life here. Question is Wolf, yep, he will continue to commit. Takako, the distance is closing in. Wolf almost going for a pincer here, but it looks like we'll just shift. Pallet will be dropped, buys a little bit more time. Great job here by Takako. A lot of seconds being bought here, but whether or not AL on the flip side is making good use of that time, we'll just have to see. The seconds are ticking.
Oh, look at this. That's a difficult situation, but Takako getting out of there. That was fantastic. I'm curious to see what is happening with the flare gun right here. She will most likely keep it. She's going down into the basement. There's nothing that can prevent her from going into the basement. We have Ato getting healed up and going in for the rescue. We will see the Perfumer going in for the rescue, and I'm pretty sure we will see a flare gun shot quite soon. Again, 2 Cypher machines remaining. 1 survivor needs to rescue. 1 survivor needs to decode. Still, that's so difficult. Seriously, if you have a survivor in the basement, it's fantastic for you as hunter, but as survivor, it's a pain.
I'd have to agree with you, Grizzly. And you know what's such a shame for AL is the fact that Priestess went down. It gives you less opportunity to have worked with some of the tricks that you could pull off with the Priestess when going for a save in the basement. But you know what? Rowley, okay. This is gonna be tricky. Already drops the pallet, working around these structures here as much as possible. Establishes some distance, but Wolf, he's not deterred. He's closing in. Rowley, man, look at, he's trying every single tactic he can to buy time for Ale, but there you go. Swipe succeeds for Wolf there. Attaboy.
That was a fantastic kite right there. Really buying enough time to get the Priestess Takaku out of the basement right there. I'm really satisfied that Wolf was not face camping right there, not staying at the basement, but going for the mercenary right there. I love to see that. I have to be honest, I love to see that. And now we have Raoli on the rocket chair. 2 survivors are there. 1 Cypher machine is remaining. Look at these mirror images. Perfectly landed on the survivor. Really, protecting the Cypher machines right there from being decoded. You can also see Coordinator might get ready for the rescue. She still has the flare gun. We have to keep in mind she still has the flare gun. We can see the Cypher machine in the bottom left is being primed right now. All right, now it's getting really interesting. Now I'm getting a little bit nervous myself.
Timing is everything.
Very
and there you
nice. Go. Fantastic. There comes
on the
Cypher
right now. Interesting. Grizzly, it's coming down to the wire, man.
I'm telling you. Oh, almost hit behind the tree. Almost managed to get away from that flare gun, but took the shot into the face, getting stunned a little bit. Now it's time for the Coordinator to get across the entire map, because we have the other survivors at the other exit gate. Right now we can see the mercenary opening it up, trying to use the time that the Coordinator gives the team to open up the gate. I think I don't know. I have no idea how this will end. Both teams absolutely fantastic. And we have that's fine. That's fine. You will see. That's fine. We have the dungeon over there. They can still do something. Even if not, it will be a tie, which is. I forgot. Oh, I totally forgot. The Coordinator is straight up out of the game. But we have to acknowledge both teams. This is absolutely a deserved tie. Both teams did amazing. Kiting action was fantastic. Rescuing action was fantastic. Decoding was on point. But the Dream Witch, the Bloody Queen, I always mess these two up. The Bloody Queen was just ulti, dude. Fantastic gameplay. Love these mirrors.
Absolutely great coming in from Wolf once again, doing South Korea very proud, in which case, and we're back.
We are back. Dude, I need to catch my breath. It's this is so intense. Like it almost feels like I'm playing myself. It's like, I couldn't play as good, but it feels like the tension that is built up in the game, it's just like it's getting really to me. And I can't imagine the pressure on the survivors, the pressure on the hunters. They are playing for a huge prize pool. We already heard it before. It is well over 250,000 US dollars. The top team will, I think, still get over 100,000. So this is a situation. This is not your quick match that you are playing from at home, from your couch, from your bed, from your wherever you are to, enjoy the game. This is like the most competitive it can get. So the pressure on the shoulders, on the survivors and on the hunter, I can't even imagine. I don't even want to imagine, to be honest.
You know what? Forget about imagining it. The fact that I just recall during COA 2, seeing the players in action, not just on the stage, but even what happens behind the scenes, you could really feel the nerves sometimes of how intense the competition is, because this is the pinnacle of Identity 5 esports for all
It
of
is.
us detectives, and only happens once a year. You want to make your mark in the community, but you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the stats here, in which case, again, Wolf, just a great job here. Could was the initial sacrifice, and then, in all fairness to AL, again, a better showing despite the odds that were happening in that game.
Fantastic, fantastic. You can see it there. I'm not good with Japanese, but I think 14 hits on the survivors right there, that is absolutely fantastic. And just imagine 14 hits on the survivors, but still 2 survivors were managing to get out of there. Just shows how fantastic the survivors were coordinating yet again, trying to get the most survivors out of there against Wolf. But Wolf still making the tie happen. I'm not like, as soon as I see the hunters and the survivors in the game, I'm like, all right, that's gonna be a tie. Because how would it end any else? Because both teams are so good. How can it be something else than a tie? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I recall a number of these games happening where it's just so close because of how, again, this is the best of the best. So the gap of skill is really non-existent almost. Sure, by region, I'd say that by expectation, there's a lot of promise in some of the other ones just because of the differences that we have in regions, I guess. But at the same time, just looking at Japan and South Korea taking the stage right now, same sentiments, Grizzly. Earlier, I recall a bit of discussion like who are we expecting to win some of these matches when the schedule came out. I initially had my picks, but now I don't know, man. I
we
don't know.
have to say PG is new on the stage. We have Wolfie right there who is familiar with it, but PG is the newcomer right here. So I want to ask you right now: Are you rooting for newcomer? Like, don't judge about who is in the team and how they did so far. Just a random question: Are you rooting for newcomers or are you going with the OGs?
Right. Oh man, I'm such a sucker for an underdog story, to be honest. So I think that already says a lot, I guess. But yeah, while we're waiting for the game to start, I kind of want to talk about what happened during. It's a bit of a backtrack, but during round one, you and I were actually in Discord while Poch and Sior were casting the first half, and we saw how people might be wondering how come there was this really interesting halt on the cipher. Nobody was decoding at one point, and I think I a lot of people might expecting, sure, like rushing ciphers as much as possible, that would be great, but I think what's also something that people have to take into consideration is it's a bit more about you have to take tempo into account, and you also have to take into account the circumstances of what you're working with. I really loved how the survivors for the South Korean team really took that into account, making sure that, we want to figure out, it's just a different level of strategy going on, to be honest. I could go on and on about it all day, but probably if I have time, I'll try to put content out there to go into a little bit more depth, probably work with some of the analysts from Identity 5 as well to shed some light on that as well, just so that we get some really good points out there. But yeah, I think just different varieties that we're seeing here in terms of
Yeah,
mindset and
a-
how players are approaching the
absolutely.
game.
Let me give my 2 cents to the first match as well, because I have my own opinion on that. I am surprised. Like, let's be honest right here. We saw the chat being a little bit confused, and let's be honest, we were confused too. We didn't really understand what was going on. We know Cypher Rush is a huge thing that you want to do as Survivor, but the strategy behind this, the coordination behind this, they were bringing down the Cypher machine at the gate with the doll, right? We saw the doll at the exit gate, not at the exit gate, at the Cypher machine that was primed, standing still, not doing anything, waiting for another Cypher machine to pop. They wanted the Cypher machine closest to the exit gate to be ready, and therefore they were distancing themselves from that Cypher machine, trying to get another one down. And there comes the power of the Dream Witch in play, because Dream Witch just had so many leeches all over the map and just, you know, really protecting these Cypher machines. And even if you may think, okay, she protected fantastic, the survivors were not able to decode, and the survivors did not really get these last two survivors done. That's not right. These survivors did absolutely fantastic. Really, really building up for the last moment, for the last Cypher to pop, and managed to get 3 survivors out of there. I think that says it all. 3 survivors, fantastic job. What we can see right here, you tell me. We see a Dream Witch ban. What do you think about this? How do you feel about this? What do you think will be the hunter on AL's side this time?
Well, if we're gonna go by the trend, then maybe some Bloody Queen once again.
Maybe.
Honest. But who knows? Maybe a pocket pick might come out as well. Let's go ahead and
see. Mercenary got banned. All right. Also a really good character to just rescue, kite around, and, you know, just to annoy the hunter. I can totally understand that ban right here. You can see that we have Sacred Heart Hospital yet again. Second match. Yes, that is what I want to see. We have a Gravekeeper, a new character that we haven't seen before in such a huge tournament. And of course, we have the mechanic that will bring in the decoding power to the team.
Yes, indeed. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where you really want to weigh in on your second ban on the survivor, because in this case, you know, earlier we were talking about how, yeah, usually it would be mechanic, but then again, sometimes players would want to weigh in based on what strategy they're going for, as to, you know what, maybe I could bank on deterring the mechanic earlier on just so that the team couldn't utilize her, because that's such a huge cripple when you get a mechanic down. And probably you don't want to deal with the same thing Wolf was earlier, where there were seconds being bought amidst the Mercenary establishing some distance. Wolf did a great job, though, at eventually wearing the Mercenary down earlier than I expected. But looks like in this case, they put much more value on making sure to not only loosen the grip on rescue potential, but also what time could be bought with a Hunter chasing a Mercenary.
Exactly. But we also have to say that we are now seeing, again, I am excited for that. We are seeing a Gravekeeper, and Gravekeeper can dig down, can go in for a rescue, and can really, really rescue a survivor fast. If the Gravekeeper is getting out of the ground without taking a hit, that means that the rescuing time from a chair is half. So that means you basically touch the rocket chair and the survivor is off the chair, which is fantastic, and I think offers a lot of rescuing potential, which can compensate for the miss of the Mercenary. I'm super excited to see that, because we never really saw in such a huge tournament, in the last team standing, I want to say, we never saw a Gravekeeper before, and that's something that I am very excited. I don't know why. It's just like these underdog survivors that we haven't seen. The hunters as well, like Feaster. I want to see Feaster again. I want to see at least one Feaster in this tournament. If you're watching the stream too, players, I want to see a Feaster, alright? Make it happen. Thank you.
Oh man, it's the same trend from COA too. Give the man his Feaster already. But you know what? You were touching on Gravekeeper earlier. This is one of those opportunities where we finally get to see Gravekeeper put into play earlier on. We didn't get to see as much of him, either because of the... You have to take note, during these tournaments, there's a certain patch that comes into play. It's not necessarily the live patch that our pro players are playing on. This, for example, we're playing on the April 9 patch, if I'm not mistaken. That said, also, if you recall, during COA 2, there were picks that weren't allowed to be used, like Axeboy, like Enchantress. This time, luckily, almost everyone is available for our players to use, except Prisoner.
Except Prisoner, exactly. Prisoner is actually a really interesting character who can stun the hunter, who can decode another cipher machine across the map by sending the decoding progress over, which is absolutely interesting and a crazy concept. And I think we might see that survivor in, matches like, tournaments in the future. I absolutely think that he has the potential. But as you already mentioned, we are playing without him during this tournament because he is so new and the teams didn't really have the time to practice that new survivor. And I think that's just fair. Here we go. Yes. We are starting straight up into another Bloody Queen match. This time, Wenpy trying to get the survivors going for the mechanic. Fantastic find. Again, mechanic is the strongest decoder in this team, and if you find the mechanic first, you want to go for that mechanic. You want to bring her down. You want to prevent her from decoding 2 cipher machines at the time with the doll. I mean, that's just fantastic. That's great. Wenpy, you go.
Yep, you go, Vanji, you go. So, yeah, looks like we'll be transitioning towards the second floor. Quite good on Hoon, in which case. Looks like some fairly decent time being bought out here. Vanpy, of course, not going to get deterred, but look at the time being bought. Everyone... Oh, okay, I'm going to have to hold off. Looks like Vanpy closed out earlier than I expected.
That was fantastic. Again, these mirrors, they are so destroying. I mean, they all know how to play the Bloody Queen right here. And you can just put down these mirrors and give the survivors no option to run anywhere. And this is exactly what we are seeing right here. There was no option for Hoon to get into any direction without being either facing the Bloody Queen herself or her mirror image, which is just the power of the Bloody Queen. Dude, I want to say Dream Witch so often, I don't know how many times I mistaken the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen. So
I don't blame you.
If this is happening, I just want to apologize to everyone in the audience. If this is happening, it's my mistake. I mean Bloody Queen. All right, there we see Fantastic Rescue taking a hit to get the mechanic off the chair. Now we can see that mechanic is trying to buy a lot of time. Wenpy is actually waiting to hit. The thing is, there we go. All right, made it through in time. I was a little bit, worried that the mechanic would end up in the basement, but actually made it through the portal.
Yeah, and there you go.
That is like a teleportation. You can just go across the map with these mirror images as well. So the portal was fantastically placed, made the rescue fantastic. But Bloody Queen on the other side, just teleporting over there, bringing down and bringing her to the chair yet again. That's so good. That's so dangerous. 3 cipher machines remaining.
Yeah, take note though, I love the sneaky coming in from PG. Vanpy wasn't able to catch that, and that will luckily maybe give enough opportunity. But oh, wait a minute, good timing on Vanpy. Spidey senses were tingling there. Instantly turns, goes, something's up.
That was good. That was a fantastic rescue. Oh, Blink comes in, hits the mechanic yet again, which is... as survivor, that's putting a lot of pressure on you because you have your decoder down. Decoder will... Yeah, okay. Mechanic will get out of the game if she's sitting in another chair. She tried to get away as far as possible from the chairs, but still ending up on it, getting out of the game. Fantastic job from the Dream Witch right here. We can see there are 2 cipher machines remaining, and survivors are concentrating inside of the hospital to heal up. That's gonna be an interesting play. Oh yeah. Now I know. Now I see what you mean with the sneaky survivors.
Right?
Now I see what you mean.
Oh man,
fantastic job.
Wow, I love the stealth coming in from PG here, but looks like Vanpy finally sniffed out a target, and who will the commit go to? It will be towards Levi.
All right, that is actually a really good gameplay from the survivors we had. One survivor at the cipher machine, really sneaky, hiding right there, and now going back there because Bloody Queen might not expect. Or maybe expect elbow there, maybe, I was talking too soon. She really wants to protect the cipher machines right now, and she knows that there will be at least one survivor at one of these cipher machines trying to bring it down. But here we go, we can see going for the perfumer. Again, one Cypher machine remaining. Levi got just healed up. That's difficult. That's difficult. Nice hit. Good job. Good job. Right before the time ran out.
Yeah, but take note, this is really good for PG. Significantly better than the game that they played during the first round. 3 survivors remaining, not to mention just one Cypher that is just waiting to be popped. But, oh, unfortunately, Levi going to get deterred from the progress on that because he's getting mirror image chased right now.
Lee was taking so many hits already during this game and getting healed up right there. But we have to say, you already mentioned it, they are doing fantastic right there. But it's not over. It's far from being over. Even if they bring down the last Cypher machine, even if they can manage... Oh! Hit him behind the pallet. Good job, Dreamwitch. Bloody Queen. Even if they manage to bring down the Cypher machine, it's still a really difficult situation because we most likely have detention on the Hunter. She can pretty much teleport from one exit gate to the other. And this entire match, it was really fortunate for Wenpei to bring down the first survivor early game. That was really good. That was crucial for her.
Agreed. And, man. Looks like still trying to sniff out targets here. Wondering who will she commit to. Mirror image will be brought up, but yeah, looks like the guard is on towards the ciphers. Really like this strategy.
Of course, absolutely. I think she might actually go for Levi first. Yep, there we go. I mean, bringing down a survivor and not picking him up after all, that might be a missed opportunity to put more pressure on the survivors, and that is exactly what is happening. Putting the survivor close to the exit gate, that is not too bad, not too bad. Now, if they're trying to rescue and trying to get out of there, you can protect the gate while protecting the survivor on the chair.
Oh man, here we go. Elbow gonna try to do what he can, looking for an opening, in which case still pretty healthy, so can take back
Insta perfume. Insta perfume coming in right there. I'm curious to see the progress on the Cypher machine, the last one. There it is! It was primed. Good job. Cypher Pop is coming in. Again, now we are in the critical phase right here, because there we go. Detention comes in, brings down Elbow right away, and the Bloody Queen is still concentrating on more survivors, because every single survivor is giving points. If you're getting 4 survivors out of the game, you're actually, as Hunter player, getting 5 points for 4 survivor elimination. And this is exactly what we are seeing right here. Wenpei is trying to get more points for the team, is trying to make this not only a tie, but a victory. And this is extremely dangerous for the survivors right now.
Oh man, it's coming. Yowza. Okay, there we go. Straight to the rocket chair once again, and it's only a matter of time. Luckily, Elbow is up and kicking though, so that is great for PG. They can still work with 2. Unfortunately, whether or not they could get the save on the Gravekeeper is gonna be a monumental task, because this is a
really
heavy
protecting.
target. Yeah, exactly.
But on the other side, we can see that Wenpei is really trying to get to the gate. Pretty much knows that no one is at the other gate. Oh, there's the... Oh, what a call! What a call right there! Oh my god! Oh, I can't... Oh, what a call from Wenpei, actually getting the survivor that was sitting on the dungeon. Oh my god. Good thinking of the survivors. Good thinking of the survivors. But we have to give Wenpei the victory of this match. That last moment right there in the last 2 seconds. Oh, my mind is blown. I'm speechless. I am happy that we witnessed this. I am sad for the survivors though, but it was absolutely deserved. That was a great match.
Agreed, Grizzly, and oh my goodness. I was, with how that was progressing, I was expecting that, you know what, maybe we're going to be seeing, like, at least 2 survivors out of the gate, but right at the last moment, Vampy really, with the Bloody Queen, played the cards right out there, and unfortunate towards that last bit, that could have been a 2 survivor escape, but the timing towards the exit and the dungeon not opening at the moment that they would have hoped, with the Bloody Queen already just right there, ready with the swipe. Ah, man, such a shame.
you just have to get into the mind of the Bloody Queen right there. First of all, she was teleporting to the chair to see if there was anyone rescuing in the last second, but not getting there in the very last second, getting there a few seconds earlier. Then smart thinking, going straight up to the dungeon that she discovered somewhat to the match. I would have missed it. I definitely would have missed it. But going straight up to the dungeon, hoping that there is a survivor sitting there and bringing that survivor down a millisecond before the dungeon opened, maybe 2 seconds before the dungeon opened, because of the survivor on the rocket chair. So you have to think what was going on in the mind of this Bloody Queen, is it right? Not
Yes.
Dream Witch.
I love that you're like, just
yeah,
double check.
Yeah,
but you know what this means, Grizzly? We have, after the first round and second round, both players have equal points. So round 3 is going to make or break either one of these teams from proceeding in the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. Now, question is, who is it going to be? Because from what we're seeing here, it looks like initially I was thinking that the team from South Korea is building great momentum, but turns out flip towards Japan.
They were building it up. They were really building it up. But you can't underestimate the opponent. You can't underestimate AL. You can't underestimate PG. None of these teams is like you can't underestimate your opponent. And I don't think that they are doing that. I just think that the team play on both sides is fantastic. And we are currently in a tie situation, which means both teams have the exact same amount of points. And here we can see the overview. Again, we have 16 knockdowns. Absolutely destroying 3 survivor elimination right there. I want to say, Wenpy? I want to say thank you for that absolutely beautiful match right there. Also, of course, PG doing fantastic. That's not even a question.
Absolute bless. Let's go ahead and check out the replay as to what went down. Again, spectacular play from Wolf here. Just able to...
I'm sorry. I was just laughing how the mercenary was rescuing, but at the same time throwing down the pellet in front of the survivor. That was not really
right.
Cool. She was coming in with the blink anyway, but that is just like hilarious. That reminds me of the matches that I'm playing with my friends, and I want to annoy them.
No! Now,
there comes the flare gun again. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was definitely a good one. Saving the flare gun up until that last moment gave a little bit more for PG to work with. So, yeah, but on the flip side, though, Van P just went into plus ultra this game. I mean, earlier on, like I mentioned, I was expecting some heftier numbers from PG as far as the escape that they can make. In fact, at one point, once they already got the pop, everyone was up and healthy. But yeah, the sudden pop-off towards those last few moments leading up to this tie that we have after 2 rounds is absolutely insane. Now, question is, this is where some deeper strategy comes into play as far as what map we'll be seeing based on what the winning team from round 2 will be going with as far as the scenarios that they can choose from. And again, more bans coming in, Grizzly. What the priorities are going to be, that's another thing. I'm expecting Bloody Queen as well as the Dream Witch. What the other one is going to be, that third hunter pick that we'll be bringing into round 3, is going to be very, very crucial. It's going to be the pocket pick. Are they going to lean towards the more favored meta hunters during Call of the Abyss 2? They are still somewhat feasible, so we'll see.
I actually, let me make a few predictions right here. I think both teams will ban Bloody Queen and Dream Witch.
Sure.
Not because they are the best hunters, but because they want to make it easy for me. Because I mix up these hunters, so they are just eliminating both, so I can do it, right? I really appreciate that. I highly appreciate. Not gonna lie, thank you. No, but seriously, I think they will definitely ban those 2 hunters in both matches, because we already saw both hunter players, Wenpy and Wolf, are fantastic on the Dream Witch, on the Bloody Queen. So in my opinion, it's obvious that these 2 hunters will be, at least that's my prediction, will be banned. On the Survivor side, on the other side, for sure, the Seer is getting out of there. Mechanic, and we already saw the Mercenary, so maybe Mechanic and Mercenary, maybe some variation. I'm not 100% sure about that.
All good, all good. Oh man, but I don't know about you, Grizzly, but just a quick reminder, we've only just started day one. This is the first match of the entire global finals. The fact that it was this intense earlier on, I hope you got your energy drinks and coffee, whatever your preference is. It's gonna be a long action-packed day. No, not day. Action-packed 4 days ahead if this is gonna continue to keep rolling. The gap is just slowly closing as far as skills between these regions. Ah,
I first of all, I have my energies. I have them in the fridge. I forgot about them. I need to get them in the break. But I want to say
right.
that we already talked about this before. In I think 1 or 2 days before we are starting this right here. We talked about that, or at least I said it. I want to see new strategies, new little tricks that we can learn from these top players, from top hunters, top survivors, because we saw this in the last year's Call of the Abyss 2. After just watching the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, I was so excited to get into the match again because I learned so much just by watching these players. I learned techniques, I learned tricks, I understood how the hunter and why the hunter was doing things. I understood how you use survivors better, and exact like you already said it. This is just the first match right here of AL versus PG, and that bloody queen control that we are seeing, that bloody queen control that was almost going to be a tie, but then perfect thinking, going to the chair, going to the dungeon with the mirror image. Fantastic. I love to see these little tricks, these little things that we don't know, or at least I don't know. Maybe some of you that you are watching right now already know these tricks. But I think a lot of you guys, me included, can appreciate to see these top players just do what they do.
For sure, I'd have to agree with you. So, you know what? We'll just have to find again a little bit of a wait, as not only are our players getting ready, but also you want to give time for the players in between to figure out strategy as well, because things could get pretty intense, and you want to be able to get that moment to take a breather as well. Just much as like every other person. I would just love to, get the games constant re-rolling, but that's high competitive play for you.
Dude, I just like sorry, I'm just looking at your plushies right there, and it feels like you're just showing off right there. You're just showing off with your
I
like I also have plushies.
Do you still have these though?
What a question. Of course I do. I can't see anything now, but
Yeah, it's not really practical
like
to cast wearing these.
it might be a little issue while casting, but hey, I mean everything for fashion, right? Everything for
True.
everything for fashion. I mean, we gotta look slick. I see that you took it off though. I can see
Oh,
that.
Okay, okay, okay. We're rolling with this. Okay, I see, I see. Getting into the survivor. I'm more of a hunter though, to be honest. But yeah, can't.
You are more of a hunter. You are that dude that is hunting me down all the time, while I'm just
Yeah.
trying to have fun with my friends.
No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. While we're waiting for
Shaking
the
my
next
head.
game, guys. Again, so sorry if you want to get into the game right away, but just a little bit of patience. But yeah, the reason why I play hunter, number one, I feel that I'm better as a hunter than a survivor. Number
Oh,
two,
you're feeling better now. You're better than me. I
no, no,
see.
no, no, no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But
You can do this alone
whenever,
if you're so good.
oh, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of the Abyss Global Finals. It's Articuno and Articuno. No, but like some of my older followers know about this. Whenever I'm playing Survivor, I cannot, for the love of me, focus on the game, what I'm supposed to do in my role. Because whenever I hear my heart beating, when a hunter is nearby, I just lose. I'm like, oh my god, 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 and just like mental boom. So
I can
yeah,
understand that.
if you ever you decide to, if ever I end up on a team, guys, tip: never put Articuno on the survivor role. Otherwise, not only are we going to lose the game, your eardrums are just going to go boom.
I
You heard
mean,
it.
I can totally understand that. I can absolutely, totally. But the thing is, as soon as I play Hunter, I cannot concentrate on anything else. I'm so involved in the game. I'm like, okay, because you need to move constantly. You need to get these, survivors that are running around. You need to get to the cipher machines. You need to get to the exit gate. But if you're a survivor, and that is something that I really appreciated, that you're sometimes just having a break. You're sitting on your cipher machine, you're just decoding, you hear the bing, you need to tap for the calibration, that's fine. But sometimes you can just take a breather. That's also a huge mistake of mine, because then I sometimes don't hear the calibration and I give away my location and then the hunter comes for me. But at least I had my 10 seconds of peace.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, but you know what? You know who never gets 10 seconds of peace in this tournament? Everyone. Everyone. No one. I mean,
Oh man,
it's
but
too.
one thing that I've been seeing in chat, Grizz, is a lot of people have been complimenting you on your caster attire. I think your bears don't really get to see you in.
Thank you. That's a surprising nice compliment, right? Hey chat, I wish I could watch the chat, but most of you guys that are watching me, you know that my internet just sucks. It sucks. Can I say? Yeah, I can say that, right? My internet sucks, and if I would watch the stream and doing the cast at the same time, I think my internet would just freeze and lag, and I would be like this, right? So you wouldn't hear me correctly, and so I can't watch the chat. But I want to say thank you to everyone who is watching. Thank you to everyone who is a part of this journey right here in the Call of the Abyss 3 tournament. Everyone who is coming from my channel, I love you all. Everyone who is coming not from my channel, I have a channel. I love you too. I just love the entire Identify community. I say this quite often, but I feel like I don't say it enough. You know what I mean? This community is one of the best communities I've been a part of for my
Yeah.
forever, for my entire life. It's lovely. Of course, there are some people that are like, please stop.
Buzz. Yeah.
Please stop. But you have these people everywhere, and besides these people, the entire community is just so tight knit. I already said this before we started this cast, right? Like we talked about this. I am not a caster. I am not a professional. I mean, I'm a professional idiot. I can agree on that. I can agree on that. But I am not a professional caster, and I really appreciate that NetEase or Identity 5 is inviting
Right.
me, because that just shows that they also care about the community, and they want to put someone out there that is. Am I connected to the community? I'm kind of connected to the community, and I appreciate them for that, and I love it.
Right.
I mean, I just love it to be here, to be honest.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I mean, I've done a good number of games. Identity 5 definitely one of the I you can't really avoid each community having downers every now and then, I guess, but um Identity 5 has a lot more positive people for sure. And
Right.
one of the things that I love is okay, talking about insights for the tournament. So that's another thing. Usually it's so hard to, when you want to discuss the deeper elements of the game, it's hard to reach out to people when I tried working on other games. But for Identity 5, a lot of people have been accommodating. I remember during COA 2, you have, luckily we were with you as well as Persuadable. Persuadable is such a great analyst, has such great insight on the game. And initially I was worried entering COA 2 because um, sure, like I did my homework, but it won't be as in depth as the guys that are just really hardcore into the game. So when I got to talk to you guys, it's like, okay, learning so much. And yeah, hopefully we made you guys proud. I mean, it's such a shame that we couldn't be with Persuadable as well as Fatal Five Way this time around. But at least, luckily, I'm with you, bud. So
I think you can you can't just say that like this. Like Xeora and Posh, they are doing an amazing job too. Sadly, they had some connection issues, a little bit of lag was going on. I saw that myself. But they did amazing. I love to just watch them. I love to hear what they have to say during the matches. It's so enjoyable to me.
Right.
It's just, for me, it's a kind of a different perspective because I am just, I'm just fooling around in the game. I'm not really a competitive player, and everyone knows that. And it's just how it is. But just seeing you guys being professional casters and how you talk about things that are happening, I love that. I love that a lot. And you mentioned Persuable, you mentioned Fatal. Shout out to these guys. They're amazing, and connecting that to the Identify community, we are having entertainers like me, we are having analysts like Persuable, we are having kind of like both of that's combined into one with other YouTubers, other streamers. And I just think, again, the community, it's crazy. Not only the viewers, also the streamers, also the YouTubers, also the content creators, also the team that is behind Identity 5, trying to bring the best stuff for the community and trying to improve the game with every single update. Absolutely fantastic. I love to be part of Identity 5.
Right. Okay, you know what? Since we are still waiting, we apologize for the wait, guys. I know a lot of you tuned in mostly to see the games. Yeah, this is the tricky part when you're watching live. Sometimes it does take a bit longer in between rounds, depending on what the players need to work on. Sometimes it's strategy. Sometimes you also want to make sure that the connections are ironed out so that everything is good to go once the actual match starts. We want to try to get you the smoothest experience possible going into these games. But speaking of, you know what? We'll be able to give you just that. Looks like
we'll be able to watch that trophy yet again. I love how they are showing us. Like, we were talking about this on Discord before as well, right? Like, the trophy just looks so dope, and I wish we could. I know that I have a profile pic. I have a picture of me holding the Call of the Abyss 2 trophy, and now seeing that trophy, I kind of want to, snag it. I want to take it home. Right? Like, I need that in my room. That would fit perfectly fine into my entire streaming setup.
Right.
But as you already said, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time, and I think I prepared my community pretty much for situations like this, because usually my streams start off with 30 minutes of just talking.
Right.
But now coming in, we see the Survivor and Hunter bans. Hunters are as predicted. We have the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen. Thank you guys for banning these, so I can't mess it up. But of course, those are two of the strongest hunters in the game. And as I already said, Mercenary, Mechanic, Seer out of the game. Our predictions are pretty on point today so far.
Definitely. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much up to expectation. We've already had a number of qualifiers. And okay, this is something that we were talking about off stream as to whether or not we'll be seeing some Enchantress, and
yes,
looks like we're finally getting some.
Exactly, and we are also seeing that we are yet again playing on Sacred Heart Hospital, which means the third round will take place on Sacred Heart Hospital yet again, and we are slowly coming to the entire constellation of the team. We have Enchantress, Coordinator, Perfumer, and the last pick will be... What do you think? What are we missing?
Let's
Priestess.
see. Okay. Priestess it is for AL. So, that said, not a bad way to go, actually. Again, we weren't able to see much Enchantress. Well, not much. We weren't able to see Enchantress at all during COA 2 because she was one of the survivors that were banned from competitive play, being one of the more recent additions to the Identity 5 lineup of survivors available. So, that said, we have our picks, Grizzly. How are you feeling about this? Enchantress will be making her debut in the global finals.
We are having the Ripper on the Hunter side, and it sounds like someone is stepping on their headset again. And we already talked about it. Enchantress, exactly. I was asking you what you think about Enchantress, and because my opinion on Enchantress is, it's divided, I would say. It's divided. I love to see a good Enchantress, but I also, sometimes that Enchantress could make, with the short stunts, I think the short stunts are really dangerous. In my opinion, they are dangerous if you know how to use them and if you get them down perfectly, which I assume that every player in the team is like dude, if you pick Enchantress in such a tournament, you know how to use her. But just in general, I think she can be dangerous for the Survivor team because maybe on accident you're canceling out an attack recovery attack. I'm sorry, I was expecting that we are starting into the game. Sometimes you can absolutely see that there is the short stun canceling out attack recoveries, and that might be very dangerous for the Survivor team. I'm sorry that I'm stuttering. I'm just all over the place right now.
Yeah, but again, Ripper being the go-to for our hunter here. Earlier, I was talking about how Ripper's still pretty much a viable pick whenever Bloody Queen and Dream Witch are indeed taken off the table. Sure, we see a lot of other hunters go for some of the other options that we've seen. Our Feaster, for example. Spider Queen is because of the changes that they made from when we last saw her at the last global finals. Sure. Um, yeah, Ripper. Like if I were wanting it to play it a bit safer, I would say, given the map especially, Ripper would definitely be one of those go-tos I would choose, especially on this map, because of
Ripper
the distance you can cover as well.
Exactly. Ripper, super dangerous hunter right there. I was absolutely expecting to see either a Ripper or maybe a Spider Queen, Soul Weaver, Spider Queen. Why did I say? Dude, I'm messing up names a lot. I was absolutely expecting to see a Soul Weaver or a Ripper, and we are facing the Ripper in the upcoming match. It's going to be very exciting to see the control of this hunter right there. We know that the Foggy Blade can be very dangerous and is crucial for the Ripper. We also know that he's getting a little bit of a speed boost when he's invisible, and also he's invisible when he's invisible. So that is a really dangerous trait of him. I'm absolutely excited to see the team working together against this Ripper. And again, Survivors having the Enchantress. It's this entire match. I'm excited. I want to see what's going on. I want to see what's going on both sides.
I'd have to agree with you. And let's go ahead and talk about this Enchantress pick a bit more, because Enchantress definitely another one of those picks that it's not the heaviest in priority, but it is definitely one of those that are up there in comparison to, of course, the more straightforward picks like a Thief or like Lucky Guy for sure. That's like way at the bottom of the barrel. But yeah, at least through Enchantress, one I could see why it would be a choice going into the global finals. I feel like crowd control is another one of those things that would be much more efficient heading into these games. I mean, just the stack of guards on her Ape Curse, getting that paralysis onto a hunter, I think, is just as good a tool when you have a lot of these other more proficient survivors off the table again, such as the Seer. And I think, like, the time bought with the Seer and a Mercenary protection plus the distance established, um, we've seen how potent those tools are. So when you have those off the board, you want to try to look for the more softer options. And I think Enchantress is definitely one of those options that you would definitely put up for consideration, in which case.
Absolutely. And I also want to say that Peachy's Wolf is a really consistent Ripper player and really got the Ripper skills down. So I'm excited to see this match, and it can be a lot of danger for AL. It could be a scary match for AL, a scary Ripper match against Wolf's Ripper. And I mean, again, I already said it. We are repeating each other over and over again, but you can't underestimate any of these teams. They all know what they are doing. They all know how to play their characters. And I'm just, Okay, let's be real. I'm just really excited to see that Enchantress, because I am playing Enchantress quite often lately myself, and I enjoy her. I enjoy her a lot, but
Right.
I make a few mistakes here and there. So I would absolutely love to see some good gameplay of an Enchantress to learn something right here, and please show me your Enchantress skills and teach me something right there.
Yeah, come to think of it, like, what draws you towards Enchantress? Because, like, in at least for me, being this sucky survivor that I am, I would struggle with picks like Enchantress because I am all for picks that give me crowd control because I'm not really much of a good juker myself. So something as reliable as crowd control would favor me. But then again, there's also that double-edged sword of, sure, you have Ape Curse as your crowd control, but at the same time, in order to recharge your item, you have to take into account guard, which pretty much needs you to be within vicinity, I guess, since it only
Yeah,
does trigger when the hunter gets near the enchantress. So it goes both ways, really.
yeah. I understand you. I understand you there. Makes her a really good kiter though, since you
True,
want
true.
to, you know that you're close to the hunter, you want to get away, and then you're getting the ability to actually stun the hunter as well. Um, Absolutely. Enchantress is overall, she is a good character. She is a really good character. I wasn't really digging her when she came out because she was just like a little bit powerful, stunning here and there. But I think after a few months now, how long is she in the game? At least half a year, definitely longer than half a year.
Definitely, definitely.
Um, we can clearly tell that she's a good addition to the entire set of survivors. She's definitely not the best. We still have the Seer Mercenary Mechanic Band. Quite often we see it in this tournament because they are just extremely powerful, and they just, they are an extremely good addition to every single team. But Enchantress can be extremely powerful too, and I hope we will see this in today's match. In the match that is following, we are still waiting for the go right here. The teams are setting up right now. They are getting ready, probably, some finger stretches, and then we will see the match against the Ripper. Wolf's Ripper. Wolf is one of the most dangerous hunters I have seen, to be honest. He is an extremely good hunter on the Asian server, and dude, yeah, I'm excited for this match.
Yeah,
I
taking
am.
a bit of a while. In which case, I have been excited for. But yeah, I could understand though. Again, just an update as to how the tournament is going. Because of unfortunate circumstances going on in the world right now, only the teams based in the region from China could naturally make it to the venue. But even so, if the circumstances for some of the players don't allow them to be at the venue, which is every other region except the Chinese region, then everyone is given the option to play online from the comfort of their own homes, um, comfort of their own region. And same goes for some of the Chinese players as well. I'm not sure which teams exactly were able to make it to the venue from the Chinese region, but yeah, just to give you guys a prequel as to why you might expect these games to start a little bit longer than usual. And in fact, from what I heard, unfortunately, we will be needing a bit more time to make sure everything is ironed out. Round three, it's going to be the make or break it for both teams, so we want to make sure everything is good to go. So we'll have to take a quick break. So sorry, guys, but don't worry. When we do come back, we'll make sure that we bring you back into the game. We have been your casters on behalf of Poch and Siora. Yeah, I could see why I messed up with the behalf. It's like behalf Poch.
It's fine.
Anyway,
Don't
yeah,
worry.
Arctic Uno and Grizzly with you. This is the Call of the Abyss Global Finals,
Coming
and I'll leave
coming
it to
back
you.
after a short break. Coming back after a short break. I'm excited. I hope you are too. After the break, we will see the final round of AL versus PG. Now I'm expecting a perfect cut.
长之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的。人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟，我唯一的朋友威克，也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信。文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。
Hello once again, detectives of all ages and sizes. We will be your caster for this time around for our round 3 of our first match between AL and PG. And now looking at the screens right here, this is gonna be a very intense game, right, Potch?
Yes, Sayora. I mean, make or break. You could actually see the scores. It's 8 apiece, meaning that this is make or break, match number 3. And we were talking about PG Wolf. He's already exhausted his Bloody Queen as well as his Dream Witch. Now he's sporting the Feaster. He's had a pretty underrated Feaster. Sorry, Feaster. I mean, it's that Ripper here. So this Ripper is going to do a lot of work as he chases down this coordinator in Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yes, indeed. And the chase is on right here. Like what you said, Takako really doing a very good job this time in the early phases of the game. But that flare gun at the early phase, really good job for him. And this is a good shot to buy some time for him.
Yes, and you were mentioning that the veteran experience is coming out for AL because they've been adapting so far. Sure, PG had the first rounds, but you know what? AL, just the diesel engine, slowly understanding because they were able to mirror the scores, tying things 8-8, and now Wolf is still trying to look for a target to seek. And I do have to mention, an Enchantress is in play here, Sayora.
Yes, is Enchantress in play, and like we've mentioned earlier, this Trisha right here is really effective, especially on times that when it comes middle game, because there are enough stacks for her to actually utilize it, especially in terms of. But look at that, that was beautiful for Wolf right there.
Good skill shot there on the Foggy Blade. They have to worry about that. Like you said, you got to work on those side steps. Just avoid that that hitbox, that scary Foggy Blade. And now the chase is back onto Kud. And the Priestess getting the pallet in time, but look at that. He's able to adverse the effects, and he's still on the hunt on Kud.
Yep, on the run. This is a good job for the survivors right here. Really going down to 3 meaning, but Wolf here utilizing as well the hospital area. Just this is a good job for him, and Cud just going with that side steps. Really good job. Now goes to the vault onto the windows, and Wolf really keeping up the pace, not really giving up on this Priestess right here. And that was a beautiful throw done by Cud, and now transitioning to the ruin area.
Beautiful utilization of the real estate by Cud. This Priestess is getting a lot of work, getting a lot of time for the survivors to decode. You know what? Wolf is really trying to use his skill shots here, but Cud has all the answers, just juking and just bopping and weaving away from the Foggy Blade. But no, he's gonna get a knockdown, and this is the first knockdown for PG's Wolf. One Cypher. Oh, go. Yes, one Cypher remaining, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup now. How is Wolf going to, just stop the progress of these survivors?
Yes, and they're already down to one Cypher remaining. All they have to do is just really wait for the Cypher to prime, and Atto is now in a very position to really save Cud right here onto the rocket chair. That was a good attempt, and now the save is on. The Tide Turner is going to be hit. And now look at it over walls. This is getting intense.
Very intense indeed. The Priestess is out. Tide Turner is still in effect. One Cypher left. It is almost prime, ladies and gentlemen. Lower left part of the screen. Perfume. Excellent stuff.
Ooh.
And, oof. Atto gets the hit.
Yes,
wow, there's a lot of survivors in this area.
Yes, indeed. The stuns and everything are very placely timed, but the Cypher is popped, and now everyone has the chance or the attempt to escape. And now Wolf here really chasing on to the members of AL, but no luck. The stuns are real, and the Perfumer was able to escape. Teleport is going to be used, and now Takako will be going on to the distance.
Yes, this is a really fast-paced match here. Wolf is going to have to play defense. He needs some survivors in rocket chairs for him to score some points for his team. Luckily, he got the coordinator down, and the coordinator is going to go to the rocket chair. The detention will be put into play. Let's see how they will approach this exit game. Now, still PG, Wolf still on the hunt. Yes? Wolf finding his targets here. Goes for the Foggy Blade, but no, the sidestep will be put into effect. Tataku still in the chair, but the Priestess makes the rescue. This could be a 4-man out, Sayora. This is going to be an intense match indeed. And you know what? AL just cementing the fact that they are indeed veterans of this game. Really giving PG a run for their money as they baptize them into the COA fire, since this is their first Call of the Abyss. Tide Turner's in effect, but to no avail. The coordinator is going to go back to the chair. Potentially a 3-survivor out if AL plays their cards right.
Yes, and you have to take note that he has detention, and he will be utilizing this for a potential clutch play. And now I think it would be 3-2-1 survivors. They won't be risking any more that potential save, and now AL goes for a 3-1 1 point. Congratulations. But, let's see what happens on the second half.
3-1. They were really able to duplicate what they did last time, but you know what? It's really looking scary because now the pressure is on PG survivors for them to stay alive in this tournament because as the scores are looking now, it's 8-11. So this match really is it's all or nothing for PG side for their tournament lives to stay alive as they move over to the survivor side.
Ha 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 ha, staying alive. But yes, we are your casters once again, guys. My name's Ciara, together with Potch Spice right here, bringing you some action. And once again, we just saw the games earlier. It was pretty intense, and I like the way that Wolf had the attempt to go into that clutch play, but unfortunately, really knew how to adapt on how Wolf's overall play style is, and that hence the reason why they managed to escape. And the fact that they didn't really risk anymore in terms of saving the remaining survivor back there, it just goes to show that they already have the pace. All they have to do is just, if not really sweep them, just one up them.
Yes, definitely. Just get enough survivors out of the compound, get points. Let's not go for home runs. Let's go for bases, just slowly but surely. So now the pressure is on PG side because now they have to be the ones to act. AL, just very scary stuff. I was talking to this a while ago off stream with you. They have two hunters there. They have Yanasa and Vampy has been doing the work. And I think what you said is coming true because the download is coming in. AL's veteran experience is coming out, and they are thriving as this match goes on.
But you have to take note that as a while PG is really getting on here onto our tournament, there are more and more informations that each and every teams can get, specifically for AL side, that they know how to answer to whichever PG really has to roll out. But for the side of PG, though, this is something that to consider, Potch, because this is their first time, and they're already giving us intense matches. They really went all the way to round 3, so it's ties everywhere. And for this specific second half, you really for them for the side, you have to target. I mean, all of the target a clean sweep right now. But this is like an additional objective for PG right here to get that in order for really advance themselves up against AL.
Exactly. I mean, it's a tall order, and it's not impossible. It's just that you're up against one of the best teams in Japan, going up against AL. As we look at the match stats here, just everyone doing their job. The coordinator getting a lot of decoding done, and then the priestess and the enchantress just really getting the attention of the hunter. The coordinator being the one left behind. But you know what? They played their roles really well. The perfumer utilized the terrain and the real estate to her advantage. Excellent stuff by AL. And as you were saying, PG has a tall order. They have to get 4 or nothing, right? 4 survivors in. It's at 4 survivors out. So who knows? There might even be overtime.
Yes, I would agree with you on that. And the fact that the enchantress was used earlier, it just goes to that it was used really well throughout this game because the guns were on point, and you really can't deny that it's what kind of also makes the game, especially on their side, and it's a pretty good job for AL right now because it really turned into their favor. But I am hoping to see what happens into our second half if PG could really go for that too, or would AL really stand on their ground and proceed to our next bracket?
Yep. Actually, if we can look into our crystal ball and try to predict the picks and bans here, because I'm pretty sure Bloody Queen and Dream Witch are going to be banned on the hunter side. So you still have additional hunters that are there. I honestly think if we're going to see Vampy again, we might see as Feaster. If not Vampy, if we see Yanasa, we could see a potential Bonbon, the first of the day.
Yes. Bonbon in. I mean, I'm pretty excited because Guard 26 is really, utilized in maps that are, what do you call this? Really small, not
Yes.
complex. But at the same, it also depends on the user actually.
Mm-hmm.
If you master a certain hunter,
Mm-hmm.
there's some cases wherein regardless, off meta or on meta, if you can
Mm-hmm.
use it really into your advantage, go for it. But
Yes. Yes.
we've been the- for the survivor side. Let's go on to the survivor sides real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That the most banned survivors that we have are the M&Ms,
The seers,
the
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 mechanics,
seer.
Mm-hmm.
So
Uh-huh.
it's really no question that you really have to be having a variety pools of survive up on your sleeve. So we have a lot of options. We have priestess, the coordinator, the perfumer, as we've seen just earlier onto our match, and as well as sometimes the unorthodox like the embalmer, the gravekeeper earlier,
Mm-hmm.
like what we've witnessed. So there are a lot of survivors that can be really opened up right here, and I saw when I was in the chat earlier that they were expecting the gardener once again because
Yes. My
during
girl
the quali
Emma, let's go.
yes, the girl
Mm-hmm.
Emma, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
During the qualifiers, I mean, we've all witnessed having gardeners to use as a survivor earlier, and it's really amazing how people could really utilize these heroes, especially if you know that it's in a manner wherein it's really timely, and
Mm-hmm.
you really have to pat yourselves in the head for that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very poetic if you have one of the OGs of Identity 5 get repped in Call of the
Yes,
Abyss.
yes,
Yeah. You know what? I mean, even the cross division warm up matches, PG's Yumi was able to use the Gardener to effect. So it's going to be very interesting to see the picks of PG's survivors because if their backs are against the wall, I really think they can surprise us in terms of their utility of survivors and how well they are in using all of them. So who knows? Again, it's
yes,
very interesting what they bring to the table here.
yes. But while waiting for our second half draft right here, I really want
Mm-hmm.
to like to Vanity earlier during that Bloody Queen prediction plus
Mm-hmm.
1,000.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
you really
was.
have to take not to take credit of that because some people usually after getting a survivor down they go for
Mm-hmm.
exit gates, but that
Yeah,
prediction of might be in the dungeon, so okay, let me just see you out, and lo
that
and
was an all or nothing prediction, really.
yes,
That was next level thinking. He was thinking on a different dimension plane. That
yes,
was someone please clip that because that was one of
yes,
the I don't know highlights. It's just the first match between PG and AL. The first meeting of these two, and they're giving us so many memorable moments for COA 3
yes.
already.
This one's for the history books. I mean, everyone would really highly note that and give that as a reference if ever, so that hey, are you gonna use Bloody Queen? Oh, you can do this. I mean,
Yes.
I'm gonna use it for reference because I
Oh
want to
yeah.
learn Bloody Queen definitely. But
Yeah.
like what we've said, we heard Articuno and Grizzly earlier. And yeah, guys, there are some things that are happening between our end, might me because the players will be needing a much little time to really, especially
Yes.
this is all second half of round number 3. So whoever
Mm-hmm.
wins here will be proceeding. So
Yes, and you have
you
you have to under.
really
Mhm,
take as much as time as you
mhm.
need. You know.
Yes, it definitely. Even if you could say that these matches are intense, imagine playing these matches and how draining it is on the side of the survivors and the hunters. I've mentioned it before. The survivors need to have like this hive mind where you need to think all at the same time and make the right decisions, the right rotations, the right objective, and popping the ciphers. And the hunter, you're always on edge because constantly as time is winding down, you know that these survivors are decoding, and the more you don't see a survivor, the more pressure's on you on late game when everyone pop their own ciphers and the X gates open. So it takes a lot of energy. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and you have to take note on round 3 though. There will be limited survivors to be chosen to both sides of the team.
Mm-hmm.
They will be doing a switcheroo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me on this. We'll get to see some potential off-meta picks right here, or pretty interesting picks. Like for example, maybe another Gravekeeper or an Embalmer, or why not both? Or maybe we'll get Stalker. Who knows?
Who knows?
I mean,
we saw an Enchantress because the beauty of the legendary rules is that you get character representation as the match progresses, right? And you know what? That last team by AL, kudos to them. They femmed up all female lineup. So good job to them for repping the Enchantress, because I mean, yeah, she's actually very scary mid game, like you said, because she gets those stacks. She can start really interrupting the hunter's objective of just trying to harass everyone.
Yes, and if you really play in a timely manner, because there are some cases. Well, when I experienced, like being with an user, they sometimes use it to like reset a certain recovery. So that's a pretty interesting thing. I mean that it's not common, but I kind of witnessed one. So it makes you wonder. But there are lots and lots of strategies that can come into play. Like for example, if you're gonna use Dream, really abuse your followers. Like using 2 followers at the same time to really pinch a survivor, because some people use it because some people really use that to their advantage, cornering up a survivor.
Okay, so I think what Sayora was saying was that the Dream Witch being so harassing just with her minions and her followers, especially when she covers around in the map. So I don't know if I was able to explain what you were saying, as the connection was a little bit here and there. But yeah, I mean, when you say metas like the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen, of course, these teams will study their butt off in trying to understand the matchup. But then you get like just off meta picks like the Enchantress. We were like, oh no, we didn't study for that. So it's like that test in high school that you studied all year long for, and then they all of a sudden change up the question, and you're like, oh no, I'm caught with my pants down. How am I able to solve under pressure with a big title like the Call of the Abyss 3 being the Apex tournament that you have to perform at your best in? So it's very interesting to see these players adapt their certain strategies towards each other and have different answers and solutions towards the matchups presented.
I'm really excited,
I think everyone is. And again, it's just that, as the situation calls for us to have travel restrictions. I mean, look at this stage. Wouldn't you just love to be here right now?
I would have loved to be there, and look at that statue over there and the clown skin here. I would really like stand up to it and like take a picture of myself since I'm so small. But then again, looking at the trophy, such a beautiful trophy right there. I mean, I would love that on my my house and my room. But that's not for me. Let's now proceed on to our drafting phase, shall we? Yes, we shall.
So AL's Vampy will be rocking the Hunter, while we will see PG, Elbow, J2, Levy, and Hun on the Survivor side. And as you predicted, we have a Dream Witch and a Bloody Queen ban from the Survivor side.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, that's like your go-to bans. And I'm pretty sure that we'll be having M&Ms not gonna see the light of day. And if you guys are wondering, what is M&Ms? It's the Mercenary, Mechanic, and the Seer. Yes, guys, those are my abbreviations, so don't get weirded out. That's not the chocolate, okay? And here we go, like what I said, M&Ms. Not gonna see the light of day.
Yep. I mean, it shows that the Mechanic does add another player in the field The mercenary is so good at rescuing, and the seer just, you know, makes kiting so much longer for the hunter.
Yes, yes, indeed. And of course, we'll be seeing a similar draft earlier, but this time with a forward. And this is pretty interesting because if there is no mercenary at play, forward is your like second most go-to. Basically, because it really grants you the movement speed that you need, and of course, as well to rescue the survivors, especially when they are, you know, being seated on the rocket chair.
Ooh.
And this is pretty interesting because Priestess will also come into play. Our map is going to be at the Sacred Heart Hospital, and
yep.
wow.
And the hunter, if you saw that spider, we're gonna see the mother spider just terrorize these survivors and keep them in the hospital. And just for a little reference from the cross-division warm-up matches, most of the players when they were playing in PG side were very efficient when it comes to perfumers and mercenaries. So good pick, good choice for AL banning the mercenary on the side of PG. But you know what? You're still going to see a perfumer in action on the side of the survivors. So we're just waiting for the match to happen. Again, we will see AL versus PG. This is the second half of match number 3. PG Elbow rocking the perfumer, J2 Enchantress, Levy as the forward, and we're going to see a priestess by Hun. The Soul Weaver, the spider, is going to be played on the side of AL, so it's make or break. Ladies and gentlemen, PG has to get all these survivors out the gate if they want to stay alive in this competition. The score is 11-8.
Yes,
on the side
indeed.
of AL.
I'm pretty excited on how this is gonna turn out because the composition is very versatile and can be the coastal Cuba. But you know what, ladies and gents, selections of all 8 sides, we are now heading into our round 3 second half between PG and AL. Are very dispersed on our map and
And look at this, Elbow gonna be the first survivor locked in with Vampy's Soul Weaver. And now look, the cobwebs giving a speed boost for Vampy. Now, you know what? Elbow realizing he is up against one of a top hunters here. So really just wanting to just distance himself. But wow, the speed boost is going to be used. Nice palette to shorten the distance. Perfume is going to be used. Not going to perfume back just yet. Excellent transition to the ruins, but he sees 2 survivors on this side. Vampy taking his time, knows that it's an early game, knows that he can just try to, you know, just stop the decoding process just for a bit, and he's trying to transition, probably going to go to J2 next.
Yes, and now this is the eyes on the prize for Vampy. If you can see how really speedy that he could be utilizing those spider webs right here, just so you know, to really corner out J2. But you know, J2 is really abusing the ruins that he has, a very good position to kite right here. And while all the shenanigans is happening, but look at that beautiful blink, but still was not able to incapacitate J2. And J2, that was an inch close call. But now a transition to the hospital.
Yeah, one of the best kiting areas indeed. You know,
right now.
Excellent stuff. Vampy still on the hunt. You know, he has 1 injured survivor. J2 getting a lot of distance. And if you look at the lower left part of the screen, we are close to being primed, and our first cipher is about to be popped. Still spending a lot of time in this hospital. Vampy still looking for his next victim here. And now, if you could see, I'm watching the decoding process on the lower left part halfway through. Slow and steady wins the race, but you know, if you're against this spider with all these cobweb buffs, he's definitely going to try to edge you out here. And now, J2, excellent stun!
Excellent. And the time again, I love.
And J2 still buying a lot of time for his team. Yep. Yep, and J2 is able to get out of there, and look at that 3 Cypher Kite, and the forward just utilizing the football to get away from the area of oh my goodness, and he gets hit. 2 injured survivors, 3 Cyphers left, ladies and gentlemen. All survivors are still in play. Vampy it's the mid game right now. Vampy has a lot of survivors to put on rocket chairs. J2 still trying to look for a survivor to potentially heal him, and now the priestess still in the hospital. Was able to pop a Cypher, 2 Cyphers left. So looking pretty good on the side of PG, but who knows? I mean, AL's Vampy is a veteran hunter. Don't ever count him out, especially in COA 3 when all the cards are on the table. This is make or break for a PG, and they are playing for their lives.
And now it's down to 2 Cyphers remain, but
J2 getting knocked down. Very unfortunate there. And here we go now. First survivor in the rocket chair. A lot of time left, and she did her best. And you go Levy here, the forward going for the save. He's gonna try to utilize the football to just charge at it. He's gonna take a breather. Watch out, baits the hit. Ooh, it's getting really tense. It's a game of cat and mouse. Oh, and he's able to get him out. The tide turner is in effect, ladies and gentlemen. And now J2 slowing down because of the cobwebs, and Vampy striking down once again. Last effort for J2 to separate herself from this chair, but the Cypher is primed. This is an important moment for PG. Are they going to go for an early pop or just wait for another save? Because J2 is going down, trying to go for a tackle. No, Vampy sees it. Just playing a little bit of chicken here. Levy, who is going to commit first? Waiting for Vampy to pick up J2 just so Levy is ready with that football tackle. No, goes for it. Oh, gets the stun, but no, it's a cobweb. And my goodness, escape. Are we ready for the pop? It's getting really intense, Sayora. Okay, J2 still on the radar of Vampy. Again, Vampy knows that one of these Cyphers is primed. Wants to choose his shot carefully. Levy just hanging around in the background here. Oh, excellent. But no, gets knocked down. Oh, but it was a late pop. We still have a downed Enchantress. My goodness. And now the Perfumer trying to open up the exit gate. But this is going to be a very tough save if they want to go for a 4-man out. Are they going to go for an overtime? Oh, going to teleport, but is it too late? We got some survivors out the door. And Levy still on the other side here. This is going to be... Oh my goodness. Yep, yeah, Vampy used the teleport, and here we go. He's gonna go for a dungeon escape. And wow! 3-1.
Oh man.
Did we say PG came to play? PG came to play. This is gonna go. It's all tied up. It's all tied up.
My feelings right now are as the same as my connection. It's a slow process, man.
It's spiking. It's going all over the place because that was an amazing performance by PG. Jeez, it's just mirroring each other's scores.
This is one of the most intense, and this is the first match still that we have today. And wow, it's really the same as my connection right now. So spiky. One's up, and then another one's up, and then one's down.
I was standing up on my chair. I was just screaming to the heavens. I hope I was able to analyze that. But let's take it back. That was a really good performance by PG. I mean, they could have got. I mean, with a top hunter like AL's Vampy, it's a tall order to try to go for a 4-man out. But they did the best they could. They got 3-1. That was
definitely
collecting myself.
Yes, I'm still absorbing it right now since dang, this is pretty intense and this is still match 1. Again, I'm repeating it because this is how intense it is, and they really want that spot to get a bit bit closer to the championship title. And PG really rocking the house down, and each round that we get, I mean, we're real in each round we are really getting by them, and now we are actually proceeding to another round, another time,
Yep.
right?
Extra time, ladies and gentlemen.
Extra time.
We weren't lying when we told you that this is the Apex tournament. So you can't deny the fact that all these teams are leaving it on the line and making it so exciting for everyone to watch. If you're not playing Identity 5, start playing it. This is just so heart racing. I'm just glad I'm watching this. Imagine playing this with your hands all sweaty, white knuckled, sweating, and just going for that three man out. 3-1.
Such
Wow.
intensity. And like they all used the survivors really efficiently right now.
They
And
did.
just looking at the stats right here real quick, Hoon really focused on decoding. When they really got that signal focus on decoding, Hoon really did that to the beat. And
that was,
Elbow.
Yeah, that was directly a message toward him. Like, PM, Hoon, yo, focus on decoding, my dude. We gotta get out. We gotta get out. We're relying on you. I know you're a priestess, not the best decoder, but just go. Just do it.
Yes,
do it.
just do it, do it and seize the moment, yeah? But Vanke, you have to really commend him, really utilizing the terrains as well, as the spider webs, just closing in on the gaps. And you have to take note of J2 as well with the Enchantress. I mean, we were mentioning earlier how efficient is Enchantress on the mid game, but man, really rocketed that out on the early ones. But let's look at the highlights real quick right here. Onto the first half, well job at first, and really utilizing all the kits that he had right here. So just really looking at the structures right here, very disciplined and very timely.
Yes, I mean, you know what? They were aware of that Ripper match, and you could see also that PG was aware of how deadly this spider is. And I just want to bring out the fact that standoff between the forward and a downed Enchantress. Like, are you gonna pick her up? What? Are you gonna pick her up? No.
Yeah.
Such clutch moments by Levy, just really playing the rescuer role so well and so efficient. You really can't take anything away from that match. It was so good, so well played by everyone.
Yes, indeed. And I just really love that tug of war back there with the forward and the spider. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna hit it? But no.
I need to calm down. Woo. Gotta wipe the sweat off. So now, Sayora, I have a question to ask you. I have a question to ask you. We're gonna go to match number 4. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have to ban 3 hunters. Right? So you really have to reach at the bottom of the barrel to find the most efficient hunter. And also, I believe now it's going to be 4 banned survivors. So
yes,
we're in the point of I don't think anyone's been here yet. The point of no return, the point of it's that new discovery here. Because this is AL's really taking the fight to PG, really taking them to rough waters, really stretching them for their first match here in Call of the Abyss 3. This is their first COA, and Baptism by Fire going up against AL.
Yes, indeed. And this is where the picks come into play, or the situational picks, if you may. And just quick predictions right here. What kind of bands are you expecting to see other than the M&Ms, of course? What other bands are you seeing at the Survivor side?
The Enchantress was look, my ear fell off just too intense. The Enchantress was a very effective pick. I think AL set the tone with that. It was really clutch with the Enchantress, but you know what? The forward did a lot of work as well. So my 2 picks are those 2 survivors that could potentially harass the hunter, leaving the coordinator up for grabs. Because again, these top tier hunters really know how to juke the flare gun. That's my say. How about you? Yeah.
For the bands other than the M&Ms, I think I would go with the Enchantress as well. And I mean, if you're really, I mean, if once the addition of the extra bands for the survivor and hunter side, you still would really go for the ones that are usually picked that you
Yes.
would ban on our round number 4 right here. And on the survivor side, I mean on hunter side rather, I think other than the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen, I think that one of the efficient hunters to be banned right here is the, I'm guessing it's this Soul Weaver. Yeah,
So
because this,
well.
yes.
Mhm.
Well, simply because the Soul Weaver could really compensate for the mobility that which was lacking on, I think, when
True.
Rippers had it. And you know, as much as Ripper is very also effective, you have to take note that other survivors are getting adapted to it. So the tendency is that they are being enhanced to it. They're really honed on how a Ripper's kit is. So for
Mm.
me, I think it's gonna be the Spider, because as much
Mm.
as she's all as well, you really there is really more spice to it in terms of
Yes.
her utilizing all the terrains with her
Mhm.
spider webs and her with her attempted 180 tricks up her sleeve. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
Actually, it would also depend on the map we're going to settle this in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if ever it's gonna go with Moonlit again, they're definitely gonna try to
Mm-hmm.
ban out the Priestess, I believe, just to cut off the movement of the survivors. Um, Again, yeah, you have a valid point with that Spider. You know, it really compensate with the movement speed, and you'd think that infrastructures were the survivor's best friend, but that just opens up the Soul Weaver for more of that speed buff. So it's
Yes.
really just a coin toss here. On I really think that once we know the map, we'll be able to figure out the picks and bans, because I'm pretty sure everyone's looking into the reality stone and trying to figure out which timeline should I be in, or oh, is it the time stone? Yeah,
Yes.
Avengers reference. Oh. So yes, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
intense match right off the gate. I ran out of space on my paper. Now I have to go back here. We're doing some quick math, but you know it's all tied up.
Yes. Again, a tie, and now we're proceeding on to the round 4 first half shortly. But for now, it's I'm still in the situation that of absorbing things, because both of them are just so good. And you have to take note that the Feaster hasn't come out to play just yet, and both of these
Yes.
teams, I'm pretty sure, are utilized with Feaster users. And another thing to you have to take watch out for
Mm-hmm.
is there's also the Embalmer pick. There's also
Mm-hmm.
um yeah, like what we like mentioned earlier, there are some kind of unorthodox picks that are used very efficiently, like the OG Gardener,
Yeah. Gravekeeper.
the dancers as well. If it's situational, but it depends on the overall roster and the map.
Mm-hmm. It
So
would really depend. Yeah, it
yeah.
would depend on the composition as well, of the team and the hunter that's
Mhm.
put into play. So, again, I would love to see a dancer this early on.
Yeah.
You know, and you know what?
Dancers.
The situation could call for it. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
If you have the M&M's band, mechanic, and the seer, as well as like a priestess, like you really have to scrimp on the cards you have left on the table on what would be most efficient, and you just have to roll with it. You have to roll with whatever you're given, like in life,
Yes.
you know.
Yes, but I'm pretty sure that if let's say those were the bans for the survivor side, let's say M&M's plus Priestess,
Hmm.
and if it's like, let's say, I think the go to for this would still be the Perfumer.
Yes.
I'm guessing there's the Coordinator,
Hmm.
a forward for the additional mobility and for
Right.
the rescuing, and I think the last pick would be a more versatile survivor, like a support rather. And
Mm.
it can be a Gravekeeper, or if not, I think I'll be having this remaining survivor as their fourth pick, maybe one of their comfort picks for each of the
Maybe.
team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, we haven't seen a postman yet. We haven't
Yeah.
seen a doctor yet. Those support
Ooh,
characters.
doctor.
And, let me just add a little to the theory you have there. What if they ban perfumer? That's
Ooh,
just
then
gonna
I think,
that changes
yeah.
the equation completely, right?
It does really, because
Hmm.
usually Perfumer is like the taunter.
Yes.
If I would
Yeah.
say so myself, the perfumer's real main role here is to just really, hey, come to me, Hunter. I'm over
I would
here.
say that the perfumer is that clingy girlfriend that asks for your
Yes,
time
give
constantly.
me
Like, hey,
time and attention.
notice me. Notice me. Don't notice
Me.
them. Me. All eyes
Yes.
on me. Yeah.
Yes.
So perfumer does that, and I'm sure that hunters have nightmares of like, okay, this is gonna hit. Okay, hit a perfume. Oh, darn it.
Yeah. Yes, and the perfumer is also like the when you already give the attention, suddenly shifts to mood like, okay, go away.
Yeah, like chase me. Chase me
chase
now.
me, chase me now, but attention, but I won't give the attention. It's
Exactly. How terrible are
like
survivors, right?
attentive, if you may. But
Exactly. That's you've summarized playing a perfumer in a nutshell. If you guys are looking to pick up a perfumer, listen to Sayora and Potch Spice. Just think of the clingiest relationship you had, and
yes,
you'll be perfect.
yes, but give a reference for those who don't have them relationships. Give reference to them too, because they might be angry at us. For just,
Well,
hey, how about
well,
us single people?
I guess the perfumer is like that senpai that you want notice it. Like when he or she finally notices you, doesn't even give you the time of day. I'm pretty sure
Yes,
everyone's felt that.
yes,
Hunters
yes.
out there, keep on
Yeah.
hunting. This perfumer, just you'll get her. You'll get her.
Oh, I would also like to note another hunter pick other than the feaster is the photographer as well, because
Ooh,
he's like one of the sneaky Trump picks of other hunters. Like
who knows? Yeah,
I mean, photographer is meh in our current meta that we have right now. Of course, there's always the bloody queen and the dream witch to
for
catch you
sure.
up, but if when it comes to situations like this, sometimes the photographer is used very stealthily and secretly.
Mhm.
Sometimes these are one of the picks wherein you thought that it wasn't good, but it
Yes.
is. You
Yeah, those Trojan horse picks, like, okay, I
Yes,
know how to deal with this, but you didn't know there's a whole army behind that pick. So yeah, that
yes,
could be one of the scary like Trump picks. Oh, another thing I have to bring up. I know we talked about this, but Bon Bon is put on the table too. Who
yes,
knows? They might be
bonbon
able
too.
to put. Aside from him, he's like with his bombs, he can totally harass
Mm.
you, and his camping is like next level. Once he gets the first survivor down, it's so hard for you to make that save. You gotta play a little Dance Revolution and avoid the lights. Like, okay, move, move.
Yes, this is where you test your sidestepping skills and your how groovy you can be into the maps right now. But this is uh I mean, I understand the time that's needed for each of our teams to really think through on how their matchup's gonna be, because this is the very last. I mean, there's no more room for come on,
What
let's
if
just
match
let's do
five?
this. Oh,
Overtime, extra time.
overtime. Okay,
Yeah,
time extended.
I'll have an order of COA 3 with some extra time, please.
Yes,
Like
with some
that's what you
extra
guys ordered.
spiciness and intensity. And you know what?
And sure.
I mean, on behalf of Articuno and Grizzly, I'm pretty sure they agree with us when we say that this game is pretty intense. Still, match one, guys. We have two more matches to go for this
We could
game.
do me and Theora could do this all day.
So long as the connection sees.
Yeah, as long as the connection gods are in our
Yes,
side. But
yes,
I'm pretty sure that these players are praying to the Identity 5 gods. No Terror Shocks. No bad spawns, please. It's just
yes,
there's so much. It just if you think about this, these players, their tournament lives are on the line. AL, the veterans, wanting to produce, coming back to COA 3, wanting to claim that crown, and PG, their first outing here in Call of the Abyss. There's just so much, and we're at extra time, so it's just the mistakes being made cannot be. I mean, it's just like a thin hair of mistake would separate these two
yes.
teams from glory. Ah,
Hmm.
just I'm so
Yes,
excited. I'm
and
so excited.
regardless, to me, whoever to me, whoever wins this, let's say the tiebreaker is over, and whoever wins here is really gonna be a story to tell, because let's say AL, okay, the AL, Team AL already really marked their spot on today's COA 3, and now will be a step forward into the finals. And if it's PG who's going to win, okay, this is a new team that we seen defeated one of the participants of COA 2, and now is another step forward to the grand final. So this is exciting because these teams on the first match gave all throughout, and
So yeah, I mean, just a lot is on the line, as Sayora is saying. Yes, so I think, as Sayora was saying, just a lot is on the line for these two teams. And shout outs to South Korea and Japan. They are producing some of the best Identity 5 teams in like playing today. So you can't undercut how these teams are performing now. Sayora? Yes. So again, I mean the match is so intense. I'm pretty sure we're gonna head right to it. We're gonna see the stage once again as we head on over to the picks and bans. Me and Sayora have definitely exhausted all of the choices that we probably see, but who knows? Top tier picks could just surprise us all. Ooh. One of my favorite maps, I have to say. Yeah, but again, there's a lot of infrastructure here. The spider could really be a burden if it's chosen.
Yes, and of course, still sticking into the bands right. We have here, it's the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen, and of course, I'm pretty sure that we won't be seeing the M&Ms again on this light of day. Goodbye to you, my friends. But for now, let's stick to what we have right now onto the cards that we have. Okay, again, still sticking to the Perfumer and Enchantress, and I bet it's gonna be another forward followed by, let's say, a Priestess or a Coordinator. See?
Boom! Called it.
Okay.
Called it.
Okay, prediction plus 100 to Sayora, please. Thank you so much.
I'll have a Coordinator for 500 points. Yes, you will, Sayora. So, I mean, actually, 3 of these survivors can definitely harass. And like you called it, Vampy pulling out the Feaster. I'm pretty sure Gaming Grizzly is super happy about this pick.
Very happy right now. We would get to see a lot of calamari onto our maps. And take note, this is one of the more compact maps that we have. So this can be on the advantageous side of the Feaster, so long as number 1, the calamaris are good in place. Number 2, the Feaster can really, really threaten the survivors that we have. But at the same time, like you mentioned, for the survivor side, we have lots of various, skills to be planned to play. Now the question is that how timely they would really use it, and how much would they, really switch out in terms of distracting the Feaster. But you know what, Poch,
it's too intense. Like, this is a snapshot of who we're gonna see. The players on the field. We have Elbow with the Perfumer, J2 Enchantress, Levy with the forward, you know how crazy he is with that forward, and Hoon with the Coordinator, and AL's Vampy going with a Feaster. And I do have to bring up the fact that back in the cross division warm-ups, Vampy's Feaster did a 4-man against against IMT. So you know that Vampy means business when he is using the Feaster.
Yes, indeed, because this is really the time, this specific round is the time to get it going, starting to get all your cards out. But you know what, ladies and gents of all ages and sizes, this is the extra time first half between PG and AL, and now PG onto the survivor side and AL Van P onto the hunter. So a quick preview on where they are. It looks like the first one to be spotted out is Levi, but look at that beautiful knockout on the first second of the game.
Unfortunate.
One hit and
Wow.
another calamari off to the rocket chair you go, Levi.
Yikes, that's a big yikes, but kudos to Vanpy sniping out that hit very timely, and this is going to put PG in a huge deficit, having their rescuer in the rocket chair early in this game. They're going to have to play some catch-up here. Yeah, they're going to have to play some rescuing, as some of these survivors will have to focus on decoding. Hoon getting that good shot in, going for the rescue, Sayora.
Okay, but this would also mean that the resources of PG will be depleted as early
Yes.
on into our game. Take note, there is no flare guns. The forward uses his football in the early to escape. And again, Tide Turner is used. So they have
Ugh.
limited resources. And again, look at that last effort. For Hoon is here, will be caught and onto the corners. And we are not yet down to any ciphers left. This is looking good for Vanpy right here. Really aggressive play.
Vanpy making quick work out of these survivors, and as you called it, yes, they're exhausting their resources. That football is actually utilized, like I think it's more than half being used, and the flare gun is already done at one and done. So now I think we're going to have to rely on Levi going for the save here. He still has a bit of resources when it comes to the football, but we have one cipher that is popped. So, you know what? PG has a lot of catching up to do. Hoon about to hit that halfway mark. Elbow or someone needs to make a save if they want to keep Hoon back in this rocket chair and keep them going in this match.
All right, we are now seeing the cards right here. The dungeon is also near in their area because we're down to 3 ciphers remaining. But look at here, Levi, as much as he wants to like take his time as possible to really shove Vampy away, unfortunately, Vampy has this control. He has this guarded with his extra calamari on side. Levi goes and see at what cost right now, Pot.
Whoa! Oh, Hoon, last effort here is on the just hanging. His life is hanging by a thread while Levi tries to get some distance between him and Vampy. And two last efforts.
Last efforts from the behind. Vampy's going Power Rangers right.
Yes.
Call one of the clean calamari plays on Vampy right here. And again, Hoon, unfortunately, this is his last life. Once he goes on to the rocket chair, off to the manor he goes. Levi is already knocked down, and then again, this is a good advantage for AL. But you have to take note though, PG won't go down without a fight because Perfumer is on his way right there, just taking down the Marys and proceeding into decoding. But again, this is very intense, and this is a different side of the game of what we've seen throughout the rounds, Poch. This is very aggressive.
Exactly. You know what? Vampy's aggression at the start really dictated how this match played out. You know, getting a terror shock early on really put PG's backs against the wall. They have one cipher left. They can go for a 3-man out. Levy is being approached by the Enchantress, I believe. Enchantress trying to build up those stacks, has one stun ready, but you know what? Like you said, really wants to build up those stacks. Excellent bait there, goes for the save, but oh my goodness, nice body block.
Yes, that was a very good job for J2 right there, really saving his friend in need. But you know, Vampy's not really gonna go down without a fight. Okay, that was a short time, and that was a successful knockdown for Vampy right there. And then of course goes to another target, but you know what? Levi is already knocked down. Let's put him in a rock.
Exactly, and if you look at the lower, if you saw in the lower left part of the screen, the Perfumer trying her hardest to get the, you know, the Cypher Rush going, but I think that was less than half. They still have one Cypher remaining. J2, he knew he was gonna go for that stun.
Yes.
So Vanpy still is that playing patient. He knows he has the cards and he gets hit. J2 is going down.
I love that discipline from Vampy right there. He knows, initially he knows that he was gonna stun, so he dropped Levi, right? And then the second one is instead of putting J2 on the rock, Levi on the rocket chair, he decides to go and target J2 first so that there won't be any disturbances in terms of stuns. And now this is looking good for Vampy right here. And Elbow has no choice but to save his friend in need, which will be done this sec. But again, Vampy eyes on the prize, really guarded by his counter.
Yes. Yeah, Elbow just, just really making sure his approach is very calculated. He's able to get him out. But J2, excellent juking here. And the Elbow gets hit, but that's all good. J2's still alive.
PG can dance, like what we said earlier. But okay, that was a good stun. And they proc that Cypher again. They were managed to get in full health with the help of it, but take note, there is detention. Vampy will be taking his time right here, I'm pretty sure, because he already had 2 survivors down. And all he needs is just 1 hit from each of these members that we have right now. And lo and behold, he got injured, but was able to have that turnaround. Good juking, good. That was a close call. Poch, I love it how he is utilizing this ruins right now.
Yeah, excellent movement coming out of J2, still alive. Oh no, able to get the pallet down in time just to cut off the movement of Vampy. He really wants to just get the attention out of the way here, buying a lot of time. Excellent stun here. J2's Enchantress, ladies and gentlemen, is doing the kiting. Changes it, goes for excitement to get his for him not to be affected. So here we go. Going for the dungeon. He got it.
He got it! That was a high touch. I am so flabbergasted right now. That was pretty intense. J2 really abusing the terrains, the ruins that we had earlier, and that was just beautiful. And he managed to buy enough time for the perfumer to actually go and escape. Wow. That was mind-blowing even for me. And this is extra time. And this is how intense it gets.
It is. My goodness. Intense is an understatement with how these matches are going. Because PG starting it off with a terror shock was not in their favor whatsoever. And you know what? Vampy was in a position of power there. He was really controlling it well. I'd like to call it calculated aggression on his side because he was getting the shots well, but the end game, the Enchantress, like you were saying, just the Enchantress utilizing the real estate to his advantage, as well as building up the stacks for him to buy enough time for the dungeon to open. And wow, what a beautiful and breathtaking escape he and performance as well.
My heart really beating right now. I mean, if Articuno was here, he'd be screaming. Like
I think I can hear him scream from his where he's at now. I'm pretty sure everyone at home is screaming.
Yes, in spirit. And if I was in the position of J2, I would really have that sort of panic. But J2 really kept his composure and just utilized the terrains, and slowly but surely, if you notice, he was slowly shifting to the dungeon area.
He was. Oh,
and
wow.
that was the smooth thing to do because
he
knows that he was confident that he would be giving the perfumer enough time to go and open the gates because he knows that the focus is on him. And the fact that he was able to transition slowly his way there for that escape is just really beautiful. But you have to hand it to Vampy as well for that early aggression game. I mean that
nothing to take away from Vampy. Vampy utilized the feaster well. His presence was felt throughout with the tentacles. You saw how Levi had the hard time approaching because of the tentacles that were placed. So again, the feaster is such a beast when he gets snowballed. Once he starts getting that momentum, he can really dictate how you're going to play that match. And it was amazing stuff from PG, how they were able to shift their attention to where they needed to and not get deterred or not get flabbergasted under the pressure of Vampy's feaster. So 2 apiece. Wow. Match number 5. Are we seeing that?
Oh my goodness. This match 1 and then we're gonna go round 5. Like, ooh! I mean, this is what Articuno and Grizzly were discussing earlier about in terms of tempo onto the cipher decoding. It's not all that. I mean, sure, the main objective that you get is okay, cipher rush, open gates, distract hunters, and then go. But sometimes that's not really the case, especially onto the previous that we have, because the thing is, if you can't, like what I said earlier, if you can't play it out on the tempo, on cipher rushing, go for the patience game, because it's not
Yes.
every day that the objective is okay, we gotta go fast, sometimes, taking it slowly and really popping the cipher out, or popping the cipher out in a timely manner, is just what you need to get your recipes done. And this is what Elbow did.
Look at that.
300 ciphers. And you have to take note that Hoon was out in the middle game. Oh, sorry, the forward was out in the early game. As quick as you can say, and the discipline of the perfumer really abusing the attention that the feaster has onto onto the other to the enchantress rather, is something that you have to take into account for, because he didn't really waste any time, even though we said that it was as patient as it can be. But them being the 2 survivors remaining, you saw how well they utilized each other and helped each other, and that is one of the most important things, especially into intense, or let's say pinchy situations like that.
Situations. Yeah,
Yeah.
those clutch moments. And we were saying, like before, there are certain characters with certain roles that they have to fulfill, but you could see there a perfumer 300% decoding. I don't think she even used her perfume like the entire time, because all attention were on the enchantress, the forward, and the coordinator. So you know what, sometimes you just have to take on the role that's given to you. If you know that someone's containing the hunter well, it's fine, just let them do it. And there are no small roles in this game. This is why I love this game so much. Every role is very important, and you can play it the best of your ability. And it really pushes you to have that teamwork and strive for what is needed at the time, whatever it takes. I'm making so much Avengers references.
Yes, I mean, it's evident, Poch. I mean, I've been noticing you. I mean, you can use our references as much as you want, because this is what's really happening right here. It's pretty intense. 2 for 2. Man, I would like flip my table right now. Like, hey, come
Don't.
on, both of you, you guys are intense.
And I mean, you know what? The PG and AL pushing each other to the limit is just, it's steel sharpening steel. They're getting better as they play each other. And they're really setting the bar high with how teams and hunters play in COA moving forward from today and the COAs to come. Because if you set the bar this high, man, you know what? I'm pretty sure all teams are watching. They're like, wow, it's getting pretty intense. We got to step it up.
Truly. And this is still match 1. Usually people have the impression that match 1 is that's a solid 2-0. But no, you guys see right now, we had extra time. It means both the new team PG and the veteran ones AL really wants to put their mark in here into our COA 3, and they're showing us a very that very essence, because whoever wins right here, I think will be a potential threat to other teams that we have right here, because hey, either of these two had that knock breaking, slasher
slobber
rounds that we
knocking,
have.
bomb burning, intense match. We're running out of adjectives of how to describe this, because this is really one for the books. AL versus PG. I think they've met each other's matches, and they're really just producing some amazing Identity 5 gameplay here. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these videos and a lot of these clips are going to be cemented in Call of the Abyss history. And I know I've mentioned before that, I was going for the underdog, but you know what? The underdog is actually putting up a good fight. But what's scary is that AL, the more experienced player, is known, is probably used to like extra time or getting used to like really digging in deep. So now AL is taking PG to unfamiliar territory here. This is their first COA. So you know what? It's looking neck and neck, but yeah, I don't know who to call here.
And I would like to I would like to like tell you guys as well that like what you've said, they're placing PG into uncharted waters right here. And you have to consider as well the one of many important things when you're entering this specific type of. The first thing is your stamina.
Yes.
This is where AL has that slight advantage because they have the experience. They are veterans and they they have that experience in general. And the second thing that you have to take into account for is your mental stability. How tilt proof you could be. And like this is again AL has, but you really can't neglect PG as well because despite them being a newer team, they know how to communicate pretty well with their teams. And we witnessed earlier how they really took it slow. They didn't rush. They didn't go for the okay, let's do that. I mean, that they didn't go for that kind of path that they took. They took it on a way. Okay, these are the cards. We're just two people right now. I think the best solution is okay. You go for the hunter and I go for the ciphers. And they managed to work it out. They managed to snag out a tie onto them. And again, we have another match.
We do. Yes, we do.
We have to look out for.
Yes, we do. I mean, diamonds are made under pressure, right? And I would just really love to hear the voice comms of these two teams, especially when they got that terror shock and how they were able to pick up the pieces and they were able to formulate a plan for a two-man escape, because that was the best case scenario. If you show me a clip of that first few seconds of that match, I'll be like, oh, that's pretty much. That's a really tough call. That's a really tough battle for PG side. But you know what? 2-man out is not bad against AL. I'll take that.
And we will now be proceeding, Poch, into the drafting phase again. This time, the Red Church still will be our maps right here, but they will be applying the switcheroos. So this time, AL will be on the survivor side, and PG Wolf will be on the hunter side. And my oh my, Poch again. Banning phase?
Yeah, M&Ms. So we see the M&Ms being banned. That's the Mercenary, Mechanic, and Seer. And the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen will be banned on the Hunter side. So the question on my mind is Wolf going to go with his Feaster? Feaster again. Oh, sorry. So sorry. His Ripper.
Ripper, right, sorry.
Yes, because the Bloody Queen is banned. So again, he's going to have to reach into his... Whoa!
Oh!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have OG.
OG, old but gold. Let's go. Wolf
my
will
gosh.
be going for the Wu Chang. Waka waka. Let's
this
go.
This is so. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts because this is going to be an intense match. We have a Wu Chang on deck, and we also have our girl Emma Woods, the Gardener.
The Gardener. Let's go ahead, Poch. I mean, this is very. I mean, having this is what I told you earlier. Like the three survivors will be the standard ones, and then that one pick would be that unorthodox pick. And you know what, ladies and gents, why not go all through? Let's use the Gardener right here. Emma, you would do it your thing, and of course for Wolf.
Wu Chang, that umbrella can hit you if Grizz was in Germany and we were here in Southeast Asia and he had the Wu Chang umbrella, he'd hit us. That's how far reaching this long distance umbrella is. So so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Extra time. This is the second half already. Rowley, Takaku, Atto, and Kud. We have Enchantress, Coordinator, Perfumer, and the Gardener. On PG side, we have the Wu Chang.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gents, detectives, we are now here onto the Red Church map. And Wu Chang here pretty doing the early teleportation that he shall be doing in a short while. Let's look at the quick locations of peoples. And they're very dispersed. That's a good thing right now. But, Wolf right here, I observed that he likes the hunters that have teleportation capacities. You know, I mean, who doesn't? Because that would really close in your gap between you and your survivor. And now Wolf I think he already has an eye looking
Yep.
at those tracks right there for Rowley. And Rowley here, you know, he already knows the dangers that lurk on his area, so might as well utilize the ruins that right now. And that was a very close call. Peeper, you know, for additional vision right here, so that Rowley
Exactly.
could. Ow! That
That's
is
what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That long-reaching umbrella, and this is actually a really intense kiting session. Rowley, again, the Enchantress builds her stacks as this goes on, but you know what? Wolf not allowing that, wanting to down this Enchantress really early on. Lower left part of the screen, one Cypher is about to be primed. Oh, nice use of the stun to gain a little bit of an advantage on getting out of the vision of the Hunter here.
Okay, but you know that in exchange though, the Enchantress was injured, and now we are seeing that Wolf is adding another Peeper again for additional vision. And look at that attempt. That, I mean, I like it how Wolf is not really rushing in terms of getting a Rowley here, but in exchange though, this is giving the survivors a time to Cypher rush, and we are now down to 2 Cyphers. Poch, this is a turnabout of what happened in our first half.
My goodness, you know what, the Enchantress buying a lot of time for their teammates, and we're speaking of not rushing, the survivors doing complete opposite of that. 2 Cyphers left and no survivors, 2 Cyphers left and no survivors left on the rocket chair, but I could be corrected in just a few seconds because Rowley is going to see this rocket chair.
Yes, indeed. And did you see how the use of the skills were earlier? Okay, Wu Chang goes for his skill. And then the chance to be like, nope, I stun you in a very close while. Because that is a good thing to, you know, delay the time. Because, again, we are down to 2 Cyphers. The other one is almost, you know, above half already. And the coordinator will be taking that rescue. Tide Turner is going to be used. And Rowley here will be taking advantage of that by that beautiful stun over there.
Excellent stun to buy him some time to get to the church window, but the teleport again, watch out. He's gonna get the dizzy. Oh, just teleports right there. Back and forth. Nice back and forth there from Rowley's Enchantress.
That is one good juke there for Rowley. That. But again, the hit range of Wu Chang is something not to be neglected. Let's see if the flare gun will be used. Oh, no, the flare gun does not. It will this time around. And unfortunately, Wu Chang does not have excitement to compensate for that. But that is okay. Again, Wolf will still have the chance to go all about here. It's just that he will be choosing to prioritize Cod, who is just secretly getting that Cypher procced. And again, he now has detention. This is, again, possible for a clutch play, but up to what cost? 4 survivors alive and well, Poch.
They still need to get that exit gate open. Never say die when it comes to Identity 5, ladies and gentlemen. It might be on the survivor side. It's looking pretty well, but who knows? PG Wolf might do what his team did. Just try to collect his thoughts and try to really assess the game plan here. Oh, but that exit gate is open. He's going to try to teleport to it, but the survivors are long gone. Are actually near gone, and now he's trying to go back to the entrance of Wedding here, as it's going to be open. Sayora, this could be a potential 4-person out.
It can be, because look at the perfumer already opened the gate, and ladies and gentlemen, that was a beautiful sweep for AL. Really took the standards high right here.
Wow, congratulations to AL. 4-person out, really making a statement that they want to move on in this tournament.
Move on indeed, Poch. And my heart is beating right now, and this is a beautiful victory for AL, and I'm pretty sure that they made their mark. And you know, you have to take kudos to PG. Because not a few games we're in, match 1, and then we already have 4 rounds at most, and that's pretty amazing, because this is also to prove for the side of PG that they did good. And the fact that they faced one of the veteran players that we have, giving this exciting game is something that you have to commend them for. But you know what?
Yes.
Congratulations to AL. They will be proceeding on, and wow, indeed.
Yeah,
Harsh.
wherever everyone is watching, please show some love on chat for both PG and AL. PG fought really hard, representing South Korea really well, while AL show them some love and support because they are moving on in this intense tournament. So yeah, heart reacts for everyone. Are we? I don't know.
No.
Are we?
Or next
So yeah,
time.
save it. Yeah, this isn't the grand finals yet, but I felt like both teams just leaving it all on the line. Congratulations to AL showing us that veteran experience, weathering out the early storm of PG's, PG Wolf and their survivors. So you really saw that they're really like a diesel engine. They just need to get going, get the fields down, shake off the jitters, and they're able to perform magic. 4-person out against a Wu Chang.
It's Wu Chang, waka
Mm-hmm.
waka okay, but you know, this is this is what I mentioned earlier. Before we even started the round. I mean, I think it's just more on the experience side because both of the teams are already pro players. There's no question to that. Their skills amazing. Their execution amazing. I think it's just more on the mental aspect and their stamina aspect on how things are gonna go on a roll. Because the fact that they went another extra time, it you really can see who gets to have that extra plus 10 on the stamina
Yes.
side and the mental one as well because every team right here has communications really. I think it's just about the timing and how tilt proof they can be. But you know, to me, regardless of what happens, I would like to commend PG because PG really showed us a very awesome fight. They have got damn guts. The
They
guts,
do.
man. The bravery, the courage, and the skills, everything. I would love to commend them, really.
And AL is just showing that they can contend with the best. They can go as long as 4 matches, and they get better with time. 4-0 at the extra time for survivors. And you know, once you reach the grand finals, you are gonna have to go for a best of 5. So that's just putting a target on their back. That this is a team to watch out for. AL. So look at this again. Yeah.
Looking at the match stats that we have just now, Poch, I mean, look, it's divide and conquer. They really utilize Rowley's delay and distraction against that Wu Chang right here, and just really placed the game into their hands. I mean, you have to commend Wolf right there. I mean, his hitbox, his hits were on point as well. The skills really were also timely placed. It just so happens that the Enchantress was really good at abusing all of the terrains that they were, and the transitions were really off the hook.
So here's today's results. We had to go through extra time. Look how these scores mirror themselves. Round 1, 5-3, round 2, 3-5, then 4-4, and then 2-7. Yes. AL really wanting to cement their legacy here in Call of the Abyss, saying that they came here to play, and play they did against the up and coming and new blood PG. So you know what? I'm pretty sure PG will. It's not the last we'll see of them. They're definitely gonna learn from this, and they're definitely gonna come back probably to the next COA in tip-top shape.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right,
and
now
of
it
course,
is.
I'm pretty sure that AL with the smiles on their faces, and I'm pretty sure AL too would also commend PG for this wonderful game that they have right now. And again, this is still match 1. We have more matches to come. Guys, we have more matches to come, and it's already intense as it is. It just goes to show that this match 1 set the bars for our other teams.
Yeah, imagine like the viewers here, or like the new ones that aren't familiar with the Call of the Abyss, and they just saw this one, and this is how intense the first matchup between these two teams are. Man, they really set the bar high with the upcoming matches we have today and the following days. because they just really left it all on the line. They have nothing to be ashamed of. This was an amazing turnout. My goodness, Sayora.
My goodness as well, Potch. I mean, at first things were going spiky, like the connection that I have, but now
Nah.
it's the same thing as
Mhm.
how they really concluded our match number 1. So
Yes.
good job, guys. Really, really, really good job. And of course, for those who are watching as well, I'm pretty sure you feel the same way as
Mhm.
how intense.
So yeah, intense indeed, and I think that we need to take a quick break because we do need to move on with our next match. Again, we have been your casters. I'm Potch Spice. That
And I'm
over there, right there, yeah, that's Sayora. We'll be back in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Call of the Abyss 3. Don't go anywhere.
Pew pew.
Stuck here under this cursed forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disappear.
是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的，人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟我唯一的朋友威克也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。 不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
西部最富有的淘金者马歇尔惨死家中，金子也不知所踪。嫌疑人西部大亨靠着贩卖炸药而发了家。他总说，淘金的人不过是一群做着暴富美梦的赌徒罢了。而马歇尔生前更是在他开设的西部赌场里欠下了巨额的赌债。黑玫瑰夫人靠赏金为生，马歇尔正是他悬赏名单上的头号人物。
在西部，每个人早已被明码标价。
而这个嫌疑人和其他人都不同，他对金子可没有兴趣。
当牧师们脱下圣袍，人们便开始信仰金币了。但我想说，抱歉，牛仔们，贪婪是必须要得到应有的惩罚的。
Okay, welcome back to the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm Sayora, your MC for the second match for today. And if you guys notice that my partner here, he'll be back in a very bit. Let's just have a quick rundown later first for whoever is the MVP. But for now, are you guys excited for the second match? Because I surely am. Okay, I am now experiencing loneliness already on my end, but it happens, guys. Nobody's perfect. But again, going back to our game face on, we will now be seeing who was the MVP of last match. It's none other than your boy Rowley here with the Enchantress. And look at the average score. The stats really speaks for itself. And you guys saw a wonderful performance by 77 and that's 8 seconds. Just not so much because the Enchantress got 100 and no one of the beauty make name here and legend that is one of your survivors are they're not into play, and Rowley just showed us a very good example on how to use Patricia right here. And of course we will be on our match very shortly, but for now, guys, this is a very heart-throbbing experience for both you and I, and I would like to really like to shout out everyone here is watching right now, because you guys are watching right now, and with us, together here. And for this COA 3, we will be proceeding into our next batch in a bit, but a bit of throwback to earlier. It was very intense that there were times that I have no words, Poch has no words, even the other two veteran casters have no words as well. Okay, but you know what? And there are times as well that we have a lot of things to say because of the beautiful plays that we have seen, and that was really played by our teams. And I think you guys would agree with me that if this COA 3 match 1's already intense, but we have to see on our and you know, the other matches would be as intense as it is, because they would be like wondering on the far distance that, hey, that was a good game, that was an intense game. I want to do that, you know? I mean, no, but that's just my opinion. I mean, I don't know what's in their heads, right? But again, going back shortly, I'm feeling the loneliness right now. I mean, I would love to have my doctor plushie with me, or my Aesop plushie right here, or my photographer plushie, but no. But you know what, guys? Without further ado, we'll be starting the matches in a bit, and yeah, I really feel the lonelies. And yes, I think one of the casters will be filling up, you know, to really accompany me right now. But of course, let's look at the team profiles real quick right here. Again, this is Team ALO, or also known as Alfam Online. Ooh, that is one reference right there. And look at that.
What a lovely team they are, aren't they?
Yes. Oh, yes, they are. Hello there, Juno. My
Hello,
legal
Sayora.
guardian. I missed you. But anyway, going back right now, we
Here
have
I thought I would be able to avoid
Escape me?
partnering with
No.
you. Exactly.
No.
But here I am, covering for Poch for now. But no, just kidding. Yeah, let's go ahead and go back to the player introductions.
Yes, we have Minion right here with, and look at the stats. You know, the stats really speak for themselves right now, so let's not get into detail. And we have Xiao Chan right here. I advance sorry if ever there is a certain point where I mispronounce your names, guys, because yes, I am trying my best and currently taking lessons, so please bear with me. But going back to these stats, Guardian here doesn't judge me or anything, but okay, let's go back. We have Upshur right here, stats looking pretty good, and looking here, it's just the stats are, you know, speaking for the players themselves, and you guys really have to watch out for that.
Yeah, this is gonna be really, really interesting. Again, we're looking at some pretty good stats across the board. But actually, why do I even bother saying that they're great stats? Obviously, we have the best of the best here at the Call of the Abyss Global Finals right now. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting seeing how these matches will go down. Let me just. Since I'm filling in for Poch for the meantime, let me just bring up my notes here as well so that we can talk more about. Yeah, I have some nice notes here.
Yes, we do, and I love it that I just a quick trivia, like, since they're Alfam Online, and the inspiration that they got from their name, it was from a Japan, you know, cartoon, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that's Sword Art Online. Am I right? If I'm not, please correct me if I'm wrong.
God.
Okay,
the fangirl.
Yes, being the weeb I am aside, you know what? Let's look at the players right here, looking good and feeling so safe right now, guys. Those who are at home, yeah, you comment, okay? when you're going outside, don't forget to wear masks. Look at them; they're wearing masks. See, look at them. They're so very awesome right there. And for those who are staying home, don't forget to sanitize, okay, guys? That's what we really need right now, so that the next COA, we get to see all of you, we get to be here, and yeah, I'm getting overboard.
You're a caster/World Health Organization advocate. But yeah, let's go talk about our next team, which is MWS. Of course, MWS is another one of our teams that will be playing, coming in from the region of, I believe they're from China, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken as well, they are from the China region. Mainland China. Yeah, I think so too. And okay, let's just have a quick rundown again. You know, it's the usual thing.
Japan.
Yeah. Oh, they're Japan. Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll be two similar regions battle out and second. So
Ciora Lagaroni, but it's all good. Okay, so yeah, talking about this team a little bit more, they've had a pretty good time in the midst of their qualifiers leading up to the global finals. Let's see, bringing up my I'm literally trying to refresh all my notes here. Yeah, the chopperoni right here, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately you are, but it's okay. I'll cover for you in which case. Until some time you fix it. Or maybe we'll have another swapperoni. We'll find out in a little bit. Is Sayori gonna ninjutsu off? I hope not. I hope
wait. Am I okay now? Am I clear or no?
Yes, you're clear now, if I'm not mistaken.
Clear now?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I'm still the Lagaronis. I just ordered
No,
pizza.
you're good. I think you're good.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
That's probably why you lagged. You were ordering pizza.
Because why not? Pizza is good. Anyway, going back here. And okay. I was a bit shocked onto the clown skin right here. It kind of taken me aback. Okay, guys. Now you know that this is one ferocious clown that we have right now onto the stage. But yeah, if you guys look at the stage, it looks really lit. It's so amazing. And that if I could have been on ground there onto the venue, I would have. Articuno, you saw the like TV on the floor, right?
Yeah.
You would see me doing a snow angel on it. Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, you support me on this. Come on, it's been a long time since we last casted together, you know?
Yeah, I thought I escaped you after I saw the pairing. Oh, I'm casting with Grizzly throughout the tournament, and here I am with my jutsu summoning technique for some reason, and Articuno is with Sayora. But
yes.
Yeah, one thing. There we go. One thing I wanted to bring up, by the way, during the player introductions is if you guys might have noticed, we only had 3 members of ALO on the main stage when they introduced themselves. This is something Mitt really touched on earlier, where by default, all the regions that are not China cannot make it to the venue, so they were allowed to play online. But same way kind of goes for some of our players that are directly in China that also couldn't make it to the venue, because there were some players that couldn't make it, as I believe it was also announced on the official Identity 5 page, so they wouldn't be joining us. But okay, Sayora. Okay.
My
Arms Factory
Articuno.
will be up. Look at that band. Are my eyes deceiving me?
The mechanic as the first band. Usually you get the seer who's not gonna see the light of day, but this time it looks like the seer will be up into place. Articuno, this is beautiful. Take note, Arms Factor is gonna be our map. We have the barmaid, we got the forward, the seer, and another hoodie guy we have, which is the mercenary. So this is interesting. And oh, look at that. Looks like MWS will be having the answer. Oh, okay. You get the mechanic out. I mean, we will get the mechanic out and we'll be giving you the Dream Witch in. And that is one of the best, picks in terms of a hunter side for MWS.
Yes, indeed, Sayora. And I am flabbergasted right now.
See, you guys use the word now too, huh?
Yeah. I think I was the one that first used it before you discovered it, young lady.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna give credit to where credit is due.
Yeah, with good reason though. I mean, not only are we getting a seer through for the first round, but we're also gonna get our first dose of barmaid in the global finals.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and talk about her kit a bit more, since I mean, I believe we've seen Barmaid in maybe one of the qualifiers.
Yeah, we
if I'm not
did.
mistaken.
One
Yeah,
of
we
the
did, right?
qualifiers. Yeah. Yes.
But
Alongside with the gardener pick as well. So we've seen a lot of situational picks, and one of them is Barmaid, simply because Barmaid is a support that can actually give you heals. But you know, in this specific period of time that you're drinking one of her alcohols, you tend to have like the movement speed won't be as fast as usual, but you still get profit from it because the overall Barmaid's kit is really flexible, and if you use it in a manner that is really placed on time, it can be really I can say it can be one of the pacemakers of all throughout the game. So, whew.
yeah. Oh, look at you.
Oh. Yes. And guys, for those who don't know, yes, most of our survivors are not of minor, but there are minor survivors that hence the reason why they don't pair it up with each other, you know? And that's the coordinator and the mind's eye people. Okay.
Yep. Now you're aware of the ages, guys.
Yes.
Quick. It's interestingly a mix of both trivia as well as something you also might want to take into consideration in the midst of forming your compositions. But
yes,
you know what? With all thanks to Happy Valley, we are going to be heading into the action as it is our second match of the day between ALO versus MWS, with MWS on our Hunter side, courtesy of Yotsu Sport in this team, which let's go ahead and see who will ultimately proceed to the quarterfinals. Let's go, Sayora.
Yeah, yes, let's go, Articuno. And so far, see right here. Oh, on standby, and Yotsu having an eye out for that. Oh, that was a early injured. Good job by Yotsu right here, adding a bit more threat onto the Dream, which, you know, Hunter. And going back, looks like Yotsu's doing a pretty good job in, you know, making the Seer go for, you know, go into the direction where Yotsu has it at an advantage. And, you know, the Seer here does a pretty good job so far in, in kiting, unless the Patroller is come into play.
Yeah, Patroller, not a bad pickup in which case earlier on, especially when you're up against the Seer, but this is definitely some great progress that Yotsu is making. And there you go, that will be a down on the Seer. Great utilization. Seer on the flip side didn't really have as much to work in that game. Unfortunately, missed out on his cooldown as well. There you go, just finished.
Looks like Articuno will be seeing a basement party at the very early seconds of the game right here. This is a good discipline for Yotsu, having that call. It kind of adds a bit more difficulty when the survivors on the basement. But again, going back right here, I love how Yotsu's patient game is here. You know, just really dispersing the followers out and hunting other survivors down.
Ah man, question is, where is this going to lead to? Particularly as far as save duty. Basement, definitely not the best place you want to end up. Just makes things all the more complicated. Time that could have been spent towards ciphering is instead spent planning out towards how you go for the save. And there you go. Connect will find once again, and looks like he's on the trail.
Yes, definitely. And going back here, I just love how speedy Yotsu can be in terms of really changing from one follower to another, and his use of patrols is surprisingly on time, and that's really turning into his favor right now. And then again, Weirdo is already spotted by him, but you know what, Weirdo's gonna really take his time. But again, the timely use of the patroller, and unfortunately no one was able to save the Seer, and down to the matter goes. The blink is gonna be used, and that was a beautiful hit by Yotsu, getting Weirdo pitted out and injured.
Oh man, this is becoming quite the monumental task for ALO. Take note, one survivor down, not to mention not a single cipher down just yet. I'm pretty sure that there should be there should be a few at least that are near completion already. Plus the good thing, at least one of the odds that ALO is working with is it does put our Hunter in a position where there's uncertainty with what the progress is over these ciphers across the board. So it's a bit of a confusion game as well. But there you go, Weirdo establishing just a little bit of distance. Yotsu not getting deterred though.
Yes, and then we just saw earlier the barmaid was successfully ciphered one, and now the onto the lower side of the screen we saw that mercenary was actually finishing it up, and the barmaid goes for that another pop of the cipher. We're down to 3 ciphers remaining, and but still you have to really take note that Yotsu is on the tracks right here, spotting out mercenary, and goes the follower. Let's see if there would be any potential hits. Okay, none so far.
None so far. Looks like we'll transition to the follower. Oh, nice use of structure there coming in from Mignon, and along with that few second spot, not to mention distance established. This is definitely pretty good. I mean, you already lost out on one survivor, so you want to make the most of what you can given what's remaining on the side of ALO. That's going to be a signal from Weirdo, though. We'll get caught out. Looks like, oh man, it's a double follower, and Yotsu just closing the gap beautifully on Weirdo, and he goes down.
These are like one of these are like one of the many strategies that you could play with when using the Dream Witch right here, and Yotsu's demonstrating us one of the good strategies when, especially in this specific kind of map. And down to the rapid chair, the forward goes. So this leaves Xiaochen and Mingyan remaining, well, so far, not yet chaired, but still, the priority would still be set. The mercenary is gonna go and try to save the forward as much as possible, but at the same time, looking at the lower side of the screen, the barmaid here will be utilizing this time to go and focus on decoding. And I love it how timely the mercenary was able to save the forward, but the last effort will be used with the help of that blade to close in the gaps.
Yes. Ah, man, really, really crazy work coming here from Yotsu. I mean, these survivors cannot catch a break. The constant pressure just forces them in a position where they constantly have to transition across the map. That's why we're seeing these slow takes on the ciphers. Not to mention, there's also these times where they have to think twice about where they try to go for heals as well, if necessary, as this game goes along, because Yotsu's all over the place, but in a good way. Normally, say, when a person is all over the place, that's a bad thing. But in this case, followers all over the place is a great thing.
Yes, and basically Yotsu being all over the place is also means that he is taking control of of the game so far right now, because looking at it realistically, Yotsu's in the advantageous phase. But again, Mingyan here won't be going down without a fight. Okay, that was a good sidestep. Will be taking a hit, but successfully goes for the rescue. And now, knowing the priorities, I think that Yotsu will be still eyeing out for the forward, but the blink at the same time, that was a successful hit. Oh my god, Articuno, the delayed effect is helpful, but up to what extent? Because right now, the other follower is prioritizing the barmaid right now. Look at that. I just love how multitasking the Yotsu is doing right now.
Yeah, and there you go. That will be down. Man down. Mang down.
Okay.
It goes both ways. It worked. No pun intended, guys. No pun intended-ish. But yeah, Mengyan will be strapped to the rocket here. Xiao Tian is already in the vicinity for the save. And oh, there you go. Up and at it.
Did you see that save from the behind Articuno? Barmaid was behind the chair, and then just a quick, press on to the rescue button, and then successfully goes for that sidestep. That was pretty witty for Xiao Chen earlier. But then again, the Mingyan is already knocked down with the help of the delayed effect. But okay, looking here, looks like they're doing some quick healings. Let's see if they will be caught by Yotsu right here. I don't think so yet, but again, this leaves more options for ALO to either go for the heals. Okay, they healed already, and now they would be just trying to buy some time enough for Mingyan to go and rise back up.
Yeah, control of the map is just insane coming in from Yotsu, and this is again why these survivors are just struggling to commit. In a particular location, they constantly have to make these transitions, which doesn't really favor them. The tempo is a bit interesting in which case, because tempo, particularly against a Dream Witch, makes it all the more harder when you're on the survivor side.
Yeah, indeed, and of course at the a compact map as well. So the pressure is kind of like doubled on this. But that was a good pallet throw by the barmaid earlier. It just really furthered the distance between them. But again, oh, if I'm not mistaken, okay. I thought that Xiao Chan hid in the locker, but okay, no, okay, that wasn't the thing. Okay, okay. Going back to the game, I like how Xiao Chan is being how do you call this, really moving, really kinetic on the maps, just to really confuse a bit the follower of Yotsu here, while the other two remain just really go and try to attempt to prime some ciphers.
Right. And this is such a monumental task for Alo. Timing
Yeah.
and positioning is everything with Yotsu. Just
Mm-hmm.
constantly on the prowl, right on their tail.
Oh,
I just love this I just love how much multitasking is going into this and how much Yotsu is in full command out there.
yes, and you saw earlier, Yotsu did another Power Ranger move wherein he blinked the follower onto the wall and then really knocked down Xiao Chan while using the main body. And then again, looking back right here, looks like he's really utilizing all of this that he has, the patroller, the follower, and his blinks are really on a timely manner. But going back here, ALO's not really gonna go down without a fight. But again, another knockdown. As weirdo, he really caught the hit of the follower of Yotsu earlier. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is his second chair. Am I right? Yes, I am right. And that goes down another survivor. And that is another survivor take for Yotsu.
Yes, indeed. Two survivors remaining, both of which have half health to deal with. Looks like it will be Xiaotian that Yotsu spots out here, but not before spotting out Mengyan working on this final cipher, hoping, praying that he can pop it. But follower is going to be on the tail. This is the beauty of the situation. Such a small map, not to mention the proximity of these ciphers makes it manageable for Yotsu.
Yes, and the locations of the ciphers are kind of close, so he doesn't really have to go that far to actually go and pinpoint the following survivors. But again, this is I think this is a more of a patient game for Yotsu, because you have to take note. Minion's already leached, and both of them are injured, so they would be having a very difficult time in terms of healing and at the same time hiding, because anytime at this rate, Yotsu can just really, bat an eye on them. And now Xiao Chan is doing his very best to use this ruins right here to just really distract the follower. But again, we just saw earlier, Articuno, that the multitasking capacities of
Oh!
Yotsu right here is real. And again, another blink hit. Very perfect and smooth for Yotsu. But you have to take note, you have to commend as well Xiao Chan here for buying some time as well and really trying his best to delay, any and the attention of Yotsu. But again, looking here, Mingyan is going to be the target since the barmaid is already knocked down. Oh, that was a good sidestep for him though.
That was beautiful. But to what extent he's slowly closing the gap, and oh no, Meng Tian, or rather, Ming can only do so much at this point. It establishes distance, prolongs the inevitable. Ladies and gents, 5 points clean. Yotsu, what a madman! What a madman!
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a really good man.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, you just had to go there. You just had to go there.
It's rejuvenating, okay?
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
you know.
I mean, okay, fine. I wouldn't blame you. Just watching, that was a dream which. Oh,
Dream.
man. I just fall into these puns that I don't intend. It's that dream which play was an absolute dream, was an absolute vision to watch. Again, we keep on going back to the impeccable map control that Yotsu had, which made it so hard for the opposition to try to not only work on those ciphers, but just constantly switching from place to place when you're in the midst of dealing with a follower that's constantly chasing you. And did you see how efficient Yotsu was transitioning between one follower to another? That is just some superb tracking. And again, what do I expect? These are the top of top teams, and that's some top Dream Witch play that we saw right there, and a really good demonstration as to why we're seeing a lot of heavy emphasis and priority on this Dream Witch pick in COA 3.
Yes, we did mention that on the first match, the standards are set into a high place. But Yotsu here demonstrating a beautiful sweep on that Dream Witch is something that you would like to say that, hey, guys, this is how you do it, And he did it
It's
really well, so efficiently. And if you noticed, Articuno, from the span of all the followers blink and then hit, it was a smooth thing. I mean, he would, if there was a chance that he would miss, I think that is like 2 out of 5 misses, because
right.
you saw how many times that the survivors were knocked down at a certain point. So yeah, you have to really take, kudos to Yotsu for doing a great job right there, and as well as ALO, simply because they stuck with the strategy that you don't really have to cipher rush, but you have to get the job done. But unfortunately, Yotsu was one step ahead and really prevented them from doing that kind of play.
It's man, it's really interesting, I guess, thinking about it. How I recall COA 2, it was the year of the spider. This
Yes.
time around, it's gonna be the year of the Dream Witch, from what we're seeing here, and I think it's gonna be a constant that we'll be witnessing at COA 3,
Mm-hmm.
where Dream Witch will be the constant first round pick into an eventual ban come the second, and then yeah, it's like the new Spider and Ripper, the Dream
Yeah,
Witch
yeah.
Bloody Queen duo that we're looking at as the choice for hunters thus far. I would love to see a surprise though, but given how the meta has been playing out, I wouldn't be as surprised either if this is just going to be the full throttle constant that we're going to be seeing in
Yeah.
drafting for Call of the Abyss 3. But you know what? We're going to be seeing the switcheroonies this time around, and let's see as to whether or not our Chinese squad can make up for lost ground from the beautiful 5-point lead that Yotsu was able to establish for MWS
Yes.
of Japan.
Truly, because this kind of adds a bit of a pressure onto, the hunter side of hey, hello, because simply because he has to be on par with what Yotsu just gave. But I'm pretty sure that he won't go down without a fight. And for the side of MWS, I think they will be sticking, just quick predictions. I think they would still be sticking to the fundamentals that we have, unless, of course, they decide to reserve it on the later rounds that we're going to have later on. Kind of depends,
Right.
actually.
I just
Give
realized I'm just gonna subtly put my cookies away.
Ah,
I just realized since I had to
you.
jutsu my way into the stream, I have like trash
Hmm.
behind me where it
You
shouldn't be.
sneaky penguin, you, huh? Now you are now obliged to give me that naive plushie. Yes, I remember ever since IDV NAE tournament, I've been getting that plushie. Also, come by COA 3 qualifiers, I also am batting an eye on that. So
Oh
now,
my god!
give it to me. Give it to me. It's COA 3. Come to me.
Now
Come.
I just want to highlight as I move my camera back to where it's
Oh,
supposed to be. I
flexing,
have
some
I
flexing.
have an Alexander right here, and remember, you have one too. So if you want Naib, you're not gonna get your other plushies. I'm just saying.
No, but I have the doctor plushie, right? I have the
No,
doctor.
you're just gonna eventually void everything if you're gonna want Naib. Yeah, take your pick, Sayora. Take your pick.
This
but
is this
am
is
I
one of the husbando crisis that I'm having right now. You're making me choose difficult things.
exactly? Am I holding your
You.
plushies hostage on COA 3 Global Finals? Yes, yes, I am.
Yes.
Back to
Yes, you
talking about our game. In which case, yeah. One thing that also really interests me, by the way, is we've been highlighting how much Seer has been a highly contested survivor pick, if not a highly contested priority ban as well.
Mhm.
So that said, it's really interesting to see how just impeccable strategy from a hunter didn't deter him from the fact that
Yes.
a seer was fielded. So
Mhm.
I'm expecting some great things from MWS moving forward. But of course, first things first, they have to figure out if they can make it out of our first round of matches and into the quarterfinals. But just given the performance that we saw here, I would love to see if MWS will be constant. Because on the Hunter side, clearly phenomenal. Survivors, let's see if they could step up on that front as well. Because we've seen some of
Yes.
these teams where they have such a phenomenal Hunter, but okay to above average survivors might not necessarily best
Mhm.
where other teams would excel, and sometimes it does come to that when you have this ping pong of games going back and
Mm.
forth between survivors carrying while the hunter struggles a bit or vice versa. So would be interesting to see in which case, but based on the performance that we saw from
Yes.
MWS during qualifiers, I have high expectations on all fronts.
Yes. I mean, these are the best of the best across the globe, Article. I mean, we are. I mean, we all are expecting to see like amazing plays right there. I mean, match one already gave us damn shivers and those heart throbbing moments, and now we are being, served a very aggressive, dominating play by Yotsu just earlier. And I would love to see if the tables would turn around. And yes, I'm having a lot of hand gestures because it's really giving me the shivers because these
Mm-hmm.
teams are something that have you can't really take your eyes off, especially when
True.
they play and when it comes into our battlefield. And so far, for now, I think for the side of ALO, they have to really choose a hunter that could also not just compensate for, or not really compensate, not just really even out what Yotsu has given, but also
Right.
you have to consider the map is small, so you have various options as well on how you're going to strategize. And I think based on this, the ALO's hunter will, I think, will be sticking to one of his best, or not really best, like comfort picks rather, to
Right.
because you really want that sure sweep, and
Agreed.
you don't really need to, like, why would you like use some for reserve if you could like use it right now as to even out the odds.
Exactly. And I'm at the end of the day really curious to see how that strategy will play out for these teams.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Again, to those of you that just tuned in, you are watching the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. We are currently your casters. I am Articuno filling in for Potch for now, and joining me is the absolutely lovely, who I thought I just escaped from in this caster pairing, Ciara.
Yes, yes, that is me. Oh, and unfortunately, Articuno, I kind of have like a lich on you already, so you won't be getting
You
away
have a patroller
anytime.
on me.
Yes, I have a controller on you, whether it be on ground or not. So yeah, looking at the stage right here, so beautiful. I mean, going back to what I said, if I was there, I would like look at that statue right there. I would really mimic it below it and just do it. And then surprisingly, that statue suddenly breaks down because of my invitation.
Or even more interesting, a Toy Story moment happens and she actually is like, "What are you doing?"
Oh no, that would be
But
so.
yeah, looks like finally I know a lot of the people here have not come to listen to us, but rather witness the Identity 5 actioning unfolding before their eyes. So let's go ahead and give it to them. Starts first thing off with the drafting phase between our lovely teams MWS on the survivor side. ALO Tao Sing will be taking the stage, or Tao, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it is
touching.
Tao Ching.
Yes, and of course, as usual, one of the peeps from the group M&Ms won't be seeing the light of day, which is the Seer. Ladies and gents, a while ago, we've just seen him earlier, a glimpse of the heart. Yes, but now he's
Right.
out. And now for MWS, ooh, Prospector's gonna come into play alongside with Mercenary and Mechanic, as well as the ooh. I'm guessing that MWS wants to end this quickly.
I
Arctic
mean, look at this. Prospector. Yes. If well, actually, if Grizzly's a feaster kind of guy, I'm more of a Prospector Ripper.
Oh, so you're the Prospector represent, huh?
Yeah, because just to talk about Prospector for a bit, I'm pretty sure everybody knows this already. I love the flexibility of the magnets where could be used for both offense as well as defense.
Definitely. And the magic of the Prospector when it comes into play is that it gives you that kind of clutch moment when you thought that the hit is gonna like be in the range, but with the help of the magnet, it's gonna like stop you there.
Right, exactly. So yeah, there we go. Quick shout out to all the Norton fans out there on chat. But you know what? With all said and done, this is what I live for. It's the action heading your way as we head into our second half of round one between MWS versus ALO. Already 5 points banked by our Japanese team. Can our Chinese squad make a comeback? We'll find out as we head on to the game. Let's go, Ciora.
Yes, and you just saw earlier at our map top view, the hunter is really near the area of already amongst 3 survivors right there, so he already has a rough idea on the locations of the other survivors, and he could really use this in his favor because number 1, he's a dream witch. The map's very compact, and once you have an idea of where the survivors are, it's gonna be easy for you to transition from one area to another, and that's what Taoxing's doing right now, really getting the tails of the priestess right here. Okay, that was a good attempt on the pallet throw, but unfortunately, he was still able to sidestep back.
Yes, that was very interesting play coming in from MWS. Question is, how much time can be bought? In which case, okay, back to the follower. Already making that transition. Ooh, sneaky, sneaky. I love it.
But people here really like to sneak, and I mean, if you don't run, then you get hide, and if it works for you, then why not, right? But again, going back right here, GL is already injured, but is going to take the time to go around these terrains so that he could further the distance and abuse it as much as he can. And going back, this also leaves an opportunity for the other survivors to just go and decode.
Yeah, this is quite tricky for Taoxing though. The constant switcheroos needed, but still luckily is not deterred. Still on GL's tail. But at what point will he finally close the gap? Because GL really doing some great work around these walls.
And that pallet throw was smooth as well. Really had that timely manner. Okay, you hit first and then I hit you back with that pallet. But again, GL just really maximizing the time that he has to really distract the Dream Witch right here. Oh, by the way, I would love to commend this skin. Hi, Toby, you're so cute. And then going back.
My God, I knew it.
well, you can't blame me. And of course, Taoxing, I saw earlier, was placing stickers just now. And you this it again. And then look at that beautiful multitasking. You know, just blinking it out. And then off to the knockdown zone. The priestess goes and in the chair as well. But we are down to 3 ciphers remaining, Articuno, which means this is still, you know, it's still too early to conclude who gets to be the victor here.
Yes. This is great. Again, Taoxing's perseverance to take down GL paid off, but at what cost though? Because another thing is that, oh, wait a minute, follower is already there, but looks like that will be a hit.
That was a good attempt for the mechanic to rescue, but of course it will be costing her, BB's, last effort, and will be going down shortly. But again, this is another opportunity for MWS though, because we are down to 1 cipher. Really, took advantage of that time that the mechanic really diverted his attention so that the others could go and finish the other ciphers remaining. And here we are again. Oh, looks like the prospector wasn't able to calibrate it, but going back, multitasking will be happening here very shortly. Articuno, what's up?
Yes, indeed. What's up is a whack on the head onto Tai. And looks like Tao Sing is back on track. But you have to take note, though, even with all the action that's been going on, okay, we'll be bringing BB to the rocket chair here, but this is still a huge advantage for MWS. Only one cipher remaining, not to mention the fact that it has been taking quite a bit of a while for Tao Sing to pretty much land a target. Luckily, does manage to find a doll, though. This should slow down MWS a bit, but there's still a lot of ground that needs to be covered by our hunter if he wants to catch up in the huge point deficit that might happen if he doesn't play his cards right. Take note, 5 points.
Oh, again, another sticker for Tao Xing right there. And that was a successful rescue on the long run for BB. Still has that chance because he has a tight turner and can still transition to the terrains. So really avoid getting whacked in the head. But going back here, again, one cipher down, that's our scenario. And the thing is, one of the teams, I'm pretty sure it's going to be either BB or GL to distract the hunter right here just so that the just so AM can go for that potential cipher rush again. But here we are seeing though GL is in a position where the terrains are, and that was a very timely portal because if not, it was about to go down.
Ooh, speaking of things going down, what might be going down in a little while is a cipher. I love how MWS, there's not really any need to go for the full rush.
Yes.
They, in the midst of things, if we can have the luxury of time to heal up, let's do that. Why risk when we have 4 survivors strong? Not to mention Tao Xing has definitely been struggling to get control over the map here, but then again, I couldn't really blame Tao Xing. It's also been the efficiency of MWS's positioning, not to mention cipher distances as well look decent as well for MWS.
Truly, and of course, if you notice that the prospector and the mercenary is starting to use the kits that they have up their sleeve, and AM here will be taking that hit, but of course, with the help of his delayed effect, that's not gonna be much of a problem. And Tao Xing, pretty sure he's not gonna prioritize him any soon because I think he's gonna be after those who he has seated on the chair upon, and that's BB and GL. So, like what I've said, eyes on the prize. GL is here into the terrains, and the follower is really on his tail. Again, another attempt, but the pallet throw will be used for another stun.
Yes, man, Tao Xing is making what he can of the moment, but it has been very clear the struggle to land any one of these members of MWS has become such a tedious chore for him. So let's go ahead and see though. There we go, spots out GL, makes a transition straight into one of the followers. Nobody within the immediate vicinity though, so this is, I'm feeling for Tao Xing right now. This is such a frustrating circumstance that he's scoring against right now. It's not the same fluid game that the Dream Witch had during the first half. Second half has been a struggle for sure. And I think it's because of how MWS is just... Not only are they aware of what they should be doing, but also reading out, predicting what the hunter movement is going to be to an extent as a result of responding to what strategy they're pushing right now. Tai will get spotted with these scrolls blocking him, though, but he has full 3 magnets strong.
I mean, of course, in terms of predictions, I am seeing some signs of life in terms of Tao Xing with that blink hit earlier that he did with GL. And the thing is, with that Rose that Tai initially, I think, to me, I take it as he meant to do that so that the attention could be on his side, just so that Tao Xing would get the attention that, oh, the prospector is here, so why don't I just, take a quick look on him? But Tai decided to go, no, maybe I'll just go to your direction instead. But that's just me. But again, going back here, looks like GL successfully was healed by his fellow members. And again, this is like not so back to square one because BB and GL were already seated on the rocket chair. But you have to take into account though that this is kind of this is becoming more of a patience game for both sides of the teams because there are lots of options to choose from.
There are, and man, got a feel for Tao Xing here. This is what I've been talking about. MWS have been super strategic about how they're playing out this game. They know that Identity 5, at the end of the day, there's no timer in this game. You play to the pace of whatever you want to do. And in this case, if we need to spend time with the constant rotations to confuse Tao Xing, if we want to take time to get the necessary heals up, then we can. But wait a minute, it looks like no more dilly-dally, shilly-shally for MWS. They are ready. They popped the final cipher. Can all 4 survivors make it out of the gate? Let's go ahead and see. Tao Xing, he's on the tail.
Yes, indeed. And Tego, he has detention, which means he has this potential clutch game that can come into play. But you have to take note that the members here, of course, will be dispersing and will try to, really confuse Tao Xing in a manner where their positions are. And we are seeing it right now because GL is finally knocked down by the hands of Tao Xing. And like what I've said, he has detention. He clearly has that clutch potential right now.
Yes, this is where the Mount Everest of problems are going to start abounding for MWS if they don't play their cards right. Getting the ciphers down is one thing. Getting out of the gate is another, especially with the tension pop for Tao Xing right now. Question is he going to satisfy himself with just taking down GL? GL has still a bit of a way to go for the rocket chair. MWS, the big question is, do they play it safe by just contenting themselves with the 3 survivors? It is round 1, so they have a lot of points to work with anyway. 5 plus, if ever it's the 3 survivor escape, 3, 8 versus a 1. I'm liking my odds, in which case if I'm MWS, no need to push the envelope too much, and that's going to be the case.
Yes, indeed. And of course, normally in any situations, if you know that the countdown of your rocket-shared survivor teammate is almost at the end, you wouldn't really risk it anymore. And I think MWS will be satisfied with that 3 survivors escaped. And this also means that ALO has a lot of things to work on come the round number 2.
Right. Oh man, this has been a fantastic showing from MWS. Way to start this match with a bang. But on the side of the competition, though, their opposition, that's quite the hefty number of points that they... Oh yeah, actually. Unintentionally, it actually rhymed. But yeah, just so much to work on. Sayora, you know what? This brings me back to Japan. Mathematics again, which is gonna be on me. 8 versus 1. If ever, oh gosh, here we go. Let's just say that. Long story short, ALS has no space to fumble the ball going into round 2. The ideal scenario is, I believe they cannot get anything for both first half and second half. They can't fumble the ball on getting anything lesser than a tie. Because if ever we see the onslaught of points from the Japanese squad again, it's going to be super hard, or even not even necessary to push for a round 3 if it does come to that. But this is a best of 3. The beauty of these best of 3s is we've seen a lot of these teams make up for lost ground when they're able to keep their composure. Sure, we might not have allowed ourselves to get the optimal points that we wanted during the first round. Come second and third round, though, you'd be surprised by how many teams have come to shock in COA, whether it be the qualifiers or even the main stage that we had last year.
Indeed, and of course we are very aware of, let's say, the first game curse. Right. I mean that's how I call it, because usually the first games started off as like a download phase. But you know what? Let's have a quick look at the stats right here. And again, Ty doing a pretty good job in decoding actually 2 ciphers, while the mechanic here, I mean, I can understand why he became the main decoder here, because the mechanic, due to the other survivors getting all injured, it's just best if the mechanic goes for the rescue instead of the decoding, because of course we already established that the decoding process resources decrease as there are many members who are injured. So I kind of understand that concept. But you have to, really take kudos as well to Tao Xing right here with 10 successful strikes as well. And there are knockdowns too. So you really have to commend him for that. And this is still, again, even though that we are seeing that MWS is on the advantageous side in terms of points, there is still a way for ALO to have that comeback. And just a quick highlights, Articuno.
Exactly. So it's interesting that we have two very different Dream Witch games. And as I was highlighting earlier, MWS was just so confident in letting this year through, ultimately realizing that due to the size of the map, a mechanic would have been much more heavily beneficial with what he had planned, where he just wanted to make sure that he kept the survivors busy and put them in a spot where they needed to transition from part to part. Because on the flip side, if you did have that mechanic, making at least, so long as you're sure to have kept the dolls up, at least it gives you much more room to work around these followers, right? But on the flip side, even with a mechanic on the side of the Chinese squad, I mean, yeah, we've seen with the mechanic on the Japanese squad, rather, they were able to get a lot of stuff done, really, and it didn't really help the Chinese squad's cause, where the hunter wasn't really able to control the map as fluidly as his counterpart did. And
Yes.
at the end of the day, the big question is whether or not they can catch up in the points, because an 8-1 this early on is already such great allowance for the team that is in the lead.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. And of course, what to expect here in our second match between ALO and MWS is that number one, of course, Dreamwitch will be banned. I'm pretty sure. Two members of M&Ms will be banned. I'm pretty sure. I think it's gonna be the Seer and the Mechanic. No question to that. And the third one would be, I guess, when it comes to team compositions. Quick rundown. I guess there would still be the Mercenary. Why fix on the MWS side? Why fix something that's not broken? So might as well go for the prospector, right? So
Absolutely.
yeah, and then also there are tons of choices to choose from. There's also the priestess, the coordinator, the forward. It's kind of a variety of most of the fundamentals that we had during the qualifier. So it's really a question of more on who gets to, who gets to be it first.
Tag, you're it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, that brings me back to my childhood. Anyway, MWS, I keep on going back to how phenomenal MWS were. They were great in the qualifiers. Coming to the global finals, the big question is like, how would they fare against the other international squads?
Mm-hmm.
Not
Yeah.
disappointing the least bit. I'm pretty sure the Japanese fans are very happy about that. Now, but yeah, as I was mentioning, Dreamwitch has been, for the past two matches, very prominent in first rotation of picks for a reason for the Hunters. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a very classic showing of what could go phenomenally right if you play Dreamwitch correctly, especially knowing how to properly control the map, and what might not work if you allow the survivors to dictate what your responses are going to be. And I think that's kind of what happened during our first half and second half of round one. You have someone that was dictating the pace versus someone that
Mm.
was succumbing to the survivors dictating the pace instead, which is definitely what you don't want to happen under any circumstances if you're a hunter, especially with a hunter such as Dreamwitch. But then again, you don't really want to discount the skills of these players too much. Dreamwitch is such a high cap hunter to use. The
High tier.
multitasking,
Yeah.
it really take exactly. You have to be not only to use a high tier pick. You yourself have to have a high tier game, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from our hunters in the Call of the Abyss 3.
Yes, and one of which is that you have to have high tier fast hands, which I will never possess. because I mean, if you notice the way that both so sorry. So the way that both Tao Xing and Yotsu used the Dream Witch was, it was very fast paced. So it means that they have the capacity to like switch from one follower to another in a jiffy. Like, they call the shots on that. And those are one of I think the simplest skills that you have to really take note that, because not all dream witch users are fast in terms of that. And but again,
Right.
then again, this is the best of the best, so that's kind of like a no question, the kind of skill. But like what you said earlier, it's I think it's more on dictating the pace, who gets to go first, and who gets to really control which team, who would get to have that control button. And yeah, I kind of like, like, quick question for you, Articuno. Will you get to see like a very off meta pick here from either side of the teams?
You mean for this round or
Yes, for this round,
generally?
or for all, or
I
why not
don't.
both?
To be honest, I wouldn't really expect anything off from the Japanese team, because based on the gameplay that we saw there, looks like they're very much. I mean, of clearly everybody's aware of what the meta is, but it's one of those scenarios where when you go into approaching drafting, you either weigh in on, are you proficient enough to excel on the meta picks, or does it come to a point where you need to pull into pocket picks, which might not necessarily be in the meta, but you as a player are super duper comfortable, super duper confident in being able to showcase what skill you have on these particular picks. Now, looking at how MWS played that is just very textbook of what we'd see from the top teams that know how to abuse the meta. And that's just a very classic showing right there that we see from the Japanese squad, which is why I've been saying how I love that, seeing how much they've progressed from the short span of time we've seen their qualifiers heading into the global finals. There's been progress, and I don't know. We might actually see a strong contender this time around. COA 2, I remember it being the time where we saw a lot of Chinese teams just go all the
Mm-hmm.
way. But seeing how the rest of the regions have kind of come up and improved their gameplay, I would love to see a shake up the COA 3. Not that I
Yeah.
would underestimate the Chinese teams either. They have had phenomenal teams, and some of them were very strong in COA 2. COA 3, from the qualifiers that we've seen, have ascended from great to godliness, and that's time will tell. 4 days ahead, we'll see. But as far as answering your question, that's how I would see it. I'm not expecting any surprise picks. Maybe if the Chinese squad needs to divert to pulling into their pockets, sure. But just the general tendencies of these regions, I'm expecting much more heavier meta picks going into play.
Well, true, because like if you really want that, that spot, I mean, you have this kind of like, mental thinking that, okay, why go astray when you could like, the meta picks are already here, so why not choose them, right? But
Right.
while we wait for our second round for today, second match rather, it's kind of amazing really how we get to witness different kinds of plays, specifically on the earlier match, because both of them used Dream Witch. So you could really see how different is their take or their perspectives on how to utilize this certain type of hunter. And the same thing goes with the survivors as well. But there are some cases that I think that the unexpected plays would
Right.
really like take you into bigger heights. I mean, like you you don't expect it to happen, but it did. So it's gonna be stuck in many people's heads like for quite some time. And I want that mask. Give me that mask.
Oh, well, that's what you get for not shopping and digging in as much as I did in Japan when we were there a few months ago.
Fine. Fine. Hmm. Hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna, since it's taking a bit of time for our players to prep. Again, apologies for the inconvenience, guys. I know that a lot of you are used to this because COA 2 obviously things were very smooth. Everybody was on site, which is why we were able to get the ball rolling constantly.
Yeah.
So this time around, it might be a bit lumpy. The longer waits. Super apologize for that. Unfortunately, that's the circumstance we had to work with. But to be honest, for me, I'm really happy nonetheless that a lot of, I'm not going to mention titles, but a lot of esports tournaments globally were canceled
Yeah.
because of the recent
Fortunately,
happenings in the
yeah.
world. But I am so glad that one way or another, the Identity 5 team found a way to make it work. Nonetheless, so yeah,
Yes.
just glad that we have some Identity 5 action, and I'm glad that we get to be with the community from the comfort of our own homes. Fun fact,
Yay.
guys, the beauty about this, business on the top, but super comfy shirts on the bottom.
Yes.
I'm not gonna show it on stream. Obviously, I don't want to show my legs for the global communities to see. But just fun fact.
Oh my goodness, Articuno. You're good.
Yeah.
I mean, that is true. I think that's for everyone as well, especially those who are working from home or even having online classes, right? So it's kind of like the standard thing that we have right now. But guys, please, please, please watch out for your health. I mean, we all did this for a reason, and that's because for the safety of everyone, right?
I just love how one of the people in chat agreed, put sick assets that we have for Call of Duty this year. They're really pulling all the stops. I'm sorry, guys. I
Yeah.
cannot help myself from saying it. I'm just gonna say it again. I am so jealous of not being in Shanghai right now to see this
Same.
beautiful stage in person. Sierra last year, COA 2 stage for me was such a vision. Like I was so honored and in awe of seeing that stage in person. This year, stepping up their game, I was so excited to head for Shanghai again. But yeah, all right.
Look at that vid first. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Absolutely lovely introduction to both of our teams. Again, you guys are watching the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finest, the pinnacle, an apex of competitive Identity 5 esports. Again, we are going to be your casters. I'm Articuno, and joining me is the absolutely lovely, and I can't believe I have to cast with her again, Ciara.
Hi guys. I wish I had an awesome video like that. Just being all fearsome and angsty. But you know what? Let's head on to our drafting phase, Articuno, between ALO as the survivor side and the MWS as the hunter side. And of course, the usual, like what I've said, the bans are on point in terms of predictions, and the map would be at the Arms Factory once again. So
Yes. More action happening here, and later on, you will be seeing Grizzly Articuno bring you all the action for our next games. But nonetheless, here we have our second round of games with ALO on the survivor side. MWS. Let's go ahead and review these bans though. Mercenary as well as a Seer. So Mechanic was left off the hook once again.
I told you so. I told you so. One of the peeps of M&Ms will be, two of the peeps of M&Ms will be out of the play, and it's going to be Merc and the Seer. And of course, the go-to always when the Mercenary is banned is always going to be not really always, but it's usually the forward. And of course, you would be compensating it with another versatile kind of survivor, which is the Perfumer, followed by the Coordinator as well for additional kit to your overall team. And that is like, yeah, that's one of the standard and fundamental responses usually to those bans, so there's no really question into it. I think this is more about their execution of play for later when we head on to our match.
Exactly, and here we have it. The action that you've been looking for again. Yotsu, following the trend, will be bringing Bloody Queen to the table with ALO working with Mechanic. Forward, Perfumer, and Coordinator. Now, the big question here is monumental points for MWS courtesy of Yotsu and team. Can ALO turn things around and force it into a round 3? Or will our Japanese squad breeze through and head straight into the quarterfinals? We'll find out as we head into our next game. Let's go, Ciora.
Yes, indeed. And just a quick top view of the map that we had earlier. Yotsu was in a very good position to, really in the direction of other two survivors earlier from the side of ALO. But again, it's a very, very early takedown for that doll of the Mechanic. This is looking good for Yotsu, but then again, you have to take into consideration that the members are quite dispersed. And Yotsu here, I'm pretty sure will be taking, much of a supplementary time as much as he can. Mirror's image gonna be used, and successful hit on to Mengyan.
Yes, that was great. Once again, great start for Yotsu, not getting deterred there. Oh my goodness!
Again, another takedown for the doll. That means that is minus the doll, everyone. And that is gonna resort to a new strategy for the side of ALO. Going back, Mingyan is already injured. That means automatically they have that decrease in deduction speed. And of course, Yotsu knowing this will be eyes on the prize, onto the Mechanic, right here onto the terrains with the help of the mirror image, and another successful hit for Yotsu. Man, the aggressiveness of this man.
Yeah, man, the aggressiveness of this man. Okay, I like that. I like that. But I'd have to agree with you. Yotsu is not pulling any punches. He has not come to play. He has come to slay in the Call of the Abyss. And you know what? Let's top that off with a lovely terror shock to boot. Xiao Tian, unfortunately, has fallen and will be the first to be brought into the rocket chair.
Indeed, go Survivor down in a rocket chair, according to Gaby Grizzly. Guys, if you don't know that, that's his new music video. Anyway, going back right here onto the game, it's a pretty witty way to target your survivors, because Mechanic here is really one of the main targets usually in this kind of composition. But looking at the lower side of the screen, they are looking at pretty good in terms of that decoding, but that is 1 out of 4 ciphers. Okay, that was a successful hit by the forward, successfully saved the Mechanic. But then again, last effort, that was a beautiful 180 by Yotsu right there. Ooh, doing some Dua Lipa moves right there. But again, looking right here, of course, Yotsu has that option to go for Weirdo earlier, but you have to take note, the Mechanic is already seated on the rocket chair. It means he just needs to, really prioritize it. That's like your go-to strategy, and then move on to the next. Because the other 3 survivors that we have, Articuno, are versatile. They can be rescuers, they can be kiters. So I think the best strategy that you have is really focus on the main decoder of the team.
Oh man, that was unfortunate here for ALO Xiao Tian. Question is, here we go. It's gonna be Mengyan that's gonna be on rescue duty, already spotted out by Yotsu though. And there you have it, blazes through him. Yotsu already poising himself for the right time on the hit, but nope. The gun will be exhausted just to make sure that they grant each other some distance before Yotsu continues the chase.
Good job by the coordinator. They're really saving his friend. And that's a beautiful body block right there by Mengyan as well. But going back, of course, the priority will still be set. And that was a blink, but it did not hit the mirror image. And again, let's see if he will go into... Oh, sadly, the time ran out for that mirror image. And again, Yotsu needs to transition again from the map that he was in to the other side, because that's where mostly the survivors are, and he really can't afford to waste time because we are down to 1 cipher remaining, Articuno.
Yes, we are. This is a great comeback, in which case coming in from ALO, making out for a lot of lost ground from what we saw earlier during the first round. Question is, though, can they get four members strong out of the gate? Like I was saying earlier, popping those ciphers, getting all five down is one thing. Making it out of the gate is another, and that's where things become all the more tricky with Yotsu potentially maximizing tension. But yeah, okay, it's gonna be the ring around the rosy over the Winsel, a pocket full of pose. Well, not Winsel rather, but around this palette.
Okay. So far, I love it how Xiao Chan is really utilizing the terrains right here. But Yotsu playing a bit of mind games right here. You thought I was here? Nope, I'm at the other side. Nope, but they're really playing some pitter patters here. And let's just see. But take note, the one cipher will be primed soon as possible. All they have to do now is to wait until one of them gets knocked down. And I think that is what that was a perfume if I'm not mistaken. And the forward is already ready, standing by onto the gate. So they really are just waiting for Xiao Chan to just go and knock down.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. There we go, Yotsu trying to look for that hit, but he has been absolutely preoccupied by Xiao Tian here, in which case Xiao Tian is making the most of his last life. And there you have it. Looks like it has been maximized. But of course, ALO was heavily prepared for that as he makes a run for it. But Yotsu, he's going to be all the more potent. Xiao Tian looks like he will continue to buy time. Mirror image. No more playing games here. Yotsu keeps looking for that last swipe, and he succeeds.
From the behind Power Rangers playstyle. Oh, that was a bit of a, that was a bit of a misclick.
A little bit of misclick, it happens.
Yeah, to see if the shoes of Bloody Queen was there, still intact. Yeah, but again, going back, Xiao Chan will be out in the banner, and this is another good clutch play potentially for Yotsu right here, because you have to take note. Oh, it looks like they will be escaping by 3 men. People, let's see if the perfumer will make it on time. No, the dungeon escapes, and that is 3-1 Silent AL. Oh, wow.
Insert wow. That was a very interesting turn of event. It looks like our Chinese squad has not lost faith, not to mention it's not the same scenario where we're dealing with a Dream Witch that could just go for the full map control. No, it's working with a Hunter that is just more efficient at landing a target. Unfortunately for Yotsu, considering how slippery his target was, not to mention the time spent over that wall in the midst of the rest of the survivors just ready to pop that cipher, they were in full command out there. Earlier, as I was saying, Yotsu just had maximum control over what was going on, how the survivors were moving about the map. But it's not Dream Witch anymore. You don't have that same level of control. What you really want to reliably go for in this case is how efficiently you can take down survivors as quickly as possible, with the Bloody Queen and the mirror image just closing out gaps, not leaving any much options for your prey to run for. But yeah, I think that was a step up overall from the survivor side as well. I don't want to necessarily say that it's just Yotsu, but just a monumental step up overall. And I think they played their cards right a little bit better with how they worked around those ciphers, which proved it a bit more trickier for the Hunter to get the foothold in the midst of that game.
Truly, because I mean, we've saw in the early phases of the game, Yotsu really going out as aggressive, similar to the first match that he had. It just so happens that this time around, the patient game for the side of MWS really paid off onto their side this time. Because if you saw earlier, they were just down to, if I'm not mistaken, what they needed 4 more ciphers, and they were already in a slight pinch during the early phases of the game. But then, with all the the containment that was happening all throughout, they managed to really go and get those 3 ciphers remaining in time, and just really, I mean, it kind of caught off guard in terms of the number of the ciphers remaining, and the fact that the 2 survivors from ALO were already standing by on the gate and on the primed cipher. It's just, it's a common call, but a very clever one as well, because they had the option to help Xiao Chan earlier. But they decided that okay, you know what? We'll just wait for you to actually go down
Yeah,
first. Then that's the time where we put the thing into play.
right. Nonetheless, Yotsu's Bloody Queen, great.
I have many.
Whether you look at the other side, though, I know. Wait, actually, I think the best way to put it is Yotsu's Bloody Queen was great. Survivor decoding, the efficiency was just better in that instance. That it didn't really leave us much room for Yotsu to look for the transitions he wanted in the midst of looking for hunters. He was kept pretty preoccupied, so can't
Yeah.
really blame him either. Those mirror images, though. Oof.
Yes, indeed. Just a quick rundown of the match stats that we have here. If you know this, like what we've mentioned earlier, the decoding progress is like a divide and conquer. So I like it that their composition all throughout is very flexible, so that anyone could, really take turns or shift in terms of who gets to distract the hunter, who gets to decode, who gets to be kiting the wits out of them, and that is the beautiful thing that both of our teams really demonstrated today. But we are already into our second half of our match number 2, so it's getting pretty intense, and it kind of lift me up a bit. I can't stand here as much, but if I was in a chair, then I would have stand up earlier.
Yeah, I have all the free reign to stand if I want to, but I'm wearing shorts, so I can't.
Ahaha. Yes, you have to be pretty careful right there. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you'd be standing up during the game and not during our time on air.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have air conditioning in my room right now. In the country we're from, tropically hot summer that we have. So, I mean, the beauty of being able to do an online cast and you guys seeing me on camera is, um, you don't see. Let's just say it's not a
Right.
pretty sight in person, but visually, with the play on lighting and makeup and so on, yeah, I look fresh on stream. I do not feel fresh the least bit right now, but not. It's not just because of the heat, but it's also because of how intense these games are getting. I think
Yes.
it's really showing how invested we are in the action that's unfolding right before our eyes every single time these players take the stage. And this isn't even the finals. It's not even semis. Heck, it's not even quarters. It's just the first
Yes.
rotation of eliminations.
Yes, and it kind of goes to show that all of these teams that we have right now are really wants to like put their marks on the slots that as the tournament progresses, and it's really exciting because there wasn't any single match ever that was you were idle, if you know what I mean. That every
Yeah,
match,
understood.
where may it be first half or second half, was really eye catching. That you really, you will be paying attention to it, regardless if you were a player of this game or not. But of course, I encourage those who don't play to really play, because this is how intense it can be, right? So, yes, yes, and of
Yes,
course,
sir.
me being the glorified hound that I am, it really inspires me to take it a little bit of a higher step and go for, let's say, a glorified elk.
Well,
Let's
I
say.
will say this, Theora. I keep on saying again,
Mhm.
there's a reason why we're not on the front lines playing and why we're here on the caster list. Number two, I feel like both Grizzly and I said the same thing at COA 2. Looking at
Which
where we're
is
at between COA 2, after watching top competitive play, it gives us the drive as well as the insight on how we should be playing.
yes.
1 year after heading into COA 3, long story short, I think I'm not going to speak on behalf of Grizzly. We'll find out later when he takes the desk, or maybe in chat he'll say for himself. But the 1 year between COA 2 and COA 3, where I thought I'd learn and be able to play the same way, no, no,
I think it's about getting a bit more committed, like let's see,
right,
come
definitely.
COA 4, maybe we get to be, on par with them dragons, if you know what I'm saying. I hope,
Yep.
hopefully.
Fair enough, fair enough. But you know what? Once again, we'd like to welcome everybody that has just tuned into the Identity 5 Call of Phoebus 3 Global Finals. We are your casters. I'm Mark Kuno. Joining me is Sayora. It's a lovely day, only day when I am, well, thankfully I'm not sweating too much because of how intense the games are. But, oof, man, oh, man,
Yes.
that's really all I can say, to be honest. I was supposed to say something, but completely escaped my mind. Dang it.
Ha!
Oh yeah,
Now
there we go. To our, because we have a good number of international viewers right now, especially from Southeast Asia too. Shout out once again, especially I'm seeing some Thai, Japanese, Vietnamese. Um, so yeah,
Sawadika,
Sawadee
konnichiwa,
Krap, Xin Chao,
whatever, what else? Hello, mabuhay.
Mabuhay.
Ayun. There
Great
you
to have
go.
you guys here. In
Indeed.
which case,
And I don't know how to say it in Vietnamese, but I think you know how to
Xin
say it. So
Chao.
I don't I'm not good at pronunciation, so I'll just leave it to you. I'll just leave
Okay,
it to
fair
you.
enough,
Okay.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
okay.
you know, going back, okay, this second scenario, it's going to be match number 2, still the same thing. We have two survivors banned, one hunter banned, and but with the switcheroo. So I think it's still going to be a similar draft. Not much of a difference, unless of course they decide that their fourth pick for the survivor side is gonna be something very different. You know, so like to spicing up the COA 3 eliminations, first rotations of eliminations.
Yes. Oh man, it's been quite the journey for these players from the
Yes.
qualifiers heading in. I'm just really surprised how a lot of these players, as is from the qualifiers, were great to watch. But the step up since then, just amazing. And yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the international viewers replying. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Arigatou
I
gozaimasu.
am gonna
Thank
not prolong
you.
this any further. I'll shut the curtains and into the match we go. Starting off with the drafting
Yes.
phase. A quick recap. Earlier on during round 1, it was a dominating performance that we saw from MWS, leading the fray
Mm.
of a score of 8-1 against the opposition. But ALO just, I was saying ALS earlier, I don't know why, but ALO just managing to step their game up on the survivor side with the
Mm-hmm.
3 survivor escape that they managed to pull off. Can they bring it full circle and put round 3 into a realm of uncertainty? We'll find out as we head on to the draft. But from what we're seeing here, interesting. Are my eyes deceiving me? Do you see that hunter band, Sierra?
It's a bloody queen, which you ideally the first thing that you have to ban out for is the Dream Witch, because we've seen both of the teams utilize this hunter really efficiently. But man, bloody queen looks like WS is pretty confident in facing off ALO's Dream Witch. If ever so, that would be the hunter to be chosen. But again, going to the survivor bans this time, it's still the M&Ms who won't be seeing the light of day, which is Mechanic and the Seer specifically. Of course, into our draft, ooh, Prospector, Mercenary, First Officer, and the Forward. Usually if there's a Mercenary, some people it's just an option if you put on the Forward. But man, oh man, I love it how they take this in a more mobile kind of composition. I mean, they have lots of kits as well. And the First Officer provides you some sort of illusions to, really not just be mobile, but to confuse rather. But the Hunter is going to be a Spooter. Sorry, Soul Weaver right here. But of course, we
Oh
are
man.
any more dilly dallies. We are now here, Articuno, on to round number 2, match 2 of our fight between MWS and ALO, and let the games begin.
Indeed, Sierra. Can I just say this right now? A lot
Yes.
of rescue potential coming in from the side of MWS. Very
Yes. What
interesting.
about
I'd
the
also like
goal?
to Yeah, but not only that, ALO, if you notice, switched up their hunter.
Yes.
So even with that actually makes me wonder whether or not the Bloody Queen band adjustment was more of a target towards the hunter that ALO switched out for. Because in which case that would make so much sense, being much more
Mm-hmm.
confident. Hey, we could let the Dream Witch through, and it did seem that ALO had other plans by just going for the spider instead.
Well, initially, before the Dream Witch was actually into our game per se, it's usually the Spooter. Sorry, Soul Weaver. I keep saying Spooter. Well, that's how I kind of notice. It's usually the Spider that is the one that is commonly used, other than the Ripper, in this specific type of map. So this is kind of like an old school type of thing. But I think ALO is pretty confident on this one because one, it's one of the oldest techniques, and the other one is that the mobility and the surrounding terrains right here is something that the any spooter can actually use and abuse, and this is what ALO is doing right now with that successful knockdown here. That was beautiful mind games for ALO here, and off to the rocket chair, the forward.
Oh man, that was really interesting. A lot of drifting coming in from our spider, already transitioning towards seeing AM, attempting to save. Question is, will the save come in though? Spider already intent on it, so making sure to spot him out. Nobody else really, but there you go. There comes the save. Projectile will find the landing that it was looking for. AM finally gonna get him out of the rocket chair. But let's go ahead and see, because this spider has a lot of room to just feed back into another takedown.
That was a body block, if I'm not mistaken, for the mercenary earlier. But again, oops, it looks like we have some, issues on the side. But again, going back, that from the initial play that we saw earlier, it was a good call actually for the mercenary to save, and the forward there I think the forward was about to vault initially to the terrain. If you saw earlier, if correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I mean the forward was about to vault there into the terrain. Just to really kite away the Soul Weaver. But yeah, then there was a sudden pause in the game. But it happens. It happens. So, based on let me just have a quick quick rundown or a quick discussion
Right.
on their composition right here. If you notice, many of them are mostly supports, kiters, and rescuers. But how about the decode? That's like the common. That would be like the first question that would pop in your head. Like, oh, where's the decoder? Where's the mechanic? Or where is anyone versatile right here? I think that is one of well, this is a very uncanny composition, honestly. Having the first officer, and then you already have a merc, but you also added the forward as well. So it's pretty interesting, though, because I think they would be opting for a decoding speed that is not really on a cipher rush extent, but more on the, taking turns on who's who kind of thing, and
Yes, and
really be
looks like
patient.
we are back in the ball game. In which case, we will continue from where we last left off. Of course, Spider
Mm-hmm.
going to be utilizing some really, really well placed webster to just speed through, as BB already making his way for the save, just looking for the right moment. Don't want to find yourself in a tricky situation yourself. And there you go, the save comes in. But question is, can enough
Ooh.
distance be established? Go ahead and find out.
That was a good, prediction for ALO to choose GL, and that was the last effort. And again, prioritization is going to be, in play here for the side of YGod, and you just really want to secure that survivor. So it's really not a question as to why he's really going for the forward first.
Exactly. And oh man, there you go. That is unfortunate. Strike 3 and you are out, my friend. Only 3 survivors remaining for the side of MWS. Take note though, there's some pretty decent progress on the Cypher. So already, in fact, one remaining. So it all comes down to whether or not MWGS can prompt it at the moment that they want to and not find themselves in a position where they have to just simply respond to how this hunter dictates the pace of how it'll ultimately go down.
Okay, that was a hit. The very swell job for Why God right here. But you know what? This is the factory area. A very it's a great place to kite on, and I think Why God will be transitioning on to the ones who are actually decoding. And the fact that there are two survivors that are injured here on to currently right now, and it only goes to show that you know what they will be they have this sort of strategy that they would disperse. And you know, I think they're opting for ciphering two, I mean decoding two ciphers, one at a south area and one at the north area, just so ever in case that one of them gets knocked down, at least there is what two of which that are primed. I think that's what I'm seeing right now.
Yes, and man, looks like we are seeing a veer forward towards BB, slowly closing out that gap there, but actually decides to switch back. Definitely wants to keep in check what the progress are for the ciphers. Also puts MWS on their feet, but it looks
Mm.
like a target has been found, and it's going to be AM.
Yes, but looking at it, it's a mercenary, so I'm not sure, but he's gonna prioritize him, and yes, yes, he will with that full blink 180. That was a nice job, and it was in a timely manner where the ciphers already popped, and Why God already had detention. So that was a good call for him to actually go for gold for the mercenary side. And again, looking at the positions of the survivors, it looks like they would be opting for a tie.
It does look like the case here, but oh man, that was unfortunate for MWS as they could only manage to escape with two. And just like that, Seora, it seems that round three is gonna be quite the uncertainty. Halo was able to catch up in the points, and man, are we in for
Man.
a treat?
Man, oh man. I mean, it's getting pretty intense as, you know, time passes by. And let's like take a look for it real quick. I mean, I'm not good at the maths right here. So, Articuno, why don't you,
Oh my god.
yes.
Well, if the so round one was 8-1, and
Mhm.
then if I'm not mistaken, next was for the first half that is 9-4, and then heading
Oh,
into the
there you go.
second half
That was.
it is 11-6, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm. So interesting, and I'm speechless currently right now because
Six
the
to
the game.
eleven. Okay.
Wait, is it 6-11? Really? Okay, it's a bit blurry on my end, but
My
you know,
math is
going back,
bad.
I told you that there's a specific reason why. But you know, I'll try my best. I'll try my best to
Sure,
do good
sure.
math. Yeah, you know, maybe off cam and yeah. So, hey. But you
Yeah.
know, going back and proceeding into our round three, first half. Um, okay, this time there would be three survivors to be banned out, and if if I remember correctly, two hunters to be banned out. Am I right?
Right.
Okay, three survivors and two hunters. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Avoid the confusion. Okay, so for the hunter side, I think it's still going to be the fundamental bans, unless of course they made a respect ban to the Spooter just now. So it's either the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch to be banned out onto our round number three, and of course, I'm not really gonna say the survivor side because I'm kind of like repetitive on that case.
Mm.
M&Ms, yeah, M&Ms will surely be banned in there, unless again another respect ban for the opposing team. So really pretty interesting as the pools of survivors are dwindling. So I'm expecting this time around, to me, since we made it to round 3. Okay, that rhymes. Okay, since we made it to round 3, I'm expecting three fundamental survivors and one comfy pick. But you know what? Let's deal with that for later and just have a quick check here on the match stats right here. And again, Ty did a pretty good job in tying the knots and decoding those ciphers back there.
Yes. Oh man, that was just crazy. But even more so, a happy circumstance for Alo to work with, because a 5 points is fairly manageable. Now, the only thing that they need to avoid this time is what's going to be an instant loss for them is if both games end in a tie or lower, because that would
Mm-hmm.
mean 15-10, I guess. So
Yeah.
they ideally want to step up in both their games. They cannot afford to lose both the first half and the second half unless one of those halves ends up being a complete wipeout where they get 5 points. Now, that would be a different equation that we're working with altogether. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out these highlights here. Now, Yotsu, in all fairness, did a great job playing this bloody queen. Unfortunately, Alo had really good timing on making sure that those ciphers were prepped at a swift pace.
Yeah, indeed. And looking here onto the highlights of why God, just a quick rundown earlier was a super swell job, and I just have to say that the spider webs were really used efficiently earlier, and it just goes to show that the as more of an experience that you get, the more that you get to adjust to it, and eventually you get you get them horses kicking, and keep your head on the game.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, come
Oh
on.
man. But yeah, this is really, I'm happy for ALO at least that they're entering round 3 with a manageable chance. Although sure, you don't really have the leeway to be on the losing end of these halves anymore, but still, we get another full best of 3, Sayora, and it's only our second match of the day. Second match of the whole tournament, in fact.
We have, if I'm not mistaken, we have 2 more, right? If I'm not
Yep.
Yeah, we have 2 more, and that would be taken over by you and Grizzly. Say hi to Grizzly for me later, cause yeah.
You can say hi to him yourself in our Discord, Sayora.
Come on, I mean here in our live, you tell hi. Come on, give some love for yeah.
Grizzly, if you're watching, Sayora says hi.
Not like that. When you guys are together
Okay.
already. Come
Oh,
on.
right. Okay, okay.
We get the chance to cast together, okay? I mean, as much as you want to escape my leeches, unfortunately, you'll be stuck with me until
Um,
until if ever so round 3 is over or the extra time is over. You're sticking with me, and you probably have no choice to that. But I'm pretty happy as well to be here. Thank you guys so much. Love you all. Yes, and of course, go. Why are you looking at me? Well, not indirectly at me, but your face is kind of like smug right now. But this is a similar scenario that we had in Japan. See, you're cute. Mm. You're- Hey, you know what? Okay. Now you're giving me that just because you have props. Okay, that's witty. That's witty even for you. Why are you hiding yourself? I mean,
I'm not hiding myself. I'm simply shading myself away from the sunlight.
shading yourself away from the sunlight, but the sunlight in your area is at your behind. Really, Articuno? This is a similar scenario, guys, in Japan. I mean, if you don't, if you were able to see it go to like COA 3 qualifiers, this is the same reaction that I got when I said the word rejuvenated on him. And
Yeah, yeah.
I still am. He is still rejuvenated. Podge and Grizzly probably sitting there also rejuvenated. You guys are rejuvenated. We are all rejuvenated. So, you know what?
Sure.
I'm with the dilly dallies right here, and yeah. You know, while we wait for the teams to actually go and prepare, Articuno, don't hide there.
I'm not
show
hiding.
show
I am
yourself.
right here. You can hear me. I am.
Yes, but
You
show
can see
yourself.
me. I am
You.
here.
It's like you are Hazukashi when you are with me.
I don't know what that means, but okay, let's go ahead and talk about heading into this round three. Um,
That's your
um,
homework. Look for it.
yeah. What? Look for what? That's awfully a short time of homework.
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
mean, you
yeah,
can get to find it real soon. Okay.
yeah,
Well,
sure,
maybe
sure.
I could like tell you what it means, or you know what? It's a homework for you. Yeah. I mean, that's like a hangover from the Japan trip. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so once again, guys, this is 16 teams, best of threes on our elimination rounds, and the finals will get to battle off best of fives. Yay! Articuno, why aren't you?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be casting with you. No, just kidding. But yeah, kidding aside, kidding aside. Really, uh, let's talk about how banning might go down because one thing that I found interesting is how we constantly talk about how the most likely bans that we'll be seeing as our two-piece ban when you head into round three is the Bloody Queen Dream Witch combo. However, this might be a bit of a shakeup that we're looking at because we saw Spider earlier. Despite Dream Witch being open, it was Bloody Queen that was banned out during round two, second half. So whether or not we'll be seeing that same trend going into round three is
Mhm.
questionable. They might be swapping out Dream Witch for the Spider, in which case. So that said,
Yeah.
will ALO as a result shift towards Bloody Queen? Or is there a reason that, or no, sorry, not Bloody Queen, but rather Dream Witch? Or are we going to be seeing something else in their pocket?
It
Because,
depends because first and foremost, you have to consider the map right here because if they decide to go for arms factory, then I'm pretty sure that it's a high ban rate for Dream Witch right there. And if it's going to be on a different one, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see a different roster in terms of the hunter.
right.
So yes, and for the side of Bloody Queen, I mean the choice that they have, I mean they had the choice to choose Dream Witch earlier, like you mentioned, but before like what I said earlier, the I think one of the reasons why they chose the Soul Weaver was because it's one of the hunters that were chosen in that specific map during the time that Dream Witch wasn't released yet. So it was it was our like it's either the Soul Weaver or the Ripper that is usually being chosen there at that specific type of map because
Right.
it's utilized pretty efficiently considering that the map is really small. So I think that's one of the like reasons behind that. But still, we can I think also as well it's because of a comfort pick too. I'm considering it as well as a comfort pick because it was used efficiently, and yeah, and the terrains also provide you a lot of movement speed and a chance to really spawn out those spider webs that it can really turn out in your favor, and that's what just happened earlier. And but it's kind of a player thing, so I think when we have, I guess, a bigger map come the round 3, I think we'll be looking at this at a different angle, mostly a bloody queen angle.
Right.
To me, to me.
I mean, another thing I guess is we've seen a lot of these more close quarter maps in the
Mm.
game. So yeah, I'm wondering if it really ties in with strategy now, doesn't it? Because
Yes.
I guess close quarter maps, it really goes both ways. I mean, pros and cons for both sides. Survivors, number one, you have better access to rotating towards ciphers, but that also spells true for the hunter, especially for a hunter that is able to solidify great map control. And that's what we saw during the first round with the Dream Witch.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah. So.
said, on the hunter side, having close quarter maps also means easier access for you to chase down hunters. There's a lot of pros and cons, really, but at the end of the day, we've been seeing a lot more of these closer quarter maps then. It's just
Mhm.
2 rounds, 2 matches though. It's a very small sample size. We'll see how it goes along in the tournament, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Sample size reminds me of
yeah,
my research paper.
right. But in comparison for the bigger maps though, at least we've seen a number of the bigger maps played out in COA too. So
Mhm.
and come to think of it, another interesting thing to bring up for this particular broadcast, if you look at the map selection for
Mhm.
COA 3, it's still pretty much the same standard maps, which is understandable. If you look at the newer maps that were released, they're just ridiculously huge and
Fake.
a lot of things that kind of mess up with the competitive factor of IDV. So, with all said and
Yeah.
done, you really don't want to deal with that. But looks like we
Mhm.
apologize for the wait. It is going to be our third round now.
Yeah. But you know what? There is this one thing that I would like to see. It's an off meta pick, sure, or a recent. I just want to see if ever so by one of the teams. I really hope and pray sometimes if I get to see a geisha pick for the hunter side. But you know what? Let's see if it goes on as we proceed on to our drafting phase right here at Ikuno between ALO as the survivor side and MWS as the hunter this time around. And the usual Dream Witch and Feaster is not going to be seen right here in our round number 3, which is actually a good call because Feaster is really dangerous in specifically at Sacred Heart.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd also like to highlight how MWS has switched out their hunter. It will be Magoo taking
Oh,
the stage, pretty much.
oh, so if you look at the band base here for the survivors, okay, sure, M&Ms are still there, the mechanic and the seer, but the forward, we won't be seeing it into play. The usual survivor that is picked when the mercenary is banned won't be seeing any light day. So they are denying that mobility against ALO, but they will be choosing the Gravekeeper right here. Like we witnessed it
Interesting.
into our match 1, right? So this is pretty interesting, like what you said, Articuno.
Yeah, and it does seem that with both Dream Witch as well as Feaster banned out, they will default to the Bloody Queen instead. I love how, if you look at the trend of bans, like you mentioned, both hunters very proficient picks on this map, not to mention both exhibit a certain form of control in comparison to most hunters. So Bloody Queen is definitely going to be more of these, hopefully, speedy takedowns on survivors that MWS will need to accomplish if they want to succeed with the advantage that they already have in points and just push it full throttle, hopefully, as we head into a very, very crucial round for them.
Yes, crucial indeed. And of course, without further ado, I guess we are now here, Articuno, at our round number 3 first half between ALO on the survivor side and MWS on the hunter side using that bloody queen. And it's Magoo who's going to be in play. And just a quick look at a peek at our map right there, really close, and looks like Magoo's on the hunt.
Yes, he is. Question is who he will find first off. Oh, Mengyan, as you guys can see, was ducking there. Question is whether or not Magoo will sniff that out. Looks like that will be the case. Mengyan just forced to realize, hey, you know what? I need to start getting the move on. But there you go. Mirror image will be popped, and the hit will slam onto him. Magoo on the right track so far.
Yes, on track indeed. And of course, Magoo being on the right pace right here, but this is a good opportunity for Mingyan to transition beautifully into the hospital. But let's see if there would be some switcheroos that's to happen. No, because Mingyan will be focusing on Kek, but going back right here, Xiao Chen will be having that beautiful pallet throw. Blink is going to be used, and Xiao Chen will take the hit.
Absolutely. And not a bad start in which case, but you will notice that Magoo would ideally want to eventually commit onto one target. Xiao Tan already back on the first floor, in which case already making his way out of there, switches with the mirror image, goes over the windowsill. This is great for ALO so far. A lot of time being bought out. Weirdo will be spotted out as well. Question is, Magoo will instead focus on Mengyan, not to get deterred by the sight of that gatekeeper, and whack on the head. Down goes his first Magoo.
Yes, indeed. And mirror image will be used to chase the other survivor down. But of course, you know what? Let's prioritize the one who's knocked down first. And that's going to be the coordinator sitting on the rocket chair. And I think Magoo is pretty aware that the coordinator here takes some time based on the countdown being seated on the rocket chair. And of course, Magoo here will now transition differently.
That was unfortunate. Magoo definitely wanting to give himself some leeway to work with. Does not want that pallet to be a problem later on when somebody does come in for the save. Grave Paper is within the immediate vicinity, but it does seem they are looking for the right opening to try to go for that save. Weirdo just looking for it. Magoo already slowly closing the gap onto him. Looks for that swipe. There you go. Whack on the head. But this will buy enough time for Weirdo to go straight in for the save onto Mengyan. Now, question is, Magoo has a lot to work with here. Body block trying to come in. Effort will be out.
Yes, that is the last effort on to Weirdo right now. He has 20 seconds to further his distance away, and Magoo prioritizing once more the coordinator, considering that the fact that she's already chaired. And now it's just a really waiting game right here, but I love the way that Mengyan really dances. But Magoo, on point, gets the coordinator image and will sit once more on the rocket chair.
Yeah, this is going to be a temporary halt, in which case the ALO's progress with 2 survivors down. It does seem that at least they are still trying to work around it. Now, Weirdo is on the ground, and this is great for Magoo. It is very manageable. Both survivors, in which case, are within reasonable distance here. Weirdo will be spotted out as well, but Magoo, so far, things are pretty much under the control of this this hunter, rather.
Yes, I love it how Magoo was waiting for Weirdo to actually go and lift himself up. And again, goes back and transitions to the coordinator. Let's see if the mind games will come into play.
Yeah, Perfume will be popped in which case, but Magoo not gonna get deterred still. It will be Mengyan that he's after. That's already a guaranteed skyrocket should he be able to land a last hit on him, bring into the rocket chair, and that's gonna be the relief that Magoo is looking for so that he can transition to even more targets. Looks like it will be the gun pop though, so that Mengyan could establish some distance before he falls.
Yes, so that was a timely gun though. Oh, that was a nice pallet throw done by the perfumer right there. And still, it won't deter him though, but look at it, just really healing in front of him. And that was a... Oh, Let's see. That was
Interesting.
interesting knockdown, but the Cypher is already popped, and two of them are now injured as well. But again, going back to the mirror image, and Mingyan will surely be seated on the rocket chair this time to, really secure that survivor takedown. And then again, I'm pretty sure after this, Magoo will transition on to the other survivors.
All part of the plan, in which case, for ALO, they knew that, you know what, we're all ready to go, just needs to get that pop. And Xiaotian as well, I believe, should be A-OK. And that is game 3, survivors out of the gate. ALO is still in this very interesting fashion, in fact.
Ooh, and
Look at them.
Yeah.
Really happy with those 3 points. This is what we were discussing earlier. So the ideal scenario for ALO is they want to try to make sure that both of these halves end with more than a tie. Anything that's a tie or below will ultimately put them out of the running with what has been established. 3 points. This is a great start to the turning point that they're looking for. Next step, let's try to do some quick maths here. It is currently 12-9.
Mhm.
A 3 survivor takedown during the next game will grant them the tiebreaker. 4, though, if I'm not mistaken, will pretty much secure them the deal of
Pretty
making it
interesting.
clean up.
Yes, but you know what? I think the target here for both sides of the team is that clean sweep because I mean that's like the main objective all throughout. But we'll get to see on how MWS performs when they are on the survivor side this time.
Or
And
right.
yeah,
Actually, now that I think about it, if you're gonna look at it based off of match results, because MWS took round 1, and
mm-hmm.
then if you look at round 2, I believe that was technically a. You know what? My math is just
I know,
not,
right?
not
I know.
in functioning order right now. Okay, no, I'll try to do a quick math here. No, actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's round 2 in favor of ALO because one was a tie and then one was the 3-1 that they pulled off. So
Mm-hmm.
now it's coming to a point where I'm not sure if the tiebreaker needs to be played anymore, in which case, because technically, even though the score would be equal 12-12 if they do get 3 points once again, by
Mm-hmm.
the rounds at least, it would be a 2-1 in favor of ALO. So I think there's definitely a lot of work that MWS needs to put into this as well. I guess.
Yeah.
Long story short, MWS just needs to take the second half.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's I don't know. I mean, knots are really getting tied right here, and it's pretty getting intense for both sides of the team. So, I think like the best route for both of them is to actually go for that sweep, and especially for the side of yeah, especially for both of them, especially in the second half, and yeah, if you look into it though, um, I don't know. I think to me, we might be expecting some extra time. What do you think?
Definitely.
Yeah,
Man, yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah,
I mean, it's been quite the long day that we've had already. So for
yeah.
for the sake of one of these teams, I'm pretty sure they've been raring to go since the start of this day. So maybe round 3 will be the charm for one of them at least. But yeah, looks like we're not going to be heading into our game just yet. For those of you that have just tuned in, by the way, you are all watching the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Zior, and later on, Grizzly will be joining us as I will be in tandem with him. What a busy, busy day that we've had today, in which case.
Yes, busy, busy day, and And come round 3, also, this is where we get to take account the stamina and the mental state of each players as well. Because, usually on rounds 1 and 2, that's like, okay, this okay, game phase on right now. But the duration, however, of, having, 4 matches already is, something you have to really take into account. And this is where we'll get to see, which team gets to be tilt proof. Did I say that right? Tilt proof.
Yeah,
There.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. Gets to be tilt proof right here. And like what we've said, come round 3 also means that the pool of survivors is starting to dwindle. So this is where actually the deciding factor really starts. And would we be seeing a similar match 1? I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, it's really tricky because it seems that despite the great start from MLS dominating round 1, they've struggled to find their footing because the opposition has found their groove. As we saw, hey, look, man, it's really great to see. And I hate to say that I kind of jinxed it, maybe because I was already saying in round 1 we see a dominating performance from a team. At round 2 and 3, it suddenly starts switching around. So not my fault, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just really a great step up, and I think yeah, the survivors really stepped up. I mean, we've been talking about it earlier how it's been an upward trajectory for ILO survivors, and we just saw that again. Pretty much started off from just one making it out to 3, and then another 3. Great build up that we're seeing here.
We are seeing threes to and fro, ladies and gents, and this is getting pretty intense. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, know what I'm saying. But you know what? Uh, After
Yeah, pretty
this,
much.
we still have a whopping 2 more matches. Oh wait, this is 4. Two more matches to go to. And guys, I'm a little tired. It gives me shivers really to see, actually to witness these teams play out, because they all give intense games. And I don't know. It really it makes me really pay attention to how they really play off earlier. So I'm at lost for words. As the rounds progress. And for this round 3, I'm pretty sure that there will be fundamental bans and picks, but with a little twist. There. I'm gonna say it. There will be twist. There will be an unorthodox pick. I'm predicting. Yes, I am predicting.
Maybe.
Yeah, because this is round 3. And like what I told earlier, this is where the various pools of survivors come into play. So if you release a very different survivor from what we usually see, it's you know mind blown.
Mind
Yeah.
blown. I'm all for the shakeups, really. I mean, I
Yeah.
remember during COA 2, we would go nuts over the sudden shakeups that we didn't really expect, especially when Feaster wasn't really used as much before. I remember like Persuadable and Grizzly, especially Grizzly, would go crazy over those Feaster picks that would just suddenly pop up during COA 2. I'm all for the surprises. I love it when a team is daring enough to go a little bit off of the trend, the norm in competitive
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
Yes, definitely. And you know what? I mean, while waiting, guys, we are waiting as much as you are waiting as well, because this takes time. This is round
Right.
3, guys. This is round 3, so they really have to think their way through on how to, if not really sweep, one up the opposing team. points, so it's really an important this is where the important decision making really come into play. And for us MCs as well, I mean, we're here not on usually we get to like tell you guys stuff on paper, but like that
Right.
what textbooks usually happens, but the magic happens on the players. So just a little bit patience, guys. I know you guys are patient, beautiful humans out there, supporting their respective teams. And I know you guys are like that. I mean, I'm exposed myself to the IDB community, and they're all very good, handsome and beautiful humans out there. And I'm pretty sure you guys can wait just a sec, just a little time. And I know too. I just want to like have it a little bit here, just so that for the icebreaker ish thingy. I've been seeing some of the comments as well in terms of the aesthetics of the game. The skins here and there.
The
We want
crossovers.
Yes, we want the Ice of Skin more. We want this one more. Yeah, guys, don't worry. I feel you. Aesop's my main man too, and I want him to look pretty and
Do you have
handsome.
any dream
Mhm.
crossovers, Seora?
Actually, Persona happened, so it's okay. But and then Danganronpa is gonna happen, so
Yeah.
I'm like,
Exciting. If I could wish for a crossover, I'm not gonna mention the game, but I'm pretty sure you guys will know what I'm talking about if I drop the hint. I would want to have a crossover between Identity 5 and a recently remade game that came out this last month. You probably, yeah, that's, I'm not gonna say which one, but yeah, you guys probably know which one. How about you, Seora? You know what? I'm gonna have to stop you from answering that question. Suspense for now, guys. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to wait for the next chapter to find out what Seora's answer is. How about you guys? Let us know in chat. Maybe the devs will see what your wishes are. But what we
Yeah.
and Seora are gonna be talking about this time around in replacement of that halted conversation is the drafting phase for our second half of round 3 between MWS and ALO.
Yes, sirree. And ALO will be on the Hunter's side for this match right here. And looking at the bans, it's, like what I said earlier, it's pretty fundamental. Bloody Queen won't be out. And the Soul Weaver, won't be seeing the light of the arms. Sacred Heart Hospital rather in this round number 3. And that's kind of like a good answer map wise, because there are lots of terrains as well that the spider can abuse, so it's pretty a fundamental response to it. And then again, M&Ms will be banned out, won't be getting to see the light of day. And going back here, I think for the draft there will be the Priestess, Coordinator, Prospector, excuse me. This is your main.
Okay.
Oh, this is interesting. I like this composition so much. I like it. I really like it. I like it. But you know what? Just a quick, I mean, I saw it from one of the comments, and it kind of made me laugh. They wanted like a Tom and Jerry crossover.
Oh my goodness! What? Okay, fair. Everybody has their likes. Everybody has their likes.
Yes,
Someone a Tom and Jerry, someone Bob the Builder, someone Barney and Friends crossover. The sky is the limit when you're dreaming of these collaborations. But you know what I'm dreaming about, Seora, which is about to finally come to reality, is the result of who will ultimately proceed to our quarterfinals in our second match of the day. It's been a grueling 3 rounds, and it's finally going to reach its epic conclusion as we head into the second half between ALO and MWS. Show your love, show your support to whoever you guys want to see proceed to the next round. Are you rooting for ALO of China or MWS of Japan? Did I get those regions correct? Yes, I did.
You did? Wait, I thought that it was the other
Really?
way around. But you know what?
Really?
Let's go ahead into the Sacred Heart Hospital.
No,
like
I didn't.
Yes,
Yes,
you
I
did.
did.
You got it. interchanged, okay? ALO's from
No, I got
Japan.
it right. ALO. ALO is
Wait,
China. I'm pretty sure now. I'm pretty sure. Yes, I
this
did.
this is the effects of the quarantine, guys. You have to forgive us for our laggy brains right now. But again, going back into our game, Ripper will be eyeing out on the prospect at the very early seconds. This is a pretty good job for him. But you know what? Terrains are there. Abuse as much as he can. He will be catching that foggy blade. But again, the transitions are real. Magnets to be, stick it on to the Ripper right here. And I would just like to say I love this Ripper skin. But going back here, the best kiting area into the map, and ooh, it looks like it kind of like okay. He got the portal. Okay, that's an efficient way so that there's a specific time of cooldown. So it's nice. It's nice for Y God, but this is getting intense. I mean, he really knows how to get on his tail.
I know, and okay, Magnet will be popped once again. Whether or not it'll look for the connect that this Prospector was looking for, no, unfortunately that's not the case. Ooh, Prospector. Oh, okay, actually, it didn't notice there, and was able to establish a negative distance between himself and the Ripper. But this Ripper is really starting to blow Juno. It's only a matter of time. Foggy Bates will find its landing and catch the Ripper. Can he get him? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can, and there goes. I'm pretty sure we are having a basement party, ladies and gents. Basement party. And will he put it at the end? Okay, no. Just right here on the first chair. Okay, one survivor onto the rocket chair. And let's see on how MWS will respond to this. And ooh, I like that strategy right there. Getting some peepers just to see if there are nearby survivors around. And looks like BB's gonna use that was his. Oh, okay. So it was Gravekeeper who went into the trails, and now last effort, he will be the one to catch it. This was a very good save by the Gravekeeper. I am impressed.
Oh man, looks like lots of interesting work happening. MWS getting their comrade out of the base, but not on before BB will fall in this case once again. MWS nonetheless is doing some decent work. Let's go ahead and see whether or not our Hunter can get more out of this. Ooh.
That was a close call. Okay, the football will be used to stun the Hunter in a very short time. But I'd like to commend the Gravekeeper earlier, though. That was a very good spot for him to just really dig out and really save the Prospector. And now looking here onto the current happenings right now, this is GL really, preventing the Hunter from getting the Prospector right here. I mean, that is like a very normal response. But at what cost? Yeah, take note that this also means like a lesser time for the decoding progress of MWS.
Oh gosh. MWS really needs to take every single advantage that they can. What to get them a clean win into the next round would be the ideal perfect 5 points to 3 points or 5 points. So one survivor is allowed allowance. I hate putting it that way, but yeah, it is allowed allowance.
So I think they couldn't really go for a tie or below.
Tie
would be or higher. Yeah.
Well, tie would be acceptable as well, actually, because up until a tie at most, so 2 to 5 points is win for them.
Okay, we are now seeing that the Ripper is on the tails of the Gravekeeper right here. Let's see if there will be any potential hits. Nope. Oh, that was a very sneaky sidestep coming in from BB. BB, where are you going? Okay, he will now transition to tie right here. Oh, no, he added a peeper on his area. And I like it how Y God is just, really focusing onto the ciphers that he sees shaking, because we are down to 2 ciphers remaining and he can't really afford any more time missed simply because of how dispersed the survivors are.
This is great progression, in which case this is what we saw from MWS earlier, where as much as possible they're putting the Ripper into a more responsive position, but looks like patience will pay off for our Ripper here as he gets the down on AM.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the second time that he will be rocketeered. And yes, he still has a half countdown before let's say any potential rescues come into play. And looks like GL is on the move, giving also some time for the others to really decode. And oh, that was a beautiful football to really miss that Foggy Blade.
Yeah, but at the same time, taking only one cipher remaining, which MWS is already working on. Timing is everything right now. They were able to get him out of the Rocketeer. I love the crowd control onto this Ripper to try to slow him down, just to buy time for MWS to hopefully, with a hope and a prayer, get that last cipher pop so that they have. Okay, actually, it's up right now. Everybody up and healthy. It's all on MWS now. They are working to their advantage. The points, the stars are aligning for them. Whether or not it can go full circle, we'll find out. But for ALO's Hunter, it's a very, very monumental task that he needs to accomplish. 3 survivors down is a dream. Can he, though? We'll find out as we go along.
This is getting pretty intense because the Ripper has detention and can do a clutch play. But the thing is, the members or the survivors are gladly dispersed. So he has to once he pinned down his target, he really has to focus on it and go for a potential knockdown. But with the portals and everything, looks like there can be a potential sweep.
Oh my goodness, MWS playing this beautifully. And man, oh man, Ripper looks like he is sniffing things out. But regardless of the circumstances, it's very clear that MWS may actually make it out with a hell lot of survivors needed to just bring it full swing for them. And that will be the case. 3 are out. Ladies and gents, we have our winner, and it is going to be MWS from Japan that proceeds to the next round with ALO China, unfortunately ending their journey here at the Call of Phoebus 3 Global Finals.
Yes, sir. Congratulations to MWS. You are one step forward to our quarterfinals for Call of the Abyss 3. This is really exciting, but you still have to pay kudos as well to ALO because they did a splendid job in, making it all the way to round 3. And that's something that, it's really spectacular that you managed to, make it that far.
For sure, for sure. I mean, especially for China. China has some of the best teams in the world. And let's say, even though they have the most slots going into COA 3, the fact that still the team size you have in the region is absolutely insane, that it's a monumental task to even grasp one of those slots as is. But nonetheless, we have our winner. I'm pretty sure the Japanese squad and the Japanese fans, for that matter, which is a multitude from what we saw when we were in Japan, they should be very proud and happy of their representatives.
Omedetou gozaimasu. Yes, I am the inner weeb. Yes,
Yeah, but
say
I
yeah, guys.
love just talking about that game. I love how MWS eventually found their groove once again. They did pretty decent. They did phenomenal in round 1, decent in round 2, and round 3 they just got their bearings once again. It was
Yeah.
very reminiscent of the performance that we saw during round 1, or they knew what they needed to do. They knew what ciphers they needed to work on, what the positioning should have been, what the transitions were during the third round, and overall just a great showing. And it's a good done deal. So congrats to them. Of course, I believe we'll be checking the replay just to see how that last round went. But I mean, honestly, it was a lot of energy put in, so I'm feeling the fatigue, but this is what I live for as an Identity 5 caster. These top notch games. I've been waiting a whole year for it. I'm glad I got invited again, and it's like having the front row seat to the best competition for Identity 5 in the world. What more can I ask for?
Yes, me too. And actually, I'm also really, really honored to be with you guys today, casting these amazing games. I feel like teary eyed right now. But, going back, I just really feel happy because, getting front row seats, like you mentioned, it's with all this intensity, with all this hype, it's no question though. I mean, I did understand even before, but it's still a very consistent impression that the community here is really intense and really hyped because of everything that I'm witnessing right now, and I'm really thankful that you guys have. I mean, to have you guys right now. I'm so tearing right now, and yeah, yes, and I just want to say I really commend those who really participated here at the Call of the Abyss 3, specifically for PG and ALO. You guys did amazing jobs on your games. I mean, match one, you got extra time. What was that? What was that? Right? And for our
Exactly.
match two, we got 3 rounds. But you know what? This is like a quick rundown on our match stats, Articuno, and looking right here, the Gravekeeper digging some prospector saves earlier and doing decoding progresses as well. Very versatile, very flexible, as well as the other members. And I'd just like to take this note because it wasn't really highlighted earlier. I'd like to really commend Ty as well because the portals were on a timely position, in which really took advantage whenever the hunter is going inside that portal for that stun. So good job, guys. I mean that's amazing.
For sure. And looking at the results for today, earlier during match one, we had PG versus AO, which led to very convincing victory. In which case, for the latter, it did lead to an extra round, but all's well ends well. Of course, just finished is ALO versus MWS. We thought ALO, great job. They tried to build momentum. They accomplished that in round two. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them in the end towards round three, and it was ultimately a team win for Japan.
Yes, and of course, to me, I would like to, personally say that the hunters really did an awesome job, really,
Okay.
as in an awesome job because just because they're especially onto, let's say, round number one example, and then second half, just because there's a bit more pressure onto the hunter side, that doesn't necessarily is the basis of an overall skill, because to me, uh I'm really excited whenever I see the hunters that we have right now. I'm so proud of them, and I really like to give kudos to them for doing an awesome job, a very swell job. I can't do that when I'm a hunter, guys. So come on, cut them some slack. You got me? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're cutting the back. But ladies and gents, that has been round number two. Unfortunately for Ciora, at least, you will be seeing her again tomorrow for more information, updates on Ciora, as well as your other co-casters for the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3. Be sure to check out the post announcement on your broadcast team, your casters for this global finals, available on the Identity 5 social media outlets. So we have our pages there. Be sure to check them out. We'll be taking a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Gaming Grizzly and Potch Spice bringing you all the action. We've been your casters. I'm Mark Takudo. With me was the. Am I putting it in the right direction? Yes, there we go. This is Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals, brought to you by Happy Valley. Catch you guys in a bit.
Pew, pew.
stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disguise
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的，人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时，无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟，我唯一的朋友威克，也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。 不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
西部最富有的淘金者马歇尔惨死家中，金子也不知所踪。嫌疑人西部大亨靠着贩卖炸药而发了家。他总说，淘金的人不过是一群做着暴富美梦的赌徒罢了。而马歇尔生前更是在他开设的西部赌场里欠下了巨额的赌债。黑玫瑰夫人靠赏金为生，马歇尔正是他悬赏名单上的头号人物。
在西部，每个人早已被明码标价。
而这个嫌疑人和其他人都不同，他对金子可没有兴趣。
当牧师们脱下圣袍，人们便开始信仰金币了。但我想说，抱歉，牛仔们，贪婪是必须要得到应有的惩罚的。
Stuck here under this cursed forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden,
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的，人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟我唯一的朋友威克也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，来自这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了他。
And welcome back, Vice, to the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. Now, a little bit of a backtrack on the announcement that Sioran and I made earlier that it was going to be Potch Vice and Gaming Grizzly. This time around, bringing it back to the NAEU Finals that we had, and now reuniting at the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. It's your boy Articuno with the one and only, the beloved Gaming Grizzly.
Thank you so much for this introduction. Yes, we are back. We already casted one match early in the stream because there were a little bit of technical issues. And I'm so happy, I'm so excited to be back on live stream to cast the upcoming matches. We will see GK versus AT. And after we have this, after they decided who will continue, like we just watch, right? They decide. We will see MRC versus 5HS. And I have to say, these two matches are going to be like these two teams competing against each other, GK and AT, and MRC versus 5HS is going to be, that's going to be exciting. I already checked the chat. If I'm looking into this direction right now, I still have the YouTube chat open. I see you guys. I see what you're talking about. And I see a lot of love for both teams, GK and AT. But Now, the crucial question right here is, who are you voting for? Wait, you.
Yeah, all right. Here. Oh man, I am super.
You know what? Let's circle back a little bit. Let's just talk a little bit about what happened during the last matches right here. You can see
For
the
sure.
MVP. You go ahead. You were talking about it. You can talk about the MVP.
Sure. I mean, MWS, such a phenomenal job. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Japan has such a special place in my heart since it was I love Japan, and COA and I got to cast there a few months ago. So Japanese teams, naturally, I would support. I'm glad to see that MWS really stepped up their game, and AM, well-deserved MVP spot. He really held his own out there. But you know what? Was earlier. Let's talk about the present. First up, talking about our first team entering the fray, which is going to be AT, also known by their full name, Adam.
What I really like about AT is that they have a little bit of, mixed up survivors right there. Preferred characters, we can see it. Mizuki coming in with an acrobat. Absolutely excited, absolutely hyped to see an acrobat. And we have as hunter Wu Cheng. I know that a lot of you guys want to see a Wu Cheng. If I want to see a Wu Cheng, I already said this several times. I love to see when they are coming up with like a little bit of variation when it comes to survivor and hunter picks. Right here we can see Mizuki as barmaid. Average hunter containing duration is 56 seconds, which seems to be absolutely fantastic. We have average decoding progress 117. Rescues, not a big fan of rescues right there, but still overall an amazing score.
Absolutely. And take note, AT is another one of our Chinese teams entering the fray. Fun fact, by the way, of all team names, why would these guys name themselves Adam? Well, if you think about it,
I have one guess, but
sure. What's your guess, Kinsley?
I mean, Adams are like they are hardly crushable. They are indestructible. They are like undestroyable. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're actually right, Grizzly. That's exactly why they named themselves Adam, as the base particle of the universe. They have decided to name themselves Atom because they consider themselves a team that is very unbreakable, just like an atom. And we could really see it based on how solid the player stats are. Again, everything has been pretty consistent across the board for our participants at the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals, and I am loving it. Definitely a team to look out for heading into this third match against GK.
Exactly. We have right here, we can see Xeadai. I'm sorry if I'm slaughtering names. I'm very well known for slaughtering names, so I want to say excuse me for that. But we have him right here. Perfumer is his most used character, going to be that's the same name right here. Am I missing something? I'm trying to read these names and you're giving me the super difficult pronunciations for them twice. We can see the overall average score is always pretty well. We have decoding progress, kiting duration, average rescues. These numbers show us that we have to mention that these are top tier players. It's not like an easy match. So to kite around for that long, absolutely fantastic. Right here we can see the hunter coming in with a lot of terror shocks, actually 2.67 average terror shocks. That is a lot. Not gonna lie, but coming in with the Bloody Queen, obviously you can surprise the survivors on the Cypher machine. Makes sense.
Absolutely, Grizzly. And I'm just really looking forward to see how these guys are gonna fare. And here we go, entering the stage. Looks like they have a full 5-man roster there at the venue in Shanghai right now. Great to see everybody in good health and just raring to go, show their stuff on the global stage, and quite the monumental task that they have up against them, in which case going up against GK.
Oh, that's gonna be a challenge, not gonna lie. GK is coming in with a lot of fantastic players from Thailand, and they have proven themselves to be one of the best teams right here. One of the best teams in the world. We can see it. Here are the stats. We have 2 hunters this time on this side. We have Gotche and Skyfall. Both are playing preferred the Bloody Queen. Obviously, Bloody Queen, one of the top hunters during this time. And what we can also see is, what I think is interesting, is that there is a Postman as preferred character right here. That's gonna be interesting because I can't play the Postman. I don't understand how he can be such a powerful character, but I'm curious to see how GK is utilizing the Postman.
I would have to agree with you, and take note, this is going to be our first team coming in from Southeast Asia taking the stage, particularly from Thailand. You may remember GK from last year, who were also participants in the Call of the Abyss 2, making their comeback once again to the global stage. Of course, it was actually, come to think of it, yeah, COA and I that was casting the Southeast Asian qualifiers for COA 3, so it's great to see these guys come a long way the way they did. And if I recall correctly, they were also the team that succeeded as the champs for those particular qualifiers.
Yes, absolutely. I saw Gotche in action, and that is... These players, they are scary. They are scary. The way that they are playing is just crazy. You can see also in the background, we can see the player stats, player information, introduction. And just looking over this, it's phenomenal. I could not last for 60 seconds against one of these hunters. Just imagine you're facing Gotche, 60 seconds? Nah, that's impossible. Right here we have Gotche. I was just talking about him. You can see average eliminations 2.25. Soul Reaver is coming in. Average spinning hits 5. That is actually, these stats are crazy, and I am excited to see his gameplay. We saw that he has the preferred character as Bloody Queen, but we also know that Bloody Queen will most likely be banned at some point. So absolutely looking forward to the matches.
And it's great to see. I'm starting to notice a buildup of Thai viewers that are ready to support one of their teams. Thailand has lots of love for their Identity 5 scene and their Identity 5 teams. It's great to see that the love is pouring into all our Thai viewers. Quick reading to you guys. So the cup. And I hope you guys enjoy the show with both myself and Gaming Grizzly. Thailand is a country close to my heart, and I for sure am rooting for them as well. But as a caster, gotta keep unbiased because AT, another team wherein these Chinese teams come into this tournament with very high expectations, considering that Identity 5 is just booming in China as it is.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, you already said it, seeing an entire team right here on the stage, that's something that is really, really good, because you have to consider that they still need to coordinate each other, and just, you know, sitting next to your teammates, that's giving, like, it feels like home if you're right next to your teammates and you can participate against one hunter and everyone is just sitting on your side, and you can, you know, you can scream at them right away.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember if it was GK or their counterpart VX that had a no, it's actually GK. Yeah, GK had a Vietnamese player in their ranks, so that's another thing. So it's not just Thailand. Actually, Vietnam wants to be cheering for these guys as well.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Here we go, coming up with the first survivor ban. What is your guess right here? Is it the Seer again?
Oh man, it really depends. It is Lakeside Village as our first map, and it will be the
Seer. There he is. It doesn't really depend. Let's be real. We will see the Seer ban quite often. Okay, you're right. Sorry that I have interrupted you. Lakeside Village.
No, not at all. Yeah, Lakeside Village, and like you mentioned, the highly contested Seer will be taken off the board as well. Let's go ahead and see whether or not we'll see any shakeups from AT, but knowing AT, I bet they'll be sticking to their guns here. And so far, that's what we're looking at. Nice switch up with the forward being introduced into this composition along with the Priestess.
I Yeah, I'm excited to see the Forward as well. I'm a huge fan of Forward. He can do amazing things. We saw it in the matches earlier. I wanted to say something about the Hermes skin that we saw on the Forward, because that is a super rare skin. That skin was, I think, the first skin that you could have ever bought in the game. So seeing this is just giving me OG vibes right here. And what was the Hunter pick? Did I miss this, or did they show us the Hunter? Am I crazy? It's probably Bloody Queen though.
I love how, I mean, Bloody Queen or Dream Witch. You have to take note. Dream Witch has been the much more favored pick in which case, but from what we see as our Hunter pick, you guessed right, Grizzly. It is going to be the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, I told you, Bloody Queen is the preferred Hunter for Gotcha right here, so that's why I speculated on the Bloody Queen. And dude. Again, I remember last year's Call of the Abyss, the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, and I saw Gotcha in action, and I already mentioned that he's scary, he's dangerous, he's fast, he's bring down survivors. So I am absolutely looking forward to this match. I want to see what is going on. I want to see how the survivors are fighting up against Gotcha right here.
Exactly, and looks like we will get that opportunity to pick off from where we last saw him heading into the global finals. I am honestly not sure who's gonna come out of this one. Earlier, I had my votes. This time around, it's just so hard to gotch, to be honest. But you know what? We'll go ahead and let the players do the talking, or should I say the running and the chasing, as we head into our game. We already get sights of our players here live at the venue in Shanghai, and I am just so happy. We're already halfway through our broadcast, but the games just get all the more intense, Grizzly.
That is absolutely true, and we are still seeing that the Survivor side is getting ready right here. They are ready, but it seems like there is a little bit of a technical issue, I guess. That's because that's the reason why we have a little bit of waiting time right here before this match starts. But you know, good thing might take some time. Sometimes you just have to wait, and great things will happen. And I think,
wow, that was just deep, Grizzly. I love it.
Dude, seriously, if they show me this trophy one more time, can we start a petition? Give Grizzly the trophy, please? Like, stop showing me that thing. They are shoving it into my face. Can you just send it over? I don't care. Send it to me.
Oh, man. I mean, that's going to be some hefty shipping you'll be paying for, Grizzly. I mean, you remember how heavy the trophy last year was?
I remember, but dude, I don't care. If they are showing me this one more time, I'm taking it home.
So there you have it, guys. In case the trophy goes missing, you know where it is. Somewhere in Germany, wherever Grizzly's at.
Right, no one knows where I live. It's just gone. People will see it on my streams. Like, I will probably cherish it. I will have a little, you know, podest where I put it on, and I will show it to you guys. It's not like that I'm just stealing it for me. I'm just stealing it. I mean, not steal. I didn't say. I want to show it to everyone. That's the reason.
Yes, and the love for GK is pouring in the chat from what I'm seeing. Man, the love. There's a mix of both Thai and non-Thai fans alike. It's great to see that there's a lot of other regions supporting GK, in which case, aside from Southeast Asia. So definitely a game to look out for you guys. And of course, it's going to be Articuno and my boy Grizzly here, bringing you all that action.
Bringing you all that talk before the matches start.
And all the talk as well as we wait for the game to start. Exactly.
Dude, they are having Call of the Abyss t-shirts? I'm just seeing that.
Yeah, I was actually like, oh, I want one of those as well. Because we weren't able to get any shirts last year, right? We got some lovely shirts. I'm not quite sure, actually.
I mean, I kind of stole a poster that is hanging in my room right now. I took my chance.
I wish I'm so jealous. I wish there were so many of them that they were going to be disposing. I should have gotten one of them. Darn it. But we had to go back to the hotel by the time I was contemplating it.
You should have thought quicker. It's beautiful. Yep. It's beautiful.
But here we have it. GK. I'm looking forward to seeing how both teams play this out. Again, global finals. It's one of those rare opportunities where we get to see this inter-regional mix of teams. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm much more interested in how GK is gonna be progressing through all of this, because Thailand did pretty decent during the last COA. It would be a shame to see one of the teams drop out this earlier on. But you know what? Again, we'll let fate decide things as we head on into the lakeside as round one, first half commences between AT and GK. It's China versus Thailand, guys, but only one can head to the quarterfinals. Which will it be? Show your love and support as we get it started.
First hit right away, fantastic job. Gotche is just using the mirror to get to the mercenary YP right there and giving him an early hit, but not chasing him down because he can be a really tough kiter early game, trying to find someone else, and is actually getting the lead of Mizuki right here, going for the priestess. Absolutely fantastic call. Probably still, you know, I was hoping for the mechanic, but finding the priestess early game is also pretty good since she does not have all the portals ready right away. And this is giving her a little bit of a disadvantage. All right, good patience, not throwing it down right away. Oh. That's gonna be, nice portal. Dude, she's doing a great job. Really getting away right there. Just,
yes.
Nice.
A lot of work.
Very
good. And yeah, interesting transition there.
What a hit. Fantastic. Canceling out the priestess portal right here on the boat. Fantastic. Dude, Gotche is dangerous. I told you earlier, Gotche is dangerous. He's coming in with the mirror, but smart play of the priestess. Look at this priestess go. Are you kidding me? That's so good.
Oh man, Mizuki is really giving Gotche a tricky time here. Tries to go for the swipe. Fortunately, a little bit short there. And yeah, Mizuki just really playing around this structure beautifully. Gotta be a frustrating experience for Gotche, in which case Gotche going over the windowsill, doesn't want to dilly-dally any further, but round and round they go. When it's gonna end, who buddy knows?
It's alright there. There comes the mirror trying to teleport closer and finally getting the second hit. A terror shot on the priestess right here. Good job from Gotche, but also fantastic job from the priestess. Wow, I'm surprised. That was a great early game kite. We are down to 3 Cypher machines right now. We are seeing that there are 2 getting popped. There should be another one quite soon from, I guess, the mercenary. But let's see who's coming in for the rescue. You can see the doll is running over there to decode. It might be the forward coming in for the rescue, as we can see in the bottom left corner. Being prepared. All right, stun, trying to stun. That's going to be a long stun, giving enough time to rescue and get away right here. Probably going to stun again, at least trying to stun again. Gotche is aware. Gotche is aware. Nice. Look at that forward right there, just being ready to. Yeah. Ooh, that could have been very dangerous. But we can see Gotche. Oh, really concentrated on the priestess. Forward comes in. That is a really nice teamwork right there, just giving the priestess more time to get away. But there comes Gotche, switching in with the mirror.
Oh, this is such a chore for Gotche, but on the flip side for AT, they got to be very happy about this. Mizuki, in combination with the forward, buying them a lot of time, causing Gotche quite the side trips here. It's been a while, but luckily finds another hit onto Mizuki, and down we go. Let's go ahead and bring him back to the rocket chair.
Fantastic job right there. After a really tough kiting session, Gotche was able to get the second hit. We can see that the forward is on decoding duty right there, decoding this Cypher machine. We also saw that the mechanic stall has 1 Cypher machine almost primed, which means there will be 1 survivor. It is the mercenary coming in for the rescue. All they have to do is they have to kite around for a little bit longer so the doll can I'm sorry that I'm quiet. I'm just focusing. The doll is trying to ready up that Cypher machine. We can see it. Maybe there's a Cypher Pop. Yeah, coming right up. Cypher Pop is done. We have 4 survivors up and running. Mizuki took a hit but will not go down thanks to the Cypher Pop. And that's going to be interesting. We have Gotche trying to get the survivors with detention now. They are trying to open up the gate. Mizuki is down. Mizuki is also dead on chair, eliminated on chair. And that might actually give Gotche enough time to get to one of the exit gates. No, I am very mistaken. 3 survivors out of there. Fantastic game from AT right here, getting 3 survivors out of this.
Yeah, they really gave Gotche. They really kept him preoccupied. I'm feeling for him. That's probably one of the more frustrating things you have to deal with when you're a hunter, when you're almost quite there, but then again, you have a pesky forward that further complicates your situation. Luckily for Gotche, he did get 1, but still, on the flip side of things, a better start for AT at the end of the day.
Exactly. And I have to be honest, Priestess kiting around early game, mid game, literally end game as well. And, with a little bit of a help of the forward right there, getting rescued, getting, a little bit of time thanks to the forward stun right there. This was a fantastic kite. I did not expect to see the Priestess kiting around during the entire match. I mean, of course, again, wouldn't be able with the fantastic teamwork. Mechanic working on the Cypher machines, Forward working on the Cypher machines, even Mercenary, everyone was working on the Cypher machines, just what they had to do in this time. And there was beautiful team coordination, making a 3 survivor escape happening against Gotche.
But now that we have our first blood being spilled for our match, the question is whether or not GK can make up for lost ground heading into this second half. At least they're survivors, just so that they don't have too much of a climb to work with. Again, the ideal scenarios here per round are if you already at a disadvantage, in this case by 2 points, you want to try to make the most out of it going into the second half. But well, really have to let the players decide that for themselves. And I'm really not sure that this is gonna go down because by history, by region, China is one of the strongest going into COA 3. But then again, I go back to what happened during match 2 where a Japanese team won against a Chinese team. So maybe it is possible that we have the same thing, but I don't know. We'll really have a better gauge once this first round is finished as to what the scenario is for both teams as far as power rankings go.
Absolutely. And we have to say, if someone can come in with another 3 survivor or maybe even 4 survivor escape, it's GK. It's obviously GK. They will do fantastic. I already know it. But again, we need to mention this. This is a super. This is so intense for all these players. The pressure is so high for every single one that is taking part, for the hunters, for the survivors. I can't imagine, I don't want to imagine, and they are making the best out of it. They are making the best out of it. Just imagine you are being under such pressure as these players and still pulling off these kites, freaking 5. That's technically not a 5 Cypher machine kite, but still kiting around Gotche's Bloody Queen with the Priestess for so long. That would, my heart would not survive this. I can tell you.
I don't know if I'll be able to survive at this rate, Grizzly, if that would be the case. But it's honestly too early to tell, I would say, as to how this will go on. Let's see. Okay, then again, this is something I brought up with CR earlier. Round 1, we've seen teams do phenomenal. Then all of a sudden, teams managed to rebound going into second and third. So maybe we'll see GK do that. But yeah, this is just really all speculation that we can do right now. Another plus that I have is that whether or not AT will lean towards Dream Witch this time around. Because for God J, even with the option of Dream Witch open, it really comes down to efficiency and preference of these hunters. If you feel that you're much more stronger, comfortable, and could get better results with a pick you much more favor, despite other trends. In this case, it was Bloody Queen that Godfrey decided to bring to the table, being his favorite right now. Then sure, go for it.
Exactly. That's what I think, and I actually think we might expect a Bloody Queen ban, even if the first match was not a perfect match for Gotche. He is still super dangerous, and I think the opponent's team AT knows that, and I actually think they might ban the Bloody Queen, even if they won against the Bloody Queen in this match. Also, what I want to add, because this happens on my streams quite often as well. First match, you already said it. It's always for one team, it's always a little bit more difficult. I call them warm-up matches. It's a warm-up match right there for Gotche. He will bounce back, he will come in, I'm telling you right now. And I predict that there will be one match against Gotche if he's coming in as Hunter again, and he's destroying it. That's my prediction right here. At least 3 survivors out of there. What do you think?
I would actually like to hopefully agree with you, Grizzly, that that will be the case. I would love to see a game that goes neck in neck. And if that were to happen, then 3 survivors would be the ideal scenario. So, and not gonna lie, Southeast Asia. Whoop whoop.
Not to be biased, but
Yep. I mean, let's be real here. I'm coming from the region myself and having a love for Thailand, for sure. I'd love to see GK do great.
It's absolutely understandable. I feel you. It was the same last year when we had the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament with AO. Of course, there was a lot of love from Persuadable, from me towards this team because they are representing our region. But we're still appreciating all teams the same. Even if our team that we are maybe preferring, maybe want to see to, continue in the tournament, they are getting out of there, but we are still appreciating all the team. We are respecting all the teams, all the players, because they have proven to be the very best in the entire world. In the entire world, imagine this. We see the 15 top teams during this tournament, and we can learn a lot. Dude, I am looking at them in awe. It's crazy. It's crazy how they play. I just love it. And next up, we will see GK on the Survivor side versus AT on the Hunter side. Let me think. Let me get my data real quick. What was
Okay, sure.
I'm just trying to figure out what AT's preference was for Hunters, and I think it actually was the Bloody Queen as well. Maybe you want to see another Bloody Queen early game during the first round.
Maybe, just maybe. I mean, it's not such a far off pick either to prioritize first. We were Dreamwitch, sure, just so happened towards the start of these 2 matches. We saw a lot of emphasis towards that. But Bloody Queen, we've seen a hell lot of Bloody Queen during the Southeast Asian qualifiers as a much more favored pick than Dreamwitch. So it's like how all these different regions have favorites, some of which align with what is in the global meta, so to speak. But yeah, well, time will tell. Time will tell based on the draft that we see going into the second half of the first round between these 2 guys.
I also love to see that compared to the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, right? When we saw a lot of spiders, a lot of Ripper smiley faces, we saw a photographer, and we didn't see the new Hunters, obviously. But it's crazy that we are seeing the Hunters that were super hot last year. They're like not even considered in this tournament. Like, yeah, okay, we see a Ripper every now and then because Bloody Queen and Dreamwitch was banned. Yeah, okay, we saw a Spider. I don't want to. We also saw Wu Cheng. We saw a Feaster. Dude, if I am not able to cast at least one Feaster match, I'm gonna scream. I need to see a Feaster match myself. And yeah, so I think it's absolutely interesting to see that we have a lot of variation during this 1 year right here between Call of the Abyss 2 and Call of the Abyss 3 on the Hunter side. On the other side, on the Survivor side, we can see that there are a lot of similar picks, even if there are new survivors in the game by now.
Absolutely, Grizzly, and Man, I really want to get into this game already. I am not gonna lie, and you know what? Looks like my dreams, my wishes will finally come to fruition. As you know what that sign is, guys. Whenever you see these angles, these pan shots of the beautiful stage that we have in Shanghai, you just know that the game is about to start. And there you have it.
And there
Drafting
we go.
in-
There we go. All right, I'm excited. I'm excited. And again, not only the audience is super, super excited to see these matches, we are too. You tell us, stop the talking, get into the matches. We would love to do that, but again, the team needs a little bit more time to prepare everything in the background that we, like the stuff that we don't see, technical stuff, bringing in the players, you know, getting ready for everything. So a little bit of patience is needed. What we can see right here is Mechanic is getting banned from the Survivor side right here. Skyfall is going in for Seer. Cat King is going in for Perfumer. We have Bonchon coming in as Mercenary and Kinoshita as Barmaid.
Ooh.
Hunter.
Barmaid once again. Right, Hunter is going to be... Oh!
All right.
There we have it, Grizzly.
There
We're
we have
getting
it.
some dream witches.
I can already feel that my brain is melting, but that's fine. I just want to say that I was here during the entire stream. I was watching all matches. I think we saw at least 5 Dream Witch matches, and my head is like, dude, it's spinning, it's burning, it's melting right there. And I'm happy that we can do this again. Bend my mind.
Absolutely. And fasten your seatbelts, guys, because for the second half, can GK equal the scoreboard with their survivors? Pretty much up to fate to decide that, or will our team from China, Adam, continue to go full throttle and sweep up round number 1? The dream for Thailand, a draw or more for Adam, at least. They definitely want that secured 3 and up. Or actually, no, even a tie will grant them the win for this first round, given that they already won the first half. So let's get into it. AT, GK, who are you guys rooting for? Let us know in the chat. Make sure to give your energy and show some love by sharing the stream on social media so that we can get more of those detectives on board with the global phenomenon that is Call of the Abyss 3. Let's head straight into it, Grizzly. Brought to you by Happy Valley.
All right, here we are. The Dream Witch comes in straight up going to find one survivor. It seems like Skyfall is the first victim, the first target that the Dream Witch is going for right here. Let's see if there can be a surprise terror shock. No, not going to happen, but actually the leech is popping up right behind the Seer. I'm always fascinated to see what they are doing. Look at this. He was blocking the vault of the Seer, and the Seer didn't even have any clue what was going on. That is absolutely fantastic. Dude, I wish I could look into the mind of one of these Dream Witch players. It's just crazy how they control all of these leeches, how they have every single location of their leeches in mind, and they know when to change to the right leech. It's crazy.
Ooh. Skyfall, though, so far doing a good job at buying a bit of time. And yeah, it looks like it's all going to come down to... Oh, wait a minute. Good timing, in which case. Going to be holding down that Seer for...
Rescuing Skyfall right there. What an amazing job. Patroller is still on him, though, taking it now. But that was a millisecond before the hit came in. Fantastic. Coming in with another patrol. That's a pain. That is a pain. Getting followed by 2 leeches, getting all these patrollers on their legs. That's difficult. Skyfall is going down right here. Fantastic job from the Hunter right here. Phenomenal.
Absolutely agreed, Grizzly. I mean, Skyfall, though, luckily enough, 2 ciphers were taken by GK in the process, so that's some time well spent, I guess. But of course, it's going to be on the rest of GK now to try to salvage Skyfall. Again, they want to get the bigger numbers out of this after AT getting a good startup. But oh, it looks like another target found.
He loves these patroller, doesn't he? Oh, that is fantastic. That is really putting a little bit of pressure on the survivor side because they are trying to rescue in time before the halfway mark is reached. And there we go. Skyfall is now dead on chair. If Skyfall goes on the chair again, we are still waiting for the rescue to happen. We still have the mercenary right there. He already took a hit. He can take another one, but will eventually go down if he is taking another one. Let's see. There comes the hit. That was super fast. Now concentrating on Skyfall the Seer because again, Seer will be out of the game if he's going on the chair. And that was a hit on Skyfall. That was a fantastic try to body block, but still Skyfall is taking the hit right there. You can see survivors are down to 2 Cypher machines, but I'm afraid that they are not able to actually get up Skyfall with the Cypher Pop. That's not gonna happen in my opinion. Oh.
Probably not, but oh gosh. Tricky. It does look like the commit will continue on to Kinoshita in which case, but not before it goes back to transitioning to bring Skyfall to that rocket chair. Ooh, a little bit of a step right there, but all is good, all is well. We'll continue to bring him. Rocket chair was already in the near vicinity anyway, but wait a minute. Oopsie daisy. Skyfall unfortunately, Skyrocket.
Skyrocket. We also have Bonchon on the rocket chair, which is putting AT in an advantage right here. We have 1 Cypher machine remaining. We can see there is the perfumer. I'm sorry, the barmaid decoding. No, where?
It's all good, Grizzly. Take your time, my friend. Take your time.
But what I want to say is that this situation is really tough for the survivors. Again, if they want to tie in the first round, they need to get 3 survivors out of there. But AT's Dreamage right here is doing a great job protecting the survivors on the rocket chair and rescuing the mercenary. Is there a Cypher Pop somewhere close? I'm not sure. I did not really see it, but it seems like it's not that close. Again, 1 more survivor on the chair and out of the game gives AT the advantage in the first round.
Yes, and oh man, Bonchon unfortunately caught up right there, already closing in. Here comes the follower. Is a sizable amount of a distance. Bonchon trying to establish a bit more, but that won't be the case. It will be a hit onto Cat King as well, though. Ooh, interesting.
That's gonna be very interesting. We now have 1 survivor on top of the boat trying to, cleansen the leech, and that's a difficult situation, not gonna lie. 1 Cypher machine is remaining. That is extremely good, but I'm not sure if that one is primed, and we can see that the barmaid is already getting hunted down. We have barmaid is down. We have Cat King going up again. So there's still hope for the survivors. Again, they definitely want to get at least 1 survivor out of this match. If it is the dungeon, it doesn't really matter. Through the gate, through the dungeon. If they're getting 4 survivors eliminated, the opponent's team, AT, will get out of this match with 5 additional points. And that's a hard to swallow pill right there.
I'd have to agree with you, and it's not looking good for GK here. It's already a clear win for Adam in this first round, but the question is, how many of these survivors can get out at this point? Oh man, follower catching Cat King. Oh, Cat King not in the most favorable position here. Gonna try to work around kiting in this basement. Sure, you have a bit of structure, but technically you're kind of stuck in this area right now.
That is actually extremely crazy. Is this some kind of strategy that I'm not familiar with? Are we seeing a Cypher Pop right there? We don't, because that is actually fatal. We will see Cat King going on a rocket chair in the basement. Actually, the last 2 survivors are in the game. 1 survivor is on the rocket chair in the basement, and we can see that AT Dong Xuan actually saw the barmaid, and as we can see, Cat King is sitting on the chair for quite some while. So getting to the dungeon does not mean that 1 survivor is getting out of there, because dungeon is still closed. That is unfortunate for GK right here, because that means 4 survivor eliminated. What a fantastic Dream Witch play. That means 5 points for AT right here. They already got 3 points earlier. Makes it, let me do quick math, 8-1 for the first round. AT is taking the lead by far. I did not expect this. Fantastic.
Oh, man. And just like that, round one gonna be a very, very clear win for Adam here. And I think the question that I had towards the start of this round one was pretty much answered. What the skill gap would be between these two teams, considering we're looking at a team from Southeast Asia as well as China. Take note, GK was the top team from Southeast Asia entering the Call of the Abyss 3 global finals. But it seems that Adam was able to deal with them in round one with relative ease, just strictly speaking from the points, I would say.
Yeah, with a lot of pressure on both sides. When we saw them playing against the Hunter, Gotche, and when we saw AT on the Hunter side as well, they were putting a lot of pressure. They were putting a lot of pressure on the Hunter with that Priestess gameplay. That was phenomenal. And I'm curious to see, I mean, if someone can come back, it is GK, but they need to hurry up right there. They need a clean sweep and another tie to make this, an even match after round two. And that's not as easy as it sounds. That is actually, it doesn't even sound easy. That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough.
Absolutely, Grizzly. And not gonna lie, just from the showing that we saw from Adam, it seems that they're pretty solid on both the Hunter and Survivor front. And it's scary to think of how this series is going to progress. For GK, though, feeling the love from the fans from Thailand. So that's definitely going to be an energy pumper for them to, reassess what went wrong in round one, correct them heading into round two, and hopefully force it into a round three to keep the dream alive of progressing even further here at the global finals.
There were some, these were some fantastic warm-up matches. GK is coming back. I told you before, my prediction is that GK Gotche might come in with at least 3 survivor elimination. I think that might happen. I have it. I don't know. I have it in my feeling. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. It's gonna be interesting. I'm telling you right now. Even if GK is in a little bit of disadvantage right now, they will put up a great fight in round 2 right here. And yeah, let's just see what's happening. Here we can see it again. Fantastic stats.
Oh man, this Dong Swan definitely Hunter I'll be keeping my eye on throughout the global finals. In all fairness, GK did what they can in the moment, the survivors at least, but fortunately things get pretty awry as the round went on. The second half went on. And I am just really looking forward to seeing how the rest of this match is going to go. And take note, this is match number 3. We still have another match after this. Looking at the highlights here. So as me and Grizzly were talking about earlier, God J, Mizuki had such a hard time nailing down Mizuki. What further complicating the circumstance was AT's phenomenal use of this forward here to further deter God J from his cause, which was to try to take down Mizuki. He was already laser focused on it, but the forward was supposed to be a problem. There's also an unfortunate moment here with the mirror where he wasn't able to get the sweat, not to mention forward just further deterring him right then and there after missing out on that swipe, and that granted a lot of time for Mizuki to get some distance. Meanwhile, for the side of GK, we have
we can see it right here, the use of the Dream Witch, combination of Dream Witch, the Patroller's control that the Dream Witch was having, as well as did I say the Patrollers? The Leech control and the Patrollers. Like, she was spamming Patrollers. Early game, we saw it with the Seer. Seer was able to rescue himself with an owl. but then still took it thanks to the patroller. Another patroller came in, took another hit, and so on and so on. Patrollers were really putting a lot of pressure on the survivor side, and in the end was making a 4 survivor elimination happening. Let me think about it. Was there a 4 survivor elimination before during the tournament so far?
Yes, there already has been quite a, not a lot, but there have been quite a bit already. If I'm not mistaken, it was during round. It's the match that COA and I casted, particularly during round 1 of the.
All right,
No,
okay,
no.
I
So,
believe you.
yeah, round 1, second half. Yeah, round 1, second half, where we had a beautiful contrast of Dream Witch plays from both teams.
I remember. Yes, of course, I remember. Ooh, that was yeah, of course. But still, a 4 survivor sweep is an extremely difficult challenge. Not gonna lie, that's something that you can see very often during these high ranked plays, because obviously these survivors know how to play, and giving the hunters a really difficult time, a really hard time to get 4 survivors, because they know how crucial it is to get at least 1 survivor out of there. Giving the opponent either 3 points and taking 1 point, or giving the opponent 5 points, and that's what we saw right there in the second match. Fantastic gameplay from both sides, but we have to give it to AT. They were doing fantastic. I am waiting for the comeback of GK right now. I'm waiting. Did you already quick question, do you know what GK is standing for? You asked me what AT is standing for, but do you know it the other way around with GK?
Okay, I would be surprised if it's God King, because you literally have God King on the team and then it's near. But yeah, why don't you go ahead and share first, Grizzly?
Actually, they wanted to name themselves KG for keep going. Okay. But for some reason, everyone was just saying GK. So they were like, all right, we just gonna switch the letters. It still means keep going, but it's just like they switched the letter because everyone else was just like, oh yeah, that's GK. And they're like, we're actually K. But they switched it because of that. I think that's quite interesting. It's keep going, and that is exactly what they are going to do. They will keep going. They will try to flip the tables right here to make a 4 survivor escape or elimination happen on their side. Super excited to see that round 2 is coming in unpredictable time frame in the future.
True. In the unforeseeable future, I see round 2
but quite
happening
soon.
between. Yeah, quite soon,
but
for sure. Oh man, but of course, for those of you that have just tuned in, you are watching the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals, the pinnacle and apex of competitive Identity 5 gaming and esports, brought to you by Happy Valley, a great place in Shanghai, by the way. Grizzly and I were there last year along with Persuadable and Fatal 5-Way. It's a shame we weren't able to catch those rides, Grizzly, but if you just so happen, like once everything is done, once it is safe to travel again, you guys should check it out. I for sure want to go back soon. And I'm so sad that we're not at the venue this year, Grizzly. Darn it!
I know, right? First of all, the amusement park was just looking absolutely phenomenal. But I wasn't even sad. I wasn't even mad that I couldn't visit it, because the theater venue that we were seeing, the entire event setup that they were bringing up, that was already like an amusement park in itself. That was crazy. Absolutely fantastic place to be in, Happy Valley. And yeah, as you already said, I would absolutely look forward to go there again. It was a pleasure to be there, and it will be a pleasure to be there again.
Hopefully with everyone else from the international community, should you decide to travel next year for COA 4. But I'm not even sure if that's the venue next year, but we'll find out in the future. I hope it is, though, because I would love to go back. But time will tell. Time will tell. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed indeed. all right.
What a day, Grizzly.
It's already like, dude, this is it's just day one. It's just day one. Oh god, I can't imagine how this will turn out at the end. Like the top teams playing against each other. I am serious. I tried to make a prediction on my own, but dude, it's unpredictable. In my opinion, it's unpredictable because all of these teams, they are fantastic and they are doing a fantastic job. So I'm absolutely curious to see who is still in the tournament on day 4 and how they will, play on the last day.
Okay, there you go. I was like, okay, wait for it, wait for it. He's gonna get there.
Dude, I want
But
to say something else, but I'm going for the simple way. So no, man. All right.
oh man, but actually, I'm curious. It looks like we have some viewers from Germany as well, Grizzly. So if you mind educating me, how do you say hello in German? Because I only know how to say farewell, which is like auf Wiedersehen.
Auf
If I'm not
Wiedersehen.
mistaken.
Yes,
Yeah, auf
exactly. You're
Wiedersehen.
right. That's not even that's probably the longest way to say goodbye. Like,
Oh, really?
and the most complicated, as far as I know.
Oh,
There's something like ciao. It's more like
oh,
if you're like to a friend, it's not written as you would write it in what is it usually, Italian, ciao, right?
French? Yeah,
French,
Italian, Italian, yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea about language. But yeah, and that's something that is easier to say because it's also easier to remember because everyone else is using it in their language as well. But to say hello is actually super easy. You just switch out the E with an A and you pronounce it a little bit different.
Hello.
It's Yes, you got it. All right. Hello. That is it.
Wow. Okay. Quick
You're a natural.
German
You
lesson.
Are you German? Come on, tell us.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I know. I'm
Are you
not
trying
German.
to are you trying to make my accent happening on your no.
No, I think your accent is very. You have such a jovial, happy accent.
Really?
So
Oh yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's it's hard. It's hard. That's why there's only one
Like
gaming grizzly in the world, guys.
I mean
Yeah.
I honestly I love the accent. I love the accent. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, you should just speak German if you're not even able to speak proper English. But I think that's what makes it interesting, right? Like if you hear
Right.
someone who speaks English with an accent, that just makes it more interesting because you know, okay, there is some kind of background story, but he can speak English quite okay, I would say. But there is some kind of background story to this person because, okay, he's not from here, he's not from the US or England or something. So
Exactly.
I don't really want to get rid of my accent. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I think
Uh,
it's a great accent, bro.
I'm glad that we are
Um,
talking about this. This is like the kind of topic that I was hoping for to talk about.
your accent.
Yeah. Like hey, we
Okay.
are talking to the world right now, World Championship in Identity 5, and what's the topic? Oh yeah, Chrissy's accent.
Yeah. Why not talk about it's a I think that's a great thing, and that's the spirit of the whole competition. Global finals, guys, global. So these mixes of different players coming in from different walks of life, from different regions. It's a great, and if you look at our panel right here, we also have an assortment. I mean, Grizzlies, German. I am Filipino American, North America, by the way, NA. So kind of NA is close to my heart as well. And yeah, Seora and Poch as well coming in from Southeast Asia. And then we also have the other broadcast languages happening in Japanese as well as Mandarin. So great, great variety that we have.
Absolutely. And I'm just reading the chat and I saw Rudy coming in with a question that I want to pass to you. The question was, I wonder how long does the Chinese team practice each day? And that is something that I'm curious myself. Like these are
Right,
top players. They are definitely practicing every day. At least that's what I assume, right?
for sure. Yeah, the great thing about Chinese teams, like regardless of the esport, because um, I got to talk to a few people from NetEase when I visited Guangzhou around December for another NetEase game. But yeah, from what I hear talking about esports in China, the support is absolutely insane, and I would expect that these teams exert the hefty hours that other professional esports athletes would in the other big titles. So, I know some teams do like 6 hours a day, 8 hours. I'm not really sure what the exact hours are, but this is from what I hear with most of esports talent coming in from China. They really um, go hard when it comes to supporting their teams and the players getting their
Absolutely.
practice.
Absolutely. And I
I think
like
it
that would
shows.
have been again.
It really shows based on what we saw in COA 2, where the trend was Chinese teams in the finals. So
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that would have been my guess as well. Like 6 hours a day. That sounds super, super intense. But we have to remember these are the top players, the final top elite players right here that we are seeing. And they are playing for a huge reward. It is actually well over 250,000 US dollars. Just think about it, 250,000 US dollars. That is the prize pool. The first one who gets out of this entire tournament, the champion, will get over 100,000 US dollars alone. So there's obviously a reason to take the time, to put in the time into practice to be the very best.
like no one ever was. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I had to go there. Anyway, sorry for the delay, guys. By the way, we're still ironing out things for our players just to make sure that not only do we get great games, but also for the players as well that they have a great experience gaming, so that they're able to give it their all. We don't want any problems on any one side, so just bear with us for a little bit more.
We are doing our best to fill. Oh, dude, look at this! We are transitioning.
Oh, there we go.
We are doing our best to fill in the gaps right here, and obviously talking about a few, random things, a little bit off topic, but at least it is a little bit entertaining. I think we did our job well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, we can see actually a really cool player introduction for AT right here. The entire team is getting... Dude, that is some sick animation right here. We saw this before, I think for a different team already. But I can absolutely appreciate the effort that the Identity 5 team is putting into this entire tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, it's insane. These players deserve all the recognition for the hard work that they put into getting here.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are getting ready. They are getting ready for the match again. As far as I know, we are seeing GK on the survivor side again. Am I right? Does that sound good? Yeah. And we have AT on the hunter side. We saw AT coming in with the clutch right here with the Dream Witch. So I expect to see a Dream Witch ban right now. I absolutely expect that.
I don't know, man. We'll just have... I mean, I guess for sure, given the performance that we saw earlier. So
you really think we will see a different ban than the Dream? You really think? Deep down in your heart.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, deep down in heart.
It's gotta be Dream Witch. It's gotta be Dream Witch.
It is gotta be Dream Witch for sure. The next band that we'll be seeing. I'm gonna agree with you, Grizzly. You know what? Dream Witch, it's a no-brainer. We saw how potent that Dream Witch was during the previous game. GK for sure has got to take that off the board.
If we are not seeing a Dream Witch, I'm telling you right now, if we are not seeing a Dream Witch ban right now, I'm gonna gift you whichever character you want in Identity 5.
Wow. Okay.
That's how certain I am that we will see a Dream Witch ban. I'm gonna gift it to you right after the first day right here. If we are seeing something else than a Dream Witch pick.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess
it's happening.
Okay, well, I guess we'll find out as we already got a glimpse of our players. As you can see, Adam playing live from the Happy Valley venue in Shanghai. Again, really jealous that we are not there right now. The stage looks absolutely beautiful. But you know what? At least we're getting glimpses of it nonetheless. The show must go on. And for our players on GK. They are currently playing from the comfort of their own home in Thailand. I'm not sure if the Vietnamese player is playing from Vietnam though. But you know what? Enough about that. We're heading into the drafting phase for round 2 of the second half between Adam versus GK.
I'm a little bit nervous about the Hunter ban right now.
I told you. There you go.
I told you there was no way that they would pick a different Hunter. We have the Dream Witch ban as I predicted it, and we will most likely see the Seer getting banned, and eventually, I guess, Mechanic, maybe Mercenary. It is the Mechanic. There we go.
Absolutely.
Let's see what the team is picking. What do you think? Gotcha is going for Bloody Queen?
I mean, it is a favorite pick by him, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Bloody Queen come around for the second, unless he decides to switch it up a bit. I mean, it is Arms Factory, but let's go ahead and check out what the survivor picks here are. First, coming from Atom, wrapping up this composition. Nice! We're seeing more Gravekeeper this day one, Grizzly.
I'm excited. I'm always excited to see new survivors and hunters coming to the game. Maybe we have Gotcha right here with the Bloody Queen pick. As you predicted, it's going to be the Bloody Queen, and it is actually the preferred hunter for Gotcha. So I'm really excited to see if there will be a 3 survivor elimination, maybe even a complete clutch right there, bringing out all the 4 survivors out of the game. And yeah, they kind of have to do it. They kind of have to pull off something strong right here to get a few points closer to the tie.
Oh, I am getting chills, Grizzly. This is such a crucial first half that we're already looking at, more so for GK. God J has to step up his game heading into it, but we'll let Destiny unravel as we head into the first half of round 2 between AT versus GK. We have GK God J leading the fray as our Hunter Wills. 4 survivors on Adam will try to make it out alive out of the game. Let's go, Grizzly.
Let's go. There is yet again the beautiful Hermes skin for the forward, which I absolutely adore. I wish I could get this skin, but sadly you will never get it again. It's limited. There we go. Comes the first hit on the Gravekeeper, but it was a... That's a tough corner right there. Taking a real hit right here. Mizuki taking damage quite early in the game. This could be a fantastic start for Gotcha, but we have to remember Mizuki was the survivor, the priestess that was kiting around Gotcha in the match before.
Oh, this is gonna be lovely. It looks like Godj decides to take on the pallets first. Doesn't really want those to be a problem later on in case a survivor does end up within that particular vicinity. Godj in the meantime, though, shifting towards looking for Mizuki. Mizuki just digging his way through. It's only a matter of time. Mizuki proved to be quite the pest for Godj in the first half of round 1. Whether or not it'll be the same, we'll find out as this goes along. But as you can see, taking a while for Mizuki to just pop out.
Oh, very good patience from Gotcha right there. Really waiting for the Gravekeeper to come up to the ground again, not wasting a hit and giving the survivor time to get away right here. And this is actually a really good survivor to bring down early game, because now he spent both of his skills and he's on the rocket chair for the first time before any survivors were able to pop a Cypher machine. You can also see a little sneaky mercenary right there, trying to get close to the survivor. I'm curious to see what is happening. We have Gotcha a little bit, focusing on a different survivor, and there comes the mercenary. Gotcha sees what is going on. The rescue is still happening with Tide Turner. Mizuki is getting out of there. Mizuki is running, and was kind of stuck. I think was kind of stuck at the pallet right there. Took the hit and is now distancing himself from the rocket chairs, trying to give the team more time, getting as far away from all the rocket chairs as possible into the corner of the map. Good job from both teams right here.
Absolutely. This time you gotta give it to God J, making some better progress than he did during round 1. So that said, let's go ahead and see who will try to go for the save onto Mizuki next. There's still quite a bit of time to work with, and it does look like Uechi is gonna try to go for rescuing his comrade.
Oh,
Wow!
What a hit! You can, with the adjustment of the fort, you can really control where you want to go with whom. You can really take sharp corners, and we just saw it. That's done. Absolutely fantastic. Giving the team a lot of time to rescue the Gravekeeper, and we have the forward. Trying to body block, but still Mizuki is going down. There are still 2 Cypher machines left in the game. The fort is protecting. The fort is excitement coming in, bringing down Mizuki yet again. Dude, that fort.
I love this outro.
That is the man right there. 1 Cypher machine remaining.
Yeah, it does look like GodJ, learning from what happened during round 1, wants to prioritize trying to deter the forward first. But you know what? GodJ, knowing very well that forward has exhausted all his crowd control, just gonna secure Mizuki onto the rocket chair, and that will grant GodJ a step up in this game. Can he go for more? We'll find out.
Oh, I absolutely think he can. We can see the Cypher machine is getting primed, but messed up calibration, not being able. Okay, taking that with the perfume. All right, Cypher machine is ready. There comes the hit. There comes the Cypher pop. Every survivor that is still in the game is up and running. But it's still a tough situation. Now with the Hunter with detention, trying to bring down at least 1 more survivor, probably more than 1. But I think that's gonna be at least a tie. Let's see. We have the Perfumer now on the balloons, soon on the rocket chair, and actually quite far away from all the exit gates. There is an exit gate over there that is getting opened up. GodJ is using the mirror, trying to get there. There might be another chance for GodJ to bring down another sub. I'm sorry, I didn't see that they're already out of the gate.
No worries. I'd have to agree with you. GodJ stepping up in this particular case, and this is what I love about watching competitive Identity 5 play. We saw the adjustment that he made, knowing what kind of went wrong during round 1. Not to mention his mirror images were definitely better going into this one. There was a lot more accuracy, I guess, in comparison to what we saw in the earlier part. But like you say, I might have to agree with your theory, Grizzly. The warm up theory during the first round. I'm sold.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, but we still see that there is a deficit on GK's side right there. In the first round, we had a 4 survivor elimination, and GK kinda needs to match that 4K survivor elimination. They kinda have to come in. They weren't able to do it, so maybe they can do a 4 survivor escape. Or maybe at least 3 survivors. Yeah, and so on. I just hope that they're doing fantastic.
Let me do some quick math here. So we have towards the end of the first round, we have an 8-1.
8-1.
Now it's a 10-3. So the dream here for GK, in order to stay in the running, is they definitely don't want a complete wipeout, for sure.
I love you.
And
you're a big brain, man. You're a big brain. Wait, 8-1. That's now 10-3. Good job.
Yeah, I think the bit of extra math during my earlier days helped. But I don't know, when I'm with Sayora, it just completely goes out the window. Like I can't it's hard to keep track. But yeah, if let me just do some quick math here. This is the beauty of being able to cast online, by the way, guys. I'm able to take some quick notes while we're actually casting. So 10-3.
I think I know what you're going for. I think if AT is now getting another 4 survivor elimination, would mean that they're getting 5 more points, which means
yes, and that
there's no chance for GK to catch up right there. So if they are getting 4 Survivor out of there, that means that AT is continuing in the tournament, and I'm not really sure what happens if they are getting 3 Survivor out of there.
Well, okay, so here's the just Grizzly. 3 survivors out still forces a round 3. However, the problem is you are forced with the monumental task of heading into round 3. You have to perfect both your first half and your second half, meaning you need to get 5 points on both. That is crazy. That is stress plus ultra. Yeah.
That is actually what I thought. So that means if they are getting 3 Survivor out of there, it is 4 to 14, right? Yes.
Exactly.
Right? I don't. Yeah. Okay. All right. So 4 to 14. That's gonna be what 3 to. Yeah, I'm not good at math, but I see what you're going for, and that is extremely difficult to pull off. That is putting a lot of pressure on GK right here. Let's see if they can switch this around. I would love to see that they are switching it around, but we have to give it to AT. AT is just absolutely dominating. Here we can see Glue. I'm sorry, I did not expect this, but he looks fantastic. I love him. Kind of. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I'm not even sure that's. I'm not even 100% sure that's glue, Grizzly. I mean, it looks like a glue bottle. For all you know, it could be like some nasal decongester or something.
Of course, we didn't get any information on that, so we are sorry that I was surprised to just see that. I mean, he was a cute guy.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, like I like that. Like screenshot, and there we go. Grizzly, but yeah, talking about the math here, GK has no more space to fumble the ball. To be honest, every point counts for them at this point. The more points that they lose out on, the more monumental of a task it's going to be to try to rebound, come into round 3. And from what we saw already, the skill gap as is, at least based from the past
3 matches.
Past 3 games that we saw rather. Adam was virtually almost on top of everything except for this. Yeah, well, pretty much. Yeah, they've been on top of everything.
They are. We can't say anything. Like if you would rewatch these matches, you can't say anything bad about Adam right there. They did absolutely fantastic. If it came to kiting, rescuing, the decoding speed right there, fantastic coordination in the team. And when it came down to the hunter play, destroying Dream Witch match, destroying patrollers left and right. You know, just imagine you're getting bit by a patroller. The second it gets off of you, you have another patroller on the second leg. Like, how does this work? That's crazy. And there is not much to say against GK. They did good too.
Right.
But AT is a little bit better. At least from what we saw during, at least what we saw in the last 3 matches.
Games. But
games.
One thing sorry, I recall. It's okay, all good. I'll lost my train of thought. I'll start with games pertaining to like the per game they play. Matches like the full set. So fun.
Yes, I totally understand this. It's just like, you know, I'm a streamer. I'm not like into this game match round.
We'll give you the pass, Grizzly. We'll give you the pass for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But yeah, another thing that I recall is that even I'm not sure if I recall correctly by the rulings, even if let's say it ends in a 3-1 in favor of Adam still, because Adam wins both rounds, I'm not sure if we even play round 3 anymore because just by the rounds as is, it's both a win for Adam. So the only thing I recall, right?
Like
I thought you were.
Yeah. No, I don't think. I don't think. Like, first of all, they won both rounds, but second of all, there isn't even space to come back points wise, right?
Well, For a 3-1, technically there is. It's just that.
For 3-1, I see what you mean. All right, I see what you mean.
Yeah. But I guess we'll find out in just a bit. What really counts right now is whether or not GK steps up with a 5-point win. That's really the ultimate
Goal right there for
goal.
GK.
Yeah.
They really want to do that.
No, sorry. Yeah, for 3-1 or 5-0, really. Yeah, for them.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. We saw what happened before. We saw that Atom was just taking the lead, really strong, and GK needs to catch up in the next match. Can see. They are getting ready. And I am excited to see this match, dude. I still think that GK can do it. I truly think that they can come back. Also, I'm a little bit distracted right now because I'm trying to figure out what we just saw there. Was it Clue? Was it something else? I am trying to figure that out. I will keep you guys updated on what it was, but we are starting with the next match right here. We will see the Hunter ban, the Survivor ban, and the Hunter and Survivor picks right now. Starting off with the Hunter ban, which is the Dream Witch.
Absolutely.
And you were right. It's nasal. It's nasal. Not sure. Okay, never mind.
Okay, yeah, not sure. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess the mystery. We'll solve the mystery a little later on, maybe after this game. But Arms Factory will be our map of choice. Bans being thrown out. Dream Witch for the Hunter mechanic as well as the Seer. So default Survivor bans right here, which will come out from GK. Let's see how they go about this composition.
Yeah, we have Synchros coming in with the Prospector right there, throwing magnets at the Hunter. I think we might see another Bloody Queen on the Hunter side, but what we see on the Survivor side so far is Prospector, Mercenary, Gravekeeper, and Perfumer. Let's see what the Hunter is going for. Again, I predict a Bloody Queen, and there she comes on Arms Factory, one of my favorite maps. That's gonna be another intense match, especially for GK. They have a lot of pressure right now on their shoulders, and I'm curious to see what they are coming up with. Come on, I want to see the tricks that you have up your sleeve.
The tips and the tricks and the whirls and the twirls. I was trying to think of a word that rhymed.
That was perfect. I take it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Chris. But you know what? Here we have it. Final lock. Fans of GK, give them your energy because this is the moment that will truly count. It's all or nothing for them at this point as we head into the second half of round 2 between Adam and GK. It's China versus Thailand right now, and China is looking all the more great as we head on right to it.
All right, here we have AT again. AT has a huge advantage points-wise, and if they are getting 4 survivors out of this match, this is out of this game, excuse me. This is basically it for GK and AT. AT will advance, but let's see what is happening right here. We have AT trying to find the survivor, the sneaky little postman right there. It's the that's the McDonald's. What? I've never seen that skin before. I'm sorry. I'm excited. The McDonald's, the McDonald's magnet man, the prospector. I'm sorry.
You're in shock, Grizzly. You're in shock.
Yes, I am. I love that skin. That looks hilarious. And there we go. AT comes in with the first hit. Good job. But dude, that hiding spot right there, that was phenomenal. I loved it.
Oh god, okay. Big Macs and chicken nuggets aside. Looks like Longshuat really on Synchro's tail here, in which case Synchro's really working well with that palette. Longshuat, he said, you know what? Not gonna go around, let's take that down. Don't want it to be a problem later. Mirror image will be popped up. Looking for that last hit. Can he though? And looks like don't miss out on the spot. Tries to go for one more. Are we gonna see another one? Oop, actually, a little bit of a stopper right there. Forced to switch with the mirror image, but closes out the gap. Misses out still, and unfortunately, Synchros gets pincered in.
That was so good. A lot of chukes on the mirror right there, even a chuke on the rear hunter, but then still taking the hit, going down eventually. Good job though from the McDonald's prospector right here. Absolutely love it. And we have 3 Cypher machines remaining, which means we are still in for an absolutely exciting match because everything can happen. We can see Mercenary dashing in, taking a hit though while dashing towards the prospector, rescuing in time. Now let's see what is going on. Yeah, the magnet hit. All right, the magnet hit. You need to get away right there. You need. Oh, smart gameplay right here from AT's Bloody Queen yet again. Oh, nice. Getting distance between the hunter and himself. It's intense. It's intense. There comes the. AT.
This is crazy. Oh, and yeah, back on the rocket chair for you, my friend. AT though, doing a great job at making sure that he's preoccupied in whatever he does, proactivity-wise. This leads to fruition for him thus far. Synchro has quite a bit of a way to go. Mirror image will be popped up, gets a hit onto Bonchan, and is anybody from GK nearing for the save? Looks like Skyfall's on you.
Yes, Skyfall is coming in as Gravekeeper right here, sneaking his way in. We have an extremely fast rescuing speed from the rocket chair as soon as he comes up out of the ground. If he's not taking hit though, and we saw that making the rescue happen. We had Skyfall taking another hit. Really trying to body block right now. Look at this face. Oh, that blink! We had the magnet pushing the hunter away, but the hit was already taken. Bringing down both survivors, double down both survivors, but McDonald's Prospector is sadly getting out of the game. We still have 1 Cypher machine remaining. Again, we need to consider, we need to keep in mind that GK needs to get survivors out of there. They need to get survivors out of there.
This is an absolute nightmare for GK. They already lost out on 1 survivor. Not to mention, both Cat King as well as Bonchan have already taken a hit. As much as possible, we want to try to play the patience game, but Dr. One hasn't really given them much of a break to breathe. In fact, if you look right here, I think Bonchan and Cat King were trying to go for the heal just so that they had much more life to work with. But yeah, no room to breathe whatsoever coming from this Bloody Queen. She is hot on everybody's trail. Highly efficient use of this mirror image. Very impressed.
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay right here. And we can see that the mercenary is rescuing, but Skyfall is going down again. Really concentrating on the survivors that already were on the chair to secure these elimination. We can see that Skyfall is now out of the game too, which means 2 survivors are remaining. Both of these survivors, as you already mentioned, took hits. They weren't able to heal up. And what we also can see is that the Perfumer is working on the last Cypher machine. If we look at the bottom right corner, we can see that the Cypher machine is not primed. So this is yet again a difficult situation, a very difficult situation to get out of. GK is in a lot of trouble right here.
Oh gosh, I'm feeling for GK right now. And this pretty much seals the deal for Adam. Like I mentioned, this was the only one of the few things that GK would have really wanted to avoid it to happen. Unfortunately, it has, and just what a way to go for Adam. Got to be very happy for them. Very convincing victory, in fact. And come to think of it, this is the first match that'll not go the full best of 3 for day 1.
Exactly,
both games
exactly, that's right.
went the full 3 or even an extra. This is just 2 rounds. Congratulations to Adam.
Well deserved victory right here. They absolutely deserve to continue on the bracket to the next day. We will see them again on day 3 because we are casting half of the teams today, half of the teams tomorrow, and then we will see everyone who was continuing in the tournament fighting against each other. And that's going to be something that I'm really looking forward to, because right now we already saw that there was a skill gap. We can't argue that there was a skill gap, but as we see the teams, getting further in the brackets, we can see that the skill gap will close. I can tell you that because only the best will, continue in the tournament. And that's something that I'm really looking forward to. But for today, we saw GK versus AT, and AT taking the lead within 2 matches and advancing in the tournament. Next up, we will see MRC versus 5HS, which will be... I'm looking forward to this match. Not gonna lie, I'm really looking forward to this match. We have MRC Miracles. We are Team Miracle. We are here to create miracles. I think that was the slogan, something like that. And I am in for a treat. I would say we are all in for a treat, seeing these teams fighting against each other. I think we might see, before we jump into these matches, we might see the most valuable player of Team Atom. And yeah, any words that you want to say about these matches that we just saw?
I mean, it was just very convincing performance, like I said, from Adam. They really knew how to maximize their hunters. Again, I love the use of Bloody Queen, especially coming in from Adam's hunter. It didn't really give earlier on. Sure, GK had room to work on ciphers, but as their numbers dwindled, that was when they realized, oh no, you know what, this hunter has really been covering a lot of ground, never really gave them a room to breathe. And that's what you want to do as a hunter. You want to constantly put pressure on the survivors, where it's you as a hunter that dictates the pace of the game. And that's exactly what Adam did. Survivors as well did great, but the hunter play, that's what really blew my mind. Absolutely top notch. What, again, just really up to expectation from what I want to see here at the global finals for COA.
Absolutely. And what I want to see right now in the chat is some GGs for GK and some GGs for AT, for both teams, because again, they made it this far to be here in the Call of the Abyss 3 tournament, best of the best. So both teams deserve the highest of the respect from all of us. Absolutely phenomenal job, even if it was a little bit clear who won this match right here.
Absolutely.
So what we can see right now is 11 downs. Fantastic job from the Bloody Queen right there. And here we have it. Here we have the brackets. We can see something yeah. Sorry, that was too quick for me.
It's all good. It's all good. But just basically off the results, so far so good from what we've been seeing here at the Call of the Abyss. You guys got a quick glimpse of our casters there in Shanghai. Great job that they've been doing across all the board. All the broadcasts have been phenomenal. You guys, as an audience, have been great as well. Any final thoughts, Grizzly, before we head on to a quick break?
I am super happy to witness all these amazing matches. I am extremely excited to see what is coming later today and later during the upcoming days, of course. And I'm especially excited to see who will advance into the final day, day 4, where we can see the top 4 teams participating against each other for the top 4 spots. It's going to be legendary.
Absolutely legend. Wait for it, dairy. So, we're just really
we're just gonna talk
until we can clear for a break. Yeah, we can clear for a break. But past 3 matches, Grizzly, have been. I'll be honest. I was already expecting these games were going to be great, but I wasn't expecting them to be this explosive. So, let's go ahead and get a quick view of the score one more time, Grizzly. I'll let you have your time to do that.
I appreciate that a lot. We can see first match right here was PG versus AL, and AL was winning. That was an absolutely intense fight right there between these two teams, because we can see they actually advanced into round 4. They had extra time because it was that close. They had pretty much a perfect tie after round 3, but AL was advancing. Fantastic job. Then we had ALO fighting against MVW. This time MVW taking the lead after 3 rounds, and we just saw it. We had GK versus AT, and 80 was winning after only 2 rounds. Looking at this, according to this board, we had 4 rounds, 3 rounds. No, I mean matches, I'm sorry. We had, no, rounds, exactly, rounds. We had 4 rounds, 3 rounds, 2 rounds. What do you think? Will MRC versus 5HS have a winner after only 1 round?
Oh my goodness, Grizzly! If only. It's gonna take a very special circumstance for us to see that pattern. Okay, but yeah, yeah.
It was obviously just a joke, but we can clearly see that these teams, they are doing phenomenal, and there is a little bit of skill gap, as we already mentioned. It's still fantastic to see them. Can't wait for the next match to come up.
Absolutely. So with that said, this is the conclusion of round 3. When we come back, it'll be round 4, our final match of the day. We have been your casters. I'm going to try to do this in Thai. To Octakuno, to Gaming Grizzly, and this is the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. Kapang Kap. See you guys in a bit.
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的。人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时，无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟，我唯一的朋友威克，也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信。文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，来自这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道， 拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪。但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕，那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
西部最富有的淘金者马歇尔惨死家中，金子也不知所踪。嫌疑人西部大亨靠着贩卖炸药而发了家。他总说，淘金的人不过是一群做着暴富美梦的赌徒罢了。而马歇尔生前更是在他开设的西部赌场里欠下了巨额的赌债。黑玫瑰夫人靠赏金为生，马歇尔正是他悬赏名单上的头号人物。
在西部，每个人早已被明码标价。
而这个嫌疑人和其他人都不同，他对金子可没有兴趣。
当牧师们脱下圣袍，人们便开始信仰金币了。但我想说，抱歉，牛仔们。贪婪是必须要得到应有的惩罚的。
What's going on, you guys? I'm back. The connection is much better. Gaming Grizzly, thank you so much for that brief interaction we had. But man, you had an amazing cast with Arctic Uno. So much so, we have to review the MVP clip, MVP stats in just a bit. So hello, everyone.
Absolutely. Nice to have you. Nice to finally have you here. I'm excited to cast with you as well. Like
I'm super excited as well.
Yeah, the entire first day, it's a little bit chaotic, but we are going into the MVP right here. As we can see, we have AT's Hunter. We saw him using the Dream Witch, using the Bloody Queen, and it's just absolutely phenomenal how he was striking down these survivors. What we can see right here is there are literally no terror shocks happening, but he knocked down all the survivors. He eliminated all 4 of them in both of the matches that we saw him play. So well-deserved MVP spot right here. Well-deserved.
For sure. So shout outs to AT for moving on. And I like the trend you predicted. We started out with extra time at the start. And slowly but surely, you know, teams have been starting to establish their dominance. But right now we got to move on to the next match, which is 5HS versus MRC. And you did say you're looking forward to this match because of MRC. And I'm looking forward to it because of 5HS.
I mean, I'm just excited in general. Like I don't like seriously. If you would ask me what my favorite team is or what I hope which team would, you know, continue during the tournament until the finals, I couldn't give you a name because again, I can't say this often enough. Those are all top players from all around the world. They are doing absolutely phenomenal, no matter what they are doing, even if they're, you know, even if they're losing, even if they're having a little bit of a worse match than usual.
Yes.
I would love to see every single team advance, but in the end, there can only be one champion.
Yep, we have to find out the best of the best, and this is the way to find out. We've had some amazing matches, and kudos to everyone to bring their A game. You did see some dominant plays, but nothing to take away from the team that just fell a little short because, again, steel always sharpens steel, and we want to find the best of the best here in the Call of the Abyss 3.
Exactly. That's what we are here for. That's what everyone is here for. And let me just pull up some data because we have.
Let me paint a bit of context with 5HS and MRC. Shout outs to iAlien for making these predictions. 5HS and MRC were actually favored to make it to the finals. It was just very unfortunate that they had to meet this early on at the start. So if you're watching, ladies and gentlemen, these are like the 2 top teams in one of the biggest teams as well. I mean, Miracle and 5 Headshot. So it's really going to be an interesting match to watch.
I absolutely believe so. It's going to be super, super interesting. And what I see right now is that Miracle is actually, as preferred hunter, it seems to be the Bloody Queen. And on the other side, on 5HS's team, we are seeing the Soul Weaver and Guard 26. That is something that I'm absolutely looking for. We haven't seen the Soul Weaver utilized quite often. I think we had her in at least one match. That's what I saw. But Guard 26.
Ooh, a bonbon to close out the day. How to end with a huge bang with some bombs.
That would be fantastic. Not sure if we will see those hunters though, because we have seen that they're, you know, even if these are the preferred hunters, the hunters, the hunter players can still pick other hunters that are pretty. Let's
call a spade a spade. It is the year of the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen. You've been making your predictions so spot on with those bans, and that is something to note because early on you're going to see those Dream Witch bans, you're going to see those Bloody Queen bans, but once I'm interested to see in match number 3, that's when all the cards are on the table. So we could see the potential bonbon, like you said, or the Soul Weaver.
Exactly. And that is something that I'm really looking forward to, especially if we are seeing a hunter that is kind of like an underdog hunter. For example, we saw the Feaster earlier. Feaster is strong. He was always strong, in my opinion. I really love the Feaster. I wish I could have.
Feaster's underrated. Let's go. Yes, that would have been so much fun.
I really hope that I will be able to do that. I'm looking forward to that. But Coming up with the next matches, again, we are having 5HS, maybe perhaps playing as Guard 26. That's going to be very interesting as well. Right here, we can see the... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just the snapshot, like you said. I mean, Yang NM is actually known for a bunch of plethora of hunters. They actually say that he's one of the top 3 hunters globally. So that's something to look forward to. You said that his preferred hunters are these, but you know what? He can rock the Dream Witch if he has to. And if you can see the different characters, a lot are really focused on the long-term and more of the rescuing type of mentality here with this 5HS. We have Yang, the feared hunter here, what we were talking about. Can rock the Bonbon, can rock the Guard 26. Oh, sorry, the Guard 26 and Bonbon are the same person. The Dream Witch and the Soul Weaver, that is.
And if we look at the Terror Shocks, that is just terrifying. Almost solid 3 Terror Shocks per match. Ooh. I mean, obviously possible with the Dream Witch, but that is just scary.
Also, something to know about these 2 teams, their survivor teams are very sturdy, and they're very solid as one. 5HS, I have to say this, they called back to the Call of the Abyss 1, so they are definitely veterans of the game.
Yes, absolutely. And when we look at these stats, look at this score right here. Average decoding progress 150, still being able to contain the Hunter for at least 40, or not at least, but an average of 47 seconds. Making 2 rescues. This is like an overall fantastic stat right here. And we can say that about every single player introduction right here.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, this could potentially be, like they said, a finals match, because the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, I know every team here has to get their hunting or their containment duration on the high, but 5HS isn't messing around. Look at the average decoding, 188%, as well as containment that's averaging a 60-second kite. So these are scary numbers if you're a hunter.
These are scary numbers. Yes, exactly, scary for the hunter. And if we look at these stats combined, survivors and hunters, we can see that this is just an overall absolutely fantastic team. Here we have SGT also coming in with 170% of decoding while containing 44 seconds during the match on average.
So also something to point out, he's also a preferred mercenary. So it's good in the early game just to know that since we have legendary rules, that if one already used mercenary at the start, he can jump in and use the mercenary. And here we go, a forward as well by Yu. This guy's name's Yu.
I was just like, what did I miss? all right.
Yeah. My bad. So
an average. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just the numbers are really just top tier numbers. This team is no one to, you can't sleep on this team. So that is 5HS, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way to this amazing venue that I just wish I could be in. Look, like you pointed out, there's a screen on the ground.
I know, that's so sick, right? But I really want to jump on. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, did you see that? He did a little point to the camera and a throat cut. He means business. 5HS, ladies and gentlemen.
He's not messing around right there. I really want to talk about something else real quick while we have the chance to do so. I have seen a lot of questions in the chat about LBM and why they are on the bracket. I want to say that they are fairly compensated. They couldn't take part during this tournament because of the travel restrictions, and fairly compensated. They are very happy. It's sad that they cannot take part in this, and what we also see is that there is GR coming against LBM, which means GR will automatically advance, which is just fair since they actually won the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament.
Exactly. I mean, it's crazy times now, so you know what, LBM, I'm sure we'll see them in future big tournaments as well. So shout outs to them. Show them your love, you guys. So, but now, I mean, MRC Miracle. Here we have Juan He over here. Perfumer, look at that. Average containment duration of a Perfumer above 60 seconds. That's nothing to laugh about because you're wasting precious time of the Hunter. So MRC, the Miracle, can they pull off a miracle and, you know, just sweep the 5HS, or will it be a long night for everyone?
Exactly. And as you already said, over 60 seconds. That's a long time. But if we are looking at Larsen right here, the containment hunter, over 90, that is like at least 3 Cypher Machine Kite, maybe even, it depends on the team, maybe even a 5 Cypher Machine Kite right there. That's gonna be super dangerous. And we can also see PPR coming in with a lot of decoding progress and coming in with a solid 1 average rescue as Mercenary. That is, again, as you already saw on 5HS's side, an absolutely fantastic team constellation, Survivor and Hunter side.
Yes, and if you were able to catch that, ladies and gentlemen, the preferred hunter of this team here is Soul Weaver. So who knows? There could be a very crazy potential round number 3. But first, we got to get through rounds 1 and 2, and I'm sure these guys are game for that. I'm expecting to see a lot of evenly matched play here as we move on to Mickey here. Look at those numbers. Average score above 6,000. Decoding progress 165%. Containment 32, but you got to look at the mechanic. He's a mechanic and he's making containments. That is, I mean, just amazing play from Mickey there.
Absolutely. And I just want to correct you real quick. The Soul Weaver was on the 5HS side, but still.
Okay.
Both hunters are going to be extremely dangerous. What we can see right here is Cheng with an average mirror image attack of 7.3, terror shock over 3. We already saw 2.8 something on 5HS's side. Right here we have 3.14 terror. That is that is scary.
Yeah, and thank you for calling that out. Actually, you saw he's very proficient with the Dream Witch in those stats, so that's something to worry about if you're on 5HS's side.
I am so glad that you just said Dream Witch, even if it was a Bloody Queen. And because I am messing up these two every single time. I'm glad that I'm not alone.
Yes, for sure. I got those two mixed up as well. So again, these are they're the meta pick. Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. We see them a lot, and you know what? Just the way I can tell if someone's a good Dream Witch, if I'm watching their match and I feel dizzy, that means he's doing really well, like shifting with a follower, with the minions of that Dream Witch.
Exactly. I was saying this before as well. As soon as my brain is melting, I know that match is going to be extremely difficult for the survivors, because just the multitasking and having all these leeches all over the map, remembering their position, knowing how to send them to the survivors, that is just crazy coordination. And that is exactly what we are seeing overall from the hunters during these tournaments.
Yeah. So kudos to the Dream Witches out there making us survivors terrifying to even touch a Cypher, because the Dream Witch presence is so menacing to be felt around the map, wherever it may be, whether it be like a small map like Arms Factory or Moonlit River Park. Just the Dream Witch is such a top tier hunter.
So dangerous in every situation. We can see the team right here readying up for the first match, for the first round right here during this match. Gonna be very, very interesting to see what the outcome of the first game will be. Because, I mean, it's kind of setting the tone. If you're getting a 4 survivor elimination, it's kind of putting a lot of pressure on the opponent's team. And the other way around. If you're getting 4 survivors, if there are 4 survivors escaping, it's putting a lot of pressure on your team.
For sure, it's definitely setting the bar high. It's running away with the momentum of the match. So it really, I mean, the first matches are very crucial to dictate the pace of how the teams will be playing moving forward. Because again, yeah, if you get a 5 survivor out, you know, your opponent's going to be very nervous on the survivor side, because they have to duplicate the same thing that you did.
Oh, absolutely. And as we see right here, these players, they are so concentrated. I mean, again, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these teams, but they are giving it all. Just imagine having the kind of pressure on your shoulders and playing in front of an online audience this time. It's still super challenging.
Especially if you're on that stage as well. Look at when the lights are on you and the cameras as well. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans. We're going to see 5HS on the survivor side and MRC's Cheng with the hunter, and we are going to Arms Factory.
Exactly. Arms Factory, one of my favorite maps. It's not as big. It has great kiting areas, but it can also be super dangerous for the survivors. And what we will see first is the Survivor ban. I assume we're gonna see a Seer. And
There we
there he
go.
comes.
Grizzly looking into his crystal ball, seeing Seer will not see the light of day this probably this whole day. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow we'll be seeing some Seer action.
Do you think so? I mean, it's obvious. It's an obvious pick.
Yeah.
If we have a Seer in the team, it will be. It not only can be, it will be an absolute pain for the hunter.
For sure, it extends the life. I mean, the owl is just so overpowered. So, Seer, a great ban coming on MRC Cheng side.
Exactly. We are having we can have a look at the 5HS team right there, picking their team at the moment. We see a mercenary, we see a forward, and we're probably gonna see, at least what I think, a mechanic for the decoding power right there, really pushing the Cypher Rush. And my prediction, Priestess is coming in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Surprising me. Like, wow, Priestess.
It's also kind of a common pick during this tournament. We saw quite a bunch of Priestesses already. Super, super excited to see it right here. And I still think we're going to see the mechanic, right?
Yeah, definitely. Because in the second round, she's definitely going to get banned. Or a perfumer? We'll see. Again, 5HS could surprise us all. No, the mechanic is coming out.
There comes the mechanic. And we will see what Cheng is going to choose. Again, Bloody Queen and Dream Witch are the most dangerous hunters at the moment, so I assume that we will see one of these two. Honestly, I kind of hope for a Bloody Queen just so I don't have to deal with the multitasking, but nevertheless, I'm super excited to see that match.
Yeah, for sure, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle your seatbelts because we're going to see a Dream Witch take all the vertigo medication so you don't get dizzy when you're watching this match. Especially in this high level, you're going to see a lot of switches, a lot of leeches as well. So we'll see how 5HS is going to fare against this Dream Witch at Arms Factory.
And as you already said, I want to mention it again, both of these teams are absolutely powerful. We already saw the stats of the players and we see what we saw what they can do in the past. So having one of the best teams, even we already see the best of the best, but we are now having these two giants clutching against each other. So I am excited. I am super excited to get into this. Want to see some? I want to some hype in the chat right now, guys. Who are you voting for? MRC or 5HS? Just leave your favorite team in the chat right now. One of these teams will advance, and the other one will get eliminated. Sadly.
Yes, you painted a great picture. Two giants are going to slug it out early on for the Call of the Abyss Glory. So it's 5HS versus MRC going to the Arms Factory. So just a rundown of the match. We have a Dream Witch, followed by the Survivor picks, which is a Mercenary, a Forward, a Priestess, and a Mechanic. Arms Factory, one of the smallest stages here. So let's see how MRC is going to make her presence felt with all these leeches she can potentially plant in the Survivor side.
Exactly. And again, we saw MRC Cheng's Terror Shock rate, which means absolutely dangerous Dream Witch right here. And I'm excited to see what is happening. Already found the Mechanic stall early game and is trying to find the Mechanic right now, which is a perfect pick for, hunting down the first Survivor. Bringing down the doll right here early game, really trying to slow down the decoding speed of the Survivors. Good job.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the thing about the Mechanic. She adds another Survivor, another body to worry about. That's why her puppet is so useful in in Identity 5 in general. That's why she's mostly banned with the Seer as well.
Exactly. Absolutely dangerous character. Really bringing up that decoding speed on the Survivor side. So as you can see right here, obviously the Dream Witch Cheng is trying to concentrate on that Mechanic right now, trying to bring her out of the game as soon as possible. Ooh, nice juke right there, but hitting the first hit coming in with the Patroller. That is putting a lot of pressure on Daylon right here. Oh, let's see.
Exactly. The patroller is going to hamper the speed of the mechanic, and the mechanic isn't really known for her kiting ability, but let's see if DeLong can get out of the clutches. No! Gets terror shocked on her way inside. Wow, MRC Cheng marking his target on the mechanic, and he was able to make quick work out of everything. But now, watch out. Here we go. Going to the cellar here. This is not going to be good on the side. It's going to be a tough rescue on the side of 5HS. One cipher was already popped, Grizzly.
Absolutely fantastic gameplay so far. We are having, again, you already said, we are having one survivor in the basement. This is actually the mechanic. But the mechanic, we have to keep in mind, mechanic has still the doll that she can use to decode the cipher, which is extremely powerful. But what we can see right here is a lot of pressure with these patrollers, really landing these hits. Now trying to protect. All right, we have a try. Wait. What was?
Yeah, she was able to get to hit the priestess. Yeah, the escape was successful. The priestess again. Priestess so good at escaping from the basement area. So excellent stuff on the side of 5HS. So 3 ciphers left. It's looking pretty good so far for both these players because we have some injured survivors on the side of 5HS.
Absolutely. And what we can see right here is literally the Dream Witch putting a lot of pressure on a lot of survivors. But of course, focusing on the mechanic right now. I can't say it often enough. Mechanic is bringing a lot of decoding speed to the team, and going for her early game is a really, really good strategy for the Hunter.
And I like what you noted out, because the puppet is still out there. So you still have another body to worry about, because that puppet is for sure decoding and for sure pushing the objectives of the survivors.
Yes, absolutely. And what we can see is that Mechanic is now on the rocket chair for the second time. We have 3 cipher machines remaining. We can absolutely see right there is the Dream Witch doll, the Dream Witch Leech going for the doll. And we also saw that that cipher machine that the doll was touching is almost decoded, almost done. And we are down to 1 cipher machine already.
Ooh! The lower left part of the screen, it is primed. So probably going to wait for the hit, gets the terror shock. The last effort. And it's going to get popped. And look, we have some healthy survivors on the side of 5HS. MRC Cheng, how is he going to adapt? The detention is going to play a factor. Can he get 1 survivor into a rocket chair?
The question is, did he see... I'm not sure if I missed it or if he missed it. There was the robot opening up the gate right behind him.
True.
Right? That is something that could be very dangerous if the survivor is sitting right, or at least pretty close to the exit.
Close to the area. Exactly.
If someone is coming with tight turner, that could be a potential escape right there for the Ford, even if he's sitting on the chair right now.
Oh, using the teleport. Oh, but 1 priestess is going to get out of the compound, still guarding the mercenary. And now that's another escaped survivor, and that is GG's. A 3-1 in favor of 5HS.
All right, that was a solid match right there. Really not going for the rescue. I mean, it's probably better to not risk it, especially if you have to go across the entire map against a Dream Witch, which could easily leech you and which has a lot of leeches already on the map. So getting the 3 survivor escape right there, absolutely fantastic job on the survivor side.
Yeah. Again, we mentioned that Dream Witch is a top-tier hunter. You know, you have presence around, but also having that much attention spread through the map can also leave you looking at the wrong things. Like you mentioned, I think there was a puppet. The puppet was buffering the exit gate. So again, I guess he was just focused on just getting a survivor into the rocket chair. So congratulations, 5HS, setting the bar high, 3-1. MRC's down in points, but not quite out with 1 survivor on the board for them.
Exactly, and it was pretty crucial for MRC to get at least 1 survivor in the chair and to get 1 survivor out of the game, because if you're getting 4 survivors out, as survivors, you are getting 5 points.
Exactly,
for 5 points, that is already a tough beginning. If you're starting a match with 5 points deficit, but we don't have to talk about this because MRC was able to bring the forward out of the match. We are now having 1 point for MRC. 5HS is having 3 points. Fantastic start on both sides. Curious to see if MRC can turn it around, though. in the next round
Yeah,
right here.
for sure. We'll see. Again, they're going to be doing the old switcheroo. We're going to see 5HS do the hunting now. So we'll see how strong the survivors of MRC are. But let's talk about that match for a little bit. It was looking a little bleak for the mechanic as he was sent to the basement. But you know what? The priestess doing her magic, the holy key.
That was a great rescue, body blocking right there, and that happened so fast that I almost missed it. And the Dream Witch was also having a tough time getting to these survivors. Absolutely fantastic job, considering that we have one of the crucial survivors in the basement mid-game. That was really, really good for the Dream Witch.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the match statistics now. Very efficient when it comes to decoding. It was pretty spread out, you know. Even though the mechanic, her main job is to decode, she was the first one targeted. That's why you can see the numbers here are pretty low. It's not really that low because it's 94%. But you know what? You know, if your task is to kite the hunter, no matter what role you're playing, you got to do it. You got to take one for the team and trust that your team will be able to save you from that rocket share.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, even if the mechanic is sitting on the rocket chair, we have the doll. The doll was still in game. The doll was brought down once, quite early game, which was a little bit dangerous for the mechanic because if the doll would take another hit, mechanic would be alone. Mechanic couldn't have another, you know, puppet running around decoding, but that was not the case. Mechanic was putting down the doll in a quite safe place, enabling her to even decode when she was sitting on the rocket chair.
Yep, and she was really able to kite as long as she could. I mean, 5HS really living up to their numbers, being able to just contain and be able to move around the terrain as much as possible. I mean, Arms Factory, you gotta love it, especially if you're a survivor that masters the terrain. Excellent stuff.
I totally agree. It was just super, again, it was just super unfortunate that there was the basement right inside of the factory and mechanic just going down right there. But we saw the stats. We know all these players are absolutely fantastic, and they pulled off a perfect basement rescue by not even going down again with none of the survivors that were getting out of there, which is really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I've had nightmares of trying to go for a basement rescue, and it just goes south right away. So I'm going to take a few tips from 5HS. Go for the Priestess. Go Priestess rescue basement.
Priestess can do an absolutely fantastic job. And even if there was a leech at all times down in the basement, they were pulling off the rescue. I mean, in the end, the Priestess took a hit, but that's kind of what you want to go for. You want to body block, you want to have the attack animation for the Dream Witch leech, and just getting enough time for the mechanic to get out of there sound and safe. Safe and sound.
Yeah. Safe and sound indeed. I mean, 5HS did a really good job. MRC tried his best. Cheng tried his best to get his presence felt, tried to really move around, tried to stop the Cypher rush, but 5HS was just ready.
Yeah, I want to mention that MRC was doing a fantastic job. Like, it sounds like we are just praising the survivors right here, but MRC was doing a fantastic job bringing down these Cypher, bringing down the mechanic, really concentrating on the mechanic, first survivor out of there, and it's crucial to bring down the mechanic early game. But we also have to mention 5HS, they were coordinated and they played together very well, giving a very difficult time to the hunter.
Exactly. Nothing to. He did everything well. He aimed for the mechanic, put the mechanic in the basement, and then tried to transition. Still kept focusing on the mechanic to hamper the decoding. But the Priestess was ready. So it's just these rock paper scissors. You know, all of this is in theory, but when you put it into practice, it's just wow, excellent Identity 5 action.
Yeah, exactly, and that is absolutely what we would expect from these teams. Like, those are the top teams from all over the world, and I mean, I am here to see stuff like that. I am here to see how you can actually get out of the basement with 2 survivors and none of them going down again against a Dream Witch. That is a fantastic rescue. But overall, I think I think that both teams are really balanced. Like, none of them is like, the skill gap isn't there. There is maybe a small skill gap, but I think they are pretty much on the same level, and that level is extremely high. So I'm curious to see what will happen in the second match of the first round, in which we will see 5HS on the hunter side, and MRC on the survivor side. Again, 5HS has the preferred hunter set as Soul Weaver and Guard 26. Honestly, what do you think? Do you think you will see one of these two hunters right away in the first round? Or do you think they will utilize the Dreamwitch or Bloody Queen as long as they can?
You know what? I agree with your second point, because while it's on the table, they might as well use it. Because once the second round comes in, they're either going to ban whatever you're efficient in. So if it's on the table and you're good at it, save your preferred pick for late game. I think MRC or 5HS are in it for the long game. So they just want to exhaust all the options they can at the start. And then at the late game, they're going to be able to bring out things we haven't even seen yet.
Exactly. And that is also my prediction. I think that's going to happen. As long as they can take one of these two top hunters, they will go for it. Question is though, maybe they are pushing it. Imagine if you're just better with the Soul Weaver, or maybe with the
That's
the
very
26.
true.
Or maybe you're pushing it in the very first round, putting a lot of pressure on the survivors or on the opponent's team. And yeah, I think we will find out very soon.
We will. And just to add to your point and to echo what you're saying, yes, they could do that because they know the map. It's Arms Factory. Soul Weaver could do great there, setting up the webs, setting the camping game super strong of the Soul Weaver. So who knows? Again, that's the joy of watching these games, because it's just high level Identity 5.
Exactly. And that is super exciting to see, extremely exciting to see. And what we are seeing right here is
just getting ready.
On the survivor side, exactly. Sorry, I was trying to.
It's all good.
We are seeing MRC on the survivor side right here, getting ready and being focused, getting into the second game in this first round right here.
So it's safe to say that we're probably going to see a banned Seer. Am I right?
Yes, I would assume so. Yes. I mean, we already
Is there
saw
anything?
a banned. We already saw a banned mechanic in the first round as well, but we can surely assume that there will be a banned Seer. Yes.
Yeah. So my question, actually, that I'm asking myself is, will MRC go with a priestess, since they saw how effective it was against their hunter? Because usually you'd see a perfumer in the mix, right?
I mean, it depends. I would say if they are good with the priestess, they will go with the priestess. I don't think that they will pick the priestess just because they saw the performance on the opponent's team. But it's gonna be interesting to see what we will have on the survivor side. Of course, it will be interesting. It's getting especially interesting if we are seeing survivors that we don't expect.
For sure.
There comes the expected Seer ban.
Yeah, and just expect to see that. But again, it's really interesting if it's not that. So I guess that just shows that probably a team has done some studying and knows that maybe that other team won't use the Seer or isn't as efficient. So, but for now, you're going to see a lot of Seer bans.
Absolutely. As you already said, all these teams, they pretty much know each other. They are studying their opponents. They are analyzing their opponents' plays. And you're very right. We can definitely see a different pick just because the opponent's team kinda did their research, did their homework, and researched the opponent's team.
Exactly. Wow. So just to start off, going up and down, we see a forward, a barmaid, and a mechanic. Now, PPR, who is he going to lock in with?
I think we might see. I think we have the barmaid for the mercenary. So what I think is that we don't see the mercenary right there. So it might be a potential priestess, or, as you already mentioned, or no, actually going in as mercenary. All right.
Grizzly, you look into your crystal ball making these predictions. You've been on point all day, sir.
I mean, I'm trying. Let's see. Let's see. This is something that I'm really excited about. Let's see if there is a little bit of a special hunter pick, or if we can see the same hunters in the first rounds over and over again.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, everyone's looking at Yang's side here. One of the feared hunters in Identity 5 in general. So who is he going to lock in with? Yeah, and wow, just an amazing a forward and a barmaid. Yeah, probably to just speed up the recovery time of the mercenary because he does take long when he heals.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yang MM is like 5HS is a little bit, you know, taking their time right there. I'm not sure if there's any technical issues. It doesn't look like it. It's just, you know,
it's mind games.
Yeah, exactly. It's mind games. But there comes the Dream Witch yet again for the first match, saving up their preferred hunters for later matches.
Dream Witch and Arms Factory. It's yeah, like we mentioned before, it's one of the smallest maps. Let's see how Yang is going to favor in terms of really making his presence felt against, you know, this forward, this barmaid, this mechanic, as well as this mercenary.
And I absolutely think that we have 5HS going for the mercenary early game. If we look at this constellation of the survivor side right there, every other survivor, first of all, it's a pain to hunt down. But second of all, it's just crucial to, you know, the Cypher Rush with the mechanic is obviously real. And bringing down Cypher machines extremely fast on the survivor side can be an advantage, obviously. It definitely is an advantage. So that is why 5HS most likely is trying to find the mechanic first.
Yes, I would agree with you there that, especially in this matchup too, because it could be a pain to just go after any, like a forward, a barmaid. She's a pretty good kiter when she gets her drinks going on. And Mercenary is just a nightmare because of his delayed effect.
Exactly. And okay, you know what? Let's make a little bit of a bet or something, because
let's do it.
We know that these are absolutely fantastic players. We both know that we will, or at least I think we both expect to see the third round, right? But do you think they're so evened out, like they're on the same level that we will see a fourth round?
That's interesting. I think that would heavily depend on the third round. Because right now we're probably going to see, we're going to see some Bloody Queens and some Dream Witches. But when cards are on the table and they could go, like, you go for Soul Weavers or Bonbons, I think that's going to be the make or break moment. But, you know, I think it's going to end decisively. I think it's going to, I'm making my prediction. If we're going to make a simple gentleman bet, it might end in match number 3.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, we have to be fair. To end in match number 4, both teams need the exact same amount of points, which is already, like, that's kind of unlikely to happen. But since you're going for, you know, ending in round number 3, I'm just taking my chances right here. I'm taking it. I'm running for it. I say that we will have a fourth round. I'm excited to see if this is happening.
All right. So yes, ladies and gentlemen. I would as well. I mean, any Identity 5 action would be awesome. So 5HS versus MRC, match number 1 still, but this is the second half. 3-1, 5HS in the lead. So let's see how much damage Yang can do to these survivors. Again, very crucial to target the first hunter. Oh, and he found the mechanic.
Yes, as expected, mechanic as first survivor is a really good find right here. And just want to mention that 5HS wants to bring out at least one survivor to, you know, at least get the tie. But I think that's gonna be I can't make any predictions about this match. I think I'm just laying back right now. I'm just watching 5HS doing his work right here. Coming in with the controller. Do you see? Oh, did you see that? Ooh. Fantastic
Excellent
stun.
Forward. Excellent stun on the forward.
But we see a patrol on the leg right there, so that might be a little bit difficult because... Oh, another one! Really protecting that mechanic right here. Fantastic job. But we know that there are probably a lot of patrollers on their way right now. And there comes another leech, bringing in the opportunity to summon another patroller, really trying to get this mechanic right here, really trying to get to her.
Wow, that forward just harassing the hunter and doing his job, saving the mechanic, keeping her alive for as long as possible. That was 2 stuns with a football. Insane accuracy there from the forward of MRC. Excellent stun there. The mechanic is still alive, still injured, but still in the game.
Exactly, and that is extremely crucial. Still in the game, that was the key right there. But now going down with the leech, it was on the mechanic, which means the Dream Witch is going for the mechanic right here, probably summoning the leech that she can summon on the mechanic, but to have this additional leech on the map. And obviously bringing her to the chair. We already see Mercenary is coming in for an early rescue.
Potential potential early rescue, but the patroller is going to be a factor here. He's going to stop him in his tracks. Oh, nice use of the elbow pads, but he gets hit. The delayed effect is going to come out, as well as the tide turner and last effort on the side of the mechanic.
Oh, that's pretty tough. Still going into the corner of the map, just trying to get away as far as possible from the Cypher machine. We still have a forward in the game. I don't recall where the forward is, if there will be a potential stun of the servant when she's picking up the survivor. Probably not, since the forward is actually far away.
Just want to point out that the doll is still in effect. You saw that she was just standing there. She was probably positioning her puppet, the mechanic's puppet, somewhere where there is a Cypher. So MRC is doing pretty well on the side of these survivors.
Absolutely, absolutely. 3 Cypher machines are down. I'm curious to know what... Oh...
Like you said, the patroller gonna stop the forward making his rescue. Oh, gets the hit, but the save is gonna continue. Another tide turner to extend the life of the mechanic.
Good juke right there, really get. Oh, yes! Forward coming in, giving the mechanic even more time. The survivor side really wants to protect the mechanic right here. Obviously wants to protect the mechanic, because mechanic would go out of the game right away, and what we see right here is that the forward is taking the hits, just, you know, giving the mechanic more time to kite around, to run around, and giving the team more time to bring down these Cypher machines.
Yes, MRC's Laos here. Oh, wow, nice hit on the mechanic. I was going to say, yeah, Laos really playing his role, but no! Oh my gosh, they popped the Cypher. Excellent pop there. Extending the life of this mechanic. This mechanic is not going down, Grizzly.
That is absolutely fantastic, and as we already said it, 5HS was able to get 3 survivors out of there alive in the previous match, but now is struggling against MRC to get survivors out of the game by eliminating them. So that could be a potential for survivor. I would assume it's going to be a survivor escape right here on MRC's side.
Yep, if they play their cards right, they could go with 5, but no, the mechanic is going to get struck down. Again, detention is playing a huge factor here if they were going to go for that save. But you know what? I think they're going for that escape, going for the 3-1, but we still see PPR here trying to make his way. I'm not sure. Is he going to try to go for that save?
I think... No,
not quite.
That
was the doll.
There. Yeah, exactly. The doll was there, and I think PPR was just waiting for an eventual, I don't know, body block or something if the tension ran out. But since the doll is down and mechanic, I'm sorry, since
no, it's all good.
The mechanic couldn't get rescued right there, we are seeing the 3 survivor escape, and this is the tie for the first round. MRC versus 5HS.
Grizzly, look, it's tied. It's 3-1 at the first half, and it's 1-3. We're all tied up at 4.
I told you. We are seeing this in round 2 and in round 3, and we are going all the way to round 4 in this competition.
Yeah, you know, your predictions have been on point, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do go for a round number 4, as evenly matched as these two giants are, these teams, MRC and 5HS. Just beautiful plays there from both teams. I mean, the survivors of 5HS were great, but you know, MRC brought some stuff to the table too.
Exactly. Really evening out the points right there. Both were using the super scary Dream Witch. We have to say super scary on both sides, and still we're only able to get 1 survivor out of there. Fantastic coordination, fantastic teamwork on the survivor side, and I think we're gonna see Dream Witch bans on both sides. I think we might see Bloody Queen picks on both sides, and I am absolutely excited to see what will come in round 3. I'm highly excited to see what is happening right there.
I know, because in round 3, you really have to reach inside your pool of thoughts and know your characters like the back of your head. Because again, it's legendary rules. There's some picks and bans, and you can't duplicate characters. So
Exactly.
excellent stuff from MRC. Wow.
And what we just saw, the MRC, you just said it, excellent stuff. Especially, I want to highlight the forward that was really protecting the mechanic at all costs. We all know mechanic was downed and already sitting on the chair twice, which means you had to protect that mechanic. You had to take hits for the mechanic, give this mechanic enough time to make the last cipher pop happen when the mechanic goes down for the 3rd time. And again, not Mercenary, Forward was just doing a phenomenal job protecting the mechanic from getting out of the game. At least
we've had the
earlier.
Yeah, you've had this conversation with Articuno. You know what? These teams mean business. I believe that they've been practicing day and night because you can't get that good overnight. That was an amazing performance by 5HS. Sorry, by MRC and also 5HS.
Yeah, right. You can't say anything wrong if you're complimenting one of these teams because both sides, the coordination on the Survivor side, absolutely fantastic. Even if the Bloody Queen, not the Bloody Queen, the Dream Witch, we saw the Dream Witch. We saw what she was doing right there on both sides. Extremely dangerous. I would have been scared to hell to go against that Dream Witch. But the coordination on the Survivor side was just outstanding in both situations, in both matches, in both games right there.
I can't wait to see the score. I mean, the summary of the match here. You know what? Again, it's a literal snapshot of the match when 5HS played because the mechanic was spotted at the start. So you didn't see that much decoding coming from the mechanic, as well as the forward, because the forward was taking those hits and, you know, it's stunning the hunter.
Exactly. That's... You can see that the Dream Witch was actually hitting 9 times and still only managed to get 1 survivor out of there. This is just pointing out the absolutely fantastic teamwork on the Survivor side of MRC.
Miracles. They make it happen.
Yes, they are called miracles for a reason, absolutely. And I'm curious to see what they will pick for the potential mechanic ban that will come in round number 2.
For sure, because you know what, the mechanic was really a factor at the start. So once the mechanic is banned, I would really love to see their team compositions after that.
Exactly. Especially with the barmaid in the team as well. It's going to be interesting. Maybe we will see even other survivors that we haven't seen yet. I'm still waiting to see an acrobat. We had a team that was, you know, having the acrobat on the list of preferred survivors, but they didn't utilize this acrobat. I'm still curious to see other survivors. We already had, do I recall this right? We already had a gardener, which is just absolutely crazy to see a gardener. And I live for these moments. I live for these. Like the entire chat was going crazy. Gardner was popping up on the Survivor side. Everyone was like, no way this is happening right now. And I am living for these moments when you see these unexpected Survivor picks, unexpected Hunter picks.
Okay, we still have match 2 and 3 coming up. If you want to make just a wild prediction, which Survivor do you think is going to come out that's out of this meta? Not the perfumers, not the mercenaries. Let's see. Who do you think? Or who do you think and who would you want?
That's a tough question. We saw Gravekeeper quite a lot. We have to say that. So maybe we see the Gravekeeper yet again. What else is there? What could be fantastic? Again, I think the Acrobat wouldn't be the worst pick. And I would like
pretty good pick.
It is.
I agree with you there. I would love to see some top play acrobat. I could learn a few things, especially with those bomb throwings. He is a beast when it comes to kiting. But like you said, Gravekeeper was a pick. I think though we might see another Enchantress. Just putting it out there.
That would be beautiful. That would be absolutely beautiful. I want to say this right now. I kinda disliked the Enchantress when she was released, and also quite some time after she was released. But I started to play her myself, and I really, really got the hang on it. I really understood why she can be a super dangerous survivor for the Hunter. And yeah, we already saw an Enchantress. We already saw the power of an Enchantress during this tournament. So it would, yeah, you're right. It wouldn't surprise me that much to see another Enchantress.
Especially with this meta. People might be sleeping on the Enchantress because she's so dangerous in the mid to late game because she has to build up her stacks. So who knows? With the mechanic and Seer out of the way, I think these teams have probably thought of different survivors to counter the Hunter, especially if the Hunter is used to certain meta picks, which is the Mercenary, the Perfumer.
Exactly.
So
and I'm still, as you asked me about the Survivor side and a little bit of special picks on the Survivor side, what do you think or what do you expect to see on the Hunter side? We already, theorized about the Guard 26, about the Spider, but we never talked about the eventual Hunter pick from Miracle.
That's a good question. My heart as a fan would want to see the Photographer. I don't know if he's going to be picked, though.
I wanted to go for that because we saw the Photographer quite often during, not that often, but quite often during the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament. And I'm kind of missing him. I'm kind of missing the Photographer.
Yeah, same. Especially a very efficient one. That's going to build some intense moments. So maybe Photographer. I do think one of these teams might pull out a Wu Chang because he's so strong.
Yeah, Wu Chang could be another pick that can come and play right there. Super excited to see what it's going to be.
Yeah, still love for the Feaster. Also, guys watching streaming, do let us know who you think would be a surprise pick, or who do you want to get picked as well, Hunter-wise or Survivor side.
Absolutely. We have the chat. I have my chat right over there, so if you're seeing me looking outside of the frame,
please.
Constantly checking on the chat, and if you are guys typing down questions and I might catch the question, or I might catch your answer about the Hunter picks that we are just asked. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to put the chat right in front of me. Guys, which Hunter picks do you want to see? But I only want to see special Hunter picks. I don't want to see Dream Witch, Bloody Queen.
Yes, that's an obvious pick.
That's kind of common. That's kind of common right now. So what do you expect? I can already see that there are people in the chat saying that they want to see Feaster and X-Boy. X-Boy. We haven't seen an X-Boy so far.
X-Boy. We have not. Oh, yeah. He could pose a potential threat, as well as Feaster. Let's not sleep on Feaster. Show love for Feaster, you guys. Gaming Grizz is here.
Yes, dude. I think as soon as the Feaster match is starting, I might need to get a little bit away because I might scream if we see that.
I can't wait for that. Let's see. Maybe 5HS or MRC. I think if they're going to pick a Feaster, they're going to be your favorite team.
Oh, absolutely. Every team that is picking a Feaster is my favorite team. But if I'm checking the chat right now, we also see that there is a lot of love for Gamekeeper as well.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, right. Like Gamekeeper would be, again, he got a buff. He can be super strong. He has a really strong hook nowadays. So I would absolutely appreciate to be a Gamekeeper as well.
Very off meta, very underrepresented. So that would be dope if we saw a Gamekeeper.
Exactly. We also see a few people going for Mad Eyes, for example, and the Reptilian. There are a lot of Hunters in the game to pick from. I also saw someone going for Anne, and I have to say, Anne was, when she was new to the game, she was so difficult to face because no one knew how to react, at least during the first few days, right? But in my experience, it kind of faded out. There was a lot of endgame play as soon as she was coming to the game, as soon as people were able to buy her. But at the moment, Anne is, slowing a little bit down. Again, we have Bloody Queen, we have Dream Witch, but I would not be surprised to actually see her entering the tournament at some point.
Yeah, they could just pull a potential Anne, show the Disciple. Again, yes, I did feel the terrorizing Anne when she first came out. I still kind of don't figure her out. She's so scary with her cats.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, there's the pattern though. So who knows? They could surprise us with that. I would be that would surprise me if we see an Anne pick tonight or wherever you're watching, around the globe.
Exactly, I totally agree. But whatever it will be an absolutely fantastic match. Again, for the second round, my prediction is just Bloody Queen. No, wait. Wait. Let me. Yeah, Bloody Queen for both sides.
Bloody Queen for both sides.
They will most likely ban the Dream Witch. Both teams saw the opponent's Dream Witch, and I assume that both teams want to get the Dream Witch out of the picture right there.
Yeah, and I mean, getting 3 survivors out with the Dream Witch is already an arduous task. So once we're good with that. Let's move on. We could face someone else. I know, because the survivors the hunter probably adjusted already to the different types of survivors already. Like, oh, I shouldn't do this, I should do that. So they probably want to change it up and go for that Bloody Queen.
That's absolutely true. So we are just waiting here for round 2, and again, I'm excited for round 4.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Yeah, all road leads to round number 4. It's so evenly matched. For those of you just joining now, 5HS MRC tied in match number 1. Gaming Grizz predicts an extra time. I think it's going to end at match number 3, but the way things are looking, it's going up Grizzly.
Like, we have to be honest right here. If we would place these both matches on both sides, the first 2 matches, right next to each other, it kind of feels like we just saw the same gameplay, right? We had a few different survivors. We had Priestess in the one team, we had the Barmaid in the other team, but overall, the performance from the survivors and from the hunter really evenly matched right there.
That is true. Evenly matched is the best way to describe these 2 teams, because I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, as well as the hunter picks and performances from both these teams. So it's going to be very interesting. And just like Gaming Grizz, I can't wait for round number 4. I'm changing my pick already. This might happen. Yeah. He's made me a believer.
Yeah, mind games. Even I am playing mind games.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, going that prediction. So gonna look at the stage here as we go to the match number 2 picks and bans. MRC's Cheng is going to be sporting the hunter side. Moonlit River. All right, pretty big map. So this could play into factoring out who they're gonna pick.
We have the predicted Dream Witch ban on the survivor side, and we will see most likely a Seer ban, most likely a mechanic ban. I could be wrong, I could be right. We will figure out in a few seconds.
Yeah, probably another ban that they're looking at potentially would be the Priestess, just so they can cut off the movement of the survivors, just so they have to use that long bridge. And that's a very dangerous bridge, especially if there's no infrastructure. But like you called it, the Seer is going to be banned, as well as the mechanic.
Yeah, it's a common pick for the survivor bans, but you are very right. We saw 5HS utilize... Oh no, wait, we didn't see 5HS utilizing the Priestess, right? All right, I made a mistake.
Yes, the first round. It was 5HS. I believe.
It was... Oh, you're right. So that was actually a really, really good point that you made right there. Banning the Priestess, since MRC already saw that 5HS is having a really strong Priestess. And there she comes into the team. We have Priestess, Perfumer, Mercenary, and the Forward. Really, really strong team right here. I mean, you need to consider, you can't pick Seer, you can't pick Mechanic. So that is nothing too surprising right here in the team.
Ooh, and again, yeah, like we said, it's going to be a Bloody Queen over here at Moonlit River. It's a big stage. That mirror, you can use it as a teleport as well. So it's a good choice for Cheng over at MRC side.
Absolutely. Using the Bloody Queen is one of the best picks on especially this map, since you can use the mirror to really, really get over the bridge, across the entire map with one mirror right there. That could really, really give you an advantage. But we cannot underestimate any of these survivors, any of these hunters. I'm super excited. What do you think? Just give me a quick prediction for this match. What will be the outcome?
Ooh. I think MRC, I'm just going to try to predict who he's going to go after first. I think he's probably going to look for the Priestess or the Perfumer first. Just to take away the kiting abilities or take away the movement of the survivors here. But again, that's just in theory. We're going to see as we go on here. Oh, using the Holy Key right away just to kite away from the structures of MRC's Cheng here. And the mirror image is going to be utilized to hunt down this Priestess.
Oh, fantastic job shooting, but also fantastic job from MRC Cheng hitting the survivor for the first time, hitting the priestess. You already said that the hunter would probably go for either the priestess or the perfumer. I would have doubted that Cheng would go for the perfumer early game, since she can really kite on. She can be a pain to get down.
Very true. You'd be lucky enough to catch the perfumer with a pass down.
Exactly. Going for the priestess early game. Oh! There was you coming in, but MRC Cheng predicting that there was something going on, taking a hit on you. Now putting pressure on the forward. He's still there. Oh! There we go. Giving Ling enough time to get up again, but forward is down.
And wow, you gotta give kudos to Cheng, the discipline, not picking up the priestess right away, because he had eyes at the back of his head. I see you. He saw you right there. And then he was able to just...
I know that you're here, exactly. That was the perfect choice right there from Cheng. Bringing down the forward as well. Not picking up the priestess twice. Putting the forward on the chair first, because he could eventually get up. And now just keeping the priestess right here, because if there's a rescue happening, you can just put down the priestess right away. And you don't have the attack recovery as long as... Oh! Struggle free though. You don't have the attack recovery if you have someone on the balloons.
Yup, and the priestess once again. Oh, last effort from the priestess. Oh, and there's the tackle coming in. The holy key wasn't utilized.
She was moving before, just a millisecond before the holy key was going on, and we have 2 survivors down again. We have the forward right there. That is such a tough situation for the survivors. 3 survivors down, 4 cipher machines remaining. That is just a destroying bloody queen right there.
Yes, very destructive, very dangerous. If you saw that the mercenary was trying to go for that save, but then the delayed effect, he was going to go down eventually. Then it followed, as well as the perfumer and the forward. So wow, 3 survivors down. 1 chaired, I have to say, and still 4 ciphers remaining. Big hill to climb for 5HS.
That is absolutely crazy. We have SGG getting up, the mercenary right here getting up, most likely trying to make the rescue happening. We also have the perfumer coming in right here that can still take a hit. All right, we have all survivors up and running again.
Okay, all right.
Every single taking hits right there.
Exactly. So look at the right side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Those are some injured survivors. So Cheng really making a statement, just telling them that you can't sleep on me. There's no point where you can just breathe easily, because I'm this destructive. I can bring this much fear into the map, and just like that, the perfumer is gonna fall back down. Well, fall down first.
Absolutely fantastic gameplay from both sides. We had the survivors in an extremely tough situation where 3 survivors were down. One of these survivors was even on the rocket chair. And a few seconds later, all survivors were at least up and running. Not completely healed, but up and running, which is just absolutely crazy. MRC Cheng is really sniffing out the forward right here. Forward needs to utilize that rugby right there to get away. Good job. Fantastic job. But you have to
watch out.
Consider. You have to consider the right there. The coding speed is really slowed down because all of these survivors, they are pressured into just rescuing, taking care of the hunter. It's crazy. 4 survivors, 4 cipher machines are still remaining first survive out of there.
True. I mean, just healing everyone up. Yes, they look healthy and all that, but still 4 ciphers left. If you're not pushing objectives, the longer you'll stay in this map. And Cheng is making sure they're going to stay as long as he wants and as long as he can bring them back to the manor. You're not going anywhere. Oh, uses the blink, but he rode! He rode in!
He got in very, very good. He missed the hits right there, but okay, going for a long ride, But who would have thought that the forwards would get out of the game first? There we go, terror shocking the perfumer out of this wagon right there. Ooh, still 3 ciphers remaining. That is tough.
Yeah, it's a tough order. Let's see if 5HS is going to rise to the occasion. This is the second time the perfumer will be on the rocket chair. He's so SGG and Ling, they're on the other side of the map. Let's see how they're going to choose to make this approach. 3 ciphers left, Grizzly. It's really looking intense on the side of 5HS. How will they perform under this pressure of this Bloody Queen?
They're obviously they are performing extremely well because the pressure is obviously there. It is on the stage, but they are still doing their best, and I think they definitely need to think about the dungeon right now, because what they want to do is they want to get at least one survivor out of this match to not give the MRC Hunter and the entire MRC team 5 points for this match.
And exactly, and that was a nice holy key there. By Ling.
Exactly, and really good job. And it's 3 cipher machines now, 2 cipher machines for 2 survivors. Extremely difficult because you need to consider that 1 survivor needs to kite around the hunter as well. So again, I'm thinking this might be an attempted escape through the dungeon for at least one of these survivors.
That's a good call. I mean, looking at the cards on the table, I think 5HS is doing the math as we are, and that might be the best predictable outcome, because you need 1 person to kite the hunter. Oh, trying to sneak around.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
And now the priest is going down.
We have to acknowledge there's only 1 cipher machine remaining at the time. Priestess was already getting herself up, which means she cannot get up without any help. And since she is on the other side of the map, it's gonna be extremely difficult for the mercenary to get actually to the priestess. And that is absolutely good for MRC Cheng right here, because again, priestess should lay on the ground, giving MRC Cheng enough time to bring down the mercenary as well to make the 5 points, the 4 survivor elimination happening.
That's good insight, and for sure, MRC Cheng is going to shift his attention to this mercenary as Ling just lays down there. Oh, wow. Gets the hit, and the delayed effect will happen. So we still see a healthy SGG here, but not for long. That if you see it at the right side. Oh, nice blink!
That was absolutely destroying, and that might be it for 5HS, because all MRC Cheng has to do right now is he has to concentrate on the mercenary, bring the mercenary to the chair, or maybe even touching the priestess to get her
he
up.
touched the priestess! Oh my god, it's not over!
What just happened? I mean, Cheng definitely could have just brought down the mercenary, but was giving the chance.
Wow.
4 survivor out of the game, which means we have MRC Cheng with the clutch 4 survivors out of their 5 points for MRC.
Wow. That match was just intense, and you know what? Can't take anything away from 5HS. They really tried to pull the momentum in their favor. At one point, all of them were getting healed up. But that last scramble was, I guess the priestess was primed in healing, so the mercenary just had to touch her and then she was healed.
Exactly. That was interesting to see. It was difficult to get out of this situation, but we have to mention it was also super difficult to get out of the first situation. 3 survivors were down, 1 on the rocket chair, but they still managed to get up every single one. And you know, they were down to 1 cipher machine, and that is an absolutely fantastic work from 5HS's survivor team right there, considering that the early game was kinda rough on them.
Yes, they were able to bounce back in the early game, and you know, as it progressed, they were adjusting to the right strategies. I think they were going with what you said, the dungeon, just get 1 dungeon escape and they'll be good. But you know what? Just MRC was so relentless with his aggression.
Yeah. He was leaving the priestess. That was the right call. Leaving the priestess on the ground to have more time to find the last survivor, and then just using that mirror to get to right behind the mercenary was fantastic call.
Fantastic calls indeed, and especially if you're put in that situation, that's like next level thinking, right? Like, oh yeah, I could definitely shift my priority, even though you have a down survivor. Let's not go for the save here, because you have that mercenary. Let's not go for the rocket chair, because the mercenary can go for that save and prolong the life of the priestess.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm super excited to see what 5HS is doing right now. They need to come up with another 5-point game to make this even. Again, I want to see a 4th round, so I hope it's happening. I want to see ties overall. That would be fantastic. And I just want to mention that we are having Cats in the chat. Cats is one of the he is an okay player. I would say he's an okay player. No, I love him. Cats is a fantastic player. He is constantly bringing survivors to the S rank by playing ranked on our server. And he wants to see the cowboy. I know that he wants to see the cowboy. He said it when he was coming into the chat. And I agree. I highly agree. A cowboy would be a fantastic addition to a team right here. Would love to see that.
Especially in Call of the Abyss numbers. I mean, Call of the Abyss plays. Hey, there's the throat. Yeah, we're just gonna acknowledge. Thank you with the thumbs up. But yeah, a cowboy would definitely shake up the rankings and shake up the the strategy, because a top tier cowboy would for sure mess up the game plan of a hunter, especially when he makes those saves when they're in the rocket chair or when they're being ballooned.
I'm sorry. I'm just seeing Katz's reaction. Katz is just like, okay, I'm an okay player. He's just I triggered him right there. Fantastic.
Oh my gosh, shout outs to Kat. Hello, thank you so much for joining us, and shout outs to everyone joining us on stream. Call of the Abyss 3, Botch Spice, Gaming Grizzly to this side here. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. I don't know which side you Botch right there. Yeah, it's so far we already said it. MRC and 5HS are one of the, you mentioned it on iAlien's video. There was a prediction that or not a prediction, the statement that these are high tier players, and it's kind of sad that they face each other so early, because one of these teams will get eliminated. But what we are seeing so far is exactly what we came here for. Top gameplay from two absolutely fantastic teams. They do what are they doing right there? Out of space job right there. It's crazy to see these matches. Right now we have MRC. I would say not in the lead, because we still have to wait for the next match. But MRC is putting a lot of pressure on 5HS right there with this 5-point game.
You said it right. These are juggernauts of teams. They're very evenly matched. MRC is putting a little pressure because from 3-1 they jumped up with 5 points. So that's saying a lot. So now they're telling 5HS, you got to get a 4 survivor out if you want to stay alive here.
Exactly. They're telling 5HS
tie. Yeah, if you want to tie. My bad. Yeah.
If they want to tie, they 5HS will be on the hunter side, so they need to bring down in the same fashion that MRC's Cheng brought down with the survivors with the Bloody Queen. They need to do it with the same aggression, with the same speed. They need to bring out survivors quite early, what was super, super good for MRC Cheng right there, to just get these survivor down so early in the game.
Yes, excuse me. They need to tie if they want to go to match 4, which is what I personally would want to see. But we'll see what happens as we move on, because we're for sure going to go to a match. Well, we'll see how the tides turn, and as well as how we compute these points. But as of now, it's 9-4, not too far off. I got the computation going on.
Yeah, we will see how the ties will turn. That was terrible. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay. I enjoy a good pun.
So we are in the second round, game number 2. That is going to be very interesting to see. We will most likely face the Bloody Queen again on 5HS's side. And after that, we are jumping into the rounds in which most likely Dream Witch and Bloody Queen will be banned again. We already talked about it. A potential Soul Weaver, a potential Guard 26 will be in the match. But there are plenty of other fish in the sea, plenty of other hunters in the book to pick from, and I'm curious to see what they are taking. I'm curious. I hope they are taking a hunter that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, that would make Call of the Abyss history if ever. And people were sounding off in the comment section, so who knows, you guys? Just send your energies to 5HS and MRC as they give us awesome games, and who knows, they might take some inspiration off it.
Yes, absolutely, dude. I am taking inspiration from these survivors. Like what I'm seeing right there, I'm a main survivor. Obviously, I'm also taking inspiration from the hunters, but I'm rather thinking about, okay, the hunters can do that, so I have to move with my survivor in this direction to get away from these dangerous situations. But I am learning so much by just watching these teams right there that it's like, first of all, it feels like I am playing. The pressure that is on these teams, I can feel it. I'm getting nervous. I'm getting sweaty when I'm watching. I'm like, oh god, get out of there. Ooh, that was tight. These situations, I feel them. And I just feel like I'm getting better just watching them, even if it's not the case.
Yes. Well, yeah, I feel like I honestly think we have the best seat in the house. We're able to call the action for people watching at home. And I'm sure everyone is on the edge of their seat with this matchup against 5HS and MRC. I'm sure they're screaming at the top of their lungs. They're also getting as sweaty as possible, just so they can just cope with the stress of this match. That's the beauty of Identity 5. It's such an exciting game.
It really is. Every single match is kind of new. Even like we all, in every match you have the same like outcome that you have to reach. You have to get survivors out of there, or you have to get survivors through the gate. Either one of the others. But then you jump into the game and it's always new. You always face a different strategy on the hunter side. You face different hunters. You face a different combination on the survivor side. You have to make your predictions right to actually, get these survivors down, and each and every match is always different. And that is the beauty of this game.
And it just shows that even though you see a lot of Bloody Queen plays and a lot of Dream Witches, you can see a little nuances on how each hunter expresses their hunt, if you would, as well as the survivors as well. So that's just the awesome part of Identity 5, just that you're able to express yourself even though there are these meta picks as well.
Yes, absolutely. And what we can see right here is that MRC is getting ready on the survivor side. We are jumping into the survivor and hunter bans right away. Again, prediction is that we will see a Dream Witch ban, since we already had the Dream Witch in the first match. And Seer, Mechanic, those are my assumptions right here.
Yeah, very educated and very safe assumptions as well, because you know what, they really do stifle the hunter, because like we said before, the Seer is able to prolong the life and the Mechanic is able to just add another body to worry about. So those are pretty safe picks for the bans as well. And especially in this mid game, you don't want to see any Seers or Mechanics to worry about.
Absolutely. Just bring up this decoding speed on the survivor side, or the potential kiting time advance thanks to the Seer. You don't want to deal with this. If you're a hunter in these top competitive gameplays right here, you don't want to deal with this. But now I'm just curious to see again. We will see MRC picking their survivors first. Maybe we're gonna see something a little bit different. Maybe we are seeing the kind of safe picks that we have already seen before.
So a forward pick as well as a perfumer. Let's see if this forward will be as aggressive as in the first match. Another priestess in Moonlit River. Excellent choice, and pretty much same composition as when 5HS played on Moonlit River.
Yes, absolutely. Pretty much the same. And here we go with the Bloody Queen yet again. Excited to see this match. Excited to see if 5HS can live up to my expectations to also get a 5-point match, a 4 survivor elimination right here. I would absolutely love to see that. I already said it. I want to see ties. I want to see ties all over the place. I want to see the 4th round right there. And I mean, 5HS is now trying to make this happen by achieving the 4 survivor elimination.
For sure. And just to recall 5HS, what's that pick? On the Survivor side, this just shows how mirrored these teams are. Even the way they think. They go for the Bloody Queen on the Hunter side. They go for the Forward, the Perfumer, the Priestess, as well as the Mercenaries. So let's see how these teams are going to play out, because they just reversed their roles. Now, 5HS will be doing the hunting, while MRC will be on the Survivor side.
Exactly, and here we can see 5HS coming in with an instant mirror, trying to find survivors. I think it was PPR, the Mercenary first, but not going for the Mercenary. Very, very good choice, because Mercenary can be, early game can be extremely dangerous, can kite around really long thanks to his elbow pads, and can be, can give the team enough time to bring down a lot of survivors. So you definitely want to go for another survivor.
Exactly. Yang shifting his attention to the Forward here. Oh, but the Forward, good use of that football, that rugby ball, able to just escape the mirror image. But Yang can just easily also teleport, but still slowly stalking his prey. Yang still tunneling this Forward. Oh, no. Excellent use of the rugby ball. Look at that.
Oh man, that is great. That is great gameplay right here from the Survivor side, from Loasten with the Forward now, trying to give the team more time, trying to make a long kite happening. First hit on the Forward. Let's see how this goes. Again, match that we saw before, the Forward was the first survivor that actually got sent back to the manor.
Exactly. So Lao-san here just buying a lot of time for his team. If you look at the lower left part, they are focusing on decoding. They do have confidence in this Forward's kiting ability as he moves to this real estate in the map.
Tough spot right there. Good choice for Nero and bring down the Forward. That is, that is putting a little bit of pressure on the Survivor side. We can see that they're already bringing down a bunch of Cypher machines, or at least one Cypher machine right here, and there will be a few other Cypher machines popping quite soon. So that's gonna be interesting to see right here. Mercenaries most likely going for the rescue. We can see him dash in.
Ooh, okay, gets the hit. Steel Will is gonna be a factor. And now gets the rescue. He's got Tide Turner. Both of them are hit, but still Yang is relentless going after this Forward. Again, the Forward did spend some time on that rocket chase, so it's safe to assume that Yang does want this Forward to go back to the manor.
Absolutely. MRC, the Forward did fantastic. Already knew that there might come the hit, because he really didn't have any chance right there. The football is almost gone. He can't really get away right there. So he was straight up going into the corner of the map, trying to give the team more time to decode while he is trying to struggle free, and just taking more time off the Hunter's hand right there. But what we can see, 3 survivors are decoding right now, or at least 3 survivors are still in the game, and we have 3 Cypher machines. There comes the portal from the Priestess that is used to make a rescue happen. What I expect right now is a rescue. Oh wait, there is not even.
Oh no! Wow! No, that is one. Yeah, that's one Forward sent back to the manor. Use of the teleport to chase after the Priestess. PPR is still injured, but now Yang shifting his attention, going after this Priestess. It's still anyone's game, Grizzly.
It really is. I think the Cypher machine that is close to the Bloody Queen is already primed, so that's what we are seeing right there. We can see the Mercenary is still working on one. I'm not really sure what is up with the 3rd Cypher machine. There we can see it. Perfumer is now bringing down the Cypher machine. That was pretty much primed from the Priestess. Priestess taking the hit.
And now we have 2 injured survivors here in Moonlit River. Oh, the Priestess trying to go for that roller coaster ride, but for that.
Yeah, there was no chance to actually get it, since the Bloody Queen's mirror was right there. That was a really tough situation. We have the Priestess getting on the chair. We can see that the Perfumer bottom left corner is bringing down another side. That is going to be really interesting right here. Again, they need to get the 4 survivor elimination. 5HS need to get the 4 survivor elimination if they want to tie after that match in total points. And
true,
putting a lot of pressure on the survivor side, but survivors are not making it easy right here.
And Grizzly, look at the lower left part of the screen. We have a primed Cypher. Now the question is, when is he going to pop it? Yang is still chasing. It's at this. I believe this is the Perfumer. They're all injured, but that could change once the Cypher is popped. Gonna vault the pallet. Yang is still on the hunt here. Probably gonna try to juke him out, try to go for that roller coaster ride. Not quite gets the hit, and it's popped. An excellent escape there with a roller coaster ride, leaving the Bloody Queen. But again, the teleport is going to be used.
Oh, look at this. There was a second survivor coming in to press the stop sign, but what we saw was teleportation. Great, phenomenal job from both sides right there. Really going down in front of the coaster. There was some phenomenal escaping right there. But Bloody Queen being dangerous with detention right now, really trying to get out of survivors. We have the... Oh, that was an interesting strategy. If the Bloody Queen would have went through the portal, she could just have teleported back. Really, really nice. Perfumer now trying to get
he was just waiting there. I was wondering why, but yeah, he had a plan. So now the Perfumer is going to go down. We see at the lower left part of the screen, they already opened up the exit gate. And it's going to be a 2-2 GG's on both teams.
Fantastic match. We saw the Perfumer really taking the attention of the Hunter, staying in the middle of the map so she couldn't get to any of the exit gates, and making this tie happening. I think they were definitely working for that tie. They didn't really want... Maybe, of course, everyone wants to get 3 survivors out of there, but they were definitely going for the tie right here. And that is giving both sides 2 points, which is putting MRC in the spotlight right here. In the advanced, when we are looking at the points, we can see that we are having...
Yes, I'm doing some quick math right now. The math dictates that it's 6-11. 5HS with 6 points, while MRC at 11. So again, coming into match number 3, this is what me and Grizzly has been waiting for. We want to see the next picks, because obviously the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch are not going to see the light of day, just like the Seer and Mechanic for sure. And this, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a game.
Next matches are going on. I'm down. I'm absolutely down to what's going on. That's gonna be so crazy. I have to say that's gonna be so crazy, because again, we already saw Bloody Queen, we already saw Dream Witch. These 2 hunters are most likely getting banned right there. So now we are seeing the backup hunters, or
yes,
are they called hunters? Not really sure, but we are seeing different hunters. I'm super excited for that.
This is the point of... Yes, go for it.
We are having little bit of pressure. The delay is fantastic. I love it.
Sorry, you go. Okay, I'll go. No. I want to say that this is the point of the... We're in the unknown right now. This is where we're going to throw our... well, the meta is out the door already, because now with the meta picks out of the way... it just opens up creativity. It opens up new strategy. So this is what we live for right now.
Absolutely. We already said at the very beginning of the MRC versus 5HS matches that we live for the situations when there is like an unpredictable survivor, or an unexpected survivor, or an unexpected hunter on the field. Absolutely looking forward to these matches, these 2 upcoming matches. But we also have to acknowledge that MRC is having a really, really good time right there, points-wise. We have 11 points to 6. That is a huge, huge gap between these 2 teams. And considering that the first round was just so evenly tied, seeing that we are having MRC with 11 points and 5HS with 6 points, it's a little bit surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, they have to pull out all the stops. Just how it was really the match number 2 in the first half, that 5 survivor back to the manor by the Bloody Queen of MRC side. Just beautiful performance. So let's see what 5HS has at the back of their hand. Maybe they have a secret pick. This is the time to bring it out. Your Call of the Abyss 3 life is on the line, 5HS. And I'm pretty sure people in the chat are for both these teams. So please sound off your support for both these amazing Identity 5 teams. 5HS, MRC.
So even if you would ask me, I couldn't tell you who I want to advance. Like I couldn't. I just couldn't. They are doing so good. Both of them doing so good. And I actually think we saw the tie right there earlier. And I actually think that the early down of 3 survivors in the first match for MRC was the goal to the 4 survivor elimination. And if 5HS can do the same thing in round 3, everything can be tied out or even turned around completely.
True. You mentioned it. The 3 survivor down. That's capturing lightning in a bottle. So can 5HS do the same thing? Because that was such a momentum shift. 5HS did try their best. They did adapt well, but just that early on and having 3 people down, 3 survivors down and 4 ciphers left, it was a really tough call there for 5HS. So
it really was. It really was. And again, you already said it as well. 5HS was recovering from that dangerous situation in an outstanding way. I would never have imagined that we would see all survivors up and running again at this point. But they did an absolutely amazing job getting these survivors up again and, trying to get the best out of this match. But then, again, if you have 3 survivors down early game, a few of them already said on the chat, that is just putting a lot of pressure on the survivor team. And we are seeing the stats from the last match right now.
So you see that the perfumer did most of the decoding here, and the person that kept the hunter most occupied was probably the forward as well as the priestess. These numbers paint a little picture, but you have to go back to the match and watch an amazing performance by MRC and 5HS, ladies and gentlemen. That was a pretty good match, both tied in that second half of the match number 2. So I really can't wait for match number 3 because, as you said, the pressure is on 5HS, and I've mentioned this before, that diamonds are made under pressure. So how is 5HS going to cope with the pressure that MRC is putting on the table?
Oh, that was a nice metaphor right there. That was diamonds are made under pressure. I like that one. And you know what? We have a lot of pressure right here.
Yes.
On both sides.
For
Even
sure.
if MRC is right now in the lead, we have a lot of pressure on both sides. They don't want to mess up at this point. So the pressure never stops. I mean, of course, if you're pretty safe to win the entire match right there, then the pressure is off. But until you are completely sure, everything is unpredictable.
Very true. And as you can see here, Cheng, the discipline of not putting up ballooning the priestess right away just so he can snipe out you, and just shifting his attention there. Just excellent performance from Cheng. But this was the roller coaster ride that was so intense. You thought they were going to get off, but nope, let's ride again.
Let's go for another one right there. That was absolutely fantastic. We saw the blink. The blink was missed, what we have to acknowledge, but then getting straight up into the roller coaster, sitting behind the perfumer, bringing her down after the second stop. That was a great shot from the Bloody Queen. Here we can see 5HS on the Bloody Queen side, and again, both teams did absolutely amazing. We can hear in the background a little bit of their communication, and we could.
It sounds pretty intense. Yeah,
it really is intense, and I mean, that's just what is going on in these top tier gameplays, in these top tier teams. They are really telling each other what they are doing at every given moment, so everyone knows what is happening on the survivor side, on the hunter side.
And you know what I love the most about this just top level gameplay being displayed by both these teams? They're only gonna get better. that means the community is going to get better, because seeing these top level teams is going to inspire them to even play more Identity 5, and steel always sharpens steel, so they're just making each other better, and I'm sure that they're both leveling up in the process, because it pains me to see one of these teams go home this early in the competition.
Exactly, absolutely. I couldn't agree anymore with you. That is these top tier players participating in this huge tournament against each other is just it's a treat for everyone watching. It is a treat for everyone watching.
Yep, we're definitely getting spoiled on this first day of the Call of the Abyss 3, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Poch Spice, Gaming Grizzly, giving you the Identity 5 action for May 1 to May 4. So, block out your schedules now if you want to see some awesome Identity 5 action.
Just cross out every appointment that you have. I mean, there are important things that you have to attend. For example, the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament, especially the finals. But we have to say, next up we have round 3 of MRC versus 5HS. And again, my prediction was we might go for a 4th round, but at the very moment we have to give it to MRC. MRC living up to their name, Miracle. They are doing miracles right here, and they could actually advance. But on the other side, 5H, everything is open for 5HS as well. Like, if someone can turn it around, it is 5HS.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the numbers, you can't really predict anything until the fat lady sings or until all cards are laid on the table. I could say as much metaphor as I want. What I'm saying is, never count any of these teams out. They have that will, they have that drive to just adjust and rise to the occasion. So that's what's so fun about this game.
And that is also extremely true. It's extremely true. You can bet that MRC is winning, but then 5HS is just coming back absolutely phenomenal, destroying the team right there, and maybe even getting the lead after round 3. But we just have to wait. That's the best thing. We just have to wait, and we have to watch. We have to see what they are doing, and I'm looking forward to that. 3rd round is starting quite soon, and
I have to say that this wait time is quite long, because I'm honestly can't wait for the performances of these two players. But you know what? The anticipation also excites me in a way. It kind of energizes me to, like, let's get this going. I want to see what's next.
Exactly. And I mean, it's I predicted, or I hoped for a 4th round, but right now it's I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore.
We gotta calm ourselves, because we gotta reserve this screaming energy for the potential around the extra match. Who knows?
I really hope it's happening. But if not, I mean, we had a fantastic match, and I wish both of these teams could advance. I wish both of them. They both deserve it. From what we have seen, they both deserve it. But after round 3, or maybe perhaps round 4, we will have one winner and sadly one loser as well, that will not advance on the brackets.
For sure. And you know what you guys can do watching at home? Do send your support to both these teams, because they are playing their butts off, entertaining us with some amazing Identity 5 action. There, send. Oh yeah, heart. Oh.
That's not for you though. That was for the audience.
I know. But but thank you.
It's still for you as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. I was like, assuming.
No, it's for everyone who was watching me.
Okay, yeah. But do send your heart reacts to Gaming Grizz for sure, as well as the teams, and support Identity 5. Great time to be an Identity 5 player.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic time to be an Identity 5 player. I have seen a bunch of people actually in the chat saying that they are new to the game. And that is, in my opinion, one of the best things, because everyone who played the game for several months now, I would say, maybe even a year, maybe even 1.5 years, this game is, it's getting old. I mean, it's growing. It's growing. I mean, it's growing in a positive way. And,
yeah, for sure.
But just imagine you are absolutely new. You have no idea what a good survivor pick is. You want to buy your first survivor, you want to pick your first hunter that you buy, and then you come in, like, this is the perfect time. You can watch the top players compete against each other. You can see, all right, Bloody Queen seems to be really, really good for hunting. I'm gonna play Bloody Queen. Or you can also see Dream, which is really good hunting, but I kinda my brain melts when I'm watching her. So yeah. So again, it's a perfect time to be a new player, and it's also a perfect time to be a player for a long time. It's
for sure.
It's the perfect time.
Especially if you are you have a bunch of friends and you want an activity to bond over, pair up and make a 4-player team and start grinding the ranks in quick matches or ranked matches. And if you want some content, you know where to find it, right there. Gaming Grizzly. Awesome stuff. Oh,
thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and yeah, you are very right. If you want to team up with some friends, and that is also like a perfect thing to do during these difficult times where you sometimes can't even leave your house, and you still want to stay in touch with your friends. Dude, Identity 5 is just bringing together friends, is creating quality time with your friends, even if you can't see them in person. I absolutely love to do that. I'm streaming quite often. I see all my friends, my fans, but also friends. They're not fans only. They are friends as well. And it's just fantastic to do that. Identity 5, all in all, 10 out of 10 rating. Download now if you haven't already.
Boom. There it is. That's the review. But yeah, for sure. And also for me, I've had the funniest moments with my friends playing this game. And you can see right here, top level play. It's just it's an example of what you can achieve with this amazing teamwork you have. So I do hope more people get to play this game. It's an awesome game. 5 out of 5.
I agree.
Certified fresh.
Let's talk again. We already talked about the hunter picks that may occur, but what do you think will be the survivor picks? We most likely will see the mercenary getting banned. We had mercenary in both teams, which makes room for another survivor to come in. And you already mentioned Enchantress. I already mentioned Gravekeeper. Both survivors can be picked, but
if we're going with a conventional pick, well, the forward is definitely going to stay. Both teams seem to rely heavily on the forward, right? If we would go with a survivor, probably they might pick the coordinator.
Coordinator?
If they still want to rescue her.
We haven't seen a coordinator in general in these teams, right? Like
in these two teams, no. But we've seen it in previous matches, I believe.
Yeah. In previous matches, yes. But these two teams did not utilize the coordinator. That's a good mention right there. I did not really think about that, but that might happen too. Again, it would be great to just see someone completely as like Cowboy.
Cowboy!
Exactly. It would be a fantastic survivor to see. We already talked about the acrobat. That would be also beautiful to see. But we don't have to wait that much longer because we are now jumping into the survivor bans and hunter bans and then into the survivor picks and hunter picks. Oh, no.
Before that, we got to introduce the team. Yes.
Exactly. We're like, funny thing, we are introducing the team in round 3, but we are doing it right there. There comes the animation. I said it before, I love this animation.
It's so cool and it gets you so hyped for the games. So these are the players that you've been seeing. 5HS, as Grizzly mentioned, pressure is on their side.
It really is. But if someone can take the pressure and turn it into an absolute victory, then it's 5HS, obviously.
It's yeah, for sure. Never sleep on 5HS. Shout out again to iAlien. He said he really gave some insights on this match, and he said this was going to be a potential barn burner. So, and he said it right. This has been neck and neck, and I think everyone is gripping their screen right now, watching, seeing what the outcome is going to be as we head into match number 3.
That is absolutely right. It's a head-to-head race between these two teams right there. We are now getting the introduction of MRC Miracle. Miracle in the lead right now, 11 to 6 points. And round 3 is about to start. One of these teams might get eliminated. I can't wait for this to happen, but I also don't want it to happen, if you know what I mean. I want to see the...
It's a bittersweet feeling, for sure. Wanting to know the results, but at the same time, it's like these are two amazing teams. I have a feeling this is gonna be a recurring state of mind we're gonna have throughout this entire Call of the Abyss, because I'm sure that everyone is gonna bring their A game. We're all gonna want to see them advance, but we need to find the best of the best here in Call of the Abyss 3.
That's absolutely right. That's why we are here, to find the champion of this year's Call of the Abyss. And I mean, right here we can see what, like, in my heart, everyone is a champion because they are all way better than us. But we are now seeing the survivors getting ready, picking their survivors, probably eventually picking the bands already. No, wait, we don't see it. Just show us this. I want to see it. I'm excited.
We're getting really excited here, and I'm pretty sure everyone at home is getting excited as well, and they just want this match to get on going. We want to see those picks and bans so they can really just give some context to what we're about to witness here. Again, this is only the day one, and we're being spoiled with such top tier and top gameplay from both these teams. As you saw there, 5HS, and now we see Miracle. Points are on their side. So let's see if they can sustain that momentum they had in the second match.
Absolutely. We are in for another treat right there. And I am also excited for the upcoming days. Again, tomorrow we will see more of the teams competing against each other. And after day 2, we will have the best 8 teams fighting against each other. And we will decide the best 4 teams for the final day. And on day 4, we will actually have 4 teams competing for the top 4 spots with the best out of 5. The best out of 5. I'm extremely excited for that.
Yes, so cancel all your plans, ladies and gentlemen. We're watching Identity 5 this weekend.
Absolutely. And finally, we are in the selection screen. We will see the bands, we will see the picks. Again, prediction is Bloody Queen, Dream Witch are off the table, as well as, how do you say it, M or MSN?
I believe Sayora, shoutouts to her, is M&M's. MMS, technically, because it's Mercenary, Mechanic, and Seer.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
M&M's, yeah.
M&M.
So Sayora, shoutouts to you, sir.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And we have the Dream Witch, we have the Bloody Queen right there as predicted. Oh, Priestess is getting banned. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that earlier.
Oh, and a forward.
That is mixing up some things. I wanted to see that. Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I like that you didn't say that because you didn't jinx it. So now we have a Priestess and forward ban. And here we go. The coordinator is being put on the table. Mercenary and Mechanic are also available up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. So interesting pick by MRC in Sacred Heart Hospital.
I am super excited about this. Again, you already said Mercenary is up and Mechanic. I think we will see both of them in this team because they are just extremely powerful. That is super, super interesting.
Oh!
We have Enchantress as well? Oh.
It's a Christmas gift for us. We've been asking.
And the Acrobat is coming in.
Yes!
Not even the Mechanic. That's crazy. That is so good.
Acrobat. And look at that. Soul Weaver.
I am living for this match. Again, 5HS needs to come in with a clutch right there. Needs to get some points to catch up to MRC. And just, bring it up with this unexpected team. At least unexpected for me, unexpected for you. This might change up things right here.
Indeed. We have a coordinator, we have an acrobat, we have an enchantress, and we have the good old reliable mercenary on the survivor side and a soul weaver on the hunter side at Sacred Heart Hospital. I did not see this coming, but this is, as we mentioned before, this is what we live for. This moment right here. This is when the creativity comes out, and this is where the new strats come in once all the meta is out the door.
Exactly. And I just want to get in this match right now. I don't want to wait for any more, delay. And there it comes. We are getting into the game in quite a few seconds. and I'm already excited to see the Survivor and Hunter picks in the next match in this round, in the next game of this round.
Do or die time for 5HS, pulling out surprise picks. I mean, you know, Enchantress, Acrobat, and Coordinator are kind of underrepresented, especially for Acrobat. So, you know, they have something up their sleeves, and I can't wait to get this match going, which is happening right now. And Cheng locking on to Ling with this Soul Weaver.
And point-wise, they actually need to get a tie right here to make to even get the chance to compete again. Because if they are not getting a tie, they have a huge deficit in points, and that will not help 5HS to, you know, get into the next round or even get into the next bracket. Right there we see the Coordinator using a flare gun quite early. That is all right, that's good. Giving her a lot of time to get away. She already took the first hit.
So using the resources right away, but able to buy the team a lot of time. Lower left side, we see the Enchantress in the shack. Going for the Cypher there, halfway done. Cheng still working to get one survivor down with the Soul Weaver. Okay, gonna get that speed buff with the webs of the Soul Weaver. Oh, I had to hold my breath.
Dropping down and hitting the Coordinator while having literally no recovery time. Fantastic job right there from Cheng. Picking up the first survivor and putting her down on the rocket chair. Coordinator is not having a flare gun anymore, is on the rocket chair for the first time before the first Cypher machine was popped. This is putting even more pressure on 5HS. Again, they need the tie. They need the tie to advance.
That's very true. 4 Cyphers remaining. Yu is still in the rocket chair while Cheng is setting up his traps here. Again, who are we gonna see? Enchantress trying to make her approach, trying to just keep the Soul Weaver occupied. And the I believe the mercenary getting hit. Oh, watch out! Excellent stuff. That was good fun.
That was a really good gameplay. I'm not sure if the pellet was supposed to get thrown down in front of the survivors, but they managed to get out of there without getting knocked out. So that's absolutely fantastic. You can see that there will be. Is she going for the Enchantress or is she concentrating on long stun is coming in with all 3 stacks are coming. Oh, what a weapon! What a weapon! That was the revenge. If you're long stunning me, I'm gonna slow you down with my webs.
An eye for an eye. So Cheng gonna bring this Enchantress to the chair. It's gonna be her first time in the chair. Well, I believe on the lower left side, they're still focusing on decoding 3 Cyphers left. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still anyone's game. That web, excellent stuff. Like long stun. Oh yeah, you take this web.
Exactly, that was really, really good. And we have to say that the survivors are doing fantastic too. They are taking turns on the chair, which means it gives the team more time to decode and more time to you know, make the rescue happen. If Cheng would have concentrated on the Coordinator, it could have been way. Oh, nice one!
Nice acrobat skill there.
Yeah, that was
excellent stuff. Great setup there, and now Cheng is going after the Enchantress. I feel like now she really wants to just send someone back to the manor here. Lower left part of the screen, a Cypher is almost primed. Oh! Gets the hit and the knockdown.
Oh, that was so good! Didn't I just... Was Cheng stunned? But still hit him. Sorry, I'm confused. I thought he was...
That was too quick to call. He went for a blink,
quick.
I believe? Yeah.
Yes, I saw the
too quick to call.
I thought he was... Dude, that was crazy. Fantastic job right there. We have the Enchantress now in the rocket ship. Second time. Acrobat is now coming in for the rescue. Oh, what a block right there! Just, you know, sitting there in the path. You're not getting through. You're not getting to rescue the Enchantress. That actually seems
good
to be
body
really
block.
That might actually be fatal for the Enchantress.
Fatal indeed, because the Enchantress is sent out, and now Ling, the Acrobat, is gonna get knocked down. Probably her first chair as well.
But we have the other 2 survivors really concentrating on the decoding right here. We are down to 1 Cypher machine. Mercenary is already getting into position to make the rescue happen. Oh. Not going to put Ling on the chair. Oh, very nice. That was some great communication. Ling was just saying, hey, or I assume was saying, hey, she put me down. We're in a good spot. Pop the Cypher. I get up. We can run. And that was a perfect call right there. Now we have the coordinator running around. I already said it. They need a tie to be able to participate. And I think that's exactly what they're at least going for. We have the coordinator kiting around. Two more survivors are trying to get out the other side of the map.
True, that was a very timely pop. You know what, they saw what they had on the table. They needed to pop that Cypher to buy enough time, especially for the downed Acrobat. And like you said, they needed to get at least 2 survivors out there. With this very dangerous Soul Weaver, that's what they'll go for, and that's GG's.
That was GG's indeed. And now the points are 13-8, which means 5HS is in quite a disadvantage. They need to get a 4 survivor wipe, a 4 survivor elimination to get the tie to make the 4th round happening. Anything below the 4 survivor elimination will result in them being eliminated from the tournament.
Yes, so what you're saying is 5HS has to hunt like they never hunted before. They gotta send 4 survivors back to the manor if they want to stay alive.
Absolutely, yes, that's exactly what I am saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. Again, I think 5HS is in the position to do exactly that, to surprise us, to get the 4 survivor elimination, get the 5 points to advance. I called the 4th round, and I am still believing that we will see that. I am not thinking that 5HS will go down without putting up a fight right there, and really, really hope to see the 4th round happening. And what is even more exciting to see is the survivor picks on MRC's side and the hunter pick on 5HS's side.
5HS surprising everyone with an Acrobat pick, and that Acrobat had some highlighted moments, just able to use the bombs to his advantage. Coordinator as well, and Enchantress. So you can't take anything away from 5HS. They survived as much as they could, but MRC's Soul Weaver was just on point.
It was really, really good. Again, they were doing fantastic. The teamwork was great. Coordination of the team was fantastic. They were taking turns on the rocket chair. As soon as Ling was put down in the middle of the field, there was perfect communication. Pop that Cypher machine, go for it, and let's make a run for it. We need to get at least 2 survivors out of there, and that's exactly what happened. Ooh, both teams are putting up such a beautiful fight yet again, and that's just amazing.
And as you highlighted 5HS, MRC though, the Soul Weaver, that drop to the instant hit, that blink to just stifle the cursed ape, the projectile. There's a lot of highlighted moments as well for that Soul Weaver.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, Soul Weaver being strong. We already caught that we might see a Soul Weaver, right, on 5HS. Wait, what did...
It was MRC the Hunter.
It was MRC, exactly. So we might see another...
Soul Weaver.
Indeed, yes. I am curious to see if that is going to happen. Here we have the stats yet again. We can see 5 hits on Cheng right there, 5 hits on the survivors. Decoding speed of the mercenary as well. Decoding speed was pretty much split up to every single survivor. As
as you highlighted, you said everyone was taking turns on the rocket chair decoding, so you can see that numbers present here as we give you the match stats. Just excellent coordination, excellent team communication, especially when popping the ciphers. Oh, I really wish there was extra time. An extra match.
I really hope for that. I don't want to say that I don't want to see MRC win right there, because they are doing a fantastic job. But I am just saying I want to see more matches of these 2 fantastic teams. I don't want it to end. I just don't want it to end. But at some point it will end. And until that happens, we will definitely see at least one more beautiful match. Both teams will give their best. Again, we have MRC really going for at least 1 survivor out of there, and 1 survivor escape. And we have to be honest, 1 survivor escape sounds pretty doable. It sounds pretty doable, even if we are hoping for a 4th round for more matches. It is
Yeah, it
putting
does.
5HS in a really, really rough situation.
Yeah, definitely rough waters for 5HS. Again, one survivor is pretty doable, but so is a 5 survivor out back to the manor. So, you know what? If I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat can sound off as well. They want to see this match go on, I believe. They want to see more Identity 5 action from both 5HS and MRC.
Exactly. Who doesn't want to see more matches of these two fantastic teams? Who doesn't? And as you already said, if someone can do it, we have 5HS right there. They can definitely, like, if you ask me, 5HS coming in with a 5-point match, yeah, that's something that I would definitely sign. They can do it.
So shifting gears, let's talk about the picks and bans, because that surprised me right away. They banned the forward right away and the priestess.
That was surprising me a lot too. I'm not sure if they were actually, like, you have to think about it. The seer, mercenary, and mechanic ban is pretty obvious. Like, you exactly. You have to predict that this is the usual ban. So maybe by not banning these characters, you're putting away the preferred survivors on the other side. Like, again, we saw a fantastic priestess. We saw a perfect forward gameplay right there. This was just absolutely outstanding. And by kicking these survivors out of the game, this might actually mix up a lot for the survivors and putting them under a lot of pressure. And we might see this again.
Yeah, looking at the performance from MRC Survivor side, they do favor the forward. So I wouldn't be surprised. Seer, obviously, that still might be a staple. But the other two now, all up in the air, since I think they were able to get a download on each other. They probably want to ban that forward as well, because it just really just detracts from what the hunter wants to do.
Exactly. Seeing the forward right there is super powerful. You really have to reconsider if it's worth to ban either the mercenary or the mechanic, but still having the forward in the game. You after seeing these matches, that's really something you want to consider.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure we're still gonna see a Bloody Queen and Dream Witch ban for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that we will have any changes there. No, I don't think so. That would be crazy to think that we will see a different.
Yeah, very, because based on their match 1 and 2, the hunters were so efficient with these picks, which is the Queen and the Witch. So yeah, they're for sure gonna ban those those hunters. So could see a Bonbon. Was 5HS the one with the Bonbon Soul Weaver?
That was 5HS, yes.
So we could potentially see those two characters, or a surprise one that is going to just shock MRC as well.
But we also have to consider, all right, you have to consider we are having MRC on the survivor side, right? So pretty much what happened in the first rounds, right? When we saw the Dream Witch, we had 3 survivors escaping. Maybe they are not banning the Dream Witch, making 5HS playing the Dream Witch, and they already played against the Dream Witch. They already kind of understand how the Dream Witch is going in. They already got away from a Dream Witch with 3 survivors. So maybe they're trying to go against the Dream Witch again by not banning her. That could maybe, it's unlikely, but it's not that unlikely, to be honest, now thinking about it.
Yeah, it's not outside this realm of reality, because again, MRC just wants one person out there, and they're good.
Exactly.
So it's I guess it's the devil you know that you'd want to go after instead of the devil you don't know.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. I think that could be a possibility. Let's see. We will find out quite soon. Still think that Bloody Queen will be banned because Bloody Queen was strong on both sides.
Yeah, for sure, Bloody Queen. Dream Witch, we'll see, because MRC got a 5-person out with that Bloody Queen. New map though, Sacred Heart Hospital. So a lot of variables, but I love talking about these things because again, I love to make a prediction or theorize things, then see it play out.
Exactly. And then you make your prediction, and all of a sudden they are banning forward priestess. They are picking enchantress and acrobat, and you are like, all right, I take that. I love it.
Yeah, I'll take it all out of the window. No, just throw it all out the window. Who knows?
Just
that's the
you
beauty of
do you.
competitive play.
Exactly. You do whatever you like. I love watching that. I love talking about it. I love casting it. And these two teams, they really treat us well with their picks, with their matches right here. Again, we need to highlight this for everyone in the stream, for everyone in the audience. MRC just needs one survivor out of there to get in the next bracket. On the other side, 5HS wants to eliminate... 5HS? Yeah, wants to eliminate all survivors.
Yes, all. No one's going home, ladies and gentlemen. That's what 5HS wants. Everyone's going back to the manor.
Exactly.
So,
Dreamwitch is my theory didn't end up as being the right one, but we're gonna see. That's making it more exciting, to be honest. Not seeing another Dreamwitch or Bloody Queen match just forward.
Wow, the first one. Mechanic, Seer.
Maybe
what's the next one? Everyone's looking.
They are not letting the Seer slip, right? They are letting the Seer slip. We gotta.
Wow.
The opportunity.
I don't know. MRC has to take that opportunity. It's so rare for a Seer not to be banned at the start. So, yeah. But are they going to take it? Are they going to take the bait? I think that they're going to go for it. Wow. Gravekeeper.
I think they're going to go for Seer for sure. They are... Gravekeeper, Perfumer? Maybe not. Dude, they have to go for Seer. Don't tell me they are not picking it. That would be crazy.
I don't know. It might be a trap. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Aki is coming in with the Seer. Good. All right. I'm happy. They get the chance. They need to take that opportunity. And
they need to. It's so rare for a Seer to see a Seer in top level play because they're usually banned. So now all eyes are on the right side of the screen. Who will Yang pick as the hunter?
Photo boy, the photographer. Yes, please.
Yes.
We didn't see that hunter before. That is exciting. That's gonna be very interesting. Again, we need to say 5HS needs to 5 survivor elimination. Is 5HS able to do that with the photo boy? We will see quite soon.
Let's go.
All right.
We need. I have to calm down.
We had a few hunters on the table. We had Spider-Man. Spider-Man? We had the Spider Queen. Weaver. Finally, I got the name. We had the Ripper. We had Smiley Face. But we are seeing a Joseph. We are seeing a photo boy. That is exciting. We got the hype up right there. I'm ready. I am ready to see a 5 survivor elimination from the photo boy.
Just to set the stage for everyone watching right now, 5HS is gambling their tournament life with a photographer. Let's go against a Gravekeeper, a Perfumer, a Seer, and a Mercenary. So let's get this going. Quick photograph to start things off. Ba-bam.
To slow down the decoding speed right there, it's gonna be a crazy intense match from both sides right there. Again, the pressure is for sure on 5HS's side right here. Coming, hiding right there. Not seeing the, I think, Perfumer who's hiding over. Oh, yeah, no. Seeing the Perfumer.
Oh, no. Sees you. I see you.
Oh, that was a good call.
Excellent awareness on Yang's side. You know, this is why he's one of the feared hunters around the globe, actually. Yang with a very proficient start to this match. He's definitely gonna put a hampering on the side of the survivors, sharing the Perfumer in the photo world, and he's still gonna keep hunting here. Still has like a little time left. Does he see one?
It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh! You really need to know these hiding spots. Like, I would never be able to even think that there is a survivor in this corner, but he's just straight up going up to these corners. Fantastic.
Yeah, he just knows.
We have the Perfumer is down. We can also see that the who was it? I think it was the Seer. Oh, the Seer also half damage right there. Fantastic job. Fantastic start right there, but you really, 5HS, you really want to go for an elimination. There comes a great opportunity finding both survivors that are already injured. Oh, that's gonna be very interesting.
Oh wow, predicted the perfume and was waiting for it, and now that's a downed perfumer. Yang, again, his predictions have been great from the start, and the perfumer is going to the basement.
That is strong. 5 Cypher machines are still up right there. We have the first survivor in the basement. They have to heal up a little bit right there, slowing down the decoding speed yet again by putting down the photograph. Ooh! Basement!
Oh, tough position. Yeah.
That can be
and
good. That can be
just to notify everyone, there is no priestess to make this save, but there is a gravekeeper. He's gonna fall down, gets the hit. Oh wow, follows him right away. Last effort on the priestess, on the perfumer's side.
Fantastic right there. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's fantastic. I love to see that. Now going for the gravekeeper as well. Am I right? Putting pressure on the gravekeeper. And
that's true. Wow, he was able to spot someone. He was able to spot the mercenary, and the mercenary's down in the photo world.
That is absolutely fantastic. Bring him to the chair. We'll knock him out.
Oh!
Are you?
And this is wow.
But might not be able to put the mercenary on the rocket chair in time. All right, okay, that's lucky for the mercenary. But knowing where the perfumer is down, putting her on the rocket chair for the second time. There are still 4 Cypher machines up and running, but we can see bottom left corner, the Cypher machines are slowly getting decoded. You need to hurry up, my friend, or you need to get these survivors out of the game.
Yep, everyone wants to see an extra time here, but you know, MRC wants to just get out of this compound. Let's see, he's going to utilize it. He's just holding on to that card. He's going to probably teleport back just to go to see how the, I believe, the perfumer is doing. Again, he was really able to do a lot of damage in that photo world.
Yes.
Teleports back.
Finding these spots of the survivors hiding is absolutely crazy. Look at this timing. Being right here on the photograph at the very right moment. Fantastic.
Look at that. Now. And right now, Yang is like a predator that smells blood in the water, knowing where the survivors are hiding in the photo world. You can't hide from this photographer.
No, you really can't. You really can't. We even have... That might even be the seer that is going down as well. Oh.
Just leaves them. Probably wants to prioritize the...
try to surprise it. But we have Mikey right there. Seer really making the right call.
Teleports back, wants to chair the seer. He's really making efficient time out of this photo world. Oh, wow, okay.
Really wants to chair the gravekeeper right there. And we have the seer down as well. Putting so much pressure on the survivor side. We still have 3 Cypher machines up and running. This is a good match for 5HS right here. Trying to bring the seer on the rocket chair and does it in time. Bring down 2 survivors. Oh!
2 down survivors, 3 Cyphers left. MRC is fighting for their lives just to move on. You know, like we mentioned, 1 survivor is pretty doable, but if you're against this scary photographer, it's a tough task.
There is no chill. There is absolutely no chill on the photographer side. He saw the mercenary, but I think he is trying to get the survivors first that are down. Really concentrating to, you know, not let them get up again. Putting them on the chair. We have the gravekeeper, he got up again. And 5HS knows that the gravekeeper cannot get up again. This might actually be the strategy right here. Bringing down the gravekeeper yet again, then leaving him on the ground and trying to get to the mercenary.
Yep, another photograph was taken, and look at the lower left part of the screen. That is far from being primed, ladies and gentlemen. MRC has to act quick if they want to just try to get a person out of here. Nice save. And now Yang is calling. Yeah,
Fantastic
good call on the owl.
I actually think that the seer might have another owl up his sleeve. How long did he kite around earlier? Is he having...
Not it was still buffering. Not long enough. He's going to go down. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a very proficient photographer. He's gonna get shared.
I said it before. If someone can come in with the 4 survivor elimination, it is 5HS, and that photographer gameplay is proving me right here. The chances are really good, but it's still open for both of them. It's still open for MRC as well.
Okay, the photo world is done, and we still have a chaired seer. Gonna teleport just to check on him, and now Yang is still in the
out of
hunt.
here.
Two survivors left.
I am just I'm blown away by this gameplay right here. Really making the comeback happening that I was looking for. If we get 5 points in this match for 5HS, if we get the 4 survivor elimination, we will see the 4th round that I was hoping for the entire match. And alright.
And you predicted that as well. So wow, kudos Grizzly. This is an amazing match we're watching now. And now two survivors are injured, and Yang is still in really good control here because 2 ciphers are also left undecoded.
Again, bringing down the decoding speed right there with the photo world, and also bringing down the Gravekeeper in the photo world, which means the Gravekeeper will go down in the real world. And I said it before, Gravekeeper cannot get up. So what I think is that he will leave the Gravekeeper on the ground, now moving towards the Mercenary, which would mean that Mercenary, if he can bring down the Mercenary, if he can bring the Mercenary to a rocket chair, this is the 4 survivor elimination that we are all in. This, oh my god.
He was hiding there, yep. He knows.
He's having enough time to bring him to a rocket chair as well, which means Mercenary will automatically go down. Can Mercenary get up again? Can't recall again. Oh my god. He has to find the Mercenary, and that's literally it. What a match! Are you kidding me? 5
What a match, Grizzly.
Match. Oh!
They're both down.
I have to be honest,
for that Mercenary.
I am rooting for 5HS just because we are in a tree. We are getting. Oh my god, he found. What's this? Wait, who was?
Laosan is. Yeah, the Mercenary's back there, the PPR.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think. Just he knows that the Mercenary takes long to heal. So, wow. But like you said, the Gravekeeper already healed up, self-healed. So. He's not going anywhere, but I think he just wants to make sure.
That was actually pretty good for the Mercenary. Not sure. I'm actually not sure if No, it was the Mercenary. That's it.
Yes.
That's it. Gravekeeper cannot get up again, which means either he bleeds out or he gets found, and that is it.
Okay.
We have a 4th round. I call it. I'm excited. We still look at this. We still have the dungeon. He's trying to get to the dungeon, but let's be realistic.
It's too far. Yeah.
Too far away, and we have 5HS Zheng coming in for the clutch, coming in for the 4 survivor elimination. You're kidding me? Fantastic!
What a match!
I am blown to you.
My goodness, Yang.
Are you kidding me? I told you, if someone can do it, it is 5HS coming in with the clutch, coming in with 4 survivor elimination, coming in with the 5 points that they needed to proceed to the 4th round, to still be in the game. And yes, my reaction. It's what is there to say?
Whoa. We just saw history in the making there. That was a very efficient and very scary photographer. He knew. He was like a predator stalking prey in that photo world. He just knew when they were hiding, where they were hiding, when they'd come in. Just kudos to Yang.
Very, very strategical. Bringing down the decoding speed by putting up the photographs, and also, just hunting down the Gravekeeper, putting him on the chair, and knowing that the Gravekeeper can't get up, and then concentrating on the Mercenary first, and slowly making his way to the last survivor, the Gravekeeper, getting the 4 survivor elimination. The crucial 4 survivor elimination. I love it.
Words escape me. But we're gonna get what we ask for. It's an extra match. I think this Call of the Abyss history. It's like 2 extra matches at day 1.
That is fantastic. I love to see that. I absolutely am. And I'm curious to see the bands, the picks, both. Like the pressure that was on 5HS's side is now on both sides. They are at the same amount of points, perfectly even, and whoever wins the next round will win and will proceed to the next bracket. Whew.
Ooh, wow. So now I have to ask you, Grizzly, picks and bans, how are they looking to you now? Because they have the resources of their preferred or backup pick. Soul Weaver was already brought to the table. Photographer is a huge threat now, but are you going to really bring back a Bloody Queen or a Dream Witch?
I think so. I think for a ban, yeah, I think so. If it comes down to bans, I think that they will not avoid to ban Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. No, that's not gonna happen. I mean, you are very right. Photographer is a huge threat right now.
Because if you look at the scores, out of all the hunters, the most efficient was Photographer out of 5HS.
That is absolutely true. So that maybe we are seeing now Bloody Queen and Joseph ban. Since I already earlier said, we already faced. Maybe that's the mindset of MRC. We already faced the Dream Witch. We survived the survivors. Let's just do this again. Maybe that's the mindset.
Yes.
Who knows?
That's very true. But wow, even with a seer on the table, the hunting efficiency of that Photographer was so good.
Right. I like when I saw the seer. Let's be real. When I saw the seer and the mercenary in the survivor side, I was like, all right, let's be realistic. One survivor can escape. That's possible.
Yes,
that's possible.
Yes,
but after seeing the Photographer coming in and just praying on his, that was not possible. That was not possible. They did fantastic. Survivors did fantastic. They were even fighting for the dungeon at the end, but that was crazy.
Yang was just ready. You know what? You couldn't hide. You can't hide in that the photo world against Yang. Looking at the stats here just paints a picture of how they tried to decode. They did their best, but it was a five-man back to the manor for the side of 5HS. Yang, wow. I can't someone clip that entire performance. That Photographer.
Truly beautiful, and we can see 18 hits right there. He was really smacking these survivors left and right, either in the photo world or in the real world. Just being really determined to get the 4 survivor elimination and getting into their head, and just getting all of them out of there.
Very true. And you just see the survivor lineup. It's a very strong lineup, and as you said, it's really scary to jump into conclusions, especially in a game like Identity 5 where you just have these anomalies and these efficient hunters.
True, exactly. And here we can see some of the highlights. Again, we were seeing Spider Soul Weaver on MRC's side earlier. Absolutely fantastic job. Was able to pull off the tie, I remember. Yes, exactly. And just these highlights, they're amazing from both sides. Amazing gameplay. Deserved tie. Great job. Look at this. Putting down Ling right here. There was a small mistake. We had the Cypher Machine Prime. They were popping it. Perfect timing. Look at this. In between the survivors, giving both survivors the time that they need to get as far away as possible. And then, coordinator making the call and saying, all right, I'm gonna contain the hunter until you're out of there.
True. Great teamwork, and we're gonna look at Yang's efficient hunting with this Photographer. Excellent use of the photo world, just getting those hits in, really knowing the hiding spots of each of the survivors here. They could not get out of the radar of the terror that is known as Yang, the Photographer. Again, just amazing performance throughout. Yang just was able to implement his game plan and just go home with the 4 survivor sent back to the manor.
Just imagine the pressure on Yang right there. The pressure on Yang. You have to, in his mind, there is a little voice saying, you have to get all survivors. You have to get them. You need to get them. Everything is on the line right here. You can't just lose this match. And he was coming in. It looked like it was just super easy for him. Oh,
he
and it's
rose
not
to the
ice,
pressure.
Yes.
Yeah, he
What
rose
did
to the
you-
pressure, like you were saying. Diamonds are made under pressure.
Exactly, and that was a diamond right there. That was a diamond, Joseph.
Yes, indeed it was. Oh, and you know what? I'm still ready for a match number 3, and I'm sure everyone at home watching is ready for that match number. Match number 3 is done. Now we're going to overtime, match number 4. I'm so excited just to see the picks and bans.
Oh, same. That is actually why I wanted to have round 4, why I was predicting it in the very first game. We are seeing a 4th round with these two teams. They are giving us a head-to-head race, and they are doing their best on both sides. I told you, I called it. 4th match, and I'm super excited to see what they are bringing to the table next. They are bringing into the game next. Whew.
Let's just... Okay. So let's try to make some predictions now with the picks and bans with these two teams. Are they still gonna put forward in the mix, or are they gonna ban that? Are they... Again, the anomaly really was the photographer. That surprised me a lot.
That surprised me too, but to be fair, giving the mercenary and the seer away was also really interesting. It's to be honest.
Well, if you think about it, if you're going with photographer, the owl isn't going to play effect when you're in the photo world. So I think he was telling him, go for the seer. I got this. Don't worry.
Yeah, maybe. But going
only
for
speculation.
Yeah, of course. But going for predictions, at this point, it's impossible for me to make a prediction. We saw what they banned before, we saw what they picked before, and dude, that was surprising, and it was destroying. It was destroying indeed, giving 5HS actually the chance to prove themselves yet again. They proved themselves that they are not here to mess around, that they are not just going home without putting a fight right there. And this might actually be the chance for 5HS to advance. Both teams are on the same level. They are on the same level. Both teams were bringing in a 4 survivor elimination. If I look at the stats right here, I think they were doing 2 ties, 2 3-1s, and 2 5-0s, which means again the same.
It's a mirror image of each other.
It's a mirror image. It's the same energy on both sides right there. It's the same energy.
And I really, it pains me to see one of these teams go home this early in because of what they're presenting to us. This is just the first day of Call of the Abyss 3, ladies and gentlemen. And we're being presented the gifts of the Identity 5 gods with this amazing match against 5HS and MRC. I can't imagine what's going through their heads right now.
I can't either. And we already talked about this earlier. I mean, pretty much at the very beginning of the match between 5HS and MRC. We talked about that MRC might actually bring a guard 26 to the table. What do you think about that?
I would say that's a pretty interesting... yeah, it's actually not that far from reality if he brings that to the table, because you know what, the threat of a guard 26 is very real, especially in a very proficient hunter. Once he gets the first survivor down, it's gonna be so hard for you to rescue him.
Yeah, exactly. With all these bombs that he can place all around the rocket chair right there, tanked bombs that explode right away. He can throw down double bombs to get the second bomb to explode right away, which is just fantastic. If you know and if you understand this hunter, he can be super dangerous. And if we are talking about guard 26, he is definitely on the table. We just saw Joseph the photographer in the game. We just saw the photographer who we were talking about earlier. We just said, like, it would be great to see some of these hunters that haven't been utilized yet. And there he goes. 4 survivor elimination. In my opinion, guard 26 is definitely on the table right here.
So that just brings the question, 5HS is going to have to face the guard 26 if ever, yes?
5HS might actually pick the guard. They might pick the guard 26.
So MRC, the question is, are they ready for that type of matchup? Do they have the right jukes and movements? You got to avoid the lights, ladies and gentlemen. You have to play opposite Dance Dance Revolution. You got to stay away from the bombs.
I think they have the moves. I think they totally. If someone has the moves at MRC, there will be another miracle happening. I tell you right now, they are not called miracle for a reason, for no reason.
It's very true, and I'm just excited to see we're going overtime with this because, they predicted that 5HS and MRC were potential grand finalists, and they're showing their best right now. They're leaving it all on the line for everyone to see, and it just pains me to see one of them go home this early in.
It pains me so much. You're very right. Like this match, what we are seeing right here, I was definitely expecting this kind of action during the finals, during the top 4, maybe even during the top 8 already. But having this on day one, who could have expected that?
Exactly. Oh, good lord. 5HS and MRC giving me a heart attack early on in this competition. Call of the Abyss 3, one for the books for sure, especially day 1. 2 overtimes, my goodness.
It's I want to hear the chat right now. Chat, what do you think? What do you think will be the Hunter? What do you think will be the Hunter pick? Will we see Guard 26 or will we see someone completely else?
Oh, I'd really want to see that chat right. Yeah, just sound off in the comments. What do you think? Because right now, I think we're throwing the book out of the table as we go into overtime. Extra time for the first half. 5HS going to be on the survivor side. MRC's Cheng going to be hunting for them. Leo's Memory is going to be the map.
Ooh,
one of our favorite maps.
Favorite map. I love Leo's Memory. Oh my god, I could not stop talking about Leo's Memory. All right, yeah. we're gonna see 2 bands, the casual bands right there, not going for the spider that we saw of MRC. We have to say MRC was bringing in a tie with the spider. So I am curious to see if they will bring in the spider again.
Yeah, you know what? A very efficient ban, especially that MRC's Hunter Cheng was able to get a 5-man back to the manor with his Bloody Queen. So they don't want to be facing that Queen again. So great, efficient ban. But look at the bans. On the other side, though, Seer, Priestess, Mechanic.
So we have an open spot for the Mercenary, and here he is. Lel is coming in with the Mercenary. We have you with the forward, and we have Dalong with Enchantress. Ling was, let me think.
I think she was the Priestess, so she definitely has to pick Ling has to pick a different character. And going with the Acrobat!
Yes, please. Love to see that. Love to see another match in which we have Enchantress and Acrobat on the Survivor team. Let's see what MRC is picking for the Hunter. We already saw MRC's Spider. Let's see what he's coming up with next. Maybe another Spider? Wu Chang it is.
Oh, yes. Wu Chang. You know what? This matchup between 5HS and MRC, they're just giving us a plethora of the hunters that they can. They're just presenting all the hunters on the table. Nice pick with a Wu Chang at Leo's Memory. It's going to be really tough, especially how big Leo is. That umbrella can for sure close out a lot of distance.
Absolutely, can definitely close the gap between Survivors and himself and Wu Chang. And that's gonna be such an unpredictable match yet again. 2 absolutely fantastic teams competing against each other, and that's we are in yet another night for a treat right here.
Extra time, ladies and gentlemen. First half, MRC sporting the Wu Chang. That's MRC's Cheng. While you see you, Lel, Dalong, and Ling with a forward, a Mercenary, Enchantress, and an Acrobat.
I love to see that. Who is the Hunter trying to bring down first? Most likely Enchantress, because Enchantress does not have the skill during the beginning of the game, so it would be a perfect pick for Wu Chang. Just throwing his umbrella right there to put on pressure on the Cypher machine over there, but in fact going for Ling right here. All right, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, Acrobat, a really good hunter. Oh, watch out!
Very nice.
Oh, good double back from Ling. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent stuff. Yeah, you know what? The Wu Chang is definitely just spending a lot of time chasing this acrobat. Just excellent double back there. Ooh, moves a little bit just so he gets caught on fire. Nice pallet throw. Gonna transition. But no, the Wu Chang is hot on its tail. Ooh.
Nice one, nice one. There was a hit, there was a pellet stun, but there was also a hit happening on the acrobat, which is putting into a lot of pressure. We have the black guard right here, and we all know black guard's hit range is not as long as the white guard's hit range, and we can see it right here. Trying to strike twice, missing it. Ling really slowing him down by putting down the ice bomb, which is slowing down vaulting animations as well as... Oh!
Wow. That was a good effort at the double back, but that Wu Chang was ready.
Wu Chang was ready with the blink, and now protecting the Cypher machine right here. Oh, that was an unexpected short dash. It seemed like the Wu Chang was going back, not chasing down the forward, so forward might have stopped the football, but that was good for Wu Chang right here, giving the first hit on forward, putting pressure on him.
Yes. MRC's Cheng finding the basement, and this is going to be really tough for you to make that rescue on this acrobat. So as you can see on the left, the mercenary is making his way probably to go for that rescue, and I believe the rest